But that's not a scientific fact.
Yeah.
That's just a random fucking
Yeah,
belief.
it's not a knowledge claim. That's correct.
Yeah.
You are correct. It's not a knowledge claim. It's a belief claim.
Yeah, exactly. So we don't want to lump everything in the same bracket.
Crypto, next time, can you bring up a photograph of Aslan the lion from Narnia, please? That might help him out a bit more.
Bro, Aslan isn't the Earth.
If it's Nephilim next time, bring up a photo of a Nephilim.
Hey, Britnat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Since you don't know about the photos of Earth, would you like to be educated by somebody who knows about them?
This is going to be hilarious.
I don't contest you on the account of photographs, so I'm not really bothered either way.
Well, why wouldn't you want to be educated about like the history of Earth's photographs?
Well, you can feel free to DM me. I might check it, but you know.
I mean,
somebody who actually
you don't want to learn. So you don't want to learn information you don't know about.
Yeah, but he's not making it as an argument.
You can DM me. I might get around to looking at it. Yeah, maybe.
So,
no, but why don't you want to learn right now?
The guy who's speaking right now, you think that those cartoons are photographs of the Earth, right?
I don't know. He's trying to show that like they're fake or whatever. But this other guy's not interested.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to just.
Most NBA players.
I just want to speak up on Britnat's behalf a little bit. Like, if he's not making the argument that these are real photos as a defense of the globe Earth, then it doesn't really matter, right? So if he's making a more robust argument for the globe Earth, we can address that instead.
I agree.
Go ahead. He's got a flat Earth argument that no one can touch. Most NBA players believe the Earth is flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Appeal to NBA players.
Yeah, no one made that argument, bro. But it's cool. Some of them do.
H advocate.
But I'd rather appeal to William Shatner.
NBA players believe.
Kyrie Irving, Earth confirmed.
I'm gonna appeal to William Shatner.
I do the thug shake, so the Earth is flat. True.
Isn't that just a twerk?
Yeah.
Why is there no footage of on the topic of photographic evidence and footage? Why is there no footage of a rocket as it's leaving the Earth, just like a continuous shot? You see this?
Doesn't exist. This was a debate before where SpaceX had done that, right? Live stream, but there was a dispute over the changing of camera angles. That was a dispute in this VC, but.
Shouldn't it be going and doing a circle of eight? Sorry, a figure of eight around the Earth, yo-yoing or some shit? What was that, slingshot effect or something they claim? Shouldn't we see all of that? You should see the horizon.
Don't the ISS film themselves in space?
Well, that's not the rocket leaving the Earth and going towards the moon, hurling.
Now you've made a claim about the ISS. So, are you saying that they see curvature from up there, or what?
Not from the ISS, they don't, but from
even
SpaceX.
Why do they use a lens which makes it look curved then in the ISS? Why is that? I
don't know. I mean, it's kind of like a smack in the face to people who believe space isn't real, but it's not a smack in the face to the curvature of the Earth.
Just good PR, I suppose, to have that.
You didn't want to be educated about photos, Britnat.
Oh no!
Here you are talking about them again.
Well, he asked a question. I'm saying what I saw.
I sucked him in. To be fair.
Yeah, that's all right.
Let's just have a conversation and take it easy.
So Britnat, so what were you saying about? So you said people on the ISS film themselves, or they filmed the rocket.
A live stream, isn't there?
What was it?
As far as I'm aware,
a live stream of them supposedly going around the planet. Yeah.
Yeah, so SpaceX have one of them going from ground upwards into
uncut.
And then you have the ISS that do the spin around the Earth, right? They record live stream that, I think.
Yeah, I know they live stream it, but didn't we get to that point where they're showing a curve where there's not supposed to be one? So would you trust that?
They might be.
Would you trust that live stream, or should we?
Did you just say uncut?
I don't.
Yeah,
I
asked
think you can see it from that. I don't think you can. I don't think you can see the curvature of the Earth from that level. But I do think there's an.
So why would you trust?
Optical sort of.
Or would you trust a video a live stream that shows you curvature when you know that they shouldn't see curvature, and then trust that live stream?
That's a good point.
Well, this is what I was going to say. Like, you can tell from the center of the optical image if there's distortion, right? Because the center of the optical image will be like, somewhat of a plane, and the edges are the curves, right?
They fooled you this whole time, so you still believe whatever you see on television. Don't tell me you can tell real from fake.
No, I'm agreeing.
So who
I'm
in here is a
agreeing with
flat
you guys.
earther?
You are, mate.
Everyone.
You are.
Maybe
Well,
listen
I'm
in
actually
before
just
you
asking
just
a
talk over.
question, but-
We do have some flat earthers who are in denial about it, but yet all of us.
Hey, what's good, little mama?
Hey, what's good?
I love that term someone on here said, Google as you go earther. I love that. That's the best fucking
I mean,
word.
if Google was flat, then we
Google
don't have gravity. So
best.
Oh, he's making a good point. Why are you laughing?
Okay, well, let's look at that then.
All right.
What evidence have you got that you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space? Go.
It's not a ball though. It's flat.
Oh, good. Welcome to Flat Earth.
In the Bible, it says it's flat, bro.
Who cares?
The Quran says as well that the Earth is laid out like a rug. So yeah.
I just want to see a slingshot video, like a
Listen to me,
rocket.
every religion says it's flat. Okay.
Like,
I don't know about every religion, but certainly
is the word.
the Quran and the Bible certainly have a certain cosmology. They're not the same cosmology, but they're both
It's flat. The Earth is flat, dude. Okay.
Well, they all come from the Hebrew cosmology, which is enclosed in a stationary plane anyway. So that's where all these 3 books for the Abrahamics come from.
Yeah. And I'm not a Christian or a Muslim, so I don't care. What is it?
What are you? What are you?
Yeah.
I'm a deist.
Me too.
What'd you say?
I'm a deist.
I'm a
You're a deer?
realist.
So you're a furry.
What?
no, I don't think
He
that's.
said he's a theist, as in he believes that there's.
He's atheist. He's atheist.
I swear he said deer.
I'm not
He's
atheist.
atheist. He's atheist.
No, I'm not an atheist.
He said
Can we
deist.
get rid of these guys? We were having
So
a decent
anyway,
conversation
I'm not
before.
atheist and I'm not theist.
He said he's a deist.
What the fuck's wrong with you, son? What?
He believes
Me
there's a
too.
creator of some sort.
I swear he said he's a deer. I swear he said he's a deer.
Bro, stop
I heard
trolling.
the atheist,
If you want muted,
background.
keep
There's a
trolling
big
if you want
Billies.
muted.
Silly billies.
Just leave him on mute.
Silly gooses.
So anyway, yeah, I'm a deist. Spakeface is a deist. Like, some people in here are Christians, others are Muslim. Like we've got some atheists. Like,
Can I ask you about your deism, by the way?
Sure.
Just like if you're not like I'm just literal curiosity. So like, what sort of?
If the room wants to talk about this, we can.
Just a very brief question. We can just like breeze past it. Like, are you the kind of deist who believes that the creating force has a conscious mind, or like some abstract force? Or?
I think it's a creator with a personality. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Cool. That's all I wanted to ask.
I feel like some of my personalities.
Well, when you look at Globers, man, they must have a personality to invent Globers. Fuck's sake.
Well, it's like the argument for like a creator with a sense of humor is the duck-billed platypus, but I mean Globers are a good argument too, right?
Right, for sure.
Yeah, it's a funny story. That when they brought it back from Australia, they thought they fucking did some taxidermy on a duck and an otter. I just started adding animals together and came up with this animal.
Right. That's because they were already fucking about the specimens they had anyway, trying to prove evolution by messing with the embryos and shit. Can't remember that guy's name who was.
Or the guy who just made it all up.
Darwin was probably.
I think like people who believe in scientism should go to therapy, and all it should be is they should say like different mantras, which would be like space is gay, evolution is gay. They should just say that like all day, and then it'll be different after that. They'll come back with a more open mind.
Yeah, but they
Or we can.
Or
what we can do is we can grab them and throw them in the water until they grow gills and see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we do have quite a few people in here who are like, not flat earthers, right? So I'm just thinking, like, do one of you guys actually want to engage in like a serious discussion? Because I just feel like I've just been wading through trolls and idiots for the last 20 minutes. Like there must be someone in here who actually wants to have a robust, serious discussion.
Come on, boys. Come on.
Doubtful, but
Oh, yeah, but we're all flat earthers.
With you,
Like, come on, can't any Glober take the globe seriously? Is it that much of a joke that you can't even find a Glober who takes it seriously?
I think Britnat wants to take up the competition.
Yeah, Britnat's pretty cool, to be honest. I've not had a problem with him.
Yeah, I don't like arguing with people that I like. So we gotta find something else.
You guys are competing. You guys are competing with. You guys are competing with 24/7 Queer Earth. Just right up above there.
Yeah. I think
Britnat is pretty cool, except when he starts asking you on a date, gets kind of weird.
Brutal.
I think Sonny's a flat earther.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, yeah, flat Earth. Earth is flat, measures flat every time. So I've satisfied myself by my own measurements tests.
He told me he may be going back to the globe, though.
Oh, really? No, Sonny did not say I'm going back to the globe. Bring me some absolute proof.
Eclipses.
Those two words together are important. Absolute and truth. Absolute truths that show me something that's absolutely truthful that the Earth is a globe, and I'll go back.
Gravity.
Eclipses.
Gravity.
Eclipses.
Gravity. Refraction.
You got the impossible. You got the impossible eclipse. No, it's a no-go.
General relativity.
Tidal locking.
No, that didn't work for me.
Tension of space,
That
bending of
doesn't work.
space-time, bro.
Not while we
moon.
General relativity.
Yeah.
Wait, general relativity. Not if you want to be free.
But if the moon's a sphere, then why are we not a sphere?
Listen to this. I need to, boys. I need to say, esoteric baboon. You almost sound Scottish, bro. Honestly, you've got like a funny twang in your voice. It makes you sound like you're saying Scottish words.
Bro, he's Indian. He's obviously Indian. What are you talking about?
I am Indian. This guy
sounds Scottish, man.
Oh, I heard a little Scottish.
He sounds Indian.
He's perceptive. He's perceptive because I grew up in Scotland till age 10. I'm 33.
See, fucking told you, boy. I'm a fucking professional. I fucking told you, boy.
I can snap a Scotsman out from anywhere.
Are you a professional Scotsman? Is that what you're saying?
Aye. Well, I've been doing check-ins for fucking years, man. I can sniff a fucking accent. I can hear a smile in fucking 4 or 5 syllables, and I've caught a troll.
Yeah, you can always tell a Scottish person because they understand very well the phrase "legal tender."
Oh God, yes.
Hey, Jedi.
Yo.
I really like the point you brought up earlier about the pressure system, and as far as I'm aware, the only defense of the high pressure system of Earth's atmosphere not getting sucked into space is that gravity somehow keeps the air molecules here. Is that correct?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, that's the only argument. Yeah.
But then you've got to say which kind of gravity, and then they say, "What do you mean, which kind of gravity?" And you're like, Newtonian or Einsteinian, and they're like, they don't know which
or
one
you
to
can
pick.
ask them for an experiment that demonstrates that, and they won't get further. They won't get further than the first step: observed phenomenon.
Well, because as far as I'm aware, there's not one example on Earth where a high pressure system doesn't rush to a low pressure system to equalize.
On Earth?
On Earth, yeah.
That's the only place we fucking know. The only other places are imaginary.
What they do is they say, well, if you were in space, then two balls would totally move towards each other, and shit would totally coalesce into balls. Gas would totally just form balls in a vacuum in space, bro. Believe me.
Yeah, bro. It totally would, bro.
We don't know how stuff works in heaven, so that might be the case in heaven. Damn, Sonny.
You don't know what happens in Andromeda. Fuck's sake, man, eh? Fucking stupid flat earthers.
In that model, can someone steel man how they what the buoyant force means in their model? like steel man in their model, in the globe model.
They're gonna say that weight is due to gravity.
Cool.
Yeah,
Because I'm a retard, right? When I think of force, I think of something acting in one specific vector. So if there's like a downward force, then I expect things to be moving downward. Okay. And then if I see something ever moving upwards, and then suddenly stopping arbitrarily at some arbitrary height, I just want to know like why that would happen if they're claiming. Okay, I know they don't claim it's a force, but they claim it's like some sort of a emergent perceived force of gravity with their relativity interpretation. Either way, it's going to be.
I have an answer. I have an answer. Okay.
A steel man.
The reason why is because it is the all-knowing, all-seeing, all-perceiving gravity that we speak of.
I wanted a steel man. Come on, man.
Well, it's held to a lofty position in all the schools of academia. You can almost hear it, never mind, down the halls. Never mind.
So Baboon, was it Edinburgh you grew up in?
Yeah.
Or close? Yeah, man.
That's England.
Edinburgh.
It's all England, mate. It's all England.
Edinburgh.
I think I just had an Edinburgh.
I should.
Muirhouse. I went to Forest Stevenson. I'm doxing myself. But, okay.
By the way, I feel like I should win some kind of fucking prize for guessing that. Right?
Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
If it's all England, Jedi, why did Hadrian build that wall to keep the blue faces out?
He didn't build it tall enough, mate. It's not even fucking 6 foot.
He said blue faces. Now he's being racist.
I think history's been fucked up. I think it was just Scottish people. Scottish people built the wall to keep the English motherfuckers out.
To be fair, if we're talking about blue faces, and that Smurfs, and that wall is perfectly high to keep Smurfs out. It's fine.
Remember, no one wanted to go there. They go, "Oh, those crazy people from the clouds."
Are you saying it's okay to damage Smurfs or what?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all right. My dad's a blue face,
So who's in the room that wants to talk? We've got Jaeger and we've got what's that other person called?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. What did you say about me?
Budical. No, I'm just asking if any of you want to join the conversation and fight for the globe.
No, I'm a flat earther.
All right, come on. What makes the Earth flat then? What was the smack in the face that gave you the flat Earth knowledge?
Well, talking about like some of what like Sonny said, I basically took the calculation that's provided by NASA, provided by scientific institutions that's supposed to, show you how much curvature should occur for every mile. And then I went out for myself and saw landmarks that I should not be able to see if the Earth is a globe.
How far were they? How far should they have been below the curve?
What did you say?
Saying how far were these objects that you saw and how much below the curve should they have been?
They should have been miles below the curve.
Yeah,
the longest one I saw was about 12 miles out.
That's not miles, mate.
Yeah. So you're talking
not miles.
That would be about 70, 80 feet.
Maybe almost 100
I think I misunderstood the question.
That's what I was asking you to catch you out to see if you were bullshitting, but everybody just gave you the answer.
Good job.
Hey, Quantum's in the house.
Yeah, by far, I mean, since I've been in here, I just pop in and out. By far, the leading subject from the 2015 Pretender Clown Baltards is gravity. These guys have a definite affinity towards fairy tale gravity, don't they?
Yeah,
oh, for sure.
They do.
But the thing is, they don't even know. Sorry, I don't know if I'm taking over people.
Just quickly, sorry, I don't know. Am I?
You're fine.
There you go, Crypto.
Yeah, Quantum. You didn't hear this earlier, but this was fantastic. So, the reason that eclipses work is because of general relativity.
Really?
Yeah, apparently.
How so?
Yeah, I don't know either.
They don't know either.
They didn't know.
There's a guy who said this. He said that the sun's rays are straight, but then gravity curves them straight.
Oh, that was a different part of the same.
They say the same thing about that for laser tests. Like if you find two points that far apart that are the exact same elevation, then you'll ask, okay, why is the laser not showing any curve? And they'd say, oh, because gravity bends the laser. It's just so stupid. Gravity is like their duct tape that like all the holes in their fucking logic, they just like stick it on. And it's like gravity is inconsistent when it needs that, when they need it to be, but it's super consistent when they need it to be. It's just the stupidest shit ever.
Oh yeah, also
No, but they usually don't even know which gravity they're talking about. Oh man, that's the funny thing. I'll have to catch them out on it.
Gravity
remember,
knows
guys,
what to do and when to do it.
Remember, guys, Bigfoot is not the Earth.
Gravity knows
It's just like they're like, oh, gravity keeps us from like, makes it so that water doesn't fall off the end of a ball. And I'm like, okay, so then how come you can literally like, so how come my muscles and my legs are strong enough to overpower gravity when I jump? How come you can literally, Mythbusters proved it, you can like, with just the vacuum, the vacuum that a vacuum cleaner can create can like lift an entire car off the ground. Oh, so that's strong enough to overpower gravity, right? It's just their little convenient little like out for every inconsistency in their scientific like principles. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just say it's gravity.
Yeah, it's
when
really,
they
really
couldn't-
strong, but also
when
really,
they-
really weak. Sorry, go on.
When they couldn't decide whether the light rays were parallel or diverging, I wanted, when you destroyed the parallel light rays, I wanted somebody to destroy the distance to the sun with bad moon shadow.
Brilliant.
I don't think we were going to get very far into any sort of argument with that guy. He was trying to argue that they're parallel and divergent at the same time. His way of doing it was literally the light's parallel, but gravity curves it straight.
And convergent too.
Yeah, I don't think we were going to get anywhere.
Well, yeah, because that's how the eclipse model works in the first place, right? Is converging rays.
And also the moon phase model. Some people still think that phases of the moon are caused by obstruction of the Earth. The fuck?
So the cause of a moon phase is an eclipse. Cool story.
Right, because that's how it started, right? Because we were going to ask a glober how the moon phases actually work, and then they went on to eclipses, thus confirming that that's how they think they work.
So, what happens during a solar eclipse?
Your mum.
Thanks.
Shit gets pretty dark for a little bit.
What happens in a solar eclipse?
Something moves in front of the sun.
Well, some people say that's the moon, but we don't actually see the moon. We just see an occultation of light that looks like a spherical object. But nobody actually sees the moon before or after the lunar eclipse. The solar eclipse, right?
Right.
He jumped out, the guy that asked the question, after you say his mom.
Your mom. Yeah, your mom calls this the bulge in the moon. And that's why
For some people are sensitive about saying your mom, so yeah, that might be the case with that guy.
Alright, I do apologise. I'll hold back from saying that, mum. Next time it'll be that sister.
Sister.
His sister.
Jokes on you, my sister's 12.
Oh my god. It's going off the rails.
Come on, man.
So, any more? Is there any more globers in the panel?
Yeah, there's gonna be Glover tell me how the bending of space-time makes objects move downwards.
Well, we already heard how the bending of space-time explains eclipses. So, I mean, why not? Why not just...
I never understood that. I do, by the way, because I believed in mainstream science for a while. Just literally never made sense.
Wasn't that the same guy that was like trying to say he had an electromagnet and he could show that it was bending gases?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
He was using that as an argument.
Have you heard the globe argument that actually nothing is being pulled downwards, but the globe on every side is rushing upwards to meet an object if you drop it off the plane?
Yeah.
That's supposedly that's what relativity says is happening.
Yeah. So then obviously you just ask them, what if I drop an apple at the South Pole and an apple at the North Pole, and then watch them skits out for the next hour trying to explain it?
Exactly. It's unvisualizable. It's simply just mathematics. It literally is like the most.
Of course. Yeah, of course. It's maths. It's maths that's applied very specifically to one scenario, but doesn't work in a general sense. And that's why they don't want to address the general scenario.
I'm going to address your claim that you dropped an apple at the North Pole and then an apple at the South Pole simultaneously. I don't reckon you did that.
Mathematics doesn't work out either.
Yeah.
They say mathematics, but they don't know what they are.
I agree. I'm just
general theory of relativity. You can't have two or more masses.
Fuck it, define mass for me.
Only works with one mass in an empty universe.
What's mass?
Mathematically speaking, general relativity only works with one mass in an empty universe.
It's also a very panpsychist worldview where everything has its own reference point. It's also the B theory. It has to be B theory necessarily, and that's just retarded.
Define mass.
Yeah, good luck.
Sunday morning at church.
Yeah.
Which part of Sunday?
The Sabbath.
The bloody part.
Can I have 1/8 of Sunday, please?
Yep, 3 hours.
The only way I could define mass is if you take the M out of the word.
I need a
That's where the curvature was. It was in the word mass all this time.
I need a pie-shaped piece of Sunday morning. Wow, I didn't know that would be the thing that shut everybody up. Just kidding. I couldn't have guessed it.
Overtures going one, going two.
Globe.
Okay, well, so they say they can bend time and warp space and time.
Yeah, how does that make an object rush up or move down or whatever the fuck the interpretation is? How?
Yeah, how is that globe proof? Well,
how does it even work? Can anyone visualize this?
You can't bend. You can't physically bend concepts.
Exactly.
I like to say, give me 3 foot in 12 minutes, or some other random fucking measurement when they claim space time.
Yeah, really. Space time's the excuse for everything, along with gravity and the twin sister evil twins.
Just ask Globus for a quadric meter second of space time.
Sounds kosher.
Earth a globe because it has to be.
Yeah, that evil twins, space time and gravity. That's Sunny 2023. Thank you very much. Copyrighted.
What else could it be?
Yo, do you guys have a job?
Yeah.
Yes.
My job is oorah, oorah, oorah.
Flat smacking the fuck out of globers.
Yeah, I don't have a job, but I do have multiple businesses. I don't know if that counts.
I get paid to be an agent of destruction for the truthers.
Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
I'm just paid to go around and troll.
You mean agent of obfuscation?
I'm funded by an NSA Black Fund.
So surely you'll have an intelligent fucking argument instead of fucking garbage.
Yeah, could you please?
Or you've not been trained by anybody, surely.
Space Force strikes again.
Well, I'm not a conscious human. I'm actually an AI trained bot.
You're not doing very well. AI can fucking argue better than you, man.
Why don't you
fucking ChatGPT?
Try to move past Atari level, and we'll try to work with you.
All right, I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Put in a PS2 processor.
That's reaching.
That shit's almost as weak as gravity.
Which one?
I hope you know I was being serious about all of them.
It's 38 decimal places less strong than More storm than gravity. No, just kidding. Ta ta ta.
Was that it? Like, we're fucking empty. There's no Globers left.
What the heck? You guys ran them out that quick? QE, what do you have to say about this?
Indio's banned them all, I think.
Do you want me to play devil's advocate?
I don't know. Maybe let's ask QE. QE, do you want him to play devil's advocate?
I know Bodicol at the bottom. They're a globe earther, but they I don't know, maybe they don't want to talk.
Budocal, do you want to speak? No, I'm not. I'm not even a gold nothing, but there you are.
I am brushing my hair and stuff. Thank you. Just listening.
Oh, you're brushing your hair. So self-hygiene. Okay, thanks for sharing.
No problem. Showers are important. Just a reminder.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself from laughing.
Your arms must be really long.
I love the. Speaking of hair, I love the way that the astronauts' hairs look in the videos of the ISS.
They look like trolls, bro.
Well, they are trolls.
They are trolls. Oh, there you go.
They look like Gumby hair dolls. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever you guys do, just run past QE.
Yeah, everybody know. Okay, QE, what were you about to say?
I said his arms would have to be quite long to reach around to comb his back hair.
Oh man. Oh.
Corny.
Oh no, you didn't.
Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
That's about time you showed up.
She's been here for ages. She just can't get a word in edgeways with us lot.
That's it. Go ahead. The
Wait,
floor.
so is your 24-hour stream not going anymore?
I don't know. I think somebody's streaming this, aren't they?
Different channel.
Yeah, it's a Discord server 24/7. This is an outpost.
No, I
in
know
the
that. I
fucking
know that. I'm
feed.
from that server. I know that you guys came here for outreach. I'm just asking if the stream is not this Discord call, right?
Nah,
Wait a minute,
Teos is streaming sometimes.
We
But I don't think
didn't.
he's
We didn't come here for outrage. We came here to let you guys know that you have the ability to question authority. Think for yourself.
There you go. That's a good bottom line right there.
There's plenty of people that do that enough on this server. So
Pretty sure he said outreach, not outrage.
But yeah.
But even though we caused that as well, caused a fair bit of outrage.
No, I said outreach.
No, but I'm saying we also cause a fair bit of outrage.
It's actually a service call to for immediate attention for you to learn to think for yourself at emergency levels.
Someone said that people in this server question authority, but when their authority says Earth is globe, they say yes, Earth is globe.
Somebody vomited. Get them help, please. Anyway, a spill on aisle 3.
I guess it's just not a subject I'm interested in. Doesn't really matter to me.
What the fuck you here then?
Just listening.
Oh, okay.
Is Earth globe this skill? Is Earth globe?
I think so, but I ain't in the business of trying to prove it now.
Okay. Well, what would you think would make it a globe for you? What's the most important thing that makes it globe for you?
I don't know.
The government said so.
Yeah, unironically.
Is that it? Really?
I know.
Yo, do you guys think aliens
But I've
exist?
never wasted my time studying if the globe is curved. It doesn't matter, man. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah, of course you do.
Yeah, you gotta pay taxes so they can prove the globe to you. Yeah, you gotta pay. You gotta work, pay taxes so they can prove the globe to you, bro.
You gotta work your ass off like a slave
Yeah,
because
dude,
they're making
there's-
all your resources like.
Dude, there's
they're making-
homeless people that depend on me to pay my taxes. Okay, I gotta go to work.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you.
make sure
do
you
you guys
pay
think
your
aliens
taxes
exist?
so we can go to Mars. Thank you.
You're welcome, brother.
That's why More rovers on Mars. I mean,
And we
Yo,
when I
do
say we, I
aliens
mean
exist in the flat
you
Earth
and me.
world?
They
Mars,
don't come from a place called space, for sure. That's one thing we know.
Mars or Devon Island? Which your choice? Which one do you
How
think?
does the day and night cycle work then?
The sun
It gets
moves.
dark. It gets dark.
Have you got a list of questions written down that you're coming in to answer? You got like fucking 10 buzz questions.
Just as it occurs outside when it occurs. That's how.
I mean, is this?
How
Did you
does
get
this
these
come
questions
around?
from a video? Did you get them from like a Professor Dave video or something?
I'm just asking questions, man.
That's all right, man. That's cool.
That's
I'm just
fine,
asking.
man.
Me too.
Okay, so let me repeat this.
What's up, everybody?
Let me repeat this real slow. So the sun moves over top of the plane.
And it comes around every day, as we see.
Every day.
Why don't,
It
why
goes
don't you
away.
ask
Goes
him
around and round.
instead of entertaining that? I never made a claim about the day and night cycle. It sounds like that he has something in the hopper. So can you explain the day and night cycle? And with that explanation, can you provide scientific validation for it?
There you go.
I'm asking you how it works.
Oh, now you're asking us. Now I'm asking you. I never made a claim for it. So I don't know. Do you go up to complete strangers and ask them to explain stuff they never made claims for?
Man's got a point, dude.
I don't know.
Hey, I
In my
turned off
town,
all the lights in my house. When is the
I want to hear. I
festival?
want to hear the answers to this one, though.
All you
I
had
don't
to
know.
do.
I don't know what would happen in my town. I pretty much know what would happen if I walked up to a complete stranger and asked him to explain something he didn't make a claim for. I better get ready to put up my dukes.
Or call 911 for the emergency psychiatric team.
Yeah. So.
Bro, this is a fucking Discord call.
So.
Well done.
That's amazing. That changes things.
This is not a discussion, bro.
Well, go ahead and discuss. Go ahead.
Well,
How does the day and night cycle work?
Can't answer it. Just say you can't answer it.
How does the day and night? Well, you can't answer, obviously.
I'm answering. I'm fucking asking the question, bro.
Oh, you
seem to
are.
be so knowledgeable on it, so just fucking answer.
I seem to be so knowledgeable on something I didn't make a claim for.
Dude, we don't quite understand if you don't get this point. No one's making a claim to this, so why would you ask us to explain it? I haven't made a claim for it.
So you can't explain how it works.
I haven't made a claim for it.
How does reality works day and night? You just go outside and shit happens.
But wait a minute, he made. But wait a minute, he made a claim for it though, so you should provide provide your claim. Show us your claim.
I have no idea, bro. I was asking you a question.
Okay, so when you think about
You can't answer it. That's fine.
When you think about the day-night cycles, what are they doing? Can you describe that in your own mind, like how you think how it's working? How do you think it's working?
I guess the Earth is spinning.
Well, listen. As we can see, bro. As you can see, when the sun, as you can see, the sun moves. Literally, you see it move, right? It goes over into the horizon, as you can see.
It does.
Wait, so do you guys think the
that
sun
direction,
moves around
whatever
the
that direction that is, that you see it moving, is what you will see.
It never goes down below the horizontal, ever.
It just goes towards it.
It just goes far away from you, and it goes into the vanishing point, your vanishing point, where you can no longer resolve it anymore. It's too
Wait,
slow.
Tony,
vanishing. Yes,
Tony,
vanishing.
hello?
Correct.
Did he just say that the ground spins?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't. No.
No. The sun
the other
moves,
guy.
brother.
Oh, the sun moves.
If you did, that's
on him.
Yeah, but no.
Wait, so the ceiling moves.
The sun.
Whatever you want to call it, it moves above us. The stars, whatever they're in, or if they're in nothing, whatever their position, they're rotating in a sequence, a synchronized fashion. They come around over the same places over Earth every single year to the second and location. If you can understand that, it's printed in nautical almanacs as to where the angles are to find lines of position and zeniths.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Appreciate it.
One question: now, the moon, when it's in the sky, sometimes when you see the sun, like as it's daytime, like is that maybe that's really the sun at the same? I mean, the moon and the sun at the same time. So how is that one thing throws me off? Like, how is there night? There must not be night on. It still may be dark on the other side, but you know, I
Bro,
don't
it's
know.
dark. Bro, it's dark wherever the sun isn't. I mean,
Right, but you ever seen the moon out where the sun's out at the same time?
we've even seen the sun and moon at the same time as a lunar eclipse, destroying the globe model.
Yeah. Even a crescent moon. Listen, I just saw a crescent moon tonight while the sun was not set
Me
yet.
too. That's what I was seeing.
Yeah.
Exactly the same thing. The crescent.
They were close together. That's impossible. If the sun and the moon are above the horizon at the same time, then it would be a full moon at all times.
Which kind of throws me off because, like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around it a little bit, you know,
Well,
like
bro,
the
you're
concept
best.
of seeing the moon and the sun at the same time, you know.
Bro, you sound like you're interested in the subject, man. Hang around this chat, you'll find out some shit that'll blow your fucking mind.
Yeah.
I'm down, man. That's all I'm here to learn, man. I'm here.
Hey,
I'm
listen
here
to
to
this.
understand, bro.
So listen to this. You heard what I said about the crescent moon in the daytime. Listen, you should never be able to have a full moon at midnight at any time, because the sun should be on the other side of the earth. The earth should be completely blocking out the moon at that time in a shadow. If they're lined up like they're saying they're supposed to be, that should never happen. We have full moons only at night. You have some. But
You have that backwards, Sonny.
Yo, who's the guy that was speaking? Who was the guy we're speaking to? I've got some resources and a server link for you.
Backwards, no.
Oh,
Yeah,
for
it's
the
okay. You got
for the sun
mixed
and the
up.
moon being out at the same time. That was me.
What's that? What's your name, bro?
Gravel.
Gravel, 2 seconds, man. If you want, we're from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, so I'll send you the link for the server. If you want to join, I'll give you a role for the access. Cool, man. We've got vast amounts of resources in there, bro. If you scroll down, it's all alphabetized. Every answer we've got literally is in the server.
My man, I appreciate that, my man. Is it in the comments?
Yeah, but yeah.
I'll DM it to you just now. I'll send it to your DM right now, bro.
Okay, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Oh yes, I'm gonna take a look into that. I love to research, man. Just learn some, you know what I'm saying? Because I already know. Listen, a lot of the stuff that we've been told already has been a lie and has been proved it was a lie. Bullshit, you know. Like so.
Look at 9/11, man. Like, fuck's sake, if they're prepared to do something like 9/11, kill thousands of people that day, then invade multiple countries and exterminate fucking millions, is the flat globe Earth, is the globe Earth story that much of a reach?
NFL players now, a lot of them are flat earthers. I pasted an article in the side chat, and that's very persuasive to me. If NBA players and NFL players are flat earthers, I am too.
Well, the problem was that they said if Globetard, that flat earthers on the fringe of society, they're not able to function. They're like the rejects. It's like the bum with the holding the sign up. The end is nigh. What actually turns out, the cream of the crop, the cutting edge, the best of the best people are flat earthers too. So it takes away it, like you yoink that thing about that. The only reason why someone would think the earth is flat is there's something deficiently wrong with them. Okay, go play basketball with a flat earther and see how deficient you are. And just
basketball players are largely flat earthers, and it's probably because when they bounce the ball, it's like unconvincing to them that the ball, a round object could be a.
Stop trolling, bro, please.
Remember, H.C.
All the
Advocate, he
stereotypes that
claims
they call us, bro. I don't pay no mind to the stereotypes they say because they do. You know that we all have our own different personalities, and at the end of the day, we all link up to the same thing from different worlds, from different different countries. It has to make some sense in some type of way.
But what people don't know about NBA players is most of them are like geophysicists, and they most of them have a science background. So the fact that most of them are flat earthers,
a lot of them have college degrees and they got full ride all the way through college.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys. To the gentleman that was just speaking, Sorry, to the gentleman that was just
There you go,
speaking,
Jerry.
not the guy who was talking about NBA players. The guy who's just joined us. Have you got any other questions to flat earthers? For example, why do we think the Earth is flat? Has anybody ever explained that to you?
Explained it in
Well,
full
no, I mean,
detail.
I don't need an
No.
explanation. NBA players think it is, and so do I.
Bro, stop fucking trolling, man, or you're getting muted.
You got wrecked. So instead of like squealing like a little pig, just
Are you saying
realize
that I'm not taking this seriously? Why wouldn't I take this seriously?
Just
Oh
mute him,
my
Space.
goodness. I'm going to have to.
Gonna have to. Because the gentleman before that was coming in with some good questions and stuff, and I want to keep that conversation going. Maybe lead him in the direction that can demonstrate to him that the Earth is obviously flat. But we'll get there. What's your name, my friend?
I
Sorry,
can
I'm not
pose
looking at
some.
the screen.
I think
Misa,
I can pose some good
are you
questions
talking about
if I don't
Misa?
get muted.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I definitely believe the world is flat.
Awesome stuff. And how have you come to that realization yourself?
So realizing it myself. Okay, let me really think about this because I had the game going as well. Let me pause my game. Okay. So honestly,
That's very
it came
polite.
to
Go ahead.
it came to a point, man, where it all started from seeing Freemason stuff. That's where it honestly came from for me. I seen a lot of Freemason stuff, seeing it in how they had the heliocentric model. That's what they call it in every single ever since Isaac Newton, from Benjamin Franklin all the way back until Galileo, bro, who actually they say who I guess depicted the heliocentric model. Was it him, right?
Yeah, go on.
And yeah, so I was just looking into this after just just seeing a lot of Freemason symbols and stuff like that, because I'm a carpenter. I have a Freemason symbol on my fucking shit every day. Like, I mean, it's the compass with the thing, but it's a G in the middle because not a G. It's the some other shit. It's a thing, whatever our local is. So it depending wherever you're at, yeah. And yeah, so I just looked into it, bro, and I actually was trying to be a Freemason. I asked my instructor one day if he could put me on a Freemason. He's one, because he's in carpentry, and he was like, "Oh, one day I'll put you in, one day, and this and that, or I'll show you how to get in, and this and that." I'm like, it's probably easy. I'm sure it's probably easy, but then I don't know. So I wanted to look into I looked into what they what they believed in, everything like that, and it's funny because they show the Polaris in their fucking thing, and stairs going up to the light, which it looks like the Polaris. I'm sure is that light. Is their head? They say, "Oh, hail the light," something like that. So and then I looked into more. Yeah, and if you want me to keep going, I will. It's up to you. But
On you
I
go, bro.
get, I get the conspiracy theory stuff, and we've probably all been down that pathway, mate. But my question's really specific. How have you come to the understanding for yourself that the Earth is flat and stationary and not a ball spinning in the vacuum of space?
So specifically that, bro. So I just, after seeing all the research of everything, bro, I see that first of all, there's no curvature at all, as they say. Even, though through pictures, I've been on planes, but as you can see, you can only see through a window. I never skydived and could see through my pure eyes, and even at that, you're wearing goggles, I'm sure. But saying so, it's hard to depict. But I also seen freaking, I can just feel it right now when I'm standing, bro. I don't even know. I should be feeling some type of, I don't know. The fucking trees should be flowing in the wind at 1,000 miles per hour, as they say. I don't know. Like, it
Yeah,
doesn't
they're
just doesn't
claiming
make
it's
sense to me.
nonsense, right? You don't feel the ground moving, and they claiming it's moving at multiple speed,
It's
multiple.
just a lot. Yeah, it's just a lot of shit that just
It's
doesn't
nonsense.
it just doesn't make sense, bro. And the biggest thing for
Yeah,
me is
nonsense.
also is the freaking sun and the moon shit. That makes no sense. And also that the moon is transparent apparently. Um, you know, as you can see through it, we can. Like it, I don't know. Can y'all when it's out in the sun? You ever seen it in the daytime? You can see through the craters, and you can see the blue hue of the sky behind it, which is kind of crazy. But I don't know, just shit like that just makes you think. And you only see one face of the moon. So NASA debunks everything about space. If you want to go to that level, but we can all agree. We can all agree right now that if you're a round earther in here, or if you're a flat earther, I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying, we can all agree that we're surrounded by something. If it's space, what they call it, or if it's liquid, as we think in the firmament, we're all surrounded by something. It's something. We can agree on that bothly as both groups. So, um, that goes to show that's what we should look into. And we have. We even tried to go through what it was. And as they say, it was, remember the shit with Elon, I guess. It was if that was a fake launch or something like that, or if that was real when he hit the firmament, as they say. But I don't know. I know nobody's been to the moon. Neil Armstrong said he's never, he said it was a joke. I seen the interview with him, well, the Q&A with the students, with the kids, If you ever seen that. I don't know. So, there it is.
Well done, dude. It looks like you've been looking into it. Yeah, there's some, that sounds good to me, actually. And you pause your game to speak to us. That's pretty polite. So, props to you.
Oh, I appreciate that. I actually wanted to, this is actually important, because then I feel like this also ties into our governments, because obviously it has to. It's all a control. It's all right. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
I was just going to say, bro, I DM'd you that stuff, but you're already a member of 24/7. You've got roles and stuff anyway.
What was that again?
I'm saying you're already a member of 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Oh, absolutely.
That's where we came from, bro. That's why I sent you the DM with all the stuff. But there's a couple of Google Drives in your DM, so you got a lot of information there.
Yes.
Man.
Oh yes. Okay. Thank you.
Loads of shit, man.
How do you explain the fact that in the northern hemisphere the stars rotate counterclockwise, and in the southern hemisphere they rotate clockwise?
That is interesting.
First time I ever heard the first time I heard that guy asking a question, that was the same question he asked.
Is anybody gonna point out that you're
West.
begging the question in your question?
It's not begging the question.
It is. You know what hemispheres are? Halves of a sphere. So you're saying, how do the stars work on this sphere in this northern and southern hemisphere when we're trying to figure out, well, you're trying to figure out if it's a sphere or not? It's begging the question.
Sure. So I can rephrase it. Why is it that in two separate parts of the planet, the stars rotate in different directions?
Oh, really?
I'll
take this one. I'll take this one.
All right, go for it, fuck.
So what you're saying, in the northern hemiplane, the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west, but in the southern hemiplane, yes, you are.
No.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not.
Counterclockwise and clockwise are not objective directions. So what you're exactly asking is, you're saying that the stars, sun, and moon rise in the east and set in the west in the northern hemiplane. That's one direction, east to west. Those are objective directions. And in the southern hemiplane, you bet you won't let me finish. You sure won't let me finish, will you?
I'm talking about the stars.
Just mute his dumbass.
If you interrupt Quantum again,
Yeah,
you're
one
gonna
at a
be
time, please. I
muted
wanna
the
hear
whole
this.
night.
So, we'll try this one more time. First of all, counterclockwise and clockwise are not objective directions. They're relative directions. Objective directions are north, south, east, and west. In the northern hemiplane, the sun, moon, and stars rise in the east and set in the west. In the southern hemiplane, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, along with the moon and stars. There is no change in direction. You're a numpty dipshit.
Oh yeah, well, so now maybe you can try addressing my actual.
Yeah, I
point.
did. I
It
did
is-
address it directly.
No, because I specifically said that I'm not talking about the sun and the moon. Whether they set in the east, rise in the east, or set in the west, right? I was talking about the rotation of the stars.
Yeah, the stars.
That's what we're talking about, bro. That's why he's just explained to you.
Let me make my point.
If you need a visual aid, if you need a visual aid, take a
if I
look
do a
at
time lapse,
If I do a
were to
time
do it-
lapse,
oh
then
my
they
God.
rise in the
Okay.
east and set in the west.
Yes, correct. Again, but I'm not talking about the sun and the moon. I'm talking about the stars.
The sun and the moon and the stars
Oh my
all
God!
travel in the same direction.
Everything, bro. Everything.
Just let me get out my
Everything
fucking
travel.
sentence. Holy
Bro,
shit! If
everything
you're not a
travels
pussy,
east to west. It's been explained to you multiple
you're not
different ways.
Just let him say it again. Fucking hell.
No, dude, if I do a time lapse of Polaris, right? Polaris will seem to stay in the same spot, but everything, all the stars around it, will rotate
East to west.
counterclockwise, right? They're not rising or setting. They just do a circle,
East
right?
to west.
And same
The
thing with
stars travel
same thing
east
with the
to
southern.
west, bro.
Same thing with the Southern Cross. If I am in the Southern Hemisphere, if I do a time lapse of the Southern Cross, they
travel east
don't
to west.
set, they don't raise or set, right? They're
No,
just going
in
clockwise.
circles. They travel in concentric circles like they always have done, east to west, just like the fucking sun and the moon that was just explained to you, man. What the fuck?
Has
All
been explained
stars,
to him
all
like 50
luminaries,
times already.
all lights in the sky travel in the same direction. They don't suddenly change direction. It's like standing in the road, you watch a car coming from your right hand side, you cross over the road and look. The car looks like it's coming from the opposite side. It's not fucking changed direction, man. There's a visual display in the fucking text chat.
I know it's not changing direction.
Right, so they all travel east to west, you agree? Welcome to Fly Earth.
See, that was the point that everyone got upset about. It was a description of the sun, moon, and stars. Did you miss the "and stars" bit of Quantum Eraser and Spake's definition to you? Did you miss that?
Nope, I sure held it.
Good. So you will agree that the stars come from the east and go to the west, yes?
Where'd he go?
No, I already answered. I already answered the question. You just asked me a second.
So
All
do you
right.
agree then?
All right, 30 minutes after the hour from NASA. The sun, the moon, the planets, and the stars all rise in the east and set in the west. From the astronomy department at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, for an observer on the Earth, objects move from east to west. This is true for both the northern and southern hemispheres, called the path of stars. You're screwed.
So we agree that the sun, moon, and stars come from the east and go to the west, my friend. Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
So there you go. Change direction.
Finally.
So there's no change in direction. It might be your
never said there
orientation,
was.
my friend.
You're dead.
It might be your orientation, right? So you face north. They go counterclockwise.
Yeah, but those are
Turn
not
around.
directions. Yeah, but those
What's
aren't
that?
directions. Those aren't directions. Counterclockwise and clockwise aren't, they're relative. They're not objective directions.
Correct.
That's an important point right there, QE. I know I've heard you saying that
But
before.
if you're
People
in
don't
the
get it.
northern
That's
hemisphere,
important.
if you're in the northern hemisphere facing north, they are going counterclockwise. If
That's
you are
not
in the
an
southern
objective
hemisphere,
direction.
if I don't care, it doesn't make a difference.
Yes, it does. It makes a huge
If
difference. You're
no, it
exposed.
doesn't make a difference because I'm already qualifying that you are facing north. It is relative to somebody who's facing.
So your question
north.
was, why do the
If you are
stars
facing
spin in
north,
opposite
if you're
directions?
facing north,
You know,
it
claiming
is
that
going
you're an empty
counterclockwise.
dipshit.
If
Just
you are in the
mute
southern
him.
hemisphere, it
Just
is
mute
going
him.
count.
He's an idiot.
It's often.
You're
He has
exposed.
diarrhea of the mouth.
Yep, you're exposed.
Next.
This is where he changes his claim. Brilliant. Well done, man.
They
Is he
literally
Orkin?
can't figure out turning around. It's pathetic.
Fucking crazy, man.
No, they think counterclockwise and clockwise are actually objective directions. They're retards. They listen to Professor Dave or some idiot mindlessly parrot this and then come in and ask the stupid question back from 2015.
They're just obfuscation experts.
We've done this song and dance with this same guy like 20 times already.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Have we?
I have.
Shit in hell, man.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
I'll-
been explained to him over tonight. It was like 7 times. Other nights, like I would say, like 50 plus times.
He resets every day, and in a way, he's got a spiral because that's what he thinks he's seeing.
My qualifying question today is what causes moon phases. Maybe we can unmute him and he can answer that question.
Yeah, that was Boogie, right? If I'm tabbed out. I'm trying to think of the name. Yeah, okay.
He's driving a 16-wheeler and talking to us at the moment.
Oh fuck! Keep your eyes on the road. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, I'd be happy to address the phases.
Awesome. And the only reason why I'm asking that question is I've asked 2 people that believe in the globe and they've given me the wrong answer. So I'm just hoping that you know your own model. What causes moon phases within the heliocentric model, mate?
The position of the sun and the moon. It's so the way I thought I was hearing it described by the flat earthers is like a lunar eclipse where the sun is supposed to be creating a shadow on the moon, which creates the crescent, but that's not that's not what it's supposed to be. It's the position of the moon relative to the sun relative to the moon and the earth, to where
You're
we
wrong.
are seeing it.
You're wrong.
Where
He's right.
You're
within
wrong.
within the heliocentric model, it's the orientation depending on where the where the moon is with regards to the Earth.
Yeah, so we're only catching like
Did he not just?
Did
Did he not just
I
say
think you
he's
know.
talking about a lunar eclipse, or am I tripping?
No, I said it. I said that's the way I heard the flat earthers saying it, but that's not
For a
Yeah,
lunar eclipse, right?
for what?
Misunderstanding.
No, listen
Yeah.
to what I'm asking. You're talking about during a lunar eclipse, yes or no?
No.
Phases.
Yes
We're
or
talking
no?
about phases. No, we're talking about phases.
Okay, my bad.
Cool. So the only reason why I ask is you said flat earthers. No, that was a conversation earlier where I asked 2 people what caused moon phases, and they gave me the example of an eclipse. I'm only asking you because I got a bee in my bonnet about it today. Mate. That's all.
Yeah, no,
So,
you would have been right about that.
Yeah, that's fine. Then at least you know something about your own model. That's fine.
Model that doesn't exist.
Wait, he's a okay.
Can you show us that globe model?
Can I?
Yeah.
I'm not going to. I'm driving.
Oh.
Ask a
Meaning-
friend to post chat.
Meaning that if you weren't driving, you could post the globe model in here in the chat.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
You'd be the first one in 8 years.
Only weren't
And
driving.
that doesn't mean that 9 years ago somebody posted it.
Jesus.
Well, I guess the question would be, would I be able to post a globe model that you would accept?
No. No. Not that we would accept. We're saying that you don't know
Not
what
at
a
all.
model is. Number one. Is it a scientific model or like a, I don't know, runway model? What model are you talking about?
I would have to look at it.
You know what a scientific model is?
There's lots of scientific.
There's lots of them. Well, that would be a law of identity violation. Can't be lots of one thing. What's a scientific model?
Well, no, because I'm specifically saying that a scientific model isn't only one thing. There's lots of different types of scientific models.
Then that would be a law of identity violation.
It would
We're
only
gonna
be
go
a law
around
of
the circle
identity.
again. What's a scientific
violation.
model? Okay, let's define a
I said
scientific
there's
model.
only one violation.
What's a scientific model?
Give me one
Define it. Define it. Well, you don't have citation because you're driving, right? But just make something up and then I'll destroy it.
Types of 5 main types of scientific models: the
really?
representational models, descriptive models, spittle models. I don't know what that is. Mathematical models,
God.
computational models. There are more than one type of model. Like simple Google search, buddy.
Oh, really? It's simple. So you're a Google Wiki Google scientist, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. When I don't know something, I look it up. What do you do?
Really? Can you define it?
Define what?
A model, scientific model.
Which one?
Fucking hell.
And there's not
I
five.
just gave you 5.
Well,
I
there's
just
not
gave you
five.
5.
There's not 5, you numpty dipshit. There's probing models, phenomenological models, computational models, developmental models, explanatory models, impoverished models, testing models, idealized models, theoretical models, scale models, heuristic models, caricature models, didactic models, fantasy models. That's the one that you'd probably like. Toy models, imaginary models, another one that you'd like. Mathematical models, substitute models, iconic models, formal models, and analog models, and instrumental models. I'm looking for the scientific model.
Okay, define the scientific model.
That's what I'm. That's what I
Explain
asked.
scientific model. Yes, that's what he's saying.
No, I'm asking you to because you're.
Oh, you're
I'm
asking.
telling
No,
you
I
that there's
asked
not just.
you.
I'm.
You.
Yeah. Well,
I asked you.
I'm rejecting your question in because I don't
You're
believe that
rejecting
there
my
is just
question and then asking me the same question back. That makes perfect fucking sense.
correct. Correct.
Yeah,
Because
correct.
I don't believe that there's just one model.
You're
You
a
do.
retard.
Okay, that's not an argument. That's an add-on.
That no, that's a conclusion based on your responses.
No, that's an add-on. Why don't
No,
why don't
no, you don't know what an add-on is either. What's an add-on?
If yours an add-on is a personal attack in lieu of a response. So
I
why
just
don't-
gave
why
you a
don't-
response.
If you're going to assert that there's
I just
only
gave
one
you a response.
scientific
I'm not
model,
asserting anything.
what is it?
You haven't
is it?
defined a scientific model.
Because I don't believe there is just one. You do.
You don't believe there is one, so let's just debunk you right now.
I
Right?
said just one.
We'll put this to rest. From Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that explanation of a natural phenomena, model, i.e. model or theory, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered, listen up, a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. End of citation.
Okay, that didn't say that there's only one scientific.
That's what, yeah, it did say what a scientific model was. Specifically. So you're a retard. You're a pretender clown. Good night.
Trying to drop that R bomb as much, bro, that descends into fucking nonsense with these folk.
And he'll reset tomorrow. Nothing new under the sun.
Yep.
So went in one ear and out the other. It didn't even stay long enough. It moved just one, boom, gone.
Well, Mr. Parsival is in the chat asking about scientific experiments for shapes.
Oh, brilliant. Get him in here.
Oh, wow.
Sounds like a disqualify.
It's like asking for a social security number for fucking color.
That tickled me.
Yeah, it's like a disqualify. It's like, dude, you really think that? Like, what happened to you?
Does anyone know who Becker was in the citation that I gave?
Never heard of him.
The important point that Becker introduced. Yeah, never heard of him?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he was the key guy behind phlogiston theory. So he learned his lesson.
Fuck, I've never heard of that either.
I don't know what that is.
Great obscure shit.
You never heard of phlogiston?
Nah.
Is that what
I'm
they used
just
to think fire was?
Say again?
Is that what they used to think fire was?
Yeah, that was the cause of fire, yes.
How long ago was this?
Oh, that was a while back.
Centuries.
I would say phlogiston. I don't know exactly. It's way back there, though. Let me look it up.
Yeah, that sounds like some like 300 BC shit.
No, that's not that old.
But it had me thinking about like Aristotle with his different ether fucking models.
Is that Parsifal just been in here? Is that same guy? Or has he been in here at all?
Don't know, mate.
Huh.
He lots
We've
of
got
names
plenty
that I
to
don't
say in the. We've got plenty to say in the fucking text chat. We'll see if we can get him in here. I'm at a rave. Talking shit, man.
It was 1660. It was 1667.
Fuck. Surprised there's no 1666, to be honest. He must have been mates with Newton.
Isn't that just after the Great Fire of London?
Yeah, it
That was
happened at the same time. Yeah, the Rabbi Zebediah, or whatever his name is.
It's a coincidence all these characters are about the same time.
That guy was a real character. Yebediah Zebi, I think is his name.
Yeah, I'm fitting carpets in about 7 hours, man. Jesus Christ.
We need Fox to come in here so we can tell her about the QE live show today.
Need who?
Oh, I did a presentation on supernatural atheists.
Supernatural atheists.
Yeah, that's what they are.
The ones claiming dark matter, dark energy, black hole, sky daddies, sky trinities, or some shit.
No, you'd have to watch the presentation.
Oh, there's piss drinker and VC chick.
Why'd you say it, man?
They're all presuppositional kleptomaniacs.
I think belief in anything supernatural is a violation of Occam's razor.
Occam's razor. What's Occam's razor?
Well, simply said, it's the simplest explanation tends to be the right one, but what it's trying to articulate is don't unnecessarily apply yourself.
That doesn't have anything to do with my argument today. That doesn't have anything to do with science anyway. That's just a crackhead heuristic. And technically, Occam's razor is if you have two or more competing, they say theories, but they're actually speculations. If you have two or more competing speculations, then the one with the least assumptions is most likely correct. but that's most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, and so my point has always been that if you and I can agree on the assumption that the natural um, reality that we seem to experience actually exists and we're not living in simulation, as long as we can agree on that assumption, any question that we may have about something, if I posit a natural explanation and you posit a supernatural explanation, mine requires less assumptions because we already agree on the natural, right? But I don't agree on the supernatural.
Really, you don't believe the supernatural exists? Really?
Yeah.
Huh. So supernatural, can you define supernatural for everyone?
Sure. Something that is
Natural.
no. Let's see. Something that is not dependent on the natural. So
No,
something
that's not the
that
definition.
is.
No,
Wait,
that's incorrect.
wait, wait.
Whoa,
Something that
wait.
is.
No, that's not correct.
I'm trying to think of the right word here to put in there.
What is
Something that
super?
is transcendent of the natural.
No,
That's
transcendent. Let's get something more specific. What is super? What does the prefix super mean?
transcendent.
Say again.
Transcendent.
What's transcendent mean?
Well, that's the way I'm defined.
Super means over and above. So
yes,
natural means the physical material world. So supernatural means above and beyond the material physical world or universe. So it's the immaterial. Yes.
I don't think I would
That's actually pretty
agree with that
interesting, bro. I didn't know
definition.
that.
I don't think I would agree with that definition
Yeah,
because,
that's not agree, disagree. It's by definition.
not my definition.
It's not.
That's his own definition.
We're going by your definition. No, you don't define shit.
Well, yeah, I can define whatever I want, however I want. That's how
Yeah, you can
work.
and be in your own little retard world, but that doesn't have anything to do with us.
If I can posit an actual reason, right? We could say that numbers. We could say that numbers, right, aren't material. An economy is not a material thing, but we wouldn't call that
A
supernatural.
concept. Information is supernatural.
Boogie, when you say we, do you mean
I don't think I would agree
you and I?
with that because it's still dependent.
Well,
on the
no,
natural.
because natural means it's physical. It's either chemical formula, or structure, charge, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, K Kelvin, kilojoules. Matter and energy. Simple as that. Yes?
So you're saying that something supernatural can be dependent on the natural,
No, I didn't say that shit.
but that's what you.
No, I
that's
didn't. I
implicit
said,
in what you are saying.
no, I did not. I didn't say that shit. You're a liar.
I didn't say you said it.
You
said
just
that's
said,
the logic.
put him on mute.
That's the
Just kick him
logical
the fuck out.
conclusion.
Kick him
That's
out.
the logical
I'm tired of
conclusion
fucking
of what you're
playing with him.
saying.
Fuck off. You're a clown. Yeah, bye. Just fucking leave. That's not what I said. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. Fucking idiot.
Vaping the bottle in here.
Yeah.
So it's refreshing though, to be honest, because like 24/7 is quite strict in comparison. So at least we get some fucking maniacs in here for a change.
Oh, he's a maniac.
I just hope he's not driving the 18-wheeler around my house.
Think he can drive a forklift.
So to be a supernatural atheist, they have 3 numpty pillars. Number 1, something can come from nothing naturally. Number 2, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. And number 3, they directly violate the laws of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and common sense. Those are the 3 numpty pillars of atheism.
Will God be supernatural? The creator, the informer? Will that be supernatural or no?
Does God have chemical formula, structure, charge, momentum, or spin?
Good question.
Can you test them?
No.
So it's a category error.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Is outside existence, but he influences everything in existence too.
Correct.
Actually, the most important thing is the union with the Trinity. When you realize your union with the Trinity, that actually culminates all things, basically, because that's your union with God. That's really important through the cross, of course, through the finished work of the cross.
No believers, you can direct your questions to QE. Go ahead.
If the Earth's surface is 70% flat water, why are tide heights different in different places all over the world?
What?
Because of wind.
Yeah. Displacement.
So is the water flat, or is the wind causing it not to be flat?
At rest, water is flat or level.
Is this a guy who thinks that water not being at rest is a globe proof?
Hey, Quantum, could I bother you to read that long quote about the antiquity of the phrase water seeks its head?
Say again. I didn't hear that. Whoever said that, say that again.
Remember, there's this quote about water seeking its level that you read now and then. Do you have that, by the way?
Oh, water seeks its. Yeah, it's. Yeah, I do. Hold on.
Seems apropos at the moment.
All right. Yeah, I'll post it. Give me a second. I got 4 of them. There you go. 57 minutes after the hour.
Thank you.
So is the entire ocean considered not at rest?
It's not.
So 70% of the surface of the Earth isn't at rest, right?
Nope.
It's constantly.
Is
Well,
the
it's
ocean slowing
constantly.
down? Like, doesn't it also have entropy?
Entropy.
Because
What's
of the
entropy?
heat coming
Hold
from
on.
the sun, there are lots of currents.
Hold on. What's entropy? You stepped in it now, son.
It's like a loss of energy, isn't it?
Negative.
No.
That's That's no, not. It's not. Don't tell me what it isn't. Tell me what it is.
Oh no, I just figured the ocean would slow down due to entropy.
The
Or it would
ocean
be
would.
slowing down.
The ocean keeps getting heat from the sun.
It's constantly got energy getting put into it, so
Still needing to define what entropy is.
Yeah.
So when the ocean gets lots of energy
What's
from the sun,
entropy? Hold tight.
the
That
hot
man who
water and
claimed
I
cold
entropy.
water
obviously
moves around.
can't define it.
Then why
So
bring
if
it
you
up?
can't, exactly. If
I
you
was
don't
just
know what it is,
asking if the ocean would slow down due to entropy. That's all.
And if you don't know what entropy is, then the question's non sequitur on your part.
in other words, you're making shit up you don't have a clue about.
or just using words that you don't understand and hoping they're going to confound us.
I was just
Okay.
asking a question, guys. No reason to be, like this.
Like
Well,
this.
Like responding.
We're just asking you to define entropy. It's your question.
No, you're
We just
actually
want to
demanding it from me.
Mate, you said it within your question.
You did. You said
So,
I couldn't have this conversation unless I knew what entropy was.
well, you brought it up within your question, right? So you must know what entropy is to bring it up within your question, right? So can you define
And I
what
said I
entropy
don't
is?
fully understand entropy.
Well, then fuck me. You got a problem with your question because you don't even understand your own question.
This guy was in the other day saying that we're all QE parrots as well.
Failure to communicate here right now, my friend. You know that words mean things, and if I'm going to understand what you're talking about, then you better be able to define what you're fucking
I'm
talking
having
about.
a problem
Otherwise, me and you
communicating. Yeah,
can't
that's
communicate.
right.
We
Why don't you
can't
demand
communicate.
something more of me?
Just
And then
define
that'll
what you're
prove the
talking
Earth's
about.
flat, right?
My goodness me, my
I
friend.
can't
If
prove
we can't,
science of the Earth is flat.
dude, if we can't communicate, then we have a problem, don't we? If I don't understand and you don't understand the words that are coming out of your mouth, then we've got a problem, haven't we?
This
Do you not
guy
understand
was
entropy?
This guy was in. This
Do you
guy
not
was in the other
understand
day.
entropy?
This guy was in the other day complaining that we're all QE parrots, and he was a bit of a prick as well, and now he's back and QE's here. So maybe you can
Yes,
have
I
that
do think
beef
you
that you've got
parrot
with
what
QE.
QE says.
Why do you care? If somebody does something that doesn't have any
I
effect on
don't
you at
care.
all,
I never said I cared. I
but
just
you
said
cared
you
enough to
parrot what QE
cry
says.
about it. Okay, and
All right. Okay. All right. I'm still
Exactly. And
confused.
I'm just a random person on the internet.
Right. So am I, and I'm confused. So I'm going to ask you a Socratic question. What do you mean
Is this
by
more demands?
entropy? No, I'm asking you. See, what do you
Loss
mean
of
by
energy.
entropy?
Like the ocean continues to lose energy because it's, causing waves. It's bouncing off the edges. I would think there would be a loss of entropy there or a loss of energy.
Which one?
Okay,
All
since you
oceans.
mean loss of energy, why don't you just take the word entropy, set it to the side, don't use it, and just use the words loss of energy, since we all understand what that means, supposedly. Okay, so let's say
I
you're
thought that was
correct.
entropy. I must be mistaken. Like, I admit my mistake.
Okay, fair. So now we have, should the oceans lose energy? Right? Or something like that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I thought that the ocean would be slowing down. It would be settling like water.
Why?
What?
Why?
Because you guys always say that 70% of the surface of Earth is flat if it's settled water, and now you've agreed that it's not settled water, so 70% of the Earth's surface isn't flat, is it?
Bro, parts of it are obviously level and stationary, but there are parts of it in motion. So when you go to the ocean on a calm day, it's blindingly fucking flat, mate. But obviously some days it's a little higher than it is other days.
What's the
Could
point
you
anyway?
tell?
Water equal globe or something?
I'm still waiting for it to lose energy.
Well, we got to use some examples here. Because if we're talking about in the relationship between a flat Earth versus a globe Earth, or flat versus idealistically flat. So which one are we talking about?
I honestly don't understand the question.
Okay, so for example, my phone is on a table right now. Table is level, horizontal, and the surface is flat. However, there are minor variations in the surface, right? So it's not idealistically flat. The surface does not exist on the same coordinate in a planar nature horizontally, right?
Yeah.
So, but I would submit to you, friend, that idealistically flat cannot exist in principle in a world made up of structures that don't fit together in perfection.
Like
So
water.
that means that when we use the term flat for anything that exists in reality, we never mean an ideal. Never. So to then criticize somebody as if they're referring to an ideal when we never use that at any point in time, literally, throughout entire human communication, except when we're talking about ideal shapes that don't exist in reality, like mathematical flatness, right? It's really not a contention, right? So I don't understand. Are you just trying to be pedantic, or are you actually confused? I'm curious.
I honestly don't fully understand the ocean, and I'm just trying to understand when you guys say that 70% of the surface is flat.
Yeah,
Well,
sure. So I'll give you
70%
some information.
of the globe. That's what you're talking about, yeah? When you're referring to 70%, you're saying that 70% of the globe, supposed globe, is water.
I haven't been to many places on Earth, so I haven't been to the ocean much, so like 70% sounds like a lot.
That's the claim.
Let me be precise with you, friends. So, if you've ever seen a flatness scale, right, and you take the variations of the Earth's topography, I'm talking topography, which means the highest mountain and the lowest valley, and you put that against a flatness scale against the alleged square miles of the surface, right, and you end up with a scale that is flatter than smooth objects that we can machine. I want that to sink in. We can machine objects that, to the touch of our finger, feel perfect, but they actually have less of a flatness scale than the Earth would. So if that's the case, when we use the term flat to refer to the ocean, we don't mean that it can't have waves, ripples, tides, etc. Because even if we did, the entire square miles of the ocean relative to the undulation would be flatter than a piece of machined steel.
Get it?
Now, if I take a piece of machined steel and I put it through a bender and a roller, I can make that piece of machined steel curve back in on itself and weld it together, and then I have a circle of steel. Okay? What we're saying is that the Earth is not a circle of steel. It's a flat laid out piece of steel. So the minor variations in the oceans are highly non sequitur to the point.
Do you get
Does
it?
that clear things up?
Yeah, I understand. That makes perfect sense.
Awesome. So now if I wanted to know whether or not the piece of steel that I was dealing with was a circle or laid out flat, I could just measure whether it's curved or not. If it's not curved, then it's the flat option. There. Does that make sense?
Crickets.
To be fair, there is a language option here. When we're speaking about curved objects like a curved band of steel versus the flat steel before I curved it, some people would say that the piece of steel that's laying on the floor in a sheet is flat, and other people would say it's smooth. But I would submit to you that the majority of people might say, when it's in the curved function, they might say, oh, it's smooth, rather than saying it's flat. Predominantly because when people generally talk about flat surfaces, they don't talk about curved surfaces. So in general language, flat is just a planar arrangement, right? When you start talking about flatness in the sense of smoothness, that's when you start using that word smooth. But even so, the oceans on a smoothness scale would still be smoother than machine steel. Or ceramic. But the real point of question here is whether it's curving back in around on itself. That's the real question.
Well,
How
like I
many
said, we can measure
That would
that.
make sense.
how many straight lines do you have on a sphere?
Not the lady.
Depends. They think straight lines are in spherical geometry, don't they? They literally say it. That it's a straight line, even though it's not. Oh fuck! Brian Cox is on the TV. Shit. Remote control. So do you think we have any Globers here before I go to sleep?
Who's cozy coughing?
Cozy Coffin, if you want to speak, please join the party.
Yeah, so I mean, it's just common. Like nobody would tell me that my table isn't flat if I came in and you know or if I told the people, hey, bro, the table you sold me isn't flat, and they'd be like, what are you talking about? I can clearly see it's flat. And then I tell them, no, bro, I have to return this table. It's flawed. It's not actually flat. And they're like, what are you talking about? It looks flat to us. And I'd be like, no, there's actually, minuscule deviations in the surface, right? They're not all on the same orientation in an idealistically planar nature. Therefore, this table isn't flat and I want my money back. Like, nobody would take you seriously. So I would submit to you that since that's the way we experience life, why is it that when it comes to the shape of the earth, people lose the ability to think like that?
Go around the earth right now.
I think the scale is
You know
just
why?
hard
It's
to
because all of
comprehend.
these
Wanna
fake
know why you
satellite,
can't go around the earth?
satellite pictures have
Because you're
fooled
fat and
everybody.
fucking lazy.
Well
No,
done,
these
that man.
satellite pictures have fooled everyone believing that this is what it is from the outside. So they already have an idea of what it is from fake pictures.
Well, listen, friends. I want to submit to you that I was trying to ask a psychological predisposition question, and the person who interjected actually proved my point in spades. So well done, sir.
I think it's a scale issue. I think people are very small and it's hard to comprehend such big scales.
Oh my goodness me. How big's the Earth, mate?
Really, you've got time to Google.
No, but I mean, his point makes sense.
We all know the circumference, right?
Go ahead.
Asking me to test me is stupid.
No,
Why?
I'm just pointing out
It's
that
just not
within-
genuine, you know?
Dude, I'm just pointing out within the math, then it's not a scale issue to be able to observe or measure curvature over the distance of the Earth. 3,959 miles, which means to an observer the geometric horizon is just a mathematical calculation away, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, to figure out the curvature along the z-axis away from you to the horizon. It's not a scale issue, my friend. Do you remember the argument? I can't see the bottom of that boat because the curve of the Earth is in the way. Not a scale issue because
Yeah, you
within
got
that
some background
argument,
Well, I
noise.
could just zoom it back in, right? Like I could zoom
but
back in a sun
so it's
once
not a
it
scale
sets.
issue then. So it's not a scale issue then.
Yeah, I think people have trouble comprehending such scales. I
1.2
have trouble
square
comprehending
root.
such scales.
You can't
Awesome.
comprehend a mile away. Sounds like a you problem.
Like I can't comprehend how much energy it would take to move how much ocean is moving each day.
That's awesome.
That
We're
is hard
talking
for
about
me to comprehend.
We're talking about the curvature of the Earth, my friend. You're saying it's a scale issue. Well, according to the
No,
math,
I'm talking about how it's a people misunderstanding scale issue. That's all.
Okay. And they'd be wrong,
Well,
wouldn't they?
Deadeye laid out the scale for you in spades. I mean, what isn't he getting?
Forget other people. What about you?
You asked why people don't understand. And I said, I think people don't understand because they don't understand scale. It's a scale issue.
You mean like Mexican people?
No, I'm not selecting any particular person.
What about you? Do you think it's a scale problem?
I have issue with scale, yeah. I can't comprehend things that are much larger than me.
Okay. But according to the math, it's not a scale issue because the curve of the Earth would be blocking my ability to see something over a distance of that curvature. So not a scale issue, being as the thing that we're talking about is getting in the way of stuff, not a scale issue. Haven't formed any good questions yet, have you?
Yeah, if boats are going over the horizon, and that's been claimed for hundreds of years as a proof of the globe, then it's not a scale issue at all.
Sounds like there's a scale issue in that claim.
I agree.
So do the boats go over the horizon, Glober?
Nice one, Hank.
Do they?
They have videos, man, of people zooming all the way in where they didn't even see a boat, and they
Yeah,
zoomed
just
in and zoom in
like
and
I
zoom in,
said,
and then they see a boat right there. It's
I would like
still
you to
there.
do the same with the sunset. Zoom the sun back in after it's set.
Right. I believe it. Absolutely. It's probably straight down. It didn't go over the horizon. It's probably just deep down, deep farther down. You know, it goes. It just
Well, it's
keeps
being
going.
obscured, isn't it, by our perception of things?
Oh,
The vanishing
not
point.
The vanishing point. Correct. That is what it is.
It's a problem with perspective, how things shrink when they get further away.
Oh, you're quoting the lines of Globers from like 8 years ago. I mean, flat Earth. Yeah, you're saying what flat Earther said like 8 years ago.
Well, I mean, then it goes to show that something, it's making sense somehow.
I don't think it's changed, has it, Hank?
Yeah, you guys don't lie to the children anymore about boats going over the horizon. Oh wait, you still do.
Oh wait, you still do?
Hey, come on, Hank. I don't
That
broadly
sounds like a scale issue.
put you into with every class of flat earther.
Okay, so maybe you don't.
I'm not
but
teaching
Google
children
does.
anything.
Google has teamed up with the government. That's the very definition of fascism itself. When corporations and government combine their interests and use algorithms and other sort of tactics like that Wikipedia page on the bottom of every YouTube video that mentions the flat Earth, and then 150, Dave and Fight the Flat Earth before you ever get to an actual good flat Earth video on YouTube. I mean, that's fascism. Do you condone this sort of fascism?
No, I don't support muting and that sort of thing. I think people should be able to speak freely.
Oh, it's not exactly a democracy, bro.
If you watch those Professor
Yeah, but
Dave videos,
Hank was just
he'll-
asking if I agree with it. I don't.
No, but you're talking about muting. That's not what he was talking about. It's just on about like them deliberately changing the algorithm so you can't find legitimate content, like with legitimate flat earthers. Whereas over 9 years ago, you put flat earth into YouTube, you'd find scores and scores and scores of videos, and if you watched one, you'd be recommended the video straight away that was legitimate as well. Now you get instantaneously a fight the flat earth video or Brian Cox or whatever the fuck after any flat earth video I watch.
Yep. Right, bro. So let me point this out. That began to change when the relevant search results and populated videos superseded Justin Bieber and then even superseded Trump. So when you looked at the stats of the flat Earth videos versus these other popular videos, which had held the #1 spot, flat Earth overtook it. And then, and only then, or maybe not only then, but like soon after, they immediately started cracking down on people being able to freely access the information. They started having hearings in Congress about how we're going to censor flat Earth, et cetera, et cetera. So let me ask this: is that bad, or is muting people bad?
Yeah, I think censoring what people have to say is bad. I don't agree with it.
Sure, but then you were complaining about muting. You said people should speak freely, but I would submit to you that if everyone in this room just spoke freely, that what would happen? Just be talking straight through each other, right?
I think they're
Correct.
a part of the problems with free speech, but they're the things that need to happen. Whether we might not like what someone says, it might be important in some way or another.
Dude,
It's not about that, bro.
almost
It's
no
about
one has ever
whether,
muted you, dude.
bro, it's whether there's 7 people trying to speak at the same time. We need mute permissions, especially in this subject and especially in this server.
I understand that. Like, some people aren't here to discuss, they're here to hinder the conversation. I understand why you need it for that.
But people complain when we mute. They're like, oh, you're stifling free speech. I was like, well, not really,
I
man.
can't
We're
say
just
I
trying
agree with every mute,
get some.
but, you know, it
We
is
want
what it
to
is.
just keep control of the room, man. That's all we're trying to do, and keep it chilled as best we can.
Well said.
But it's not exactly easy in this server. It's a bit fucking chaotic sometimes. Because people just bounce right in. They don't even listen to what's getting said. They're like, you fucking fly earthers, man. Like you're in the middle of a discussion, something technical, and they just don't listen to anything. They just talk.
I think it's hard for a lot of people to give up the knowledge they think they know.
Of course.
Oof, that's a hard one for a lot. I had to do it myself, bro.
Take away their belief system, man. It's a scary thing. I've literally been in 4 separate fistfights because of this. But Scotland is
not easy, man.
quite
Trust.
Scotland's quite violent in general, anyway. I suppose growing up, but I've been fighting just by taking their ball away from them, and I've been in multiple almost fights because of this.
Well, you've reached this point of your understanding.
Well, it's more of like, you know, sometimes you see certain things and it'll wake you up. It's not just about personal. I might feel, we all feel personal experiences, but we all have been woken up to what was seen, and you just may have not seen that yet. Once you start realizing, something might click to you one day, and might link, and you might be like, "Holy shit, this connects to this," and you're like, "It's starting to make sense," but it's just not making sense to you right now.
Yeah, let me give you a salient example. So there's this old claim: the bottoms of things disappear when you're looking at them in certain instances, and the only way that that can happen is if the Earth is curved and the obstruction of the curvature is in between point A and point B, and that's the only way that the bottom of something can disappear. That's a claim that we've heard our whole lives. I was challenged to challenge that claim. I went out and proved it to myself that that's not true, and that started unraveling the mystery of all the other claims. Because one of the base claims that's been preached in the heliocentric worldview can be easily disproven.
There you have it. Well said, my friend. And that is a perfect example of how a rabbit hole is. This is what they call a rabbit hole, brother.
Right now, here's an interesting story about the history of this claim. So, when you actually look up the physics of optics and you do some tests and you recognize that you can actually make something disappear without any physical obstruction, you then say, well, why was I told that this is the only way this can happen? Why didn't the mainstream just teach me both things simultaneously? That one, yes, things can disappear from the bottom without any physical obstruction, and two, the effect is compounded by the curvature of the earth being in the way. They could have just taught us that way, right? And then this problem wouldn't occur because they'd already have an integrated explanation of how it all fits together. But if you go back and you study the past 7 to 10 years of the argument escalating in the modern day, you have arguments, debates where people are pushing the concept of an orthographic view of a circle and a line, determining to tell you when and where the bottoms of things shouldn't be seen. And it's always presented in ideal geometry. And rightly so, the flat earther side are saying, wait a minute, where's the accounting for optical effects? All these other like 22 different optical effects. And the Globers would always be arguing in these debates, no, it's geometric, it's geometric, it's geometric. Then lo and behold, some definitive examples come out demonstrating that the horizon is not geometric, one being the black swan image, which is pretty famous in this arena, right? And then all of a sudden they had to pivot their argumentation style to, no, we always said it was optical. They're trying to retroactively change the history of their argumentation to make up for the fact that they never actually realized that the horizon is not a geometric location in free space, it's just an optical field.
I'd say change the goalpost is the better description.
No, it's not. Let me tell you why. They're attempting to retcon their argumentation. Specifically, they claimed I never said that, and we always argued this way. When we have them on recording doing the exact opposite. So that is a direct attempt to alter their perception of their own argumentation style in the past.
There you go, another one.
From 2015 to 2020, every single argument with a long distance observation, the horizon was declared to be the physical obstruction because I can't see the bottom of that thing until the black swan. Then they retroactively, like I said, changed that argument. Therefore, actually turning around and saying, we never said that that was physical obstruction. We spent 5 years arguing the toss. Yeah, they did.
Okay,
Jedi,
I
what,
recant. I was
what is the
wrong.
black swan? I want to know what this is. The black. I don't know this part. The black swan part. I would like to be filled in with that part.
Oh.
Okay. The black swan is an observation. Let me fill you into the formulation of the idea. So, for example, if I was to claim all swans are white, it would just take the observation of one black swan to render that first supposition incorrect, that all swans are white. Do you follow?
Okay.
Awesome stuff. Now, we have an observation. We call it the black swan, and it's based upon this premise. If the Earth is a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance will be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. For example, if you're a 6-foot observer, the horizon mathematically, if it was geometric, will be about 3 miles away. In the observation of the black swan, we have 2 distance markers from an observer standing on the beach at an observation height of 1 foot. Now we have 2 distance markers. They are 2 oil rigs. One is at 6 miles plus, the other one is at 9 miles plus. The question within this is, where does the horizon appear with relationship to the 2 oil rigs? Now in the photograph that is called the black swan, the horizon is beyond the second oil rig at a distance of 9.4 miles and demonstrated to be at least 10 miles away, demonstrating for the 1-foot observer that the horizon is not within its geometric limitations of 1.2 miles away. It is 10 miles away. demonstrating that every single horizon isn't Earth curvature. For 5 years, we were arguing the toss that the horizon is physical obstruction. When we give them the black swan photograph, we are demonstrating that the horizon is an optical phenomena. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the optics that you use, the horizon will appear in different locations, removing the physical obstruction.
That was amazing. That was amazing, brother. I heard everything you said, and I hear you. So the oil rig in Black Swan is behind supposedly the horizon, as they say, with the illusion is the horizon.
Yeah, and hopefully somebody's going to be able to post it for you in the text chat. I haven't
That
got it
is
to hand.
actually interesting, brother. I need to see that.
So the horizon is behind the oil rig, right? But there's another image where the horizon is in front of the oil rig. So if it's a geometric Earth-caused horizon from the Earth curvature, it can't be moving around like that. So there went their claim for, well, it looks like a globe because things disappear from the bottom up. Because now there's multiple causes. Kind of like, a couple years ago when they said there's only one solution for the biggest problem, where everybody has to wear their diaper, and now it turns out, wait a minute, there was more than one solution. Same thing with the curve, right? It's the exact same thing. There's multiple causes, but we've now debunked their Earth curve. So now they say, quoting Professor Dave, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from the Earth. So now the only place you can see it is halfway in between here and the moon, which nobody's going there. So they're all admitting the Earth looks flat.
So does the quote unquote horizon? Is there a set distance for it? For how long? For each individual, because obviously our field of views may vary, or I think they're all the same, maybe. But
Yeah.
is there a certain distance for the quote unquote horizon?
There would have been if
If
it was
you're
due to curvature.
sorry, just really quickly, are you in the text chat, the side chat, my friend?
Oh yes,
If you
let me look
scroll
in
up
there now. Yeah.
Yeah, if you scroll up a little bit, you'll see the observation with the two oil rigs in it. That's what I'm talking about, or we're talking about.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Awesome stuff. So you are correct. It depends on your altitude above the surface of the Earth, right? So, for example, if you're 1 foot above the surface of the Earth, if you use the mathematical equation of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, square root of 1 is 1. You times that by 1.225, and that's 1.225. So, for the observer standing at 1 foot, the geometric physical horizon should be no more than 1.2 miles away. Now you can clearly see in that image that the horizon is beyond the two oil rigs. The oil rig on the left-hand side is, I think, at 9.4 miles. So at a safe estimation, we can say the horizon is 10 miles away. You understand the problem, right?
Oh, loud and clear. I see it now.
Awesome stuff. And what we'll get is we'll get other observations where the horizon is in front of the oil rigs, and sometimes it will be between the two oil rigs, and they're different locations from the same observer height, demonstrating that the horizon is optical. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day, the horizon will appear to move around. So this is what we mean by removing the physical obstruction that we were arguing about for 5 years between 2015 and 2020. As soon as we removed that, then they came out of that ad hoc argument and actually lied and said we never claimed that that was physical Earth curve. Yeah, they did.
So how do these two images deal with tides?
It's always going to be water level in it.
I mean, in these pictures, do we know what phase the tide was?
There's no really tides you can see. It's
Well, we
pretty
can't see
set.
the shore. We can't see anything about the tide, really. That's why I'm asking, where was it exactly taken, what time, and so forth.
Still 1 foot above the surface of the water, my friend.
Tide would only, if there was a tide which is gonna like block something, it would only bring the quote horizon closer. It wouldn't push it further.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
A tide moves back and forth, so if it moved it closer, it would have to move it further too.
It couldn't move it further because the thing that's blocking it, according to the globe, would be a geometric Earth bulge There's nothing. There's no tide that could push that further.
Okay, so it
They
brought
were able
the
to take their
horizon closer, right? And now the tide's going away.
but you understand that the oil rigs are demarcation lines. They found out from their position, and there's a video of it too. Their position, how far away from the rigs they are. Doesn't matter. The tide was in, the water's still level. You can still see way beyond how far you're supposed to see with a geometric horizon.
Look, the atmospheric conditions can only bring the horizon closer, or Earth, or like sea conditions, whatever.
That's true, but
if
what he's saying is about the tides making it to where you can see further, which still
I-
makes no sense on a
that's what I'm
sphere.
saying. You can never push it further. You can only bring it closer.
Okay,
You
so
can
if you
give
bring
it-
it closer from the tide that comes in and goes out, then you could also move it back further
It's
from
it's
that
not
closer
really
point.
about the tide. It's about anything. If it is a geometric curve,
It's
right?
about distance to the horizon. That's all it's about.
If it's a geometric curve and you have a fixed distance as per the geometry at any given observer height. If it is geometric, then it can't move. It's fixed. Now, maybe maybe you don't see all the way up to it, right? Because of whatever conditions, tide, atmosphere, whatever the fuck. But it would never push it further back because that thing is fixed by geometry. So that's just the way it is.
So are these two pictures taken from the surface of the water?
Yeah, they're taken from the beach. Just above the surface of the water, cameras placed down at a height of 1 foot. 1 foot above the surface of the water. We have to remember that Greeks said that the earth is a ball because we can't see the bottom of a boat, declaring the horizon to be physical obstruction. For 5 years, between 2015 and 2020, we spent ages in Discord servers with photographs where ball earthers were saying, yeah, you can't see the bottom of that because that's physical earth curve in the way. As soon as this photograph came around, they reneged on that argument, turned around and said, we never said that that was physical earth curve in the first place. In actual fact, you shouldn't see the curvature of the earth because of refraction. Oh, dearie me. It also removes any measurement that was used with the horizon to give us a fixed radius of the earth. And then the question becomes, well, how did you actually measure the curvature of the earth to be true in the first instance? Well, all we have to do is look into history and you'll find out it was a gentleman called Al-Biruni. He used trigonometry to figure out the height of a mountain, went to the top of a mountain, looked at the horizon and said it dipped and therefore that's curvature of the earth. First point is he used trigonometry, triangles to figure out the height of his mountain, which requires a 90-degree angle underneath that mountain. So that would be a flat earth. And then being as we've removed the physical obstruction of the curvature of the earth, then what? The horizon is an apparent location, an apparent phenomena, depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use. The black swan is really interesting because it's actually a still shot taken from a video. If you watch the video in its entirety, right at the first instance, before the gentleman zooms in, you just see a horizon. You don't even see oil rigs until the gentleman zooms in with the camera. And then you see the oil rigs and the horizon just keeps moving further and further backwards. You might even notice that in the observation, there are two small islands in the background and they are a distance of 30 miles away. Shit, the horizon's actually beyond those islands. So we can safely say, really, that horizon appears to be no more or less than 30 miles away. And that's a massive problem.
Yeah, so beyond the 10-mile range, if the horizon is from the observation point, it would make the Earth approximately 320,000 miles diameter or radius. Whether I get the radius or diameter wrong, because I can't remember which it was, you notice how that's a massive difference, right? So they're taking a 3,959 radius, and now you've got 320,000 miles. That's ridiculous. Now, interestingly enough, you said, well, what if the water level is lowering and that's allowing me to see over the present water level that would be precluding the water level in the distance, right? But it's not just that, because that would only work if it was planar in nature. Because the horizon at a distance, right, greater than itself, if you maintain the same radius of the Earth, would be curved down and away from the observer. So it'd be falling away. So it'd be on the opposite side of a hump, right? So it wouldn't lift itself up to straighten itself out to present itself, like you said, if it was the tide or the water receding that was causing it. Keep in mind, at 10 foot, I believe the drop is 66 feet, right? When the tides come into shore, do you notice how it's a 66-foot wave coming in? No, that would be called a tsunami. So the tides is not a sufficient explanation for this observation. The more rational explanation is that the horizon is not the leading edge of Earth's curvature. It's just an optical effect.
Anyone heard a good globe argument for local illumination of clouds, or local, like the sun having like a sunspot from the like a hot spot from one of those high altitude balloons?
They say that it's just reflecting off the water. I don't know if you'd call it a good
Mm.
argument.
I haven't heard any arguments on that topic.
Okay, fair. There's a problem with that. So if sunlight's all coming in parallel, right, striking the Earth, then why would they assume that the Earth is going to focus it on a smaller angle than it came in? Because keep in mind, they're claiming that the Earth is a sphere, right? Spheres don't focus light, they spread light when it's reflected, correct?
Yep.
Right, so there's no practical mechanism that would cause you to shine light on a sphere and then end up with a laser hotspot. So, for example, if you want to cook an ant, right, everybody knows you grab a magnifying glass, right, which is two convex lenses, convex lenses opposed to each other. So convex on both sides, right? And that's what forces the incoming light to then be focused on a particular spot where you can fry the ant. Nobody's trying to fry an ant with a reflective sphere, right? So I don't know. It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Oh,
Maybe there's. Go ahead.
I'm just very curious as to whether they create a physical model to show this phenomenon, and I wonder what it would take, right, in physical, because this isn't something to do with gravity or on bending of space time or something. This is something that they could very well show. They could show that. They could show the hotspot. They could also show a light source, a heated spherical light source moving around, and with something moving around it, so which is like the Earth approximating the distance from the sun, and have that thing over time like freeze and unfreeze on the ends. Like that also should be a model that they could create within some vacuum chamber. They can have all the things rotating on like actual, like with some sort of physical mechanism, but they have something like freeze and unfreeze at the ends. I'd like to see that. They should be able to make a physical model of that, right? A sphere that's revolving around another big light source sphere, and freezing and unfreezing at the ends, with no other with nothing else. I'd like to see something. I'd like to see some physical models of these claims that they make. At least prove, in theory, that these things could even happen.
Well, that one in particular might be a little impractical with the technology that we have. I don't know of anything that would scale the same, that would be able to allegedly impart the same kind of heat differentials. But I mean, it's just bringing up a problem that they don't have testable models for their claims, right?
Okay, but they're saying the space is some sort of a vacuum, right?
Right.
They create a vacuum chamber, put some balls inside, have some sort of gear system, which will, I don't know.
Right. So do you know what a vacuum would do to anything with the pressure being less than what it is? Right. It would implode it or explode. I'm sorry. Would it explode or implode? One or the other. So, right, correct. It would crush. It would crush into to its tiniest form, whatever. So, do you think the pressure inside of a spaceship, right? Just to say somebody was in space, the pressure in the spaceship is going to be stronger than the vacuum of space to beat it and not be crushed.
So a vacuum chamber, because it's a negative zone surrounded by a positive zone, would be crushed, aka implode, and a spaceship, which is a high pressure inside of a low pressure zone, would explode.
Bingo. Either or, the gas is going to try and fill the space, and the only thing that's stopping that gas from filling the space is the physical barrier. No physical barrier, guess what? The gas is going to fill the space.
Yeah. Yeah, but I should just I deviated as well. I should have just said they could easily do the hotspot one. I want to see a physical mechanism with a spherical light source and make it form a hotspot. They should be able to do that at least. Any glober want to take up that challenge? Should be able to do that.
Okay, so if the picture is taken from 510 feet elevation, the formula gives over 30 miles for the horizon. So we're seeing what we should expect for a globular Earth.
Huh? What?
You guys are recording this. Just rewind the recording, man.
I didn't hear what you said, mate. Why would I rewind a recording when you can just
Dude,
repeat
maybe
it?
I didn't hear that part. Yeah.
Pictures taken from 510 feet elevation, and the formula gives over 30 miles for the horizon, which is pretty much what we see
What picture?
with the oil rigs.
1 foot elevation.
Yeah, not 510.
510 feet.
What? So you're claiming that the LMS B69 in the video that he published is at 510 feet elevation? Where'd that data come from?
Pictures in question that try to measure the horizon changing based on weather is taken from 110 feet.
Which
above
picture?
the surface. I want you to repost your oil rig picture because it's been the most posted picture in this chat for like a week.
Yeah, dude, the standard Black Swan image, right, is clipped from a video of a dude on a beach. Okay, if he's on the beach and the waters
Can you
and the
prove that he's
beach.
on the beach?
All right, one more time. It's taken from a video where he demonstrates in the video that he's on the beach. Right? So it seems like you're reverse engineering what the globe would expect for that range and then just claiming that was his height based on your model, not based on. I mean, I don't know, dude. Where did you get the 510 feet from?
That's what it looks like to me.
What, the guy on the beach who puts the camera down on the beach, you think is at 500 and something foot?
I
when he's
don't
on
think
beach?
the guy puts the camera down on the beach.
So you haven't seen the video then?
Look, what he did is he went and he found out what height you would have to be to see 30 miles on a globe, and then just said, this must be what it is because I already know the Earth is a globe.
That's so funny.
Exactly as I said, dude. It's freaking, dude. Are you being dishonest, friend?
Clearly.
Have you seen the video?
He needs to see the video and then say that it's 510 feet, a straight face.
Was it this video?
Well, the BLMS B69 video where the black swan image is taken from, it's pretty famous in the flat earth, globe earth community. The major contention that I've ever heard, okay, keep in mind I've been involved in this for since day one. I've only ever heard the claim that he's at 5 feet because he's approximately almost 6 feet tall. He's holding the camera approximately at his chest height. He's a little bit above the water. So the general argument is approximately 5 feet versus 1 foot, which, by the way, a 5 foot observation still defeats the globe geometry. So either way, it doesn't matter. However, I've never heard someone say 510 feet. That's why it was taking me aback, and I had to ask you multiple times, what are you talking about?
Yeah, well, shouldn't the horizon be even further if the Earth is so-called flat?
The horizon is optical. It'll move around depending on the optics that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day. What do you mean by if the Earth is flat?
So why can't I see more than 10 miles forward?
You can. But
Why
but
can't
you
I see more
understand.
than that in the
But you
picture?
understand. Do you understand that you have a limitation because of the optics of your eye of how far that you can see? It's why you need binoculars and stuff to see further, right? And ultimately, if you're looking through the atmosphere, then you're going to have a problem with looking through that amount of atmosphere. It's called the attenuation of light. You understand what a foggy day is.
Right, fair, but before we even continue, friend, it's pointless to continue if you're going to make claims like the observation was taken at 510 feet. Be told that that's not even possible, and not even explain your rationale of how you arrived at 510. So to be honest, unless you can tell me why you think and why you arrived and why you claimed he was at 510, I don't see the point of answering any of your questions in good faith.
I'm just trying to figure things out.
Really?
Okay, so where did you come up with 510 and claim that he was at 510? Where'd you come up with that?
Well, if you were at a 510 elevation, you'd be able to see over 30 miles, right?
Right, so exactly as I told you that you reversed engineered it from the assumption of a globe model. So I was correct and you were incorrect. So just admit that's true and we continue.
I'm just trying to figure out where this picture was actually taken.
But dude. Okay, so we're just going to generally agree that you were caught out in a dishonest interpretation of your own claim, right? And
I'm
are
not being
unwilling to admit
dishonest.
it.
I'm just
You
trying
were
to figure
unwilling
out
to
where the
admit
picture
it.
is
You
from.
were unwilling to admit it. So now that that's set in stone and we all understand each other, let's continue.
I disagree. I'm not being dishonest.
Well, I told you that that's what you were doing. You said that's not what you were doing. And then within 5 minutes, you admit that's exactly what you did. And then you didn't
I did
say you were
not
trying to
say
be
that.
deceptive. You did.
I did not say that.
Oh, you did. We've got a live stream. You can rewind and figure out what you said.
Okay, well, I did not say that.
Okay, so the only way that you got 510 is by reverse engineering the globe assumption, not from anything within the video itself. Correct or incorrect?
Incorrect.
Okay, so what from the video gave you the 510?
Because the curve should be visible.
So you reverse engineered it from a globe assumption, exactly as I
Incorrect.
said. So I am
did not
correct.
reverse engineer anything.
Okay, then where did you get the number 510? Did you pull it out of your ass, or did you do some math, or did you go to a curve calculator? Where'd you get it from?
Well, that's where the picture was taken, wasn't it?
No.
Dude, I'm gonna give you
The
one chance.
observation.
Where did you get the number 510? Where did you get the number from?
Yeah, who is Nathan Thompson?
That's not an
Wow.
answer to his question.
He's the
Okay,
man that took the
I'm
picture,
muting
isn't he?
you. Dude, this is how it's gonna go. You're muted until you text where you got the number from, because we got no interest in wasting our time with blatantly dishonest people. Okay, it's one thing to be incorrect. It's another thing to be this ridiculous. So, for example, you might have said, well, if the Earth is a globe, then a horizon at 30 miles would mean, all things being equal, that geometrically I would need to be 510 feet off the ground. Therefore, I'm assuming, based on that, that he must have took it at 510. Or you could say, I saw the video and I noticed that he was at a particular restaurant, right? And I looked at Google and I found out that the restaurant that he was in is actually on a cliff face 510 feet up from the water line. So those could have been ways that you explained where you came up with 510. But rather than just saying where you came up with 510, which we all know you just reversed engineered from a globe assumption, like you were told you did, and you admitted you did, you just want to play silly games. So how are we supposed to have a discussion? Or, for example, you could have said, you know what, I don't know, but I'll watch the video and I'll see if I can gather any information from the video to determine how high he was. I mean, why you got to be blatantly dishonest? All right, so friend, we're going to unmute you. And you can explain to us where you got the figure from, 510, or you can waffle and be dishonest. Your choice. All right, friend, you're off mute. Where'd you get the figure 510 from?
I bet he doesn't want to engage now.
He could just be off mute, not saying anything until he answers the question. I mean, some other people may be frustrated because they wanted to hear where the rest of the line of reasoning was going to go, but it's important to point this out. I mean, why just speak about this 510, and then when asked about it, you got no answer?
It's crazy.
Yeah, we should just leave him unmuted if somebody's muting or unmuting him, because he needs to answer the question spontaneously. Whenever he figures out how to answer it, he'll be able to, I imagine. So. So let me ask you this question, Jedi. Where did the people who claim it's at 1 foot get the idea that it's at 1 foot from? Where'd they get that idea from?
Well, because it's an observation from a video, and you watch the video and you can see the gentleman putting the camera down on the beach next to the water, right?
Right, so that's a very rational answer. Whether incorrect or not, that makes perfect sense. If I saw a dude put a camera that he's holding and I see the beach, and I know that the beach is where it meets the water, right? Because that's where the beach is. Beaches meet the water. That's that's like the definition of a beach. So it's going to be approximately where the water is, and then I see him lower the camera down. Okay, so I'm 6 foot tall, and if I'm lowering something towards the ground, it must of a necessity be less than 6 feet high, correct?
Yep.
So I can reasonably assume that it's at least less than 6 feet high, and if I'm putting it down on the ground, it's probably lower than my knees, which means it's less than 2 feet high. And if it has a tripod, I could probably half that to 1 foot, and that would be a reasonable assumption, would it not?
Yes, especially when you can see the water lapping against the tripod. Yes.
And then I could also make the claim, okay, I can't validate my measurement, so let's be liberal and say it's definitely less than 6 feet. So I could just do projections for the range from 1 all the way to 6, and that would be fair. And if all of those ranges debunk a geometric claim, then I could say, whether I had the camera at 5 feet or 1 foot, it still debunks the globe geometry. Rather than just saying, if you see a horizon at this range, and I know the Earth's a globe, then I can reverse engineer where you were based on my presupposition that the Earth's a globe, and then make the claim that you were at 510 feet. Which one sounds the more reasonable?
The first one. Otherwise, you've got a fucking big tripod.
Yeah, so Mr. 510, where'd you get your 510 from?
Come on, mate. We need an honest conversation with you. Where'd you get that number from?
Here,
let me give you. Oh, go ahead. Who's speaking? Go ahead.
It was Larry. I was just making a joke out the top of his ass.
Well, dude, I've had to hand your wig back like 3 times so I could snatch it again.
That's so
What's the problem?
charitable, and he doesn't even realize how charitable that is.
I know, dude. It's sad. It's like we already know the Earth's a globe. Therefore, anything you show me, I'm just going to ad hoc rationale back to we already know the Earth's a globe because we already know the
Wait,
Earth's a globe.
AI,
Therefore,
did
the
you say
Earth's a globe.
you could debunk globe Earth? Is that what you said?
What?
I don't know if I heard you right, but did you say? Cause I was upstairs and the Wi-Fi wasn't good upstairs. But did you say you could debunk globe Earth? Is that correct?
Well, that depends on what you mean by globe Earth.
Like spherical Earth?
Well, that depends on what you mean by spherical Earth.
Tardia or Globetardia?
Yeah, globetardia. Yeah.
Well, how could I debunk globetardia? There definitely is religious zealots that are tarded that believe in the globe. So how could I debunk that?
Well, I think. Yeah, I want to make a distinction, right, with the religious comparison, because whilst a religion and globetardia are both beliefs, one is more akin to faith, and the other is more akin to a rational belief, right? Rational. I mean, that you agree with
Rational?
the evidence. Well, yeah, like not in the sense that like you don't think the Earth is a globe because you can prove it deductively, but you can do a probabilistic measurement with all the evidence you have available to you.
Yeah,
And come
sure.
to a yeah.
So are you trying to say that believing in the globe is more rational than believing in sentient creation?
Well, it would necessarily be the case because I don't know what
How
evidence
so?
there could be to support. Well, I don't know what evidence there could be to support the idea of, like, for instance, a worldwide flood, right?
Whoa, bro.
Wow.
Whoa, dude.
You're on about Genesis? I don't know which part of the Bible you're on about. I guess
You do realize that the proposition that sentience is primary in order for everything else to exist has nothing to do with a worldwide flood.
Okay. Do you think biblical stuff is akin to a rational belief?
Yeah, think about it. There's nothing irrational about the concept of the entirety of the surface of Earth being covered in water. That's not irrational in itself.
That actually sounds really it does sound possible.
Yeah, it sounds explicitly possible. Okay, so you have an object and you submerge it in water. What's irrational about that?
Doesn't still change, the flat Earth concept though.
Yeah, let me give you this old analogy from a couple of argumenters that used to argument this in the past. So, if we had a worldwide flood, a massive influx of water in a short amount of time that displaced a lot of stuff, we would expect to see displaced layers full of dead things buried in layers all over the earth. And we do see that.
You know what? You're right.
And displaced.
You're right.
And one more time. Hold on, one more thing. And there's also displaced creatures that shouldn't even be where they are in different altitudes, right? So it's not. There is, let's just say, tentative evidence, right? But keep in mind, we're focusing on the idea of rationality. There's nothing irrational about a worldwide flood. There could be contentions about the evidence, but that's a different story.
Okay, so the first thing with the tentative, I think tentative is generous, but I'll give you that, right? Like, for the sake of argument, I think a flat Earth and a globe Earth can both be rational beliefs. You just have to justify the probability with inductive arguments, right? So I don't think it's like when you compare it to religion, I feel like the aim is to kind of say, well, it's just faith, right? We don't have any evidence. It's just faith. But I don't think that's fair, right?
Right, like for example, obviously you're speaking about biblical accounts from the Christian view or the biblical view, right? Believing in the Bible at face value isn't irrational. All the things in the Bible are propositionally possible. There's nothing impossible about any of the claims within the Bible. They're only impossible in the sense of a set of limitations that someone puts upon themselves of what is or isn't possible based on their conclusions. So, for example, a lot of people argue against the Bible because there's miracles in it, right? They say, oh, well, the Bible can't be true because these things are impossible. But they're just categorically claiming they're impossible. They're not proving they're impossible. So the premise of the concept of the Bible is that a metaphysical agent that's the source of all reality has the ability to control that reality. That seems pretty congruent in itself. So the source of all energy, power, and reality itself is able to do things within that reality that to us would seem out of place. So a supernatural agent is able to control the natural. And so we look at it as if it's a miracle, but from that agent's point of view, it's like sneezing. It's like, who cares? It's not a big deal.
That shit was great, dog. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
hold you.
I was just going to
That,
say that the
that was
difference, I'd
great.
say, would be one of a technicality where one's faith and the other faith based. So, like, you could propose, for instance, to a religious person, like, look, all this evidence that suggests otherwise, and I don't think it would matter here, neither here nor there. Whereas if it's a glober or a flat earther, presumably both people would be quite happy to accept convincing, persuasive evidence. So it's not faith based, right?
Well, dude, there's a whole book. There's a whole book called "The Case for Christ," right? Where a dude who was an atheist examined the evidence, right? Historical, biblical, all these things. He wrote a whole book about it, how he used his forensic skills, right, to deduce or arrive at, based on the evidence he collected, that the probability or the certainty or whatever it is, right, that the claims of the Bible are true, specifically about Jesus and the resurrection and other things. Now, whether you agree or not, that's neither here nor there. The point is that his argumentation style was, I'm a skeptic, clearly an atheist, went in, investigated the evidence, and said, from the evidence I collected, laid out in this book, I've arrived at the conclusion that Jesus of Nazareth was most certainly real and certainly rose from the dead, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's not the case that it's just a faith-based, non-evidentiary-based proposition where it's just someone's told a proposition and the arbiter of that is just whether they decide to believe it or decide not to believe it.
Yeah, okay. I think there are some propositions that like a religion like Christianity can make and they can be true. But I think there are just as many, if not more, let's say, untenable points. That's where the faith comes in. That's where you lack that rational belief, right?
Well, I don't. There's nothing.
Which would be an
There's
example of
absolutely.
Earther, right? Globe Earther.
Yeah, fair, but to be self-consistent within a document like the Bible, the claims within the document itself make none of the propositions in it untenable. Keep in mind that the entire proposition of the Bible is that all reality that can be experienced is grounded in a singular being that controls reality in and of itself. If that's true, then all the other claims within the Bible are minuscule. So, for example, the Bible claims that this agent created all things, all energy, all power, all principalities, all other sentient forms of life, etc. But it's grounded in the assumption that this agent is the cause of all these things in the first instance. So it's not a stretch at all. A stretch, I'll give you a stretch. Inanimate matter existed in a hyperdense state with no reason to be moving whatsoever, spontaneously moved, then created everything we know, and then through sheer chance and probability formed itself into complex structures, which then formed itself into complex organisms, which then for some reason transcended physicality into metaphysics, and sentience emerged from non-sentience. That's a stretch.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. It depends on how.
I have zero reason.
With,
I'll put it to you this way: I have zero reason, based on my faculties of my mind, which include rationality, logic, intuition, etc., to believe that dead matter is the cause of sentience.
well, it depends on how you frame it, right? So, for instance, if I frame it like this, well, all biological states are chemical states, all chemical states are physical states, and so on, right? Then it's not so hard to believe because I don't know what we are if not just chemicals, right?
Code.
That do physical things. But the
No, my friend.
yeah, so like
I will submit to you that the only thing, right, that you know unequivocally, personally, in the first-hand present sense of knowledge, is that you're self-aware and the internal existence of your own mental states. That's it.
yeah,
So
yeah.
subordinating your mental states as first-order knowledge to a claim that all things are just chemicals, I mean, it kind of seems not very, I don't know, it doesn't seem very self-aware to me.
Yeah, I think there's lots of problems with that sort of formulation that I gave, but it's just not outside of the bounds of possibility for me to say like, oh, this is beyond like reason, right?
You know
Okay,
what
so
code
then
is?
I would like to have the chemical formula, charge, structure, momentum or spin, kcals, kilojoules, electron volts, etc. of reason.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know if I could give that argument, but yeah.
Nobody can. Look, I'm going to give you a heads up, friend, and then I want to give it to Jedi because he was trying to get in. But modern physicists, evolutionary biologists, psychologists, etc., are basically coming to the inescapable conclusion that the concept that matter is the originator and energy is the originator of sentience is actually foolishness. And the actual base unit of reality is consciousness itself, not matter or energy. Meaning that consciousness exists in the first instance, and all matter and energy states are derivative of consciousness. Now, this isn't me saying this. These are secular, well endowed by financial incentives, right, in their fields, meaning that they have no reason to just make this up in the sense of, oh, we're going to prove sentience versus this or that. They're just studying, going along with what they think is the scientific method, based on the shoulders of giants of all the history, right? Searching for these particles, searching for these laws, searching for these fundamental micro states of time and energy. And it seems that at every turn, when they keep getting lower and lower and lower, they find, and this is them speaking, by the way, I'm paraphrasing them as much as I can because I can't remember it verbatim. They find that at the bottom of everything is consciousness.
Are you talking about ether
And
theory?
all the, no, not at all.
Okay.
Would you consider a virus alive or dead?
Sounds I say I agree with everything you're saying, and I love that you're speaking on this because this is the reality of life. Is consciousness is really the all the all.
I don't know about that. I think there are some ambiguities. Like for instance, a virus, you know, it treads
We're
the
not talking about that.
ambiguity.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. Unfortunately, for some reason, the science is so true, we can't talk about it.
Yeah, we can't talk about that. Also,
Well, look, it depends on what you define. It depends on what you define by alive. For example, is this pair of scissors that I just picked up alive? And when I cut myself with them, should I put it in jail to punish it? Right?
if we're going to be talking about viruses or any biological form, then we're going to have something called genetic code. Now, there's a problem with code just springing into existence for no apparent reason. Because to have genetic code or code in any form, then you need three things to exist in its first instance. The first instance, the intelligence to come up with the code. Second of all, the code itself. And then third of all, the receiver of the code to then carry out the instructions. All three things must be in place already. Now, those three things don't spontaneously jump into existence for no apparent reason. They all require intelligence to come up with the concept.
Are you guys referring to what the pantheists believe to be the conscious? It's like a conscious photon. I don't know how exactly they describe it, but they believe that these particles exist in everything, even things like rocks. We have them, and we're all interconnected through like a
Hey, now,
galactic
hold on a
hive
second.
mind, which we
Yeah,
all
I
are.
hear you. Yeah, I hear you. So some of these physicist lectures that I listen to, there's a guy that postulates the idea like you said, except he goes one step further. He says that not only is everything made of one particle, like you said, but you said many of these particles. So he phrases it one particle, not many of one, one. And this particle, he claims, goes back and forth through time and space to render everything. So this one singular particle is in your finger while simultaneously being in the tip of my finger, while simultaneously being in the crack of that person's ass, right? And it does this by transposing itself through space and time infinitely. So it's the same particle making repeated instances of itself. Now, does that
I
sound
don't.
silly?
To me, yes, it does. I don't understand how you could measure something like that.
Well, yes, but hold on, dude. Hold on, friend. You forgot. I forgot to tell you that this man is an advanced physicist speaking in a lecture in front of his peers at a highly acclaimed organization. So does that make it more or less true?
Where did I hear this before?
What do you know the man's
It's
name?
very true, but I heard this. I swear like I heard this.
It's okay if you haven't, if you don't remember his name. It's okay. I'll try and find him.
Now, the other person in this lecture series that I was watching, right, he was advocating for getting financial support for CERN, right? Because he wants to make bigger CERNs. Because CERN is only capable of reaching energy states that it's capable of reaching, and he needs a bigger ring in order to reach greater energy states to see what's happening at more and more micro scales by introducing greater energy states to the collisions of the particles, right? So, lo and behold, you listen to him talk for a while, and he starts to talk about, I want to make CERN on the moon. Then he says, I want to make CERN around the solar system. And maybe, like a Kardashev scale, when we reach 1.5 or 2, we can make CERN around the galaxy.
Why would you need a
Then
CERN
we
that
can
big?
find, I'll tell you why, for the reason I said earlier, which is you need the accelerative frame to reach the speeds in order to create the collisions to get greater energy states to make the particles break down into their more fundamental states. That's why.
Very true. Hadron Collider.
Now, check this out. So he's talking about all this stuff, right? And he's talking about the fundamental units of matter and consciousness and mind and how we can discover the secrets. And he's saying, like, eventually when we discover these things, human consciousness, we could put it into a machine, right? And so we could transpose the need for a biological body by moving the consciousness into a machine, which we could then just repair indefinitely because we're now beyond biology. Now that's assuming that you could even move consciousness in the first instance, right? But now we have here living in a machine, and then he goes on to say, oh, eventually we won't even need the machine because we'll evolve our state of consciousness to where we can come out of the machine, float like an energy cloud into the cosmos. And
Isn't
that
that a
some of
type
these things.
4 civilization? Type 4 or 5, I believe it is, yeah.
Yeah. You're getting the concept. So then after we float out of our bodies into like an ethereal, energetic cloud of consciousness, we can float into the cosmos and maybe meet up with other people who've done this before. And he even posited the idea, or it might have been the other co-lecturer, that some of the things we see in the night sky are actually sentient entities that have done this process before us. Now, my friend, what does that sound like?
Sounds like
Insufficient proof.
Now this is a new one. I ain't gonna lie. This part right here, this is very interesting. I never heard this part. The
Now,
synth.
these other guys who claim that consciousness is the fundamental unit of reality, right? And therefore matter and energy states are derivative of consciousness, and all of them are backed by a sentient actor at some degree of removal as an antecedent, right? So that means that this napkin that I'm holding in my hand, the antecedent for this napkin at some time in the causal past was a direct sentient agent. Okay? So their idea is that the entire universe is just an interconnected collection of sporadic sentience, right? So it's not that everything is one particular mind, but that it's a multitude of agents within a greater connected mind. So everything is mind, and everything that's experienced by the subsequent lesser minds is all caused by the higher minds. So in other words, you have a bunch of sentient agents existing that are the cause of everything we experience, and some are more powerful than others. Now, what does that sound like? Now, if you've noticed all the parallels with ancient religions, right, to this quote unquote new ideas of physics and evolutionary theory, then you'd be correct. They do sound a lot like ancient religions. Okay, all of these studies basically are just proving that materialism, right, all is matter and energy, is just necessarily false. I mean, a short reflection upon the contents of your own mind will yield you that truth. But they're going all the way to idealism, which is matter and energy is just mental states.
Yes, I heard that we don't even really see reality as we see it. We see the last seconds of the last like you know what I'm saying. Reality is always ahead of us. We're only seeing the. It's like our frames in a video.
Right. So would that mean, let's just say we reach 100% of enlightenment, we should be able to leave our bodies?
Yeah, you're starting to notice the similarities. You know?
Taking this
That
one
more like
level.
sounds like Lucy, the movie.
Do you mind if we take this just one level less metaphysical and actually focus on the idea of energy? I think there's a major either deception or misconception happening with this term. Definition of energy is the ability to do work. And yet people always talk about it like it's this, physicists mainly, modern so-called physicists, as if it's this mysterious semi-substance which transfers between things.
There's multiple definitions depending on what it's used for and what it's in. So like in the human body, we simply use it as the measurement of work that can be done. Where if we measured it in a photon, it would be like the strength of the wave, so the amp.
I know, I agree, I understand that there are different units and different forms and all this, but they act like energy as such is this mystical substance which just passes. I think that's unempirical. That I think that we've already got religious when we're talking about this energy and forces.
What do you mean?
To me, these are just heuristics. if we wanted a real rigorous empirical approach, we would be talking about phenomena, and if phenomena happen
Yeah,
with
sure.
happen with a certain form of regularity, we could say we're quantizing this phenomenon as such, and we're then talking about motion, how much motion can be generated by this phenomena, which we quantize in this way. And basically, we're talking about basically a currency exchange of motion and phenomena. That would be the
yeah, almost all things which are formulated as energy is really directly correlated to the motion that's present.
exactly. So it's just so ultimately what we're talking, and in some things it's just an inferred motion, right? Right, with the chemical energy and explosion and all that kind of stuff. The actual, they say, well, these molecules are rushing away and all that. Really, what I'm seeing there is a phenomena, and then that's translating into some motion that I can then detect and quantize.
Yep.
And then there's amounts of this substance that gives rise to this phenomena of explosion or whatever. Then I can quantize that. Basically, like I'm saying, it's one big currency exchange. That's an analogy, but it's just one big phenomena to motion currency exchange. What's the exchange rate? Seems to be fixed. And then they say, oh, this is the second law of thermodynamics. Well, I mean, like, what is this? Or the first law, whichever it is. The one which says that, energy can neither be created nor
Okay, yeah. So check this out, brother. You seem to be on the page. So, does motion require precedent motion?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so then if I move this bottle,
Yeah,
right? Didn't my hand have to move first?
I understand the physical reality, though. That seems to be the case. I just don't see any logical necessity for that.
Right. So then I would say if physical motion requires precedent physical motion, then you have to ask the question: how did the first motion occur? So what would be your answer to that?
So again, I think motion. I mean, I'm going to get really, really abstract, I suppose, here, but I'm just trying to be as rigorous as possible. Motion can only be defined in some sort of Cartesian space as a change of position, an analog change of position, let's say. All of those concepts are derivative of mind. So I'm with you. Ultimately, everything boils to mind, and
Right.
motion is not. So before all of this, before we even talk about energy or motion or even mathematics, you have to have mind, and so mind precedes all of that. And mind, I mean,
Right. Even
go ahead, sorry.
even the attempt to empirically ascertain the external world requires the unempirical internal world as the arbiter. Correct.
I agree.
Correct.
I agree.
The mental is where it
Right.
starts.
And yeah. Right. So rationality, mental faculties, logic, intuition, language, all of these things must exist in the first instance to make any sense of anything.
I
You
agree.
even have the lower conscious or the higher conscious or the ethereal or the
My
physical.
my definition for God has always been the ground of being and intelligibility. That's always been my definition. Because if we don't have this ground of being for intelligibility specifically, then anything that goes on in one person's head and another person's head, and we supposedly exchange words and there's some meaning passing between us, that's nonsense. All we have there at that point is two disparate motions coinciding in some physical plane. There is no meaning whatsoever. So before we even start making sense of anything, you need to have that there's a ground of being and intelligibility which precedes from that.
Yep. So intelligibility and meaning are not grounded in objects that exist in a physical sense. They're grounded in minds, right?
Agreed.
Right. So when we say these things, to make the claim that material exists preordinate to mind, that is actually the more religious claim.
I agree.
In my opinion.
It's not even a religious, it's just an illogical, metaphysically thing, really. It's just matter and what is physical? The best definition someone's going to give you is something that has extension in space and time. Space and time are conceptual.
Right.
And conceptual things are of mind. So to even have a definition of physical, you need mind in the first place.
Right. So something that's physical in physical dimensions exists by what you just said. If they parsed it out differently, you could say they exist within the mind.
Yeah.
Now, Berkeley recognized that the subject being us, if we say it exists only within our mind, right, then it can't be shared by other minds. And so you need an overmind.
Yeah, I've always, I mean, I don't use this term in many discussions but I've always said the better word for objective would be intersubjective.
Okay, and how's they get all the blacks out of my country?
Well, if you close your eyes, then you can't see race. Problem solved.
Yeah, that's all fine and dandy until they shoot you and rob you for something.
You mean the police? Because all cops are bad?
Being an asset.
It's not really the police that are going to do that. It's going to be a black probably.
Well, I'll give you a suggestion. So if you just marry all the black women, right, because you're such a stud, and you give them
That's
all your
gross.
babies,
I'm not into
give them all your
bestiality.
babies just like Genghis Khan did, then
Not into bestiality.
you'll accomplish your task.
I muted him. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Exactly. I was just engaging him, so he'd be easier to find for someone to mute because I couldn't find him.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, feel free to ban him as well, and also to ping Aurora, so maybe she'll platform ban them.
What did he do?
Oh, I don't know how to do all that. Well, he went into the middle of a really deep conversation, interrupted the fuck out of it with some lowbrow racism, like white people can't shoot white people or some shit. But that's
Yeah, can you put his information in the DM to me?
Let's see.
Yeah, I ain't got time.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. I just got here. I didn't know what was
You
going
know,
on.
if you're in a comedic setting, if you're in a comedic setting, I can understand certain comedic license, but that this isn't there, and saying I don't want to commit bestiality based, and I don't know, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I just
might
got
want to
here,
seek
so I don't know
therapy.
what's going on. Sorry to interrupt, by the way.
We were talking an awesome conversation about the nature of reality, idealism versus objectivism, and all types of things. And then he just wanted to do some race crybaby nonsense.
Well, who were you talking to before AI? Or I'm sorry, I guess I could just ask the room.
Has anybody run the pendulum test?
So who were you
You
talking
guys
to?
believe in manifesting your reality through like
You
energy and belief?
law of attraction?
Well, the mind and the brain are inseparable.
Here's the thing: people who talk about that stuff, literally, it's in my opinion, it's been psyoped so hard that a lot of these concepts have simply been stripped of all rigor and thrown into this psyop bracket called New Age. And
Well,
so,
here's something to you on. Knowledge or knowing the which path information alone causes wave function collapse and decoherence, like physical interaction with measuring devices, does not cause wave function collapse. So it takes your actual consciousness to even for matter to even be relevant.
I actually don't agree with that inference. It's not a necessary inference of that experiment, in my opinion.
Matter is is derivative of consciousness.
I agree with
It's
the premise.
proven scientifically.
I agree with the premise, but I say that experiment doesn't demonstrate that. I was just agreeing. The conversation before was between me and this gentleman, AI Overlord.
Yeah,
I
I
was
was just adding to it.
no, that's fine. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to down. I'm just saying, like, I may sound like I'm being I'm just saying, I generally, the double experiment with the which way information, I don't agree that the necessary inference of that is that consciousness is causing it to collapse. While I do agree with the premise that consciousness is the most primitive, quote, substance in reality. I'm just saying that experiment technically speaking, the necessary inference is not that the which way information is causing that collapse. It's possible, but
What
not
do
necessary.
you mean? There might be another option that it's not because they're observing it that it
Yeah.
starts to react.
Yeah, I agree. It's
I have a feeling it too, but it kind of does seem like it's conserving energy because it's not being looked at. But I guess it could be something else.
Well, I mean, you guys are saying it could be something else. Well, it could be the invention of Apple Jacks that caused it. But we can't verify that. The best, possible cause is, the results of the experiment, especially with the delayed choice quantum eraser, where the scientist doesn't even know, what the outcome is going to be, whether or not there's a knower or not. And then every time there's a knower, it collapses the wave function. So what else would be the cause?
With the delayed choice quantum eraser, there's actually a good video by one of these normie science popularizers, and she actually, I think, hits the nail on the head with that one. It's a Sabine Hoffenstatter. She's normie as fuck, but I think she nails on that one.
I mean, if you got another possible cause, do tell.
Well, I mean, if you just want to be empirical about it, what's happening?
Well, it's an
Well,
experiment that is.
why
It's
couldn't
a
it be?
hypothesis. It's a hypothesis with a null that the alternative was proven by experiment. I mean, that's the best way to gain knowledge is to have the viable hypothesis, and whether you prove or disprove it by experiment.
So, just for technicality, you never prove a hypothesis in statistics. You either reject it or you fail to reject it.
That is false.
I guess.
Right.
No,
I
it's
guess
not.
they
That's
could
within
say.
Statistics 101.
I guess they could say that
Yeah,
the
but you're
wave
talking about
somehow
statistics,
cancels
not
it out.
science. Sorry, I just got interrupted for a second. You're talking about statistics. We're talking about science.
Yeah, that's why I
Right.
ignored
Well, all
ignored it.
scientific studies are based on statistics.
Okay, there's statistical analysis of studies, but there's no scientific experiment on statistics. Does that make sense?
Okay, so anyway,
When you're testing a hypothesis, you either you either reject the hypothesis or you fail to reject it. Now you can have a confidence interval that is extremely high, 99.999, so you're really confident it's correct, but you don't just accept anything.
I mean, you're talking about
you don't accept anything fully.
you're talking about
Earth might be flat.
he's gonna say he has a 99.99999. He's gonna say that, but he's talking about statistics when we're talking about scientific experimentation. So we're on the different.
If heat didn't cause water to boil, there wouldn't be any kettles.
So, I mean, the only if we're talking about using the scientific method and ruling in and ruling out possibilities, the only other explanation could be a philosophical position which is quite absurd, called occasionalism, such that your arbitrary introduction of the independent variable just coincides with the effect every single time. And that's, well, if you want to believe that, then we're off to the races. I'm not going to accept that ever in my life. That my hand just happened to move towards the bottle just before I pushed it over, and then it fell independent of my hand's pressure. I mean, it's like that's the position that you'd have to take. Statistics is something else because you're not manipulating independent variables. But going back to the previous conversation about the double slit and the which way information. Well, what are we doing really? You're getting like you're putting a polarizing filter in front of something.
No, that's not what. Well, let's just we can go through it if you want.
So let's go through it. Let's go through it and let's just see whether it necessarily entails that the which way information is causing the collapse.
Yeah, so you observe a phenomenon. Yeah, photons, elementary particles, atoms, molecules exhibit both wave-like, and particle behavior.
I disagree.
Okay, well, that's the observed phenomenon.
No, we don't observe any particles. You observe illumination in the form of.
You can isolate a single photon with
You can get a mark on a photographic plate. That doesn't say that there's a.
you can
Photon.
trap a mirror contraption and with like several thousand frames, like and run it back, in a slower motion and watch it from.
Does that say that there's a particle there?
Yeah, it captures one.
What do you mean captures one? And then
In
you
a
bought it
mirror
up?
in a mirror contraption, you can see it capture one single photon just by the quickness of the flash and in the contained environment.
Explain that. Explain that setup for me.
It's really tough. I mean, all it is being able to capture everything frame by frame in like pictoseconds.
Sure. So you're just saying that there's some minimum amount of illumination that you can record.
You can capture a single photon.
You're inferring that you're capturing photon. I'm saying that you're recording.
I mean, I can go find it for you if you want me to, and you
It
can.
says it can. 400,000 pixels sufficient to capture image of a single photon. Researchers at National Institute has created a detector to do that. Now, for the experiment, do we know like if they're like able to how this experiment? You're saying it just illuminated. It didn't like actually capture.
I'm saying that.
It wasn't an experiment. It was
So
just
in order for me to
observation.
accept, for me, the definition of a particle is something which has persistence. And
Well, maybe they have persistence. Like, do you?
Let me
like
go
she's
next.
saying there is, and then they have this capturer. Like I'm assuming there's some kind of persistence, unless the experiment had said that there's just illumination. Like does anyone know?
So
It's not an experiment; it's an observation. But yes,
How was
and
it observed? Yeah,
it was.
sorry.
It was. They just recorded them making the observation and going through the steps and demonstrating it.
you're not again. If there's nothing persisting at the end of it, then you can't know for sure that it's a quote particle.
They've got it down to 10 trillion frames under a second. They can capture.
You could have a phenomenon which has a very low, like a tiny pictosecond level of existence. If you had an analog, if you had some sort of analog phenomenon, and you caught a picture of it because you reduced your frame rate to like some extremely you increased your frame rate to something extremely high. That would just the quantization of that would be a function of your capture.
Yeah,
Phenomenon,
and
it could still
instruments
be an
that you're
analog
using,
phenomenon.
also the instruments that you're using to make sure that like the flash is I mean perfect. I mean
Sure,
it
I'm just saying
has
if
to
you have
be.
an analog phenomena and you capture it with a frame rate, by definition, it's going to be quantized, but by the procedure, not necessarily because it itself is quanta or discrete as a particle.
Well, that would be the phenomenon that you would observe, and the alternative hypothesis would be if the witch path information is known or can be known, then we will observe wave function collapse, i.e., no interference.
Right now, I'm just talking about you saying them capturing a photon.
Yeah, I know, but we were going to go through it, but I mean, we're just like at a stalemate at the observe the phenomenon.
I'm accepting that your interpretation could be correct. I'm saying it's not necessarily correct. There's no reason for us to be at an impasse, really. I'm just being.
Can I give an interpretation since we've heard all the other ones?
Go ahead.
Thanks. So I have this theory: rogue wave of light is a photon, and what I mean by that is in the ocean there's a thing called rogue waves. When two waves have like a similar trajectory, and they kind of line up, and the momentum and the energy combines into one wave, and it capsizes like full-size ships, right? So this is like, a rare thing. It doesn't happen all the time. But this rogue wave is like, the biggest wave minus like an earthquake cause tsunami, right? So this natural phenomenon, if light acts like a wave, and sometimes the waves are kind of interfering with each other, then there would be these, interference patterns where this intersectionality of these two waves is what we call a photon. Like there's so much energy in that one spot where these two waves are combining that people would look at that and go, that looks like a massless particle from a Newtonian perspective. But if you're not looking at it through the lens of like Newtonian, and you think to yourself, like, it's really weird to think that, like, my cell phone, even though it's invisible light, it's producing massless particles that are coming out of my pocket. Like, that's really weird to me. Like, it would just make a lot more sense that they would just be waves, like, ups and downs, So yeah, that's my little theory. Of course, it's not a scientific theory. I'm not trying to do the
Right, just
ambiguity
algorithm.
fallacy. So
Well, I think that you're pointing out actually a really important thing when we talk about quantum mechanics, which is that quantum mechanics don't really connect to our experiential reality. And when we try to compare them to like what we experience, you get these analogies which are imperfect, and you're trying to bridge those analogies, which is a really important process in understanding it, because there's like this thing that happens when you study quantum mechanics where your brain gets better of kind of just accepting that there's this reality that's normally foreign to it. And it's kind of through this iterative process that your brain tends to do that. So yeah, I wouldn't say you're wrong. You've created a bespoke layer of abstraction, which is helping you go through some really, really messy, complicated stuff that defies reality.
are you a physicist?
No, I've got a background in cryptography, but I've taken a few quantum physics classes.
I
Gotcha.
don't anything that defies reality. So
I'm not saying it defies reality. What I'm saying is that it defies experiential reality. The fact of the matter is the reason why the wave particle duality is so hard for us isn't because it isn't descriptive. It's because it doesn't connect to how we experience the world in any real way.
I mean, that's
And that's the starting point.
that's some no offense. I may sound like I'm being disparaging, but that's some common rhetoric that I hear all the time. I don't think that's valid.
What do you
So
mean?
saying that something isn't it's not about whether it's something familiar to us in our regular experience. There's lots of things which aren't familiar to us in our regular experience. What it's like to be a bat is not familiar to us in our regular experience. But to posit that a contradiction could exist, a true contradiction could exist, and that's okay because it's just our monkey brains, evolved minds just can't handle it. I think it's not a valid way of drawing inferences or
Well,
reason.
I'm not suggesting an actual contradiction exists. I'm like the human brain is fundamentally an approximative engine and how it does most of its analysis. We have the ability to do more discrete analysis, but like it's not the primary mode of operation. And the conversation we're having really isn't about quantum physics, in my opinion, at least. It has more to do with human psychology, something that I'm not an expert in at all. But and I'm really talking more about that than I am about the physics.
I think we grasp reality not through our brains. Our brains are just literally like physical chat GPT, in my opinion. But we grasp reality through self-evident truths of metaphysics, and one of those, or three of those, are the laws of logic, and those will not be contradicted. So you can't have a wave particle duality in that you can't have something which is one way, but also another way at the same time. At that point, we're just talking about a system with two specifications. There's not one thing which is two things. It would just be that there are two things, two different rule sets in application.
If you go talk to a physicist and ask them, is a photon or is any subatomic particle a wave or a particle, they're going to actually, the real answer they'll give you is neither. They'll say, here's the specification. When we're comparing it to things that we humans are familiar with, sometimes its behavior looks like a wave and sometimes it looks like a particle. This is just an analogy, and it's an imperfect one. And taking that analogy and using it to say that is what the thing is really defies what it's being used for. It's essentially a teaching tool.
Again, like I'm saying, I don't believe there are photons. I don't think that's a necessary inference of anything. So that's something.
Smaller things that go on, like there couldn't be like some kind of thing that they're measuring that's smaller than what you can see.
That's what I'd like to talk about, because do you guys know anything about semiconductors?
I do.
Who said that?
I am the same one who was talking about the psychology.
Oh, if you guys want to talk about that, that's fine. I'm just trying to get back to
No.
how to act, like the quanta of uh, if you wanted to talk about that, I don't know. I mean, I have a pretty just like a remedial bit of knowledge about it, but it's enough for layman terms.
And my knowledge basically extends through what you learn getting a bachelor's in electrical engineering. So it's something, but it's more practical than theoretical.
That's what I like. I like the applied sciences.
This isn't
The
theoretical.
No, but the point is that my background is not why it does the way it does. It's how it does, so I can use it to build something. And often the conversations that people have more to do with an understanding of why.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you're
Definitely.
saying. Yeah, okay, fair enough.
I'd like to hear your point.
Yeah, okay, so semiconductors, the way that they discovered how like there was quantized instead of waves, they were doping like a plate of metal, with frequency of light. And if it was doped enough, or a silicone, I mean, they've changed it because there's simpler, better ways to conduct this. So uh, either way, on the plate, they would dope it with the frequency of light, and they would have to dope it enough to where they had an electron fly off the plate. So they set up the semiconductor where there's a positive and negative on in like a vacuum, so on one side, to capture and contain and control the flow of the electrons that were bouncing off from the frequency of the plate through the line. Um, and that's how, I mean, that this essentially, before semiconductors were invented, the fact that they were like the electrons are bouncing off of the plate where they're doping it with the frequency of the light, is how they realized that there was particles.
Okay, well, I don't even know what you mean by doping, to be honest. Like, what do you mean?
Just doping the frequency of the light. That
I'm,
just
I'm
means like how much you're emitting a frequency.
Doping is the name for the process where you change subatomically how it acts. Nowadays, like for most, it's done by adding other chemicals or other matter into the semiconductor.
I mean,
just a technical term.
You're just you're upping the frequency that you're hitting the plate with.
Okay, so you're upping the frequency that you're hitting the plate with, and then
Yeah.
you said electron flew off. What was the observed phenomenon? You said, because
They were
no,
able to measure the electrons.
how?
I don't know.
So that's
I've seen it demonstrated. I'm just like I said, it's a remedial.
I mean, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just
How
saying,
it works.
and when people it's just a pet peeve of mine when it comes to like science. Like they'll start off really good talking about the experiment, and then in between they'll throw in the inference as if it's following in logical tandem. So that's cool. So they're firing a certain firing, or rather they're bathing some substrate in some increasing frequency of light, electromagnetic, something on the electromagnetic spectrum.
Able to interact with it on this understanding. So
Sure.
this isn't. It's not just like they
So
they
I have
speculate about things that are light years away or anything like that. You don't interact with that, and there's no way to prove that. But this
Right.
you interact with,
They
and
don't prove.
actually, sorry, go ahead.
They don't prove that photons are real. It's just like a behavior that they're measuring. It's how light's acting, and they call it a photon.
Exactly.
So when it lights up, so I mean, it, it's not a physical, like it's not like an electron or a neutron or something. It's just a behavior that they're measuring. So it exists in that form.
I would just like I'm fine with people having their interpretations. Like if someone feels satisfied that demonstrates that there's some quantized nature to electromagnetism, I'm fine with someone believing that. I'm just like pointing out that that's not a necessity.
I feel like, yeah, it's not a particle. Maybe that is a bad part of the definition. It's just it says a particle representing a quantum light, and then they said they can't really prove that it exists. It's just the measurement of the light and the reaction of the energy to the frequency. So I feel like you're arguing a lot of semantics there, like these things like do or don't exist. Well, they do exist because it's like happening. This experiment is happening, and this reaction happens. So if we could get past
if we're manipulating
the definition,
if we're manipulating some independent variable and reliably we're getting some outcome, I'll accept that outcome is happening. I'm not going to accept the inference that someone has, which is possible but not necessary.
So what I will say is that there are experiments that better validate these inferences, but I mean, I personally only know two people who have the background to really understand those experiments. This is the truth of the matter is, which is that the more you want to know about it, the more work it takes to know it, and these things take a huge amount of time and research, and people dedicate their lives to it.
I don't. Once an objective fact has been established, you don't really need any expertise to understand it. You need expertise to understand things which involve skill, like engineering or some sort of hand skill, mental skill.
I very much disagree with that. I mean, I do cryptography for a living. There are a lot of objective facts in the area of cryptography that I do not understand. That I know there are very few people who understand they are objective facts they've been proven, and it takes a lot of study to understand why it is so.
But it may take study to understand someone's interpretation of an objective fact. But an objective fact just is. If this is just the if this then this. Okay, you may not understand why this then this, but you can understand the objective fact that if this then this.
I mean, the proof for 1 + 1 = 2 takes like 200 pages. I like, no offense, that's just not true.
It doesn't matter if someone had to like derive a proof of 1 + 1 = 2. That in and of itself, that's a self-evident fact. It's a self-evident truth.
Alright. Well, it says, so you don't believe it's a particle. It says a particle is a minute portion of matter. Do you believe light is matter? Can that be like quantified?
No, it's energy.
I don't believe light is.
Why wouldn't it be matter?
I don't even believe it's energy.
So
Why wouldn't it be?
let me give an example of matter, right? Like I can hand you a piece of matter, but light is a wave, in my opinion. So I can wave my hand, but I can't hand you a wave, right?
Maybe we don't have the right tools, like to suck up the light and like put it in like some kind of light bag. But you know what I mean? Um, I, I guess they do see like waves and mirrors. I don't know much about light.
Well, let me tell you this one thing, and then I'll pass the mic. The one thing about light is that you need to know is that you don't know anything about light.
I'm the light.
Here's another thing. Let's say light is comprised of discrete particles, right? There's only two options now, because since everyone's agreeing that even if they are particles, everyone's agreeing that they're moving in wave-like fashion. Well, then you've only got two options there. Either these are sentient things, which are just coordinating amongst themselves to go in this fashion, or they are being controlled by some external medium. So even if you have a discrete nature of light, they still need to be being comporting to some medium, which is making them move in the formation that they're moving in.
Well, one thing y'all should really know is there's no way to measure the speed of it.
Sure, but you're measuring its frequency, its amplitude, its wavelength, and all this kind of stuff. So if you're saying that it's moving through space with some specific parameters like this wavelength, frequency, and all that, even if it's comprised of discrete particles, there has to be something which is making it, unless you're a panpsychist, where the light is conscious or some shit, then it's off to the races, I suppose. But other than that,
There's an actual speed of dark though.
let me just finish my point though. But there has to be something which is making the light, even if it's made of discrete particles, comport to the wave-like formation that it's adhering to. So either way, you're going to have some sort of medium within which this is propagating.
What's wrong with air?
You're saying air is making light comport to a wave-like pattern?
Seeing it in the air. You can see it through your skin.
But are you saying that the air is the medium? We could probably do some experiment for
Well,
that.
that's
Take out the air.
actually medium that you can,
I know,
measure.
but we could manipulate the independent variable of air, remove the air, have light pass through
How do
vacuum.
you air? Though?
Well,
You're
create
gonna
a
have to that one.
create a vacuum.
You can't create a perfect vacuum.
Sure,
Not
but like you've created enough of a vacuum that the light is passing through something which has some sporadic molecules here and there bouncing around, I suppose. But that would no longer be a medium. You're passing light through a medium, and it still has, again, frequency, amplitude, wavelength, all this other shit.
We can
So
measure the background medium. It's no secret. The Casimir effect is a real thing.
sure, but I'm not even. Again, I'm on your. I'm like my inklings are on your side, but without even getting to that point, if we remove air, so it's no longer the medium through which light is traveling through. I mean, yeah, it's no perfect vacuum, but it's still not the medium. It's just sporadic molecules bouncing around. Those ones, that's no longer the medium which is making the light move with the formation that it has, the specific. So there still has to be something which is even if it is comprised of discrete particles, there still has to be something which is making it move in that specific formation. With the absolute specificity.
Well, it'd be our eyes, but then also in reality too.
And I'm just saying, if there is some bunch of tiny particles moving in a specific formation, either they're coordinating amongst themselves sentiently, or something is making them adhere to a formation. I'm gonna take the latter if it is comprised of particle. Now I would just throw out the whole discrete nature of light itself and go with what the other guy said, and say that it's just a wave in a medium.
So I'm not being dogmatic about it, but from what I understand is the background medium or 0 point energy, quantum foam, virtual particles, whatever they call it, just don't call it the ether because that triggers people. But the background medium is measurable and it's in every system. There's 0.5 volts in every system, and some people call it maximum nothingness. So apparently there's the maximum amount of nothingness that we can get. It's never zero. Like we can never get to zero. There's always some energy in the background, and we have all these theories that a large group of the populace accepts about space time. But what is space time? Like, you can't put it in a jar, paint it yellow. Like, you can't measure it. It's just like a concept. Well, this quantum foam, where these particles pop in and out of existence, like, this is like observable. It's measurable. It's not science, but it's observable.
Your boys in text chat are really embarrassing you guys. Time to do a little huddle and see if you can get better people into the text chat.
We get
Well,
access to the text chat.
are they scared in the text chat? How come they're not coming here and talking to us? I mean, nobody's going to mute them, right? Won't you guys come in here?
Hey Larry, I was here the other day. You said I think your son or someone. If you look into carnivore diet, that cures like lots of cancer, lots of diseases.
Whoa! We can't talk about all that here, man. Like no
You were
medical
talking
stuff.
about it yesterday.
I never said cure nothing, bro. Guarantee that.
Why can't we talk about that?
I'm pretty sure it's against the Discord's rules to talk about all this medical stuff.
It's
You
just
said,
a diet.
yeah, you said cure. I don't think that's something you can even legally claim. You're not a doctor.
I like to use cure because it pisses off all the retards. Go,
Well,
you can't cure diabetes, but well,
I'm not
I have no
pissed off.
symptoms. I'm on no medicine. Yeah,
I'm
not
I'm
you, just like
I'm
other
really
people.
glad. I'm really glad for you, bro. But if you would have said that, there's, possible benefits to carnivore diet, that'd be cool. But
I'm gonna
yeah,
give it to you like it is, because it really does cure these things. Like they go away,
bro, I don't
and
think
for
you can
good
say that.
reason.
I don't think you can say that, bro. I would
I
love
I
to
can,
be.
I can.
I don't want to mute you,
Cancer
bro.
has a cancer has a sugar umbilical cord.
Yeah, I didn't mute you, but you're kind of talking about stuff that we can't talk about here. Unfortunately, can't
Is what it
talk
is.
about that shit.
You gotta join to create a room and then just talk about it there. That's what I do. I come here, I mum's the word. I don't talk about anything other than flat earth or like abstract shit.
I mean, you're talking to somebody whose son had cancer when he was 2, so I'm pretty sure there's lots of stuff that we could share with each other, but you just can't say certain things on this Discord. You are
Not
not free.
It's a shit life, I tell ya.
You can actually say on this Discord, just like in your own room or like a room where you have jurisdiction. I would not want to bring down or besmirch the great 24/7 flattered Discord, so I wouldn't violate you guys' rules.
So, Potato Earth, are you in here? Would you like to present? Let's see. I don't know if he's in here. Yeah. Would you like to present any evidence that I'm a LARPer? Got any evidence? Surely you got some evidence. You're not just making like baseless assertions.
Do you think people make baseless assertions on the internet? That's ridiculous.
Right? Surely he's gonna act like a man and substantiate his claim. Because if I am a LARPer, you shouldn't listen to me. But if someone's just gonna make baseless assertions behind somebody's back, then maybe you shouldn't listen to them. Let's find out. Potato, you got the floor. Go ahead, bro.
Which one's potato?
Potato Earth.
Potato is Lulu.
I like
Lulu
potatoes.
thinks
Potatoes are pretty good.
Lulu thinks I'm a LARPer.
No, she's telling you about what's his name? Alpha God?
Oh, it said, and I am Larry. He is a
Yeah,
LARP.
he knows that
Oh, I get it now. I'm sorry.
you're Hank.
I'm sorry. I'm so used to people talking shit in the text chat about me and
Talking
never
shit.
coming
Why?
in here
Fine.
Why
talking
do you
shit.
say that, Larry?
Just oh, sorry. Who's a LARPer? Existential expansion gold. Oh yeah, he's been acting like a flat earther, and then he's showing his true colors, talking about a fucking pendulum, as if that's evidence of anything.
Forgive me, Lulu. I did not recognize you with your Potato Earth name.
She's changed her name like several times. It's so
She
funny.
does that. She does that.
She's
She's
been making.
incognito. She has to stay incognito. I know why, but I'm not going to say why.
She
I
makes
know
me.
why as well. She's black. Black people stay hidden.
What?
What?
No, bro. What the fuck?
It's a joke. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
She was, man, I was about to bust a gut last night. She was making me laugh so hard.
Yeah, she's a trip.
She's so funny.
Yeah, I don't blame her for staying hidden. That's why I chose Hank Hill, so I could kind of stay somewhat hidden. Oh, well.
That's why I'm
Interesting.
flatsy. That's why I'm flatsy Klein now.
Yeah, I remember your. I don't remember your name, but I remember you used to use your name. Yeah, I don't remember your name. I'm not good with names, but a lot of people on here used to use their real name.
Kim.
And then they're like, "Oh shit, this is real. Like these people will call and try to get you fired, like they
Yeah,
did balls out physics."
I'm not worried about that. I guess. But my name's Kim. That's what it used to be. Or I mean, it is still, but not Kim.
Impossible.
Yeah, I actually changed it to Kim Possible for a minute, and then I changed it to Flatsy Klein.
What is
Yeah,
Flexicon?
like Eminem's ex, I guess. But Kim, you spelled it right. That's my name. Bad boy.
Kim like Eminem. Out of all things, why like Eminem?
Yeah, I can't tell you how many years people have been like talking mad shit about me in the text chat, and then I look at the text chat like 1% of the time. So someone will be like, "Yeah, they're talking shit about you in the text chat." I'm like, what else is new? They can't come face me face to face, or voice to voice.
Face to face.
Yeah, a lot of the times I don't even hop on unless Lulu's in here. No, it's
Lulu,
always gonna be a good time if she's in here.
I remember Lulu singing too back in the day.
She just she subscribed to my YouTube last night.
How cute.
I think she can sing, if I remember correctly.
Way way back in the days. I sing every day, man.
Ain't that the way?
I play guitar a pretty good bit, but I have been slacking off lately. Just one. Yeah, she can sing too, man. She was in here today, I think.
I didn't hear her. She's got a very distinct voice. If I would have
Carmen,
heard her.
she was. I saw her in the chat.
Oh, I didn't hear Carmen either. I thought you were talking about Lulu. Yeah,
Oh,
Drace was in here earlier. I
I
don't know
think
if he
I
still
put
is.
her mic right now, or
Kind
she
of
said.
late.
That. I don't even use a mic. I've just got my phone on speaker. I could use a full headset in the desktop, but
Be careful holding that phone all the time. My legs started going numb because I would carry my phone in the same pocket every day.
I don't hold it all the. I mean, it's sitting right now on the desk. I'm just talking like towards it. Yeah, but I'm probably gonna hop off here.
Yeah,
I've
me
been on.
too. I gotta work in the morning.
I've been on here for quite a while.
Y'all have a good one. Trying to figure out what light is. Good luck.
I
Cause
hope
I'm
there's.
sure. I don't
Is there,
know.
is there enough flat earthers to leave here? Yeah, there's plenty.
Well, there'll be some Aussies coming on very soon. I think his
There's
name was Tim.
AJ's here.
The
Oh,
Aussie
yep.
shifter's here.
Yeah, AJ, what's up, bro?
Oh, not much.
Just another day, brother. Just another day.
Yeah, I can't stay up as late as I did for a while. I was doing it. I was really pushing myself there for a week or two, and I can't stay up late anymore.
Jimsy's still in here, but at this hour he would be talking really low because everybody's asleep. We got Trinity and Resolve and Elijah, maybe, but you know, you can never tell if Elijah's actually there playing Call of
Right,
Duty or
right.
asleep.
Yeah. Where did that Aussie get that Bowie knife? That there is a Texan knife.
Oh, AI's back. Okay. I feel good about leaving.
There's never a case where there'll be this room open without a flat earth mod because the presence of a flat earth mod is required for the room to be visible and joinable. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I'm not a
So,
mod.
worst case scenario would be if all the flat earthers that had mods left, then nobody would be able to be in the room.
Really?
Unless there might be, if certain people are in, then it'll stay open for them, but other people won't be able to see and join. I'm not exactly sure how it looks on that end.
Sounds like we need to do some experiments.
Yeah, I
It
have to
just
verify.
it just gets locked whenever there's no mod in here. People can stay in here until they lose and they can't join back.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
No.
Unless there was like actual server mods, then they could do more than.
Even if it's server mods, they can only join the channel. They can't move people and everything.
Yeah, I was just kidding about the Texas knife. It was just a joke.
I'm a boot scoot and boogie.
Yeah, me too. Peace out.
Is this the
Much love.
See you, Flatsy.
Much love, guys.
Is this the flat earther chat where you kind of shit on globeheads?
This is the Flat Earth channel where we discuss the nature of the true Earth.
Yeah, we only
Okay.
ship globers when they act like a toilet.
Okay. How many people here have actually left their country?
A lot of people.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't understand the flat Earth inside joke because I just don't really understand. Is it kind of a because
Oh,
my
no,
understanding
please,
is well, let me throw this out there. My understanding of the flat Earth conspiracy is it's used to discredit more authentic theories on conspiracy like 9/11 and
Like
shit,
what?
and then they lump it all into the same category, or like the vaccine, right? For example.
No, and this is the straw man that everyone was speaking yesterday and then saying it leads to other conspiracies and then
No,
those
I'm
other
not saying
conspiracies
it
lead to
leads to
shootings
I'm
and
not saying it leads to other conspiracies because I think those other conspiracies are accurate. I think it's ridiculous that 9/11 was. Anyway, we won't get into that, but I think there are a lot of legitimate conspiracies that are discredited by the affiliation with flat earthers, and the flat
You think
earthers
so?
is actually a psyop designed to something that's so obviously false. Then they can lump it in with all of the other things that are actually, underhanded.
Can you explain
conspiracy.
why it's so obviously false? What am I missing? Am I missing like a photographic camera taking photos of the spherical Earth? How does that work?
No. Listen, I'm not gonna sink to the level of debating whether or not the Earth is flat because that's a trap. Like, that's ridiculous.
Friend,
you're
so
fine.
obviously,
I'm
Just
not looking
jumped
to
in.
discuss the implication of flat Earth
Hang on,
theory.
my man.
so
You've
if
just
it's
jumped
servers,
into a flat Earth room. You've told us that it's the biggest psyop that there is, or that it's a psyop.
but he's not going to defend
So
himself.
then,
Interesting.
how is
I'm not taking a position on whether or not the Earth is flat.
how is that?
I'm interested in your
how is
position.
what we witness every day with our own observations a psyop?
So what's the evidence that the Earth is flat?
Well, you're telling us it's
Well,
so obviously spherical. Can you show me how it's spherical?
No, well, okay.
You joined saying it's so obviously spherical. It's a billion evidences.
Okay, I'm gonna say as an individual, I can't. So I'd like to know.
Oh, so
I'm
you
as an individual,
can't.
I am
No,
flat Earth.
I don't mean to
agnostic,
interrupt,
right?
but
I'm flat
evidences
Earth
is not a
agnostic.
word.
I'm flat Earth agnostic. I don't know whether or not the Earth is flat or round.
So why
Right?
join
So
the fight?
I'm
It's so
asking you
obviously
guys
spherical.
why it's how can you prove the truth of it being flat?
Well, you just need to walk outside and have a look at what you observe in reality.
So like when I go to the beach and I see ships disappearing over the horizon, that's why is that happening?
Well, I can go to that same beach at the same time and pull out a camera and bring that boat back into view. So has it really sailed over a physical geometric horizon if it can be brought back into view?
No, it disappears
Yeah,
from the
because
bottom
you can see
first.
something as it's going over.
You can
Has a
see
summit.
it go down. Yeah, it has a summit that it goes over.
It appears to disappear bottom up. That does not mean that it's going over a curvature.
It does, yeah.
Especially when we can bring it back into view with optics.
Yeah, but you're just talking about light diffracting through the atmosphere. That's not impressive. It gets to a point where a ship is so far away. Okay, let me give you another example. Why can you? There's
Why
no.
do you need
Why is
comment?
there no optic that's ever been invented or created that can see New York from Ireland or from Spain? If the Earth is flat,
So
surely a powerful enough optic would be able to see the
you
across there.
believe that we can have optics that can look through mountains and buildings and cities and
There are no mountains or
basically
buildings or cities across the ocean. It's just an ocean.
across the ocean through our
Yeah.
atmosphere. So we do have water particles in our
It's
atmosphere.
not at a
That,
different elevation, though.
sorry?
It's not at a different elevation.
Yeah, it's not. You're arguing it's not a different elevation under your argument, so you should be able to see from let's say from Lisbon in Portugal to the Statue of Liberty, unobstructed,
Should
with a
be able to
powerful enough
see
telescope.
according to who?
No, stop.
According to your logic, according to your argument.
Stop. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're right and wrong. So
Where am I wrong?
You're theoretically right by saying if I had a big enough optic or a proper enough optic and it was unobstructed. Here's the problem. It is obstructed. Okay, atmosphere is an obstruction in itself. The atmosphere is not transparent.
How can we see stuff in space then if the atmosphere is not able to be seen through?
Well, okay, you're good for asking that question. So I'm talking about horizontally. So when you look straight up, how much miles of atmosphere are you looking through versus looking horizontally over the surface? Right? Trying to see something thousands of miles away, you have thousands of miles of atmospheric occlusion. Now, if you just go and Google right now, the maximum visibility over the surface of the Earth, you're going to find that it's less than 300 miles. So there's no way you're seeing something greater than 300 miles with just a standard optic that's using light, like general visible light, because they can't penetrate the atmosphere at that range.
Okay, but if the maximum distance is 300 miles that you can see, but the horizon at sea is four and a bit miles away, why can't we see anything between that 4 and a bit miles and the other 300? You
can.
You can't.
Yes, you can.
Show me any evidence to prove that.
Dude,
Any
I
at all.
could show you right
Okay,
now.
I know you
I
could,
can
but
show
I'm
you
asking
right
you
now.
to. Like,
Hold on,
show me the evidence.
dude. Let people finish their sentences, dude.
In the text chat.
The text chat for this channel?
Yeah, alongside the live stream.
Yep. Yep, that's it. Go.
Okay, what image did you post?
Black
Let
Swan.
me look. Right, so the black swan shows a horizon greater than 4 miles.
Where's that? Sorry, I
So
didn't
you're
see
wrong.
it. I mean, tagged in
The black. Yeah, fine. So the black swan image, the classical black swan image, which I know from memory, shows a horizon greater than 4 miles from a 1 foot observer height.
Which channel is this?
So it's in the
Oh,
text chat right beside us. So in our live stream, right beside where it says 24/7, you'll see a little rectangle there. Click on that, and it'll come up beside the main live stream.
Oh yeah, no. See, there's no image there.
Yeah, there's one there. 4:22 p.m. It's 2 oil rigs over an ocean with a motor stolen.
Oh yeah, okay.
right. So this observation was taken from a 1 foot observer height. Right, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, but in this observation, you could see the horizon beyond the last oil rig, and the oil rig is at 9.8 miles, making the horizon approximately 10 miles.
Okay, but what proof do you have that this was taken from the distance that is detailed in the photo? I mean, it's really easy to you just pull a photo from anywhere. This could be from a vessel.
Well, this photo is pulled from a video where the man zooms in and zooms out to the oil rig, shows himself on the beach, and sets the camera down on the beach.
Oh, awesome! Can you send me the video then?
I don't
Well,
have
I
that
can't
one.
personally at the moment, but the
So I can't.
YouTuber, we do have
There's,
it.
if you have it,
Yeah.
then we can carry on. But like at the
Yeah,
moment,
nah.
obviously the burner proof is like, how do we know that that video was taken from there? And then we need to go onto Google Maps and go, okay, is the distance between the lighthouse, these platform habitat
Oh
and
yeah,
platform hill house
absolutely.
distance? That's easily verifiable. So I'm not gonna, yeah.
Right. So the guy who took the video, his YouTube name is BLMSB69. He has all of this on his video. There's all the things you just said, all there. Now,
Yeah,
you may not
100%. So
know
if you can find that to prove your point, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, Crocodile Dundee's just looking for it for us.
anyway. So the premise is, like you said, the horizon's at 4 miles. But what does that even mean? The horizon's at 4 miles.
Well, okay, so the understanding is
Here,
because of the curvature of the Earth, 4 miles is the extent to which you can see it before it kind of drops off and curves around, right?
who can
It's like
see it?
looking across the edge of a sphere.
Who can see it?
I don't know, but I there's no point furthering arguing the point until we know the authenticity of the thing that you've just posted.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. The problem is we have hundreds upon hundreds of observations similar to this. Not me as in we, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah. I
readily
mean the movement.
accessible
Yeah.
where the horizon isn't where it's claimed to be. The horizon is not where it's claimed to be based on the geometry of the globe, and we can see objects that are greater than the geometry.
So if now while we wait for this, all right, let me pull this video up, and while I'm scrolling through this, what are the implications of flat Earth? Does that mean all the world's governments, NASA, everyone is lying to us at every point?
No, only
Oh, Knox is back on your computer.
people
His voice is
who
cutting
have
out,
the
bro.
Sorry, I can't. Yeah, I don't hear you there.
capacity
Sorry.
and then choose to tell you. Okay.
Oh, sorry, the video's been deleted. Was that the wrong one, Crocodile? Crocodile
That's not
Dundee.
the original video anyway.
Okay, no, I'll wait until. Yeah, okay.
This is the original video here, BLMSB 69.
Okay. Yeah, so he is on the beach. And
yet
he's
we
looking
can
out
see
to. Yeah, I know. I'm
we can
watching it.
actually see that water beyond that point out to the horizon at 10 miles, where your claim was that we wouldn't be able to see anything between that distance. And here we can clearly see the water and the rigs.
There are a number of rigs, though, and some of them aren't labeled on the map.
Dude, this is
No, there are
Platform
two.
Hill House. This is
The,
Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat. You can go validate the distances
okay.
at your leisure.
Okay. So this looks at the surface level. This looks fairly authentic. So I have to concede that point then, because you provided evidence to the contrary. So I must be mistaken on at least the distance of the horizon, but possibly more. So what what implication does the fact that, say, let's take your argument on face value that the Earth is flat. What implication does that have geopolitically and socially? Does that mean we're being lied to on a kind of a mass scale? You know, does that mean
Yes.
that there's a constant psyop? I mean, and does that imply that they would lie about other things, or what's the purpose for the deception?
Well, why do liars lie?
To gain some form of advantage, or
Well,
There you go. There's your answer.
there you go. We can't tell you why. We can only speculate why, but we can definitely prove that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
right? But why would they go to such efforts to lie about this?
Well, there's like he said, the direct answer is unknown. Okay. However, there are reasonable answers that have to do with power, control, metaphysical implications, spiritual implications, all kinds of categories of implications that this applies to which there are systems of control that it would matter to, right? So, like he said, you may not like the answers that we could give you about why they would lie, but we know throughout antiquity that governments, regimes, power structures, etc., have perpetrated grand delusions upon their people, one of which being in and of itself that they have the right to rule over you, like the old kings used to do. Kings used to claim divine right, that they were appointed by God to rule over the people, and therefore you had to obey them.
So, what if this is true, and if this is objective truth, then why hasn't the flat Earth movement overthrown these governments? Are you all just cowards?
Yes, we're all just cowards. You're right, bro. We're gonna go take on militaries.
You'd subvert and get involved in the militaries and you know do have long-term strategies to
That
overcome
doesn't
this.
sound drastic.
If it was, you know, if it was in any way
Well, we have like channels like this to have discussions with the
I
general
understand that,
public.
dude. So,
okay.
so your main contentions would be the motives of individuals rather than the material facts.
No, it's not. It's not. Even if the material facts are that the Earth is flat, and if you're aware of a grand conspiracy that we're being lied to, then you're content
Okay,
to
so let
just
me ask this question.
do nothing about it.
Let me ask this question. Are you aware of the rules of power?
I think that's a book, isn't it? I've
Yeah,
never
yeah,
read
it's
it.
a book. There's also philosophy about it. But the number one rule of power is be unknown. So let me ask you this question. If we're going to revolt against the power, who are we going to revolt against?
Well, NASA,
Everyone.
maybe you could like bomb NASA or something. I don't know.
What, dude? Hold on, dude. See. Let me ask you why I said that. So, I'm going to go bomb innocent people who are just doing their jobs because why?
Well, I thought you said they were the evil overlords that were.
No, dude. Who's NASA? Is NASA Bob Jameson, who goes to work at the building and then goes home to his family? He believes the Earth's a globe. He goes and he does his job. He punches his time card. He puts it in his TPS reports, and then he goes home to his kids. Should I bomb him?
Well, when you put it like that, that makes my suggestion sound entirely unreasonable.
Exactly, because there's no way for look, the warfare of this proposition is not killing people who believe it or don't, or killing people who are contrary or don't. It's a battle of ideas. And so the war is going to be won in that way, not by bombing people.
Why has the? Okay, that's well. Thank you for your insight. Thank you for sharing with me and having an actual really nice um and positive debate and
Which
discussion
is
about
why
this. I
we
really
have
appreciate
channels
it and
like
sharing the
this, so
evidence that
that
you presented.
this is why there's channels like this, so people like you can come and have the discussion and go and investigate for yourself. We're just here to give you the facts.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, I'll definitely look into it. It's been a pleasure. All right, now I'm gonna go pick on some Nazis or maybe some leftists. It's one of the other chats.
Don't worry, I'm honest of you.
You guys remember the Matrix movie where
Yeah.
Which
where
one?
Morpheus? Uh,
The good
well,
one.
I'll probably draw allusions to all three, but in the beginning of it, Morpheus was looking for Neo because Neo was the one, right? Who was supposed to take on the system,
Mm-hmm.
right? Attack the power. And after he found Neo and he trained Neo, and he finally gets Neo to the position where Neo is supposed to do the thing he's supposed to do, which is take down the power. He meets the power, and the power tells him, bro, you're doing exactly what I wanted you to do. I've been playing you like a puppet the entire time. I designed the idea of the one. I gave you the anomaly code. This is all my plan, sucker. Right? So in light of that, the concept that flat earthers are just going to go attack the power, right? It's all part of the game. Okay, think about it. 10 years ago, approximately, the flat Earth came back on the scene after being dormant in like really being pushed in any real social sense for like decades upon decades. Because there used to be guys who wrote books, did lectures, went around to colleges and had debates, etc., about flat Earth versus Earth, and then it died down in the era of the space race, right? And then it resurged just recently. One of the key dudes who helped in the resurgence was a man by the name of Matthew Boylan. Now, Matthew Boylan is an artist that worked for NASA, who was conscripted by NASA to make artwork of these imaginations of what they think planets were, right? That was his career. And one day, according to him, he was invited to a party, right, with people from NASA and bigwigs. And at this party, he met a guy who goes just like for some reason decided to start talking to him, and he was talking about the nature of the earth and the nature of things, and he drew for Matt Boylan a picture, and he was like, well, what is this picture? And he was like, dude, that's the earth, bro. And it was a depiction of a flat earth. And he told him some other things, and then he kind of was like, wait a minute, are you trying to tell me that this whole NASA thing about the earth being a globe isn't even real? And he kind of had like, I wouldn't call it a mental snap, but like a mental moment where he realized, I've literally been drawing paintings of the universe that you guys claim exists, right? He then went on to do a comedy tour where he would go and talk about this, and it was kind of like this dry humor type of thing. But he had this T-shirt and these graphics, and it said, photograph or painting. And he would ask people, hey, see this planet? Is that a photograph or a painting? And they would be like, I can't really tell, but a lot of them would say photograph. He'd be like, no, dude, I painted that. So he started pushing it. A couple other guys picked it up. Eric Dubay picked it up, right? And a couple other guys that started taking off. But I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that one of the key players in the beginning of the resurgence was a specific NASA employee who specifically approached with specific information at a specific point in time. And that kind of cascaded from there.
Specifically.
So I don't have any reason to believe that the resurgence of the flat Earth concepts in the social sphere are spontaneous. I believe they were directly instigated by the powers that be. So, in other words, the origination point in the last decade was a controlled release, or a leak, let's say, or a push. So they have a plan, whoever it is they are, to introduce this topic for a particular end, according to like the Hegelian dialectic, right? Problem, reaction, solution. They provide the problem, the reaction occurs, they provide the solution, then we accept the solution. Or the synthesis paradigm, which is you have a thesis, the Earth is a globe. You have the antithesis, the Earth is flat, and then you have the synthesis, which is something new out of the exercise of those two conflicts. So, in my opinion, there's a neo-synthesis paradigm coming down the pike, which won't be the traditional globe Earth anymore, as we, came to know and love it when we were kids. Some new secret or detail about the nature of reality is going to be revealed on the heels of this, let's just say, movement. Now, of course, that is my opinion, but I think it's a very,
very good opinion.
Very, very probable and reasonable opinion. All right, let's see who we got. We got T-Dub, Elijah, AJ, Mr. Heaven himself.
But God is in the chat.
Hello, that's me. Oh,
Oh,
League of Legends
Jesus.
is so easy, bro.
I wish I was nicer to you, Oliver. Like, you're God.
Yeah, you got suffer, boy.
Damn.
Oh, so tired, brother. The weather started hitting here. Hey, AJ.
Hey, how are you? Who am I talking to?
Good. Mr. Correct. How's the weather for you?
Very windy where I am today. We've probably had like 80k an hour winds all day.
Yeah? It's not getting too hot over there?
What is that in miles?
80
say
k's in
50.
miles.
A good 50 miles. Give or take.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Maybe
I'm
a
in
bit
the
less.
mountains in New South Wales, man. I'm up in the snowy mountains.
I think it was 35 degrees here. Freaking getting hot.
Wait, isn't it getting like summery over there?
Yeah, we're in spring now.
Today was 35 degrees Celsius, brother.
It's getting cold here in Europe.
In Sydney, yeah.
Far out. We were probably, what, 20, 26, something like that, 28, but just the wind just been pumping all day.
My solar's pumping recently. Solar's good in summer, but it kind of evens out with how much AC you need to use.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, do you guys know about the land beyond the ice walls?
The what now?
The land beyond the ice walls.
The land beyond the ice walls. Tell us about that, please. We're very interested.
Well, you guys are flat earthers, correct?
Possibly. Depends on the day.
What?
What does flat Earth have to do with land beyond an ice wall that we don't know about, we
Listen here,
can't
dumbass.
see?
Listen here. So,
Listen here, dumbass.
Are you gonna call him a
very
dumbass
nice.
when you sound like a Mexican man?
If the flat, listen, if the flat Earth is surrounded with ice walls, there's
No.
land beyond the ice walls.
Has anyone in here
Surrounded by
claimed an
ice
ice
walls.
wall?
Listen to this globetard.
Ice
Not a
Walls. Are you
globetrotter.
watching Game of Thrones? You okay there, buddy?
Yo, who's this guy? Buddy.
You know Game of Thrones is just a TV show, right? It's not reality, bro.
What do you think? What do you think is that edge of the flat Earth?
What edge?
I'm not sure. Do you know what the edge?
Yes, the fucking ice
What is it?
walls.
Ah, the ice walls. Interesting. Do you have photos of those?
Yeah, I'm actually going next week. I'm gonna go scour. Hopefully get past.
You sound like you're not gonna be able to
fuck?
afford going anywhere next week.
Send me photos when you do. I'm very curious. If I work extra hours, maybe I'll be able to come with you next time.
Exactly, buddy. See, you're stuck in the matrix. While I'm out here exploring ice walls.
Yeah, dude, we'd settle for evidence of you going anywhere next week in photographic form.
Yeah, touch grass.
For real.
Touch grass?
Yeah.
You gotta touch ice, not grass.
Yo, who's this guy, bro?
It's me, bro.
Yo, shut your bitch ass up.
Oh, that's not nice.
Bro, that's not
Speak
very
English.
nice. You're being very rude.
Okay, my bad. You're right. No, but dead ass. I'm dead ass serious. I'm dead serious.
I thought Australians are like very like polite people. Like what the fuck?
That guy's not
I
Australian,
know.
bro. That
My
guy's
bad.
definitely not Australian.
No, listen.
Sorry about that.
Where you from, Ringo?
I'm from the ice walls. I'm telling you guys, it's
This guy's
He's from
American.
a
Be
brown
real.
country.
He's definitely not Australian.
His
I'll
mic
tell
is
you
so
that.
bad he couldn't tell. Like Jesus Christ.
No, we don't claim him down here. Someone from the south, probably.
I think he just dropped out.
What a globetard.
Must be bad.
Dude,
Bad internet at the ice walls.
he can't afford to go anywhere next week or have a good mic this week.
For real.
I mean, who knows?
Hopefully he would correct
Maybe,
that by getting a job.
maybe he's saving up for a better microphone. Or the trick. Who knows?
Hopefully.
Dude, he had to listen, friends. He had to take a day off of work today just to think up that skit.
For real.
Nice.
He's got like pages and pages of notes. So I go in, I say ice wall, then they might say this, then I'm gonna say this.
Yeah.
No, but for real, how does what's the lore for Antarctica? Does it
Oh,
work?
you're back.
He failed to.
You changed your name and you came back? That's crazy.
Nah, different dude.
They sound the same.
The real blue nose was talking before as well. They were both speaking. Sorry, what was your question?
How does Antarctica work?
How does Antarctica work? What do you mean? You're going to have to elaborate a little bit more than that.
Because, like, mapping the flat Earth, where does it go?
Well, we don't know where it goes. We can't go there. We know that there's going to be a shoreline containing our ocean. However, we can't go anywhere beyond the 60th parallel for independent travel. And not that most people would have the ability to travel across Antarctica in some way anyway, due to the conditions. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Is that it?
What we can do is we can demonstrate that the claims that are made about the geometry of the Earth are incorrect.
Yeah, it's me.
How?
So can you tell us, in history, is there anyone that you know of that's ever measured curvature, drop over distance? We need to measure the drop over distance.
Eratosthenes.
Okay, so
Eratosthenes?
what did Eratosthenes do?
Put a stick in the ground in 2 different places, and he measured the shadow.
Gotcha.
Great. So, first of all, he made some assumptions, and his first assumption was that the Earth was a sphere. and then he used calculations to calculate what he believed would be the radius of this sphere. So it doesn't prove the sphere. He never measured drop over distance. He had an assumption in the first place that it was a sphere.
How do you measure drop over distance?
I think that's the question you're supposed to answer.
I don't know. I'm not a mathematician. I came here for answers.
Yeah, well, we're asking you some questions just to establish at the moment what you believe and know so that we know where we are. So you don't know anybody in history that's measured drop over distance or measured this curvature, so that's cool. We're
Why is
not
it
here
relevant?
well, because there's a few questions that we should ask that we should really know or we should have easy access to if we are in fact living on this globe. And one of them should be who in fact has measured this curvature, who in fact has actually measured this drop over distance that we should be seeing. Secondly, the second question we should be asking is who in history has ever measured the rotation of the Earth, because it's claimed that the Earth is also rotating.
I mean, it's kind of hard to measure how fast, but you can see it's moving, or at least that the clouds are.
You can see it's moving.
Yeah, if you like sit down or like you lay on the grass, you can see the clouds moving.
So if
It's
you
was like the things are passing you by. Is that how you see things?
So you witness the clouds moving above you, therefore that must be Earth rotation. So no, that would also just be an assumption.
Well, you could like.
You know, when you Google how fast does the Earth move, do you know what it says?
No.
A few thousand kilometers an hour, 1 or 2,000 miles an hour. You know how fast that is?
Yeah,
How come you can't feel it?
because it's like a very heavy object.
But still
But if
moving at
you,
moving speeds, though, no?
It's the same way you kind of can't really feel it in a plane.
yes, but
Can
in a
you feel
plane, you're in an
acceleration?
enclosed system. If you take the roof off that plane, then you're definitely going to feel it. But that's here nor there. We just want to know who in history's
We
ever measured
can't.
the
We can't like
rotation
make
of the Earth.
We can't make a ball so big that it would propel itself at that speed
What?
and
Let's
like
say
measure it for the size.
let's just say for example,
Oh,
right?
hang on. Wait on, we're getting off topic here. We just need to know. Do you know of anyone in history who's ever measured this rotation? Can you bring up a document that shows someone who's measured and proven that this rotation is occurring? If not, just say no and we'll move on.
Not on my PC, no.
What?
Okay, cool. So
I actually have
then,
all the documents on my my Nook tablet from 2012. I hacked into NASA. That's a joke, by the way.
and then the last question would be, can you demonstrate gas pressure without containment? Seeing that according to gas laws, the antecedent to gas pressure is containment and those gas particles bouncing off the wall of that container.
So, does us not knowing just prove the idea of it
No,
being wrong?
it doesn't disprove anything. Like I said, we're just establishing that, what you know. So
Is it even possible to measure it?
well, I'm asking, can you have gas pressure without containment? Can anyone on Earth demonstrate gas pressure without containment, for a start, being that the antecedent to pressure is the container? And secondly, the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, where high pressure will always fill low pressure without that container. Now we're on a spinning space ball with a pressurized system next to a near perfect vacuum without containment. This is breaking these gas laws that we know to be true here. So can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
I don't know. Probably not, because it's just gonna spread out.
Cool. So then realistically, you don't know that the Earth is actually a globe. You have a belief based on what you've been told. You haven't actually investigated any of the claims for yourself. You're just operating off a belief.
I mean, it's not really of any relevance to me whether it's round or flat.
So why are you arguing for the spherical Earth?
I was actually paid a large sum of money, and I don't really believe in round Earth.
Okay.
You were what?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. It's not real.
Okay.
No, you gotta
Amazing.
say, bro.
We
I've
have
been-
been hoodwinked.
I
Damn
have,
it.
yeah. I was a plant.
Wow,
Now
that
you're
was
gonna get back
incredible,
your
bro.
Soros bucks.
What?
Really gotta say.
Listen, I don't really care. I mean, the people who paid me care. That's all.
Well, you must, because you said you came in here to ask some questions and learn because you knew nothing about flat Earth. So,
I
what
don't.
questions do you have?
Well, you just said something to disprove round Earth is that you could measure these things. How do you measure flat Earth?
Well,
With a laser
let me give you
pointer.
an example. I'm going to put a photo in the text chat beside the live stream.
I swear, if it's the one with the oil rigs, I'm gonna leave.
Oh, you better leave then. Can you explain it? So, can then you explain that photo for us, please?
Yeah. Well, let me see the first one. I'll let you
He
post
said
it.
I'm leaving. Enjoy your leave, brother. Let me know when you come back.
I just wanted to make you laugh, right? I'm not actually gonna leave. Don't worry.
I was very worried that you were gonna leave, to be honest with you.
I can't argue that image. That's why I wanted to leave. I'd be dumbfounded.
Oh, we
Yeah.
were just having a bit of a laugh. So, if you can show us what's comical about it, that'd be great. Maybe we can have a laugh with you.
So yeah, I mean, you can see that one is kind of like further down in the image. The second, unless you measure the height of the actual rig itself, you can't really tell.
Okay, so what you have to understand is it's about the maximum distance to the geometric horizon of 1.22 miles. We're seeing a optical horizon at approximately 10 miles beyond the oil rigs. Now, if this was the case, this water would be curving away from you, and like someone else in here, a Glober earlier, was saying, you wouldn't be seeing the water on the other side of that curvature. We can clearly see that there is no physical horizon in this photo. There is only an optical horizon or an apparent horizon in the distance.
I like this one better, the one with the recording. Let me see this one.
Which one?
The one that Zen Owl posted. I'm watching this right now.
I have a general question.
Ask away, my friend.
Not really to out either side. I guess more of a question of why would they hide the fact that the Earth is flat?
Why would they
Why do
assassinate the
liars lie?
president?
I've always got to ask that question because I just find it so amazing. So my question always is that why do liars lie?
We can ask a million questions and we'll never get
Because
anywhere.
it benefits them to gatekeep ideas.
It
They
wouldn't
want you
just
to
be
know the truth.
gatekeeping.
Oh, there you go. Again, it's all speculation. Your speculation is as good as mine. However, there are, as AI said earlier, there are some speculations that would seem to line up: money, power, control, different aspects. But again, it's all speculation.
But what are they, other than maybe general information? What are they trying? Are they trying to gatekeep space? Or I was thinking maybe they would try to gatekeep Antarctica because they have like a really big secret there they don't want us to know about?
Well, my belief is that it's based on fear. You know, you don't know where you are, you don't know who you're going. There is no importance in your life. You're just a accidental mishap that occurred. You're on this crazy spinning ball going through infinite space. And then we've also got, you know, the alien threats. We've got asteroids that are going to hit us, and then NASA's and going to develop rockets to shoot these asteroids off course. And it's all just a big,
I mean,
big control story. That's my belief. Yeah, and there's money involved, but again, that's speculation. So I don't really want to go down
if
that
they
path.
did
Sorry.
build like a massive rocket launcher and shot a rocket around in space, that'd be kind of badass, though.
You reckon?
That'd be cool, dude.
I'm
But
glad
then
you think so.
wouldn't the fragments like come down to Earth?
Why would they do that? I
'Cause
thought
of
there's
gravity.
gravity that holds everything up.
Well,
No,
they've made
it pulls it down.
they've made
Although,
many
actually,
movies
you know, it
about that.
depends on where it is in the atmosphere. If it's too
I
far up,
thought
it
there's no
won't.
gravity in space. What happened?
What do you mean?
I thought there's no gravity in space. Shit floats, no?
No, there is gravity in space if you're near a planet.
If you're near a planet,
Yeah.
why would the bazooka bomb be next to our planet?
So, where's the evidence of this gravity in space?
Because we have a moon that rotates.
So we have a moon, therefore gravity. So if A, we have a moon, then B, gravity. A, we have a moon, therefore gravity. So we have a fallacy. That's what we have.
Well, how does it rotate around the Earth if there's no gravity?
It doesn't.
Well, we don't need to show that. Showing something is wrong is independent of replacing it, and we're showing you that it's incorrect. Or you show us how or what this gravity is that's holding up the moon.
So, someone said, no, there isn't any gravity. Like, the moon doesn't prove gravity. So then how come, what's making it move? Because either we're moving or the moon is moving, because you can see it, like, move as time goes
I
on.
don't know. How would I know how the moon is moving, especially if it's not doing what we're told that it is doing? I can show you that it's not because of gravity, but I can't tell you why it is, and I don't need to replace the model. I just need to show that the model that's currently on the table is incorrect.
How?
So, again, where's the evidence of this gravity that's holding the moon in place?
Well, because if it wasn't being held together, then it would have strayed off course.
So then what is gravity?
It's attraction between two objects in space.
How?
I'm not an astrophysicist, dude. Do I look like Neil deGrasse Tyson to you?
No, but you're
Do I
making
look
claims.
black to you?
Hang on, man. You're making claims that these things are occurring or that these things are real. So I'm just trying to ask a few simple questions to get to the bottom of what you believe or what you know. And again, you're not able to give those answers. So again, you're putting forward a positive claim based on a belief without any evidence.
Do you have evidence that your idea is right, other than the oil rigs?
Well, today what you had just stated was that gravity was basically two objects attracting each other. So today we go by Einsteinian gravity, which is the bending and warping of space-time, where something with mass creates a gravity funnel, a bit like throwing a bowling ball in the middle of a trampoline, and then this causes the orbit. So when we have a look at what science is the study of the physical and natural world with observation and testing. So the first requirement for it to be science is it needs to be physical. So now after that, we need to do the scientific method. And part of this scientific method is we now need to vary the cause of gravity. So, one, can you please show me a piece of space-time? Is space-time a physical item? Can you hand me a piece of space-time? Because if you can't, it's not science. And secondly, can you show me how they have manipulated space-time to prove their cause and effect relationship?
So, are you trying to say that Einstein was a psyop? Because he couldn't prove space time was real?
I'm saying that it's not science.
What is it?
Something.
It's philosophy.
But like, how could they say if they didn't prove it?
How can they say it if
Or,
they
why
didn't
is
prove
it
it?
considered scientific if it's unproven?
Well, we're told that it's scientific, but if we go and investigate for ourselves, we can see that it actually is not scientific and it's based on assumptions. And in fact, Einstein proposed gravity, and it wasn't long after that. I can pull up the documents for you.
How can we
That
disprove it?
they realized that Einstein's general relativity theory of relativity was 98% incorrect and was unable to hold the planetary motions of the known universe. So instead of throwing it out being 98% incorrect, what they then did was said, well, there must be something that we can't see. We can do a maths equation to make it work. So they then invoke dark matter and dark energy. So again, something that can't be seen, something that can't be detected, something that doesn't interact with anything else. However, it's needed for relativity to work, and it is, again, it's made up for 96% of the theory of relativity and gravity. So there's another big issue there. It is not science.
But you said we can disprove that space time exists. How?
I didn't say we can disprove space-time exists. I said they never prove it existed in the first place.
No, you said we can disprove it.
Well, if it never existed in the first place and it was never proven to exist, then yes, it is disproven.
AG, I have a question. For you, you need to be able to observe something for you in order for it to be scientific. Is that what you're saying?
The definition of natural science, which is what we're looking at,
Okay.
is the physical and natural world. So something needs to be physical, it needs to be manifested. We need to be able to
What does
see
it
it.
mean when you
We
say,
need to be
what
able
does it mean to be physical?
Well, for me, something physical would be something that is actually physically manifested. So the dictionary definition would be the physical body as opposed to the spirit.
Okay, so for example, energy is physical. Yes or no?
Well, I wouldn't be able to tell you that to tell you the truth, but I do know that in the dictionary definition, it does tell us that physical is something physical such as the body as opposed to the spirit. So something that we can physically see or touch, due to the fact that during the scientific method, we also need to be able to vary the cause. And if you can't see it, you can't test it, and it doesn't interact with anything, you can't vary the cause.
What about light and different and the spectrum of light? That's the point I'm making is I'm trying to understand how you categorize things.
Well, can you show me how you would manipulate time and space to show the cause and effect relationship of gravity?
I think there have been small experiments on those, especially how especially for example, so there have been math done on this. I'm not going to say I'm saying it outright, but depending at what speed you're going, basically
The
time will
problem
affect
is
your
that math
differences.
is not science.
So what is science then? Let's go back to the initial question.
Science is a study of the physical and natural world to establish a cause and effect relationship through testing and observation.
Okay, so testing and observation. And now
Yes.
physical, you have said that this is natural and physical. Again, I don't know exactly what that means. You say in that something that is not spiritual, but that seems to encompass kind of everything.
Well, I'm just saying that the definition in the dictionary states the physical body as an example, as opposed to the spirit. That's what the definition says. I would say that it's something physical that's manifested due to the scientific method needing to be having to the requirement to have to manipulate the cause to
So
establish that it
manipulation
is in
of
fact causing the effect.
so manipulation of cause in order for you to detect something.
Correct.
Okay. Basically, when you change the cause, then therefore you can you can be sure that this is that there is a specific chain of causality.
You're varying, I'm not sure what you're saying there, but you're varying the cause to ensure that it causes the effect. You're establishing the cause and effect
Yeah.
relationship.
Just a second.
Yes, sir. Please.
What's going on? I am correct. I thought you were a glober 3 days ago.
I never claimed to be either.
No, you got some flat earth arguments though.
There's arguments for both sides, I would say. Not great ones for one side, though. But I tend to be a bit more skeptical when it comes to the government. What do you do for work, AJ?
Sorry, what was that?
What do you do for work?
I own a signage business. So we do car wraps, vehicle signage, building signage.
Whereabouts?
I'm in Jindabyne, man.
What city? What state, sorry?
New South Wales. So I'm 2 hours inland of Canberra in the up at, I don't know, you know, Thredbo and Perisher, the ski
I
resorts.
don't. How do I spell Gingerbread?
Yeah, so I'm there at the base of the
Gingerbread.
mountain. Yeah.
Do you ship out your signage?
Yeah, we can ship it.
Do you have a design? Do you design and everything, or do you just make them?
No, I got a graphic designer that works for me.
You do construction signage?
Yeah, we can do construction signage.
Do you want to do something for me?
Yeah. I'll send you a message with my email address.
Tell me, what do you need from me for example, a 15-meter long signage for a construction site?
Do you want it on a like a hoarding, like a mesh?
Yeah.
Well, for
Something
that, I'll
over a temp fence.
yeah. For that, I'll put you onto someone that can do that really cheap. I don't print those in house. I usually outsource them. So what I'll do is there's a company in Sydney that do them called Easy Signs, and they got a 2-day turnaround, and they're cheap as chips, man.
Easy Signs Australia.
Yeah, they're the guys there. So they do site fence hoarding. I'm 99% sure.
24-hour production time, instant online pricing. Shop now. Let's have a look. Yeah, would be nice to have something like that. It's a geezer.
Yeah, they can do all your core flutes, everything, man. So I can purchase things through them, put a 50% markup on them, and still be competitive with the other signage shops.
AG, I have a question that is unrelated. Why do you think there is an interest in keeping people thinking that the Earth is round?
I don't know if you were here earlier, but I can't tell you why people lie and why people have the motivations to do what they do. I can speculate and say, I believe it might be this, and there may be some valid speculations, but again, no one can really know why a person is motivated to do what they've done. But we could say money, we could say power, manipulation.
In what sense? The thing is,
People lie, bro.
What
Well,
power
like
do
I
you
said,
get out of it?
Well, like I said, that's just a speculation. You know, they could be funneling money from NASA into other things that we don't know about. They could be working on technologies that we don't know about. Who knows what's happening, but their budget is absolutely massive. They could be funneling it off into their own bank accounts. We don't
Sure.
know. It's all speculation.
But the idea that the Earth is round is a bit older than NASA, right? So that's the point I'm making.
Well, it
Way older.
actually the heliocentric model originated out of the
Yeah.
Roman Catholic Church.
Yeah, but even at the time, they believed the Earth was round.
And so did the Big Bang.
They even at the time they believed the Earth was round. They just
Well,
thought
not-
that the
not
Earth was at the
everybody.
center of the center of the universe and not the sun. That's what heliocentric means. Helio means sun,
right.
and centric
So-
means center.
How did they know the Earth was round back then? Who measured drop over distance?
I mean, there have been a lot of calculations. Now, the question is, why is there a
What type
very?
of
I'm
calculation?
asking for your theory. I'm asking for your theory. Why is there such uh, um, uh, a historical consensus on it, and who tried to push for it in so many parts of the world?
At the end of the
And
day, that's
trust
completely
in-
irrelevant. At the end of the day, that is completely irrelevant to the shape of the Earth, whether it is in fact
Great.
a sphere or whether it is in fact a topographical plane. And even if we did know why they did what they did, it doesn't change the fact of the geometry of the Earth. It's irrelevant to the
Agreed.
question, really.
Agreed, but then I'm asking a different question.
You're asking why they have done this. You're asking this type of question. It doesn't matter why. All we need to do is go out and actually have a look at what the actual Earth is, and we can see for ourselves. It doesn't matter why they have said what they have said. It's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth or the nature of the Earth, the geometry
Why?
of the Earth.
Yeah, sure, but you it becomes then a political debate. Like if there is such a push, they're either idiots or they're doing it on purpose. It's two things. If they're idiots, then it's just a matter of spreading new science. So you can talk about the heliocentric system. Basically, I understand you don't believe in it, but basically was a debate about knowledge previously. Like, is the center, is the sun at the center of the universe, or is it the Earth? Based on new information. And
well, that's based on
now,
philosophical grounds. That's not based on science.
yeah, science in the sense of the basically, does this Earth spin around the sun, or is it the other way around? That's all. I understand you don't agree with it, but and
Well, no,
that's
that's
not what
actually
I'm
not
asking.
based on anything except for philosophical grounds, and your own side says that themselves.
What do you mean?
I'll drop something for you.
What do you mean by philosophical?
So there's a couple of quotes.
Okay.
The one I want to find in particular, I got to find, but it basically states that that it cannot be proven either way, and that it's basically based on philosophical grounds. That we would be very arrogant to believe that we are at the center of creation, and that
No,
is what
agreed.
it was based on.
But I'm not talking about the center of the universe. I'm talking about the center of this. At the time, what they called the universe was the solar system. That's it.
Sorry, I should say the sun, the heliocentric model, being
Yeah.
the
So,
sun at the center rather than the Earth being at the center.
yeah, of the solar system. That's what I meant. They called it the universe, but really they were talking about the solar system because their understanding was going
That's
further.
right. Yeah.
So there are
That's
two
good.
options. One is it's just a lack of information, right? Fair enough. The other one is that it's political. Correct. So they are doing it on purpose. They know, and they just want to make sure that we or whoever doesn't know. And now the question is, who is doing that? For what reason? And how would you combat it? Because at that moment, it's not a scientific debate. It's actually a political debate.
So how can we know who's at the top? Like, even if we had this discussion earlier, even if I was to go and take out my government, who's controlling my government, right? So that we don't know who's at the top. There's a lot of innocent people involved, as AI said earlier, that, what are we going to do? Go and blow up NASA? Well, there's plenty of people that are working at NASA that aren't in on the conspiracy that don't know. It's very compartmentalized. You've got cleaners, you've got computer technicians, you've got rocket scientists who are just going there every day to do their job and believing in what they're doing, but don't know anything outside of their role or their expertise. I mean, who do we attack? So no, what we are doing is that we are here giving the information to people. We are asking questions. We're going through it step by step with people so that they can go and ask their own questions and do their own investigations.
Can I just want, because you come back to NASA, but we tend to forget there is also a Chinese space program. There's also a
Yeah.
Russian space program. I think, I
Yes.
don't know, there is an Indian space program.
And where does that information come from? That comes through the Catholic Church, who own the observatories, the Lucifer binocular telescope. It's the
no,
so
the,
it doesn't really matter. When I say
information
NASA, it's only NASA because I'm just mentioning it. It's the US space program. It's what we see most of. It's what we see coming from, NASA is what we see. Yes, we did just see the Indian shuttle apparently land on the moon. I felt like I was back in the 80s again playing Space Invaders.
Chinese,
So,
they landed on the dark side of the moon, which is the first
yeah,
time one has
apparently,
done
yes. Yeah. So no, but
So the question,
irrelevant. And again,
my
these
question,
topics are irrelevant to the shape of the Earth.
yeah, understand. My question is that must mean that all those governments collude. They're all in
There's one
agreement.
person responsible for all of
Well,
them.
if you don't actually realize that by now, man, then I'm sorry you're sort of lost in the sauce
Yes.
because
And also,
we can see that they already do with the Antarctic Treaty. We have all those countries agreeing. We got Russia, America, all these countries
a lot of
agreeing on the Antarctic Treaty, and we can see that there is agreement.
Yes,
They don't
but
want
that's
us to know
for
what's
sharing
there.
territory. That's not just, that's a little bit different. You can agree, like there are countries that have treaties in order to share territory. This is a little bit different, in my opinion. And also, this
Well,
is
again,
not
we
just.
don't understand who's
Wait,
running
wait,
the
wait, wait,
countries
wait.
and
I'm
who's
just
at the top.
finishing. Do you mind? Yeah, it's not just contemporary countries. It's countries that goes back hundreds of years ago, like uninterrupted, and kingdoms, emperors, all those people, different religions, different parts of the world that seem to have all agreed to this. And my question is, if that's where you're going, what does it mean? Have you thought about this?
Sorry, I'm not sure I quite get your question.
Okay. The emperor of China in the 1700s also said the earth was round, right? It's not something very that is that was disputed, which means that the Emperor of China in the 1700s and NASA agree. Now the question is, that means that for most of history, all governments on Earth, all of them, even if they have never been in contact, they all agreed to it. They all agreed to share and spread that theory. And my question is, how did it come to be?
Well, it's clear we're on
Well,
a flat Earth
again,
that's
I
about 6,000
can't
years
make
old.
these assumptions, man. I don't know who did what back then. I can read a bit of history, but again, do we know how correct all this history is? But that's not a question that I can answer. And again, can you please answer me why that would be relevant if I can walk outside and see that the Earth is not curving and I can see that the Earth is not spinning? How is it relevant to the actual fact that we can show the Earth to be flat?
Because that's the logical conclusion. You say, okay, that was
No, the
clearly a lie.
logical conclusion
No,
would be
wait.
that, hang on, the
AG,
logical
no,
conclusion
you
would,
just cut
no,
me
just
off. You
wait a
just cut me
second.
off.
I'm
AG,
going to cut you off because what you're going to say is not logical. The logical conclusion is what we see, what we witness, what we can measure is logical. What's illogical is trying to work out the conclusion of why these people colluded or what they did, how they did it, why they're doing it, and try and come to some sort of consensus on that. That is illogical. It doesn't matter what they did and why they did it. What matters is that we can go and physically measure and test what we're told and prove it wrong. So therefore, whatever they did is
sure.
irrelevant. That is the logical stance.
Okay, so let me. You have proven your theory. Okay, let's go there. You have proven your theory. You've proven that the Earth is flat. You're spreading it. The question then becomes why people are fighting me. What is happening? Because then it becomes a political issue. Do you agree with me or not? You are
Well,
arguing
I'm
about it
not
on a
worried about
politics
why
server,
people are
after all.
fighting with me. I'm not worried about why people are arguing the point with me. I can't change anybody's mind. I'm just here to give the information, show the facts, and if you want to take that on board and go and do some investigation for yourself, well, then that's up to you. That's not something that I can go and force upon people. And I'm not out on the streets preaching it. I get in the room in the afternoon after work. I have a few conversations with like-minded people, and we have discussions with people like yourself who come into the room.
You don't need any kind of collusion for Russia to say, hey, I'm not going to go halfway across the world to Antarctica.
Sorry, come again. I didn't hear you. Your voice is a bit low.
You think Russia cares
You
about
don't need any kind of
disgusting list?
collusion for a country to go an extreme distance to claim land that is literally frozen over.
Yeah, I agree. You don't need collusion for it. You just need agreement.
Yeah.
But that in order for you to spread a theory, it's a little bit different, at least among populations.
Theory.
Well, apparently in this chat we don't like pendulums or to see who Nathan Thompson is.
Sorry, I really can't hear you. I'm just gonna raise your volume.
I said in this chat we don't like pendulums and we don't like to see who Nathan Thompson is.
Well, that's a bit off topic to the discussion right now.
I have no clue what that means, to be honest.
Oh, Nathan Thompson is the guy that popularized the oil rigs, Black Swan, and the pendulum. Apparently, the Foucault's pendulum is not something that's going to prove the Earth spin, according to this chat, and basically nobody else.
Well, the fact is that the Foucault pendulum doesn't prove the Earth is spinning full stop.
It just spins for fun.
Well, let's have a look at, first of all, it needs to be started.
No way you're
doesn't
a
just
flat
sit
earther.
there. It doesn't just sit there and start spinning on its own. Secondly, for the Foucault pendulum to work, the claim is that the Earth is rotating underneath the pendulum, which means the pendulum would need to be in a different reference frame to the Earth. However, the pendulum is still
Too
attached
slow.
to the
It's
Earth
fucked.
on a gimbal.
Have you ever taken a bike tire and spun it, like in your hands by the axis?
Yes.
Have you tried turning it sideways and seeing how your arms feel?
Yes.
Now, what's going on there? Is that not you and the wheel being in the same frame? How is it doing all that crazy stuff?
The claim of the Foucault's pendulum is that the Earth is rotating underneath it. It's not possible when it's attached to the Earth.
You?
Can you demonstrate how the Earth can rotate underneath something when it's attached to the Earth? It
Are you
would
trying to say
rotate
that it's
with
separate?
the Earth.
Or that
So
it
we
needs to
see
be
all these
separate?
cranes, right? When I drive through the city, we see all these cranes that are parked in the city, these tower cranes on top of buildings, and they all have their cable hanging down. They'll have their big flag hanging off it, and they have the weight at the bottom with the hook. Why aren't all these pendulums swinging?
What do you mean? You have to start the swinging first.
Why would you have to start the swinging if the Earth's rotation is what's causing the swinging?
The Earth's rotation is letting it go in a circle instead of just swinging back and forth in the
Yeah.
same place.
It's not. It's just altering its swing. It's not. It's not creating the swing.
How is the Earth rotating underneath it?
What do you mean, how?
If something's attached to the Earth, such as this pendulum,
Which is swinging.
how is the Earth rotating under the pendulum?
The same way it's rotating at any time. Are you expecting people in here to have failed high school basic physics to push your nonsense?
So something that requires to be started requires a motor to continue. That doesn't always give the same measurements, the same swing, doesn't always work. Apparently somehow proves the rotation of the Earth. Secondly, from my understanding, and I could be wrong, the claim is that the Foucault pendulum appears to be rotating moving the way that it does due to the rotation of the Earth rotating underneath. That is impossible. If it's actually attached to the Earth, it would have to be not attached to the Earth because it would be the not actual drift. It would be the Earth rotating underneath it.
It's not exactly that the Earth is underneath it. It's just that the basically the rotation of the Earth will alter the initial push move. Sorry, English is not my first language, so
That's okay.
and that will eventually make basically the pendulum. I don't know exactly, but the initial movement will be altered because of this, and instead we'll start not just going like left, right, but eventually going in other directions.
Well, I'm going to drop a link in here from Brown University and let's see what it says. So whenever you put it, Foucault's pendulum swings from a motionless point while the Earth rotates beneath it. So can you please explain how the pendulum is fixed so it's not actually the pendulum drifting? It would be the apparent drift due to the fact that the pendulum is motionless, but the Earth is rotating beneath it. For that to occur, let's just put it in a very simple term. If a helicopter is sitting on the Earth and the Earth is rotating, it's going to rotate with it. For the Earth to rotate under it, it would have to lift off the Earth, and be in the inertial reference frame.
I
So
don't think
please
that's what
explain.
I don't think that's what it says, or at least that's the. I've read a little bit about the explanation for the Foucault pendulum, and it's not exactly
So
what it
you
says.
disagree with Brown University then, so don't argue with me about it. Let's move on, because you're not disagreeing with me. You're disagreeing with the citation from Brown University.
Yes,
That's
I
fine.
disagree with the citation you gave.
Yeah, cool. All right, let's find another one for you. Let's have a look at. Would you like to see what Wikipedia is? The actual plane of swing appears to rotate relative to the Earth. So it's not actual, appears. That's Wikipedia. Britannica, let's see what they say. Well, the Foucault pendulum swings back and forth in a plane. The Earth rotates beneath it.
Yes, we agree.
Again, so there's 4 or 5 citations, all stating the same thing from Britannica, Brown University, Wikipedia. So you're
think you're
denying
taking out
those.
of context.
No, we can read it very plain. I've just dropped it in the text chat.
There is a physical explanation of how the Foucault pendulum works, and if you want, you can look at the math or physics behind it. It's there are good explanations around it.
Well, I've just given it to you from 4 different sources. I've dropped it into the chat here right next to us. If you want to deny that, that's fine. I'm not discussing it any further. If any other flat earthers want to keep going here, they can. I think it's a waste of time. But if you want to move on to something else, I'm quite happy to.
Interesting. AJ, would you say $700 for a 50-meter roll is appropriate?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
So when I buy vinyl, I pay about $1,400 for a 40-meter roll of vinyl.
It's not mesh though, is it?
So, guys,
No.
is the Earth flat or?
Yeah.
As flat
is?
as the ocean horizon.
It's a topographical plane, to be exact.
Oh, it's a plane, is it?
Yeah, like an
But then
airplane.
so does that
Yeah.
plane rotate?
No, it's
No.
flat.
So then how do you explain
Beyond
Foucault's
it.
pendulum?
Sorry, how do you explain what?
Foucault's pendulum.
In the chat on the right-hand side, it's right there from Brown University.
Whenever you put it. Foucault's pendulum. Yeah, it says Foucault's pendulum is an easy experiment demonstrating the Earth's rotation.
How? It says that the Foucault's pendulum is motionless. It's on a motionless point while the Earth rotates beneath it, yet it's still fixed to the Earth. Can you explain how the Earth is rotating under something that's fixed to it?
The North Pole.
That's completely
It's
non sequitur.
Because
I just gave like 3
it's a fixed
citations.
point.
I'm not going any further with this. Like I said, any other flat earthers in here want to discuss this further?
It's
If any other flat earthers want to discuss it further, feel
it's not a
free. But
motionless point,
if you want
as
to
in.
move on, we can move on to something else. I've given the citations. We're not
I
getting
think you're
anywhere here.
misunderstanding what.
No, I
I
think
think
you're
I think
misunderstanding.
maybe
You're trying to do word gymnastics here. Foucault pendulum swings from a motionless point while the Earth
yeah.
rotates beneath it. Would you like to go through
Yes.
all the other citations again, stating the same thing?
So a motionless point here may not mean what you think it does. It's saying you are not moving the point around relative to its original position.
Britannica.
It never moved.
So the North Pole.
Britannica, while the Foucault pendulum swings back and forth in a plane,
Yeah,
the Earth rotates beneath it.
right.
Wikipedia, the actual plane of swing appears to rotate. So it doesn't actually, it appears to rotate relative to the Earth rotating underneath it.
Right.
So again, I've given the citations, I've explained how it works. I'm not going to go any further back and forward on it. You either accept
Oh,
it
that
or you
no,
don't. It's up to you.
you're
And
sending
we either move
citations
on,
of
unless another
you're
flat
sending
earther in here wants to
citations,
pick up the conversation.
but your citations say otherwise.
Anyone else in here want to take over?
You want to prove that the sun doesn't appear yellow by saying that sun appears blue.
Dude, I'm just saying it how it says it. Very clear.
Yeah, it's there. You read further
And I'm
the
not going any
explanation.
further, so let's move on.
Why are you not going to get further? There's
Because
an
I'm not going to
explanation
go
right
around in
there.
circles for 2 hours on the same conversation. Make your own decision on what it is. I've given you what I believe it is. I've given you the citations for it. There's no
You
point in going in
literally
circles for the next
given a
hour.
citation that says the earth is round. You're literally given an explanation that the earth is actually rotating. Not round, but it's rotating.
How have I given an explanation that the Earth is rotating when Einstein himself says there is no
A
optical
citation.
test that can be done to establish that the Earth is rotating from the Earth?
There's no optical test.
What are you doing when you're looking at the Foucault's pendulum? It's not working for you. The Earth is not rotating underneath it. It is affixed to the Earth. Very simple.
No, do you know what an optical test is?
I'm not going down that path. It says it right here. Foucault's
You gotta
pendulum
be
swings
clear.
from a motionless point while the Earth rotates beneath it. That is very clear. I'm not going any further. I'm done with this conversation, dude. Move on.
So it's clear
Unless
that it
someone else
does
wants to
rotate,
take
right?
it up.
Yeah, what do you call a Foucault pendulum that is not moving? What is that called? Anybody?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, it's just a piece of string with a weight on it, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Right. So
Yeah.
it's called a plumb bob, right? So
Basically.
no motion equals plumb bob, right? No motion. So I think we're done with that.
That's right. And if you move a plumb bob, it's eventually going to stop and hang again, just like the Foucault's pendulum, because it needs a motor to keep it moving, nothing to do with the rotation of the Earth. We already went through this. You've got your citations. Very simple.
Yeah, but the citations say it does. It's a
Can you
citation
please
that the Earth
explain
is
how the Earth
rotating.
is rotating beneath something that it is affixed to the Earth?
My
And the
point
point
is,
that AJ is making is that the Foucault's pendulum is not moving by itself due to the rotation of the Earth, but that's not exactly the Foucault pendulum experiment. So it's whatever.
No, what I'm saying is that the Foucault's pendulum claims that the Earth is rotating beneath the pendulum. However, it is still attached to the Earth, so that cannot be the case. It would need to be in free space above the
Motion
Earth,
is
not
relative.
attached. For silly, Jerry, I don't know what else can be said, man.
I don't know, man. It's very simple.
I agree.
People want to complicate it. Yeah, people like complicating this, and it's very simple concepts, fellas.
Hey, Jimbo.
Does the sky move around the Earth? Because depending on where you are in the world, you will see different stars, etc. So how does that work exactly?
How does what work?
So depending on where you are around the world, you will see different stars and different constellations, right? How would you
So
explain this?
how does looking at these stars again have anything to do with the shape of the Earth that we're walking on? So far, we've gone through this for quite some time, and you've brought in the
I can give
Foucault's
an
pendulum.
explanation.
Hang on, you've brought in the Foucault's pendulum. I've tried to cover drop over distance and the actual Earth. We've brought up, now you're bringing up, why would the stars be doing what they're doing? I don't know why the stars are doing what they're doing, but I can walk outside and I can see that the Earth is not curving away from me at the rate that we are told. That is measurable. I can go and see what the definition of science is, and I can see that the claims made by the globe are in fact not scientific. So at the end of the day, I don't care what the stars are doing. We're looking at the Earth that's under our feet.
So the point I'm making is that the general explanation way different people around the globe, or the flat, or whatever you call it, see different stars is because they're looking in different directions when they look up. And that's because the Earth is round.
So again, another fallacy. If I see stars doing this, the Earth must be round. So I see stars doing this, therefore the Earth is round. Whereas I'd like to go and actually take a direct measurement of the Earth. Have you got anything apart from fallacies?
No, I'm just explaining. So how would you explain this then? How would you explain that when
I don't have a
people
burden of
look
proof
up,
to answer a
when people
fallacious
look up,
question.
just let me answer. How would you explain that when people look up at night, they see different things?
I need to.
I don't have the burden of proof to answer a fallacious question.
I think, or
So
I think,
the
I think
motionless
the
Earth
better
is, I guess.
question would be that the fact that people see different things at night and during the day, like they see different stars, could provide evidence to the fact that the Earth is round. Maybe that's how you
Absolutely,
frame the claim.
that's absolutely because you are looking at different sections
Is
of the
that the
sky.
only possibility, or are you just offering an argument from ignorance? Because you can't prove that that is the only possibility that causes the stars to do what they do.
Okay, so what is the
He
other
said that.
Yeah,
possibility?
that
He
wouldn't
said
be an
it
argument
depends
from
where you are.
ignorance. That wouldn't be that wouldn't even be fallacious of him to say. Because if you can't
It
provide
is
any,
fallacious, Victor.
if you can't provide any other like alternative, then like
No.
you
Okay,
mean
so
no?
you've presented a possibility for why something is observed happening in the sky, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now validate that possibility with a measurement of the thing that you're saying is the reason why we see the things in the sky doing what they do.
Well, no, I'm
Well,
just
he
asking
already
for a
said it
theory.
depends
I'm
where
just
you are.
asking for a theory, just
I
his
don't
explanation.
have one.
So, okay, so why do you have no explanation for observable
No,
things?
and that does not auto-validate yours or make yours any more plausible. It must stand on its own merits, which would be validated by a direct measurement of the thing that you're saying is the
What do you
reason
mean
for
by
why the
direct
things in the sky are
measurement?
doing what they're doing.
What do you mean by direct measurement? So, the things in the sky. What is a direct measurement exactly?
Just a second. Like, do you understand what a motionless point here is exactly?
I don't think they do.
Yeah. A motionless point here basically means that the point from which the pendulum is hanging is not moving relative to the Earth.
Why are we
They're
back
not
on the
moving that
Foucault's
particular
pendulum? We
point
just
around.
covered the Foucault's pendulum. You've got the
Now, because you were
citations.
wrong, you don't understand what a motionless point means.
Regardless, it says the Foucault pendulum hangs from a motionless point while the Earth
Yes.
rotates beneath it. The pendulum
Yes.
is attached to the Earth. The
Yes.
Earth is not rotating beneath it. Full stop.
Why is it
Argument
not
over.
rotating?
Done.
No. Why is it not rotating? Offer the explanation, full explanation.
Seriously, man, if you can't work that out for yourself, again, let me put it real simply.
I
If
can't work
something
it out.
is attached to the Earth, it's going to
Yeah.
rotate with the Earth. The Earth can't rotate underneath it for the apparent drift, right?
Well,
So
that's
if
what
it is the only
Gordon's
way
for.
we can witness this apparent drift with the Earth rotating beneath it is if it's hanging from free space. We are in the non-inertial reference frame. It needs to be in the inertial reference frame. It is not when it's connected to the Earth by a A-frame or hanging from a ceiling. Again, if it's not moving, it's a plumb bob. It hangs down horizontally, straight, creates a 90 at the base. It doesn't swing by itself. When you swing a plumb bob, it eventually stops and comes to rest. There's hundreds of cranes you can witness in the city with a cable and a weight hanging from the bottom that are not rotating or swinging unless there's wind affecting them. Just like the Foucault's pendulum, it needs a motor to keep the pendulum moving. Therefore, it's not proving the rotation of the Earth. Now let's move on.
What's an inertial reference?
You would be on the Earth in a non-inertial reference frame. You are rotating. It would have to be in the inertial reference frame. You cannot prove the Earth is rotating unless you leave the Earth.
Yes. So what exactly here is an initial reference frame? Or an inertial reference frame.
How is it relevant?
Dude, like isn't that incorporated from like the things you just said?
Because
Yes.
you mentioned it.
An
I'm
inertial
asking you,
reference
what's
frame is
an
a
inertial
frame that's
reference
not
frame?
undergoing acceleration. Like I said, the Earth is rotating. The non-inertial reference frame is not. You need to leave the Earth for the Earth to rotate beneath something.
What's
Your
that?
question's not relevant. It's been explained.
So if I'm in a reference frame that's not accelerated, how does this affect the pendulum? Or the pendulum itself is in an
I don't
and a
know. You
reference
tell
frame
me.
that's
It's
not
your claim.
accelerating.
It's your claim
Yes.
that the Earth is accelerating and causing the pendulum to swing. So don't ask me about your claim. You tell me why
Right.
it occurs.
I'm not.
The
It
Earth
sounds
is
like
not
they don't.
accelerating
Sounds like they
when
don't
it's
even
rotating.
understand what the pendulum does.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They think it's a
No, but I
plumb
never
bob that
claimed the Earth is
miraculously starts
accelerating.
rotating.
Okay. Let's. Can you guys explain Foucault's pendulum?
No, I'm just saying nobody said the Earth is accelerating. It's just rotating. It's a if you
It
really want
sounds
to go
like.
once,
But you're
it's
referring to
almost
Foucault's
a
pendulum.
constant
So can you
speed.
explain
It's almost a
Foucault's
constant
pendulum?
speed.
You asked for the definition of an inertial reference frame. The definition of an inertial reference frame is a whatever I told you again.
Sure.
Right. So the
But
Earth is
I'm
moving;
saying
it's
you
rotating.
said the
When
Earth
an
is
Earth,
accelerating.
when the Earth's rotating the sun, right? It's not going straight. It's actually speeding up and slowing down. Yeah. The Earth is the moving reference frame. That is the inertial reference frame. You need to go into the non-inertial reference frame for the Earth to rotate underneath something. It's very simple.
And it is actually acceleration.
Yeah.
It would be constant acceleration.
Correct.
I want to know if they can actually explain Foucault's pendulum.
Well, I've just given them about 4 citations and they've ignored every one of them.
Sounds like they don't even know what it is.
La La Land.
So you're saying when the Earth rotates, it accelerates?
It has to. It's change of direction. Velocity, change of direction is acceleration.
Correct. That's what I was trying to explain, but I couldn't get it out after my 6
Yeah.
joints.
Constant change of acceleration. Constant change of direction is acceleration. Constantly accelerating in a rotation. There you go.
What happens when you're behind a water ski boat and they make a turn and
Bang! Called a whip.
What happens when you're squatting in a bush and somebody pops out and does the didgeridoo with you? Who fucking
I don't know,
cares?
but that's the worst accent I've ever heard. That's a really bad accent.
I dance a jig with my brother and then we have a beer. What's your point? How's it relevant to the Earth?
You ever made it with your
from the
mic,
billabong.
Mike?
And then I punch a kangaroo.
Not the
Nah, they
kangaroos,
don't find
bro.
kangaroos. They fight kangaroos, Mike.
Well, you're funny, aren't you?
I am. Thank you for acknowledging me.
They're sarcastic. You're the most unfunny person I've seen. I've seen a lot of them, I'll tell you.
Will you now? Will you tell me?
Hey, so Mr. Thrillsir.
No.
Instead of whatever your fucking name is, instead of trying to mimic people really badly, have you got any proof for the globe Earth floating in outer space, spinning on an axis?
Oh, the Earth isn't flat nor is it round. It's in the shape of 2 massive tits. They're 2 massive tits
okay.
in space. That's why it's called the Milky
you've
Way,
got-
baby.
This guy doesn't know what he is, mate. You'll get a better
Rest,
understanding of a biscuit than anything else.
That's why they call it the Milky Way. It's in the shape of tits, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute you, man. Sorry, you're a retard.
Thank God for that.
No patience for retards.
Amen for that one.
The funny thing is, they actually think they're funny. It'd be funny if you came in and said something smart and like on topic. You know, everyone could have a laugh.
That would be funny. I don't know. Most things that people say that are smart are not funny, bro. They're really fucking boring.
Well, you'd never heard of
At
a
least
smart
it's
comedian?
respectable, though.
You
How
never
can
heard
you
of a
respect a
smart
dumbass?
comedian?
I mean, I know comedians can be smart, but like I've never heard like comedian like incorporate like physics to like their skit or something. You know?
Have you never watched Joe Rogan?
You think he's a comedian? You think he's like a successful, funny,
Why
He's a
Joe Rogan
comedian.
is a successful comedian?
yeah, successful, funny comedian? You think he is?
He's one of the most successful comedians in the world, my guy. I don't know
Really
how
in the
funny
world?
everyone.
I don't know.
He's number
I don't
If
think
you
he's
think
funny
that
for
guy
shit.
was funny, you're pretty man. If you think that guy was funny, you're pretty immature. That's all I got to say. So let's just move on.
I don't think
Yeah.
he's funny for shit. But whatever.
Who,
Okay.
Joe Rogan?
Yeah.
Anyways.
All right. So back to the shape of the Earth. Anyone got any evidence or proof?
It always goes back to that, huh? The answer stays the same. But we've been
Well,
told
they're foolish enough to make claims, so we're going to grill them on it.
But we've been told it's a sweep for hundreds of years. How can they lie to us? It's the same answer we'll get for the rest of our lives.
We've known it's a sphere for 2,500 years. There was this guy called Eratosthenes. He measured sticks and shadows and
He
came up
literally
with
took a
an
photo.
equation.
He literally has a photo, guys. Look.
And then he walked 500 miles to communicate
Stadia.
with his mate.
Yeah.
He did not. He had someone else walk for him.
How do
Yeah.
you know that?
I think that's what the record said. I think
So
he
the
had
story goes.
he had someone walk for him.
What
He had someone walk for him. I don't
What
think he walked
records?
single-handedly.
What
I
record?
mean, I can find it. I mean, from like
Go
the
for it,
story
man.
the story that I heard from it was like it was on like some history program. Yeah, and it was
Oh,
like
yeah.
he had like one of his servants walk
Was that like
a distance.
Ancient Aliens or something like that, was
No.
it?
Must have been
Man,
Animal Planet.
all that traveling around for a bag in the question fallacy. Poor guys.
Honestly. You think those guys walked hundreds of miles to go to brothels as well? Surely, right?
For sure, back then. All that wine, grapes, and cheese, they would have been banging.
Anything with a hole, I tell ya.
Hey, are you guys like even like are you guys like contentious with the fact that like anyone like would walk 500 miles to measure that?
Nah, it doesn't really matter. The method's not conclusive anyway for a globe. It's just a method to try to get the dimensions if it is a globe and if the other assumptions about sunlight are true. But it doesn't prove that it is one. He's just assuming it is to start with, so.
Did he Aristophanes assume that it was round?
Yeah,
he's
Eratosthenes
just
wasn't
assuming he's
proving
got
a
a
globe.
globe. And he's like, okay, we're on a globe, and let's just assume that the sun's light is parallel. Now let's try to figure out how big this globe is. That's all it is.
Yeah, it was nothing to do with proving it was a globe. He was trying to measure a supposed circumference based off the assumption of the globe in the first place. And again, two sticks and shadows don't prove the sphericity of the Earth. It's irrelevant.
Well, this is the thing too, yeah. And then they get into this argument about sun rays coming in parallel. And then they say, well, they're not coming in parallel. That's why we see selenelian eclipses. And you go, so which one is it? Oh, but then they converge because that's why the moon only creates a 10-mile shadow because the rays are converging. So are they converging or are they straight?
Sounds like a lot of mental gymnastics and assumptions to me.
Pretty fucked up. Anyone got an answer for that?
Wait, an answer
Are
to
they
what?
are they coming in parallel, convergent, or divergent?
Well, what, the sticks that Aristophanes made or something?
Oh, the sun rays.
Oh, I don't know.
Well, for that experiment, they need to experiment. For that observation, if he ever did it, they have to come in parallel. But for a selenelian eclipse, they have to come in convergent.
Has anyone read what answers about the Earth?
But we see them divergent. So what's going on there?
Timber, mate, have you spoken to a Muslim about the Earth shape?
Spoken to a Muslim.
You know what the Quran says about the earth?
Yeah, I think it says something about a rug
Yeah, it
stretched
says
out
he
like a
spread
rug.
it out like a carpet.
Yeah, yeah.
Very
We've
interesting
got
to
a
me.
few. We've got a few Muslims in our server that are mods as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to
Over
me.
at 24.
Who do you guys
Yeah.
think is like the best like defender of flat Earth in your guys' like group of flat earthers, like your server?
Everyone's
The
got
guy
their
that holds the
everyone's got
crown.
their strength.
Muslims taught me that the Earth was flat in 2008.
Really?
Yeah, they used my own Bible and told me, and I said, "You're bloody joking, you idiots! What are you talking about?" Then they turned up. They turned up the next day with 15 scriptures. I sat there looking at it. This is 15 years ago. I'm sitting there looking at these scriptures, going, "Holy shit, they're right."
Interesting.
And I went through them all, and I couldn't really argue it. But in 2008, mate, there was nothing about flat Earth anywhere online. No one knew anything at that time.
Yeah, usually when we have widespread access to information like this, a lot more conspiracies, thoughts, and opinions get out there, and then some of them come into fruition. For example, people thought the iPhone was a hoax until it actually became an iPhone.
Really? People thought the iPhone was a hoax? I don't remember that.
You don't remember the lunacy everyone was calling Steve Jobs? This guy's a lunatic. He's crazy. He has no idea what he's doing. You don't remember those stories in newspapers?
Well, I mean, I was
Everyone
really
thought
young.
he was a lunatic.
I was really young when the first iPhone came out, but I vividly remember my mom like going to the store and buying it.
Oh, everyone bought them, but everyone thought he was a lunatic and said that it's never going to work.
Really, like scientists said that, or
That wouldn't say
or like
scientists.
or like did some like random like
Mostly engineers and engineers and a lot of newspaper articles and media.
engineers? Well, I don't
Why
think
does
those guys
everyone
are
go
really
to
qualified.
scientists? Like engineers build phones, not scientists.
Yeah.
Do
Engineers
engineers build? Engineers do build phones,
they
like
manufacture
electronics,
just
bro.
the electrical engineers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they
And
do.
computer
That
programming.
a lot of people are involved in making a phone. We've got
Yeah.
computer
science.
engineers, mechanical.
Oh, well,
But
literally
what was the reason why they said like it was impossible for him to do that? Like was it that they thought the phone was gonna like explode in like her hand or something? Or?
The technology was new because he showed a very interesting concept, and everyone was like, "You're not going to get a touch screen. You're not going to get a screen like that. It's too small." That's why Steve Jobs was so popular because everyone was like, "He's a lunatic." And when he first started his company off, he was paying everyone in Apple shares. He didn't have money. All his engineers, cleaners, workers, everyone was paid in Apple shares. You know, there's a janitor that worked for Apple that's a multi-millionaire up the ass. Every janitor that worked for Apple now
That is
multi-millionaires.
true.
Dude,
That is definitely
imagine investing into Apple, dude. Like before, like it skyrocketed, bro.
All the
Dude.
employees of Apple at the time are all millionaires now because Steve Jobs, the lunatic he was, told everyone, "Hey guys, I don't really have money, but you know what I have? I have a dream. Come here, take some shares." So people working for him, and he was paying them very, very minimal, but he was giving them a lot of shares. So everyone that worked for Apple at that time, before the first iPhone actually came into fruition, is very, very wealthy now. A lot of people said no and missed out, but yeah. Make number 5.
So, any other questions? Well, we've got some competent flat earthers in here to answer them for you guys. We've got Wave Mixer, correct. AI Overlord, Timbo, Tim. There's plenty of people in here that can answer your questions.
I think AI Overlord is probably one of the he's the most good faith like flat Earth debater here, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't reduce himself to ad homs or anything like that. So he's very
Yeah,
calm,
dude,
cool.
he likes taking he likes I don't know, I don't know, he just seems to like do whatever he does to like pursue the truth. Like I remember like one of the flat earthers in here was like arguing that that like we can measure like a straight line using like a bubble and like the bubble shit, and like AI Overlord was like, no, dude, you can't. And like that event showed me that like, dude,
He's
yeah,
honest.
he did. Yeah, he's actually honest, bro. Because I mean that bubble shit was like, because the Globers were saying that shit. Like the Globers were saying like, dude, you can't do that with a fucking bubble.
What bubble? What are you talking about?
The
Like the bubble level?
yeah, like the bubble, like the the thing you place down on like something level, and like you see like the bubble.
You can never get the distance to to actually do anything. They're not big enough.
Yeah, I put up signs for a living, man, and if I'm putting up a big sign, I don't use a little tiny level. I use a big level with a big straight edge on it to make sure that I'm leveling my sign, not just in one point off a little tiny level.
He actually learned a couple of pretty important life lessons off AI without even realizing it. You know?
Really? Like what, bro?
It was about being in a certain place at a certain time.
How
it
good
was,
is AI? I would have loved to have it when I was studying.
I was starting to get a bit jaded in the globe. You know how fallacious they can be, and how insulting they can be, and he kind of taught me that everyone is human, and you know you've got to try and treat people just because they don't know the information, then doesn't mean that they're bad people or there to just piss you off. And I took that from that flat earth and actually put it into life as well. So just because someone doesn't know something, it doesn't mean they're stupid.
Of course not.
Damn, dude, I have not been eating fucking enough, bro. These last 2 fucking days, dude, I'm fucking starving.
You've been in. What's your story, man? You've been in here for days and days and days, and you're still on the fence.
Who, me?
Oh, you're a Glover.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. I don't
Why?
know. It just.
What? Because, dude, I like to appeal to scientific consensus, bro.
As in the majority consensus or the scientific consensus? There's a bit of a difference.
He doesn't appeal to the
consensus, bro.
scientific method, just the consensus that we're
Well,
told.
no, I just don't. I don't have like I can't comprehend like what it takes to prove like a flatter globe Earth. But I know like someone like that's dedicated their whole life to it probably can, right?
I'll give you
Well, what
this.
do you mean?
I'll give you this real quick. What it takes is not science.
Geometry.
Yep.
You wouldn't know anyway.
Or like just any qualified professional. I mean, I don't know how to do
You
geometry
wouldn't
for
know
shit,
that.
right?
Well, I feel
You
like
could not make it. You could not make an informed decision about that. You wouldn't know
Wouldn't know what
what it takes.
the what
What
the
it
tapes
takes.
the takes.
What it takes to prove something.
Yeah, no, that's what I said.
Well, it depends really on how willing you are to actually be taught. For some people, you can tell them 1 + 1 is 2, and if they really don't want to listen, they're not going to be listening, right?
Yeah, but I think proving like a globe or a flat Earth is a lot more complicated than 1 + 1 = 2, right?
Well, it
You
depends
wouldn't
really, because
know.
if people have lived
You
on the
wouldn't know.
consensus that the Earth is a globe for their entire lives, it's a lot harder to convince them. Like what would it take? 1 floor, 2 floors? Would it take a list of issues with the globe?
And
What would
it'd
you
probably,
gather?
it'd probably be like the
Because if you're
scientific
telling
community.
me,
No, it'd be
if
like
you,
the scientific community like admitting that the Earth is flat. Then I
so
just have to say
you,
it's
You
flat.
you're
wouldn't
basing your
know.
opinion on a majority consensus, not an actual evidence consensus.
I'm basing my opinion on people that are qualified. Okay.
Well, what if I show you
You
a
wouldn't know
qualified
if they
person that
are or
says it's
not.
flat?
I wouldn't know if they're what?
Qualified to make
so.
shapes?
I feel
What
like
are you
this
talking
is
about?
I feel like this is going down a bit of a certain dialogue tree, and I would like to pose a question to the flat earthers that actually might help move this
Hang on, we're
conversation
not
along.
talking to
Like,
you though.
Yeah, he's not.
okay,
We're in the middle
alright,
of a
alright.
conversation. We're not talking to you, man.
Yeah. Okay. What were you guys saying about me, bro? Like, what's
Why do you,
wrong?
what do you mean you're gonna look to the professionals? The professionals at Shapes?
The what? The professionals of what?
At
Oh, the
Shapes?
kindergarten class down the road, you mean?
Nah, dude.
Because what we're essentially talking about is Shapes. So who's the professional in Shapes?
Probably like a mathematician. Like you're talking about geometry, right? Like isn't that math?
Just geometry, man. Not that
So
hard.
not science then.
It's actually
Yeah.
really
Well,
simple, dude.
it's like well.
Well,
I mean,
Victor, let me
regardless
say
of
one thing,
whether,
Victor.
it's science or not, someone's
Victor,
qualified to
let me
use
just give you one
geometry, right?
idea, Victor. So let me give you an idea. Let's say there's a legal matter, right? Each side has an expert. Both people are very overqualified experts, right? But they have completely differing opinions. What do you do?
Wait, a legal matter?
For example, in court, right? If you have a civil case,
You go with
usually
who
there's
can
expert
demonstrate
witnesses.
what their claim to be true.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
Both sides have really, really qualified experts, but each expert is saying a completely different,
Well,
scenario solution. What do you do?
Victor, here's what you do.
Well, I mean that is how is that like? How does that translate to reality? Do multiple experts do
tell you.
do experts do multiple like? Is there
Because
like
there's
an
a lot
even
of
split
experts that
between like
disagree with each other. You
Let me
is
tell
there
you.
an even split between experts and like whether
Let
they
me
believe
tell
in the
you.
flat Earth or the globe Earth?
Let me tell you.
There's experts on each side.
Stop outsourcing your thoughts to so-called experts, and you just go straight to the evidence and decide
Well,
for
I
yourself.
don't know how
There's
to like
no-
interpret the evidence. That's my problem.
Well, how can you say that you can't fathom it being a flat Earth if you've never even looked?
Well, what do you mean never fathom?
Well, you've said before, your comment about 2 minutes ago was you're a glober because you can't fathom it being flat.
No, I said I'm a glober because I believe in the
That's
science.
exactly what you said, man.
I appeal to what the professionals believe. No, it's not that I can't
I
fathom it.
repeated exactly what you just said.
No, I never said the word fathom never came out of dude. Just stop.
Yes,
Professionals.
No, it didn't.
Professionals.
The word fathom did not come out of my mouth, dude. I don't know what you're talking
To
about.
be honest, I think it is. You said you can't fathom the consensus lying to you. Is that what you said?
No, I never said that either. No, like
maybe we're all mistaken and you're correct. Can you
yeah,
repeat yourself?
dude, you are really mistaken. Never said the consensus
Okay,
can't lie.
can you please repeat your sentence?
So both of us think you said fathom, and you're saying.
Well, I didn't. Okay, I did
It's
not. I
okay,
did not say that. I
Victor,
swear to
Victor,
God, I
it's
swear on my
okay.
mother's life, I did not say I
Victor,
can't
it's
fathom a
okay.
flat Earth.
It's not that deep. Relax. It's not that deep, bro. Just
Damn,
repeat
dude.
yourself.
Like
It's okay.
dude,
Just
like
repeat
not.
yourself.
I mean, like I don't know. I don't like it when people like put
Take
words
it
in their
easy,
mouth.
man. Who gives a fuck?
I did not say that.
It's okay. We don't care. We're moving on. Just repeat your stance one more time for us.
I believe in the word of professionals, right?
Professional. In what field?
Would you chase a professional for the rest of your life for any situation, or just this one particular situation?
Multiple. Like I'd appeal to like doctors.
Let him tell us which professionals in which field.
What, are you really asking me that? Like, are you asking me like which
professionals? That's what he asked. He said which professionals in which field, and you said, "Are you really asking me that?" And he just
Well,
asked
yeah, because you don't think majority of like professionals and like that study
professionals in which field?
like in
what they're
in
asking is what
astrophysics, the ones
professionals?
that study geography, the ones that study physics, you don't think a majority of them believe that the Earth is round?
The majority doesn't mean they're right, bro.
I mean, I know that I know a majority that
from the
doesn't mean
tribe
that
and
they're
like
right. I'm just
research
saying like
facility.
they're more qualified. They're more qualified on this subject than like I probably can ever be.
So you appeal to who's more qualified? Is that what you mean? So if someone has a bachelor and someone has a master, you listen to the person with the master? Is that what you're telling me?
Maybe.
So if I show you a doctor in astrophysics,
I'm not believing in a singular person. I'm believing in multiple people, right?
Okay, so if I show you the majority of people, for example, say the Quran is accurate, would you become Muslim now?
What? I can't hear you. Someone's fucking moaning in the microphone.
If I said there's 2 billion people that say the Quran is accurate, would you believe in Islam?
No.
But the majority.
No, I'm not saying it's not because it's majority. It's because they're qualified, right?
I can show you the majority of
It's
scholars that are very, very
fundamentally
qualified.
different. Okay.
Well, I don't understand because you have a criteria that you're not willing to appeal to.
What?
You have a criteria. A majority of qualified people, right?
Yeah.
Is that your criteria?
Yeah, how would someone be qualified enough to believe the Quran? Like what?
Islamic
Like
scholars,
Qualified in
they
religion.
study, they're doctors, no?
what?
Yeah.
Your criteria is simply very, very qualified people have to be a majority of consensus. I can show you a majority of qualified scholars, which are doctors in the field, that have academic qualifications. Would you believe that? Because the consensus is the majority.
What qualified? Wait, can you restate that again?
So if I showed you a consensus of Islamic scholars, which are doctors in the field, they have doctorates, they have qualifications from Western society, and they are the majority.
Well, no,
Would you believe in
that's
Islam?
not. No, it's not that.
So what's your criteria?
Whatever. Not because they have to be in the relevant field, right? So like
They are in the relevant field of Islam. The
no
Islamic scholars, they're doctors in that field.
no, but they're no being a scholar in Islam wouldn't mean
Can't
anything
really argue with it.
in terms of like God
Why not?
existing.
But they've studied
They're not.
history. They've studied the Islamic teachings. They have legal Western qualifications. The Doctor of Islam, it's an actual qualification you get at any university, right?
Hmm?
Is that not a professional field?
Well, they would be qualified in speaking in like matters of like what the Quran says,
Exactly.
but not
General
well,
consensus.
okay. So in that sense, yes, I would believe in matters that are a part of the Quran, right?
So
Like
if they say it's true, you believe now?
what?
So if they said it's true, would you believe?
No. The
So what's your
Quran
criteria for
the
truth?
Quran is true. Not dude, because that's not comparable. Because
But I
people
don't understand, right?
that
Because
are
you gave me a
fucking
criteria.
okay, can I speak? People
Sure.
that are doctors of the Quran, right? They're not qualified to speak on what is and isn't a god,
Why
right? Be,
It is absolutely comparable
Exactly.
because you have no basis, you have no foundation, you have no reference to deciding whether somebody is qualified or not, or whether an entire field of experts are qualified or not. You've just admitted he's used your own standards against you. Now you're going, nah.
Look, you have to have a certain criteria, right? If I was to say, I trust the scientists of a certain field to show me the shape of the Earth, you have to keep that criteria for other matters as well, right? You can't just say, this is my criteria for this situation, this is my criteria for this situation, and go all over the place because
well,
your criteria cannot change.
how would no because I'm saying how would someone being a doctor of Quran or what like being qualified in like the teachings of the Quran like make
Because
me want to believe in the Quran. They're qualified in the teachings of
How would someone
Quran.
being
Because
qualified
he
in
studies the book.
heliocentrism make you want to
He
believe in
studies books.
heliocentrism?
Well, what do you mean they study the
They
bull?
study all things Islam, as in history, the people, the book, everything, right?
Okay,
Once you have a
then I
doctorate, you have picked that field of study. You know
then
everything.
then
Right?
I'd
You're the overqualified.
I'd appeal to them in matters about the Quran. But
Exactly right.
I wouldn't. Okay. What do you mean exactly right? Yeah, I'd appeal to them like
Ask the
a
question again.
certain
He
stories
answered
of
it.
the Quran. I wouldn't believe in God because of them. No.
Hang on.
Why
He
not?
answered
They're the
a
ultimate
specific
authority.
question before. He asked you a specific question before as well. He said, okay, so now you would trust them in Islam. If they say that the Quran is true, then would you believe them?
No.
But they're the ultimate authority.
There
Why
you
would
go.
you say no?
No, they're the
That is your
ultimate
argument.
authority in speaking in matters of the Quran, right? They're not the ultimate
Yeah.
authority
So do you believe it?
who does and
Okay,
determines who does and doesn't determine
but
what is a God, okay, or
if the
proving God
Quran
exists.
says, but if the Quran says this is the way of life, this is the God you must believe in, wouldn't the ultimate authority of that religion, for example, the scholars, the people that have studied it for decades, wouldn't they know what's right or wrong? So if the Quran says
They would know what's
pray,
right and wrong in the
because
Quran in that context, yes, but not in like
but if the
whether
Quran
God
says this
exists or
is the
not.
way of life, you must do this. God is real. This is the prophet. Wouldn't you believe? Because they know what's right, right? They're the authority. You believe them. You trust them.
No, it's not the same, dude. It's not comparable at
Let me,
all. What?
let
Okay, let
me
me give you
explain
another
why.
example.
Dude.
Hang on,
Let me give
Victor.
you another
Yeah,
example.
I think you do need to give me another example.
What were you saying, Timber?
No,
Yeah,
I was
what?
just going to say, I'm just going to ask, so,
Go ahead.
just to put it back on exactly the analogy that he was giving you was you believe people who are experts in a field that you have no knowledge in, and you're believing them from what they tell you, and it's exactly what the analogy was with him and saying a doctorate in
Well, I
Islam.
mean, I
It's
said
exactly the
I
same
would.
argument.
I said I would believe him in matters about the Quran. So, like, if I
No,
what do you mean
he
now?
said
You only believe
the
you
Quran
only
is
believe it's a
true and
globe
real.
because they've told you it's a globe. So if he tells you that their God's real, why wouldn't you believe their God's real? You've got it from the
Because
experts of the
they have no
globe.
authority. They have no
Well, they do
authority
because they've got a
in
doctorate.
determining whether God exists or not.
Well, they do.
Their
They got the
doctorate says
doctorate.
otherwise.
No, they don't. They have no authority. They have no
Well, they
authority
do.
over
They've
that.
got the
He's
doctorate
got
just
the
like the
authority
opposite
to
No,
tell
they
does.
don't have the authority. They have the authority of speaking of matters in the Quran.
Excuse
Okay,
me.
they have no authority of speaking.
flat Earth. Why isn't it round?
Oh my god.
That was actually, see, that was funny.
That's
That
Tippy
was
Toppy.
funny.
He's next to you, Timbo.
Yeah, that analogy is just nowhere near comparable.
Okay, so Victor, let's get back to the basics then. What would you consider an authority?
It'd be a group of people that have collected enough knowledge on a certain subject, have
How about the
collected an
KKK?
extensive amount of knowledge in a certain subject.
How about the
That
KKK?
what about the KKK?
They're a group of people who have extensive knowledge on black people. Would you respect their authority?
Well, their knowledge on black people is fucking wrong.
But they're a group of people that have collected a gigantic amount of knowledge over a long period of time. Why would it be wrong?
You think comparing the KKK, like you're comparing the KKK to like an astrophysicist, right? You know how those are fundamentally different?
Victor,
No, you are.
Don't go into
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Don't go into
No,
race
no, no,
baiting
no.
shit, please.
Your general authority.
Don't talk about the race,
Yeah,
dude.
let's get off.
Because whatever KKK says about black people is known to be fucking wrong.
Okay, stop.
It's provably wrong.
Stop.
We know it's wrong, but you don't know it's wrong.
I do know it's wrong. I just appeal to a different group of people.
We can go back and compare it with any.
Your whole argument was that you appeal to people who you don't know for information about a world that you don't know about. And he gave you an analogy which was perfectly analogous. And you said, no, you're not going to believe them. So his point is perfectly 100%.
It's not parallel at all. It's not analogous. Sorry.
Okay, so what is the analogy is you believe people who say that these things are true, but you have no knowledge of it. But
I know, but the thing I know is that
but they tell you it's true because they are the experts, correct? So you believe them because you are the experts. Your argument was an appeal to consensus or an appeal to
an appeal to
authority.
academic authority. That's my
academic authority, and he gave you a perfect analogy, and you denied it.
Well, yeah, because that's not an act. What being a part of the KKK? Do you think that's being a part of an academic authority?
Not that one. Not that one.
Okay, not that one.
I think it's still valid. There's a lot of people that have authorities and qualifications in ethics and background studies. There's a lot of qualifications you can get. A lot of people in the KKK these days actually are very qualified. That doesn't make them right though. Qualifications, an appeal to authority or appeal to qualifications.
No. I'm not appealing to, like, if someone has a master's degree in what is it, psychology, I'm not just gonna believe them when they start talking about where the
We did say that though, right?
I didn't say shit. Okay,
You said if they have a master's degree, I'm more likely to trust them over a bachelor's degree.
No, you're not. No, you didn't let me finish. Okay, just because it's not from what I'm saying because I haven't even finished what I'm saying.
No.
If
what you're saying is you pick and choose the authorities that you choose to believe with no rhyme nor reason, apart from maybe
there is a reason.
Well, maybe some external information that you haven't verified, but you're picking and choosing the authorities you appeal to.
There's a reason for that, okay? And the reason is an astrophysicist is like you. Okay, so you don't think
pseudoscientist? There's no expert astrophysicist.
Oh my god!
There is no expert astrophysicist. It's not a science. Nope. Tell me what they do. You tell me what an astrophysicist does for a job.
Okay, I mean we can just look it up, bro.
Look, if you tell me you're appealing to the astrophysicist, you're saying he's an expert. What's he an expert in?
That's fine. I can just read it here.
Give me a moment to Google it.
They look at lights in the sky, they watch them dim, then they say there must be a planet going around that because it dimmed by 0.5%. So that happened every 365 days. So
Yeah,
it must
also
be a planet like Earth.
astrophysics is like
That's
a
what they
subfield.
do.
Astrophysics is like a subfield. You can study physics. I don't think you're gonna get a doctor in astrophysics. It's a very it's like a
Physics is
sub.
a science, you know? Like,
Yeah,
it's a physical science. Astrophysics
astrophysics
is
is
not
like a
a
work
science.
title. It wouldn't be like a qualification or.
It is.
Or
Yeah, it is. Astrophysics is a separate figure.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, I'm fairly sure it is. I mean,
okay, go. What do they do?
I mean, yeah, we can read it. Hold on, it's loading.
Can you show me the degree that says astrophysics?
Hold on, it's loading. 1 second. An astrophysicist is a specialized scientist who studies the nature and behavior of celestial bodies and phenomena beyond the Earth's atmosphere. They delve deep into the mysteries of the universe, exploring
We get it.
stars,
Now show us the
planets.
qualification.
Huh? Okay.
Now show us an expert in astrophysics.
So see what they do? Apparently they do science, but they can never confirm anything that they do. So
Hey, Kangaroo, can you shut the fuck up?
Bro, he called you a kangaroo, bro. Dude, mute these fucking people,
I don't really.
please.
That stuff doesn't worry me, man.
Because if you look at people like Michael Norman, right? He's an astrophysicist, one of the most renowned ones. But
Shut
if you look
up,
at
you
his
fucking
qualifications,
faggot.
it says
Oh my god.
Doctor of Physics,
Rat
not Doctor
slayer.
of Astrophysics.
Yo,
Well, you're going around slaying rats, are you? Banging a few rats, you grub. Fuck off. Don't talk to people in the server like this.
What did
There you go. Keep going, guys.
Yeah, as I was saying, if you look at like Eric Furman or like Michael Norman, these professors or experts in astrophysics, all their degrees and qualifications will say just professor of physics, not astrophysics. It's like a little subfield. It's like a very diverse area. People research it, but no one.
Astrophysics major will be elected by students who plan to graduate and study in astronomy, astrophysics, or a closely related field, and can be elected by those interested in a wide variety of careers. So it is a qualification. It's something you can measure in. Okay, something you can study.
Can you show me if someone has a doctorate in astrophysics?
A doctorate?
Yes, the highest academic.
That's the highest. A doctorate is the highest.
What's
Or
higher
is
than
it a
doctorate?
PhD?
That's a doctorate, bro.
That's a doctorate.
Wait, what's a doctorate? Oh,
PhD.
PhD. Oh, I think. Wait, where are you from? I think U.S. We just call it a
shit, bro. Even if it exists or it doesn't really concern the fact that it's very odd to appeal to authority in some situations and not.
No, I think it's. I mean, like, you have to appeal to authority to navigate life. Like, what about like your child's doctor? Like, are you gonna like try to outknowledge your child's doctor and then like end up like killing your child? Okay, so then you're appealing to an authority. That's
not
qualified.
If the doctor tells you something, do you not go to another doctor for a second opinion?
So yeah, you are. So that's an authority, dude. The doctor being they are, because they're doctors that have degrees. So when you want a second opinion from a doctor, you're appealing to that other doctor, which is an authoritative figure. Okay, and he got the degree. Okay, he knows more than you. So that would be appealing to authority.
I trust my chiropractor over my doctor, to tell you the truth.
Well, okay, well then you'd still appeal to an authority there.
When you go to a doctor, are you going there because people have recommended them, because of advice from family and friends? You don't really just go to a doctor and assume they're going to give you the best care unless you've been recommended, reviews. I mean, personally, when I look for a doctor or a chiro or any of the sorts, I usually go on Google and write their name, read their reviews, make sure they're good.
You're still appealing to an authority. You're appealing to someone that knows more than you, and about a subject you have no clue about. Okay, that's that you have to. I'm sorry, you have to navigate life appealing to some kind of authority. And I get appealing to an authority can be fallacious sometimes, but that's only when it's a false authority. Okay, so like you can't appeal to Shaq, the basketball player, about your like health, right? But you can appeal to a doctor or pediatrician or any qualified individual that be qualified to study someone's health to know anything about your health. Okay, and I can bet that you're gonna
Sure, but
not
you have
try
to
to
keep in mind that.
single-handedly try to figure out what's wrong with your health. Okay, you're
But
gonna
you
you're
have to
gonna have
keep
a
in
doctor.
mind. You have to keep in mind, not like every time you rely on a testimony of someone is a fallacious argument. Like we
What?
often rely upon testimonies from people and their talents and trainings, their expertise. It's not always fallacious. For
Yeah, no,
example, if you
that's what
tell
I
me
said.
you're sure, I can agree with you
He
there.
hasn't appealed beyond simply saying that they're right about saying that Earth is a globe.
I don't get what you're saying. What do you mean by that?
You don't know what you are appealing to, in other words.
How do I
Beyond
not know?
Earth being a ball. You haven't appealed to them. You've just said, I believe what they say.
I do. Yeah, I do appeal to them. What are you talking? Yeah,
You haven't
that's the
presented an
same
actual
thing.
argument to appeal to.
I did. Were you
No,
listening?
that's not an argument. That's not an argument.
God.
That's just stating a belief, not an argument.
I did. I mean, I think I did when we talked about like the doctor. Okay, like who doesn't use it. I mean, I also said an argument about you have to appeal to an authority, to
I'm
navigate
talking
life.
about for the globe. You haven't presented an argument for the
Well,
globe. You've just
that
stated that you have
logic.
a belief. You have a belief. That's all you've done. You've just stated a belief. You haven't appealed to anything.
I am. Yeah, I'm
appeal
appealing
would
to an
be
authority.
an appeal would be to say, well, I appeal to them because they told me that Earth is a globe because of such and such. That would be an appeal to their authority.
Nah, I can just appeal to their authority.
No, you've just stated a belief. That's it. You've
Yeah,
just
I'm
stated
appealing
that
to.
you have
Yeah,
a
the
belief in what they
belief is
say.
that I appeal to them. Yep, I appeal to them, and they're an authoritative figure, and I appeal to them when it comes to questions I can't answer.
You
okay?
don't know what it is. You don't know what it is you're appealing to beyond the Earth just being a globe.
What do you mean I don't know what I'm appealing to? I'm appealing to someone that's
You
more
don't know
qualified than
why
me.
they say Earth is a globe, in other words. You don't know why they say it is a globe. You just think that they have authority and that they're correct. It's just a simple belief. It's a faith-based
Yeah, and there's
belief.
probably plenty of things that like your doctor tells you that you don't know like a deep amount of knowledge of.
They're
What's your
called
point?
medical opinions, bro.
My doctor will sit there and explain to me things in layman's terms if
In
need
layman's
be, so that I
terms,
can
okay.
understand my ailment if I have one.
And they always
Yeah, but there's I'm telling you, there's plenty of things that even if someone were to explain to you, you don't have the full like grasp of it.
And you got no
You haven't presented anything. You haven't presented anything, not even in layman's terms, as
Victor,
to
tell me what
why
happens
they
when
say
I feel like
Earth is a globe.
Wait, Victor, what happens when doctors have differing opinions?
what happens when doctor I don't know, dude. What does
Which one's
happen?
correct? Well, you gotta tell me which one do we trust?
Well, the thing with that question is that you're gonna have to trust one regardless, which still proves my point.
Sure. No, it doesn't.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, it does. Because if two doctors have differing opinions, you're not just gonna throw your hands in the air and say, "Oh, I'm gonna figure this out for myself."
Yeah, but
You're gonna appeal to either more doctors, or are you gonna pick the side of whichever one is giving you a different answer. Okay.
Correct.
But an
Victor.
appeal,
The
but an
problem here
appeal
is,
to
hang on, Victor, the problem is what you're missing is that when you're appealing, these doctors are explaining the situation and you have something to go by. You have some understanding of their explanations. That is an appeal to the authority. I believe this doctor because he told me this, and this. You have an argument. So far, all you've got is, I believe the scientists because they say the Earth is a globe. You
You
can't
are
come in and have,
trying.
hang on a second, you don't have an argument where I say, well, I appeal to Einstein where he said the theory of general relativity bends and warps space-time, and I can see You've got no argument at all, so there's no appeal.
I do have an
It's just
argument.
a
You're just
religious
not
belief.
listening. It's
No,
not
you're just not
belief. It's an
understanding.
appeal. I'm appealing to him, okay? Because he knows more than I do.
No, you're believing him. An appeal
Well,
has to have some facts
and a
behind it,
belief
as
are
P-Dub had stated.
what? You can appeal and believe simultaneously. You know that, right?
You were correct about what an appeal to authority fallacy is. You're right. You wouldn't go to Shark for a medical
Yeah,
advice.
it's an appeal to
right?
a false authority. That's what's
Right. He's
wrong
an
with it.
authority in basketball. He's not an authority in your health. Right. Exactly.
Well, I wouldn't get.
Well,
And I mean, when it comes to the
check this out. Check this out. This whole conversation is a waste, and I think some of the guys are trying to hint at this. So,
Hello,
I
Royce.
mean, hey, good morning. So,
Morning, buddy.
an appeal to authority fallacy is in argumentation when you're using uh someone in authority to validate an argument that you're making. Now that's not the same, obviously, as when somebody trusts someone, be it an authority. Two totally different things when you're making an argument for something and the validity of something. That's a different thing.
okay. Well, initially, when the whole reason why this conversation started is because they're like, Victor, why do you still believe in the globe, even despite you being here for days now? I said, I just trust the scientists because they know more than I do.
Are you vaccinated?
Well, first of all, it's a
Well,
category
I'm not.
error.
I didn't. I didn't get vaccinated, but I probably
We're not
would have
going down that path.
if I decided.
Wait.
It's
You're
a
not
category
vaccinated?
error, though.
Well, no, I didn't.
Hey guys, we can't talk about this in here. Let's listen to Elijah.
Yeah,
I'm going to start muting people except for Elijah.
Yeah, like I'm just saying, like the amount of why the fuck do you think you need to appeal to a priest to know where you live? Like, don't you think that's odd?
To appeal
Like,
to a priest?
There's a difference between a doctor who can cure someone. I mean, and that's like really sketchy ground. Let's be honest. Like, you got to have a good doctor because just because a person's a doctor doesn't mean they're good, right? But something like home. Imagine you had someone to tell you. You had someone you had to tell you was home for you. That'd be really weird. Like home is what's familiar to you, what you know, what you experience, what you smell, the like, certain textures, things that remind you of home. Like in the case of Earth, it's the same way. When I think of Earth, I think of Earth and on all the ways that I love it and all the ways that I experience it. One of those things that isn't an experience is a globe. That's an idea that I've experienced in my mind since a child that is very separate from all the other things that I experience directly here on the earth. When I think about the earth in its entirety, it's a completely thought-based experience.
You think? You don't think you appeal to anyone when it comes to like your house at all?
That is a complete non sequitur.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Like, so you were saying that that
It's
when it comes to home, you find it strange that people appeal to other people, when all they can do is just okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said again? Because I just don't understand.
Don't you think it's odd that you don't know where you live? You believe where you live, which is why you put it
Well, I
on
mean, I
someone
don't know
else.
anything. I don't get what your point is. There's a
Oh
lot.
well,
There-
I can't help you. I don't know.
You don't know anything?
Well, yeah, I can't. You can't truly know anything.
I'm not even
Why
gonna
not?
get. I'm not even
Experts
gonna
can
go
consider
down this
something.
road. Like,
What
why
do
ask
you mean?
him?
Why not?
Ask him why not. You guys have
Because
seen the mind virus compilations, right?
You don't know. You don't think you can know? What?
Excuse
Wait,
me.
what thing
Excuse
do you
me.
know for sure?
Excuse me.
Oh man. Go ahead.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
So we have words in this world, one of them being reality, one of them being empirical, one of them being knowledge, to know. All of these things would be rendered useless based on what you and you know what? I don't believe you anyway.
Oh, really?
Because people say that when they have this conversation because it's a cop out. But I guarantee you,
Not copping out.
do you have money? Are you broke?
Yeah, I do that money.
Yeah. Imagine your banker giving you this argument. Are you sure you have money? You don't fucking know. Oh, geez, bro. Man, I know nobody knows you right.
Oh, dude.
Nobody
Oh,
knows
that.
anything
Oh,
after
oh,
all that.
man, dude. That was totally comparable, dude. That was definitely comparable to what I said, huh? You
Yeah,
you
it is
you you
because
you really think you're up to
either
something
you
saying
know
that,
you
huh?
have money or you don't. Like, so we're just talking about. I know
Oh,
that
can we
water
skip this
boils.
conversation?
Yeah, dude. I'm just bored,
Let's
dude.
wrap.
I'm bored,
Well,
and this guy's just
now all of
monologuing,
a
bro.
sudden,
We've
he's bored when I make a
Oh no,
person.
I've been bored.
we've come
How
to the
Honestly.
interesting.
conclusion. We've come to the
So,
conclusion that he
if he's
wants to
bored and
believe
he's gonna be
what he wants to believe.
disrespectful to this degree, like, I mean, geez, why let him be a part of the conversation?
How am I being disrespectful?
I don't think it's an issue, bro. I mean, like he's kind of explained to us that he doesn't want to change his opinion, and he's happy with the sphere, I suppose.
Happy. I mean,
Yeah.
I'd
So
honestly,
what are we talking
would
about
not.
then?
I would not
He
care
just
whether the
said.
Earth is flat or round. I
So what are
honestly
we
just do not
talking?
care.
Yeah, no one. You don't know anything, so you don't even matter.
I can't truly know certain things, but if I start at a fundamental axiom, I guess I could know things.
Listen, first of all, don't start contradicting yourself.
What do you
Just
mean?
you're
Don't start.
already on a roll.
How am
You're
I
already on a
How did I
roll.
contradict myself? Are you listening?
You're already on a roll. So just chill out, bro.
How am I
No.
contradicting myself? Can you explain, or you're not going to because you can't?
Well, I mean, you don't know anything. What the fuck am I gonna waste my time
Wait.
speaking
So
to
how
you?
did I contradict myself?
You don't know anything.
How's
Why
that a
the fuck do you
contradiction?
think I'm gonna waste my
How's that
time
a
explaining
contradiction?
anything to you?
If you
Damn, dude.
don't, because if you don't know anything, how can you know that you don't know anything?
No, here's the reason I'm saying this is because the people that don't know anything are just the long jerk off session. They don't they're gonna pretend not to understand any pertinent points that you have. Period. Doesn't even matter.
No, I can. No,
So whether
I've
he
been
knows things or
trying to
doesn't know
understand
things,
everything that they're
who
saying.
really
You
cares?
don't know what I mean when I say I can't. You can't truly know anything. Okay, you don't
Yeah,
know what that means.
I
You
really
don't mean
don't
that
because
literally, do
I heard
you?
the same thing that came out of your mouth from hundreds of other people. Like, you're not special. I don't care.
Okay, then just stop talking about it. And
Elijah
also
had a bad
stop
morning.
saying that I'm contradicting myself when I'm not, and you can't explain it. Stop doing that.
Well, you don't know anything.
How's that a contradiction?
I
It's
don't
not.
know
You
that I
don't
don't
know
know.
It's
anything.
not.
Why?
Wait,
I'm
so
not
why'd you
even
say I
about to.
contradicted
I'm not
myself?
even about to point out a contradiction that you should know you did.
Oh, you can't. So you can't. Okay, thank you. Can we just move on? I'm bored.
Yes, sir.
That exchange
Tell
was
me,
just so
What are
fucking
Victor.
you guys?
boring.
What are you
How do you
guys?
feel about NASA, Victor?
NASA?
Do you trust them?
Yeah, probably.
He doesn't
It's
know.
either yes or no. Do you trust NASA?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, for the most part.
So what do you not trust them about?
Never said I didn't trust him about anything,
For
or
the most part,
did
we're saying
not
there's a
trust him.
singular part that you
He's a
don't trust them,
religious zealot, guys, who
Elijah,
doesn't
it's
know
okay.
anything.
Dude, can
It's
you,
okay, Elijah.
bro, Elijah? Can you shut up?
Anyways, Victor, tell me, you trust NASA completely or do you trust them partially?
I mean, they haven't presented anything to me that would like be like that would like make me not trust them. But like, I'm not
So
gonna put like
you
100%
trust
of my
them
trust in
because
them.
so you trust them as an agency because they haven't done anything to disprove your trust.
Um,
Would that be fair to say?
well, that's not the reason why I trust them. Because
Well, you said you trust them because they haven't done anything to not
no,
trust.
I said I did. No, you're not listening. I
Okay,
said
basically, so.
that they haven't done any. I literally just said they haven't done anything to make me distrust them. Okay.
So it's exactly what I said. You trust them because they haven't done anything to make you
No, that's not.
What's the difference?
Ah, man,
This is not
dude,
like
are you listening?
Victor, this is not like an I got you argument, bro. It's just
Do you trust them?
saying what you're saying.
I don't know why you sitting here acting like you're gonna have a
It
reason.
doesn't matter. I have time to waste. I'm gonna talk to him. He seems like an honest guy. Just defending
Yo,
themselves.
so I don't want to hear you fucking getting irritated like I was either. Then
No problems. Anyways, Victor, so you trust them or?
Yeah, dude.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think the moon landing was real?
Think so.
You think so, or you know
Yeah, I
so?
mean, yeah,
Because they said,
I wasn't there at the moon with them.
well, they're saying it's real though, and you trust them, so it has to be real, correct?
It has to be. Does it have to
Well,
be?
if you trust an agency and they say this happened, inherently your trust has to be placed in them, right? So you have to agree with them.
Well, yeah. I'd like trust them, but like I wouldn't be surprised if like the moon landing was fake.
So there's no trust then.
What do you mean? There's
Why?
dude. Are you listening?
I think I'm listening. Am I wrong?
It's not that I
If
don't
I
trust them.
trust my father and my father says it's the car outside, and I look outside and there's no car, does that mean my trust has disappeared?
I don't know. Has it?
I'm not sure. I think if you trust an agency and they lie to you, the trust has to dissipate at some point.
Have they lied to me? I don't know, dude.
If someone lies to you, do you just automatically believe them again, or do you start questioning what they tell you because you've found them to be liars in the past?
I mean, yeah, I guess I would start questioning them, but they haven't like given me a reason to think that they're lying.
But if they did, that's the whole hypothetical here. If I can show you that maybe NASA hasn't been so honest, your beloved agency, would that make you consider not trusting them?
It would make me want to investigate the claims that you're making to confirm whether or not they're true.
And what happens if you find
and
that
if
to be
they're
true?
if I find out that they're what is it? They're bullshit. I mean, if it's true that the claims that you're making about NASA are in fact true, then yeah, I'd probably start to question my trust towards them.
And what happens once you start questioning the agency that tells you the Earth is spherical?
Is NASA the only agency that does that?
No.
No, but they're the most respectable, I would assume. They're
The
the
European
most.
Space Agency is pretty respectable.
What
Yeah,
about
but they're not.
SpaceX?
They say
They're
the
not.
Earth is.
They're not as funded as NASA. They're not as
Well,
big as an American.
why do you think funding matters to me? You're the one who is like assuming that I'd place like NASA at like first place.
Because once you have so much funding, you have more experts. Once you have
Yeah,
more
okay,
experts,
no,
you have
you're just
more
giving me a reason
consensus.
why you trust them. Okay.
No, not me, Victor. It's you. You have a consensus of experts.
Well,
NASA
no,
has
you're talking about
hold
funding as if
on,
I'd like if
Victor.
I think that would matter. You would know
The
that.
more, Victor, the more money they have, the larger of an agency they are, right? So they have more experts. They have more people that actually would say the Earth is spherical. They're the largest agency because of how much funding they have. Can you name a larger agency in America?
Not one I can think of.
There isn't one, right? They're the largest government agency when it comes to civil space exploration.
What do you mean by that?
So
Okay,
would you
then,
say
sure.
that the ultimate authority for space exploration would be NASA?
No.
So why not? They're the largest. They're the most experts, the most consensus. They're everything.
Really?
Can you name a bigger one?
What do you mean by that?
Do I have to name a bigger one? Is that my standard to saying who's
Well,
the
if
most
I say they're the
authoritative?
biggest and you say no, they're not, I think the voting lies on you, no?
Okay, dude, you're just like assuming everything about me, bro. Like when you say this.
I'm just replying to what you're saying. NASA is the biggest
No,
space agency.
you're not replying to what I'm saying. You're making a really weird assumption. Okay,
That NASA is the largest
probably
government
based
agency
on
in the
your
US.
own intuition.
That NASA is the largest government agency in the US. These are numbers we can actually check.
Well, no, it's not about largest. Is that I would think that they're the most authoritative because they are the largest.
Because they have the most experts.
What makes you think that? What makes you think I think that?
Because your consensus was the most experts, the largest amount of experts, right? That was your criteria for trusting them.
Largest amount of experts, was it?
They have the most experts, right? No?
Did I say that the largest amount of experts?
I say that.
So you said it. Okay.
Yes, I said that they have the largest group of experts regarding space, right?
Sure.
And you said your consensus for truth or knowledge, or agreement at least, is a group of experts who know better than me and you ourselves. All right?
Yeah, but
So if
couldn't
NASA has the most
those
experts,
groups of experts? Well, why would like NASA's group of experts even matter if like Like if NASA's and the
They should
European
be your
space
ultimate
agencies
authority.
and fucking SpaceX, they all align with this idea that the Earth is round. Like, why would it matter to me that NASA thinks that way?
NASA is the
Why would I put the most value into NASA if like every
because
other like space
according to your
agency thinks the
criteria,
same way?
because of your criteria, is the most experts, a group of experts, which will agree, right? They
My
are the
criteria was
largest,
most experts or a group of experts,
a group of
or was it
experts. We're the
a
largest group of
majority of
experts.
experts? Do you know my position at all?
Yes, you said a
No, you
group of
don't. No, you
experts.
don't. No, you don't.
Okay, I don't know. Can you please repeat your position?
It'd be a majority of experts.
Okay, so
You
is
guys
NASA a
are
majority of
really
experts?
silly. What'd you do?
I know, dude. I'm just bored. I'm bored, dude.
Zoid, he thinks I'm trying to like gotcha or something.
No,
Like,
I
I don't
think
understand.
you're not listening to me, okay? And you're making a
So
lot of weird assumptions.
I said a large expert, and you said okay, you're right. After you said no, I'm wrong. So I'm a bit confused here.
No, I said what? No, what are you talking about, dude?
Okay, repeat it one more time so everyone
I
can
said a
hear. What's your position?
majority. Hold on,
You said
majority. 3. I said it
Okay,
3
is
times.
NASA the majority in the US?
Is not does
Yes,
NASA
NASA is the majority.
contain the majority of people
Majority of experts in the US
align with
going
the
to
Earth
space.
being round? Do they?
Yes.
Hey
Yes, yes,
guys, can
yes, yes,
can I
yes.
say something? Can I jump in quickly and just say, listen, Elijah's right here. If someone can't know something or they're relying on a belief, this is just going to keep going round and round in circles. So maybe we should go back to the topic of the actual Earth rather than
Relying on a belief. Wow. Who doesn't believe in things? There's probably a lot of things that that you
Victor, it's
believe
all
in
been
that.
explained. You go and you have a look at the evidence for yourself. You get other opinions. You haven't got
No,
any of that.
I'm not going to look at the
You haven't
evidence.
got any of
I'm
that.
not
So I reckon we
qualified
go
to look
back
at
to
the
the shape
evidence.
of the Earth. Okay, you're not qualified. Cool. So we're just
I'm
going
not
in
interpreting.
circles here.
Donut. So what you are is a donut that refuses to listen.
We're just circle jerking, guys.
Yeah, actually, yeah. I
Okay,
mean,
fair enough.
I am bored. Yeah, we can. You guys can move on.
So what makes you not bored? Do you even want to be spoken to?
What makes me bored is when like people misrepresent the things I say.
I think you just don't know what you're talking about. I think you don't even
Oh
know what
really?
you're
You think?
saying.
You didn't know
Yeah.
what I was talking about, okay? Because you misrepresented the point I made. So stop projecting.
I think according to the majority of people here, right? You don't know your own position. Am I
Well,
wrong?
majority of people.
Do you have your own position, or do you just hold the majority position?
What if my position is holding the majority position? When is that not my position all of a sudden?
That is a position. But what
Oh,
happens
it
when the
is?
majority
Okay.
position becomes the minority? Does your position change as well?
The majority position, yeah, probably. But yeah, if like in 10 years from now, if the majority of experts say that they concluded that the Earth is flat by looking at over all the evidence, I mean, I said this earlier too. Then I'd believe them.
So it's a majority.
My
We
grudge
agree
with
that
the flat earthers isn't that I just have like this weird like grudge against like flat earthers, or like this weird like anger or animosity to the Earth being flat. I honestly would not fucking care if the Earth was flat or not. Okay?
Because of
the
how we have
observation
observed
perspective.
light to function.
Yeah, I know, but the sun
Unless you
is
can
the
demonstrate
sun's its own thing, bro.
that light functions differently, you
Bro,
cannot state
bro,
that
I'm
this
not
is
saying
how the
light
sun
functions
would
a certain way.
function.
I'm talking about the sun. I'm not talking about you
Yes.
getting a lamp in your garden or your shed or
Yes.
whatever the fuck.
What does the sun produce?
Bro, what has
Does
that
it
got to do
produce
with what
light?
we're talking about? So
Does the
what's that
sun
got to do with what
produce
we're talking about?
light? Yes or no?
You don't know what the sun is, bro.
It's a very simple question. Does the sun produce light? Yes or no?
Obviously, the sun produces light, bro. But
Okay,
you're
now we can
claiming
move on to the next point.
listen.
Do
You're
we
claiming
observe
that the
light
sun's, bro. You're
from a
just gonna
source to
fucking talk, or do
travel
I have to
equal
mute you?
distances in
Do
all
I have to
directions?
mute you? Do I have to mute you? Because you're just gonna keep fucking talking, bro. That's what you motherfuckers do, man. I don't want to see what the problem is. Try have a chill discussion.
Yeah,
Fuck's
you're
sake,
the
man.
only one who is screaming.
Because you're talking over me, bro.
Oh, don't gaslight him. Don't gaslight him. Let him speak.
Fuck's sake, man. I was having a nice conversation with the other guy while I walk home, and I'm fucking almost home. And I was just trying to have a conversation. So you're claiming that the sun must do what every other light does. So I'm saying I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what medium it's in. I don't know what it's comprised of. I don't know what the fuck it is, bro. But just because the light, this light is in the sky, doesn't do what you think it should do, therefore globe. And I'm sorry, I don't accept
Using
that, bro.
induction, we can see that light functions in a verifiable, consistent way across all light sources. Why would you, if you don't
Man-made
know
light.
what the sun is, and apparently have no knowledge of how it produces light, why would you think that you, why would you, as a person, choose to believe that the sun must be some unique light
I don't
producing
believe
entity
anything.
that produces unique light that is verifiably different in terms of function than every other light source? Because that is what is
Why
required
would you,
for the Earth to be
bro?
flat.
Why would you think every other light source must act like the sun?
Because they
That
do.
question right back at you. How? You don't know what the fucking sun is, mate. Fucking Jesus
Whether
Christ.
or not the sun is a different thing than a flashlight per se, the light it produces is the same thing.
No, I'm sorry. You can't say that, man.
Light is light. It's not a different kind of light. It is just light.
Bro, yeah, I agree. It's light.
Yes,
Is it the
light
same kind of
functions
light?
in a
It's
very
man-made?
specific, verifiable, measurable,
Man-made
mathematic
light
way.
does. I agree with you, bro.
Okay, if you agree with me,
Right.
then
But the sun's
how?
not man-made, brother.
I'm not saying it is.
Right? So man-made light does a certain thing. This fucking thing in the sky, who knows what it is, where it is, what it's made of. You might think through spectroscopy that you know what you're talking about, but I don't accept that, bro.
Do we agree that the sun is the source of the light for which the earth is illuminated?
That's a stupid question, bro. I don't know why you're asking such silly
Because
things, man.
it's a qualifying question, so I can move on to the point.
It's a qualifying question. Does the sun produce light, bro? Come on to
No,
fuck
I'm
me. You're
asking
just
if
you're
the
taking a
sun
piss.
is the source for the light that's illuminating the earth.
Well, to me, it looks like the sun's some kind of focal point. When you look at like Fata Morgana and all these other optical effects that happen through the sun, where it sometimes even disappears above the horizon. And there's footage of that. There's footage of it getting smaller, even with solar filter. Red Rhetoric shared that like 3 years ago or something. So there are discrepancies with
Do
the
you
sun. I'm
believe
not
there
going to
may
lie.
be some other source for the light?
I mean, I don't know. It might be a focus point of light. I don't know. I really
Is
don't
it
know,
the
and I'm not going to
source
make a
for the
claim.
light, or are there some other sources?
Well, I don't know what the source for the light is. I don't know if it is generating its own light, if it's
Okay, so
focusing
you
light.
just don't know anything about the sun.
I'm just not going to make a claim, bro. So you can say, "Oh, that's wrong because of this."
Right, I'm almost home, so.
Okay, so ultimately, your answer is you just don't know.
I'm not going to make a claim to something I can't verify.
Okay, so you just don't know how your flat Earth model functions.
I never claimed a model for starters, right?
I mean, if the Earth is flat, it has to have a model to some degree.
Nah,
And there is
models are
no functioning
reification
model
fallacies,
to
bro.
which
I'm not gonna,
conventional understanding of light works.
bro. Models are reification fallacies for starters. I'm not gonna claim something that's not concrete in reality that's 100% verifiable. I don't know what all these things in the sky are, so I'm not gonna claim things to make a model that's unverifiable. Why the fuck would I? But ask me
I mean,
who.
you
So
clearly use models. For example,
I
maps
don't.
are models. Do you never use maps?
Not really. Google Maps, maybe, but yeah, it's not really. I think it's like a paper map anymore. I've done it when I was at fucking army cadets, but fuck's sake, that was a long time
How
ago.
do you get around? You use a map, right?
No, I just walk, bro. I don't need to have a map to fucking find my way about London, man.
What have you never left the city that you live in your life or something? You just wander
Yes,
about?
mate. And I told you, use Google Maps, bro. What the fuck, man?
Even if he did
So
change
you use
location,
maps.
hold on. Even if he did change location, all he's saying is he walks around and experiences his environment, and he remembers where shit are.
Yeah, all I'm doing is debunking the claim that he doesn't use any kind of models, but clearly he does use models. Just not by
Bro, I
the
never
name
says I
model.
don't. You're just being fucking ridiculous, bro.
You
You're
use
trying to
Google
say,
Maps, which is
listen,
modeled on
man.
a globe Earth
Bro,
for
I
measurements.
never says that you didn't use a map to fucking find someplace I've never found before. Stop being an asshole, mate. Eh?
So you used Google Maps to find a place you've already been?
Why would I use Google Maps to find a place I've already been when I literally just said to find a place I fucking don't know?
Yeah, okay,
You're
sure.
a
You use Google
two-faced
Maps,
fucking cunt, man. Eh?
which is a
Fuck you.
model. So you use models.
I'm not listening.
I don't know why this is such a hard concept to accept. Everybody uses models to some degree throughout their entire life. Unless you're like a fucking like native African or something with no access to technology.
Do you think Africa's the only place with no technology? No.
It's just an example.
Joking.
I mean, like, sure.
What do you mean by that?
The Earth is flat. The Earth is not flat. I mean, the Earth is a globe. I'm pretty sure. I mean, even at a time like this, it's pretty odd that nobody's saying anything about this Earth being flat.
I don't know. I think they gave up.
Now he's distracted.
Well, he said he just got home. Give him a second.
The reason you globers are obsessed with a model is because you need an authority for the mind to reference.
No,
Flat
I
Earth.
can form the
You don't.
model
In
without
flat Earth, just a minute. Whoa,
relating
whoa,
to an
whoa.
authority.
Just a minute. Just a minute. In flat Earth, you have no need for a model because it's self-evident. It's just flat. It's observable. It's flat, and it's motionless. Your model claims that that's not true. That actually it's a ball and it's spinning in space. That's the model.
So,
And you get that from an
do you
authority.
know
You get that from
why?
an authority.
Bro,
Do you
he
know
says
why
that
we
because we
utilize
don't know what
models?
the sun
Okay.
is, then it's a globe. So I don't know what the sun is or what it does, and it doesn't do what he fucking decides that it's supposed to do, then that means it's a moving shape. Sorry, man, you're wrong.
All right. Do you know what we use models for?
Pseudoscience.
We use models so we can cross-reference different ideas to see if they function alongside each other or if they contradict each other. If we try to represent two
Pseudoscience, I get
ideas
it.
on the same model and they don't function, then we know that something must be wrong because the model is not cohesive. The reason why the globe Earth has a model
Does
and
it?
is why we trust it is because all of the calculations that we are able
Show
to
it.
do
Bullshit.
are all cohesive with each other and they all
So,
function
No,
together
they
and do
aren't.
not contradict each other.
what about lunar eclipses, bro?
What? What do you mean about lunar eclipses?
So there's no issue with them, you think?
No.
So
We
you
can
can have a
calculate
lunar
lunar eclipses.
right, we get you can calculate, you can model, you can make cartoons, we understand that. But can you have a lunar eclipse in the daytime?
Um,
Yes. By the way,
yeah,
the answer is yes.
just the reason we can calculate those, years in
Answer the
advance is
question.
because
Answer the
we did.
question.
So
And you
how
have
do
them
you
in the
have a
daytime.
how do you have a
The
lunar eclipse in the daytime, bro?
what do you mean, like the sun passing between the moon and
Yeah,
the
but you
Earth?
can see other
No,
planetary
Or are you
bodies.
talking
that's
about
not what he's talking about.
the moon
That's
passing
not what
between
he's
the sun and
talking
the
about.
Earth?
He's talking about the Selenelian eclipse, where you have the sun on the rise and the moon on the set, but then the moon is going into eclipse. And what we like to point out is there are more times than not where the shadow of the moon is on top of the moon, going down as the moon sets. Selenelian eclipse. How does that happen?
I'm sorry, can you type the phenomena in chat? I can't understand the exact word you're saying through your mic.
So you've got this, the sun and the moon both visible above the horizon, and while the moon begins to occulted.
Yeah,
And then
I'm
on
just
top
not
of that,
familiar with
on
this
top of that,
specific
on top of that,
astronomical phenomena off the top
the
of my head.
area of the moon, which is supposed to be entering the supposed Earth's shadow, is not in shadow. The opposite side is.
Okay.
Wow, big L.
Why do we have gravity?
What?
Let's
So,
not,
Yeah.
and you
let's not
How without?
derail it.
How do you have a
Let him
flat?
just go on this
How do
one.
you have a flat object in space with gravity? Because it would have no center of
we're not in
mass
space, man.
collapsing on itself.
Earth's not in outer space.
I mean, if you're spinning a ball really fast
What do you think the
underwater,
fucking?
and then it
You
continues to
mentally retarded cunt?
spin, and then it goes out of the water. Does the water that's sticking on
Look at
it
all the other
stay on it?
planetary bodies. They're clearly
Okay.
spherical,
Well,
right?
Anyway, sunglasses claim that there's a
seems
globe
like it's
model.
fairly simple.
Claim there's a
You
globe
fucking
model.
retarded.
Can you show us that?
Why would we be the only fucking?
Can you show us the globe model?
I mean, the to represent every single concept in one image would not be
Oh, so there is
possible.
no globe model per
Well,
se.
no, I mean the
Right. So,
globe.
but
What I'm
you
talking
claim there
about
was
is
one. You said the globe model.
yes.
So what are you referring to when you say the globe model?
Can you let me tell you? I was just about to
All right.
answer that question. Okay, so I mean, currently there are too many properties and things you could write down. So if you were to try to convey every single concept about the globe in one image, it just wouldn't be possible. There's too many things to write down. So they have to be subsected into just for purposes of being able to have not too much visual clutter, globe models of specific types of phenomena. So you'll have globe models for you know, like climate globe models for, you know, just general atmospheric phenomena, or globe model for flight patterns, whatever it may be, right?
So I guess technically you should say we have globe models, plural.
Well, all cohesively, they do represent all the like if you were to have all of them, you could feasibly create one globe model. It would just be unreadable. It's not as if those properties contradict each other or couldn't be overlapped. It's just for the purposes of displaying it to people, you can't overlap them.
All right. Well, for the purpose of display, I posted 3 pictures so that it'll give you an idea of what it is that I'm talking about. 44 minutes after the hour, you have a Selenelian eclipse with the spelling. At 45 minutes after the hour, I posted a still shot from a video, and what it is on the left, that's how it was seen. The shadow coming from the top where it should have been
Yeah.
coming from the bottom, as seen on the right.
Yeah.
And then
I looked it up. It's because the atmosphere of the Earth functions as a lens, and so there's some amount of refraction that causes the visual representation of what you see of the moon and the sun to differ from their actual positions in space. If you
right.
want to look up the
So at
specific math
46
for it, you
minutes
can.
after the hour, there's an image for what it is that you're saying right now. Okay, you got the actual position of the moon, and then you have an apparent position of the moon, right? So then this is going to branch off into other questions like at what angle in the sky does the moon stop being the actual moon that you're looking at, and it's now just an apparent moon? Because whenever you're claiming, well, it's a form of refraction and it's happening at this specific instance of time, but it's not happening anywhere else. The moon is setting over the geometric horizon. You made the moon into an apparent horizon, into disappearing into an apparent horizon, which avoids where's the geometric horizon.
I mean, yes, the moon and the sun and well, all planets and whatnot are always in a different actual position in space than what we see because of how light functions. Depending on the distance, there, you know, is more of a difference in how much of a difference there is, right? Of course, with for example, the sun being further away from the Earth and the moon, its positions in space will differ by a greater percentage than the moon. Or possibly not based on the speed. I don't know the exact numbers.
So, where's the geometric horizon, and when did the moon actually disappear over
I
that?
don't know the
And
exact
it
numbers.
was in the apparent sky.
I'm sure if you Googled it and found a paper on it, you could learn that, but I don't have that knowledge offhand. Sorry.
Well, the geometric horizon can be calculated because the Earth is a sphere, right?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure someone's done a paper where they've done that calculation. I haven't, so I don't have that answer for you.
Okay. Well, you can spot the horizon, the geometric horizon, at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you're laying down on the ground at the beach and you are 1 foot elevation, you should see your horizon at 1.2 miles. It's simple. And then that should be where the sphere of the Earth is actually blocking the objects from the ground, right? So then, at what angle does the moon actually disappear beyond the geometric horizon, becomes an apparent image in the sky.
Bro, it's literally inverted in comparison to what it should be. Like your model, you like to use models, so the conceptual ideas that you claim, bro, not that we agree with, just that you claim and that gets taught in schools and media, stuff like that. So we don't expect, or sorry, we don't accept the like official narrative, story, myth, legend, whatever you want to like, clarify it as. You get me, bro?
What? Okay, I'm like, sure, you just don't believe in it. Okay.
No, I don't believe, bro. I don't believe in anything, man. That's the thing. Fly
Okay.
earth, but at least myself, I can't speak for them all.
That's
Because
cool.
I've just a joint, I've just woke up. So yeah, man. Fuck. There is no
Speaking of
concrete
models,
evidence for it, man.
speaking of models, you know, if you put the dimensions of Earth into a rendering and create a model, you know, a graphic model rendering of Earth
Give you a link
in
for
a
one if you like.
computer,
Okay.
you know, if you create that and then you look at it, you will observe curvature and you will observe drop, something you never observe on the real Earth. And that's where what your model does. Your model fails.
What are you talking
So,
about? You can't
we don't actually.
render things like the, you know, like the density of the atmosphere at that level. Computers aren't capable of doing that.
So you're coming up with a refraction. Is that your explanation
no,
for seeing things that are too far?
What?
No, he's saying you
You're
can't
invoking
model
atmosphere.
reality.
I'm telling you that like you cannot. I mean, you could make like a scale model, but like in terms of like modeling the view of a person based on like the atmosphere, right?
You can
It's
model
not something
perspective in a computer.
It's not about modeling just perspective. It's about modeling all the other functions of like the atmosphere and how
The
light
horizon
is perceived
position
through it.
can be modeled in a computer, and when you do so, you find that the horizon position is not the same as it is as we experience it.
Can you show me?
So the horizon position in your model is incorrect. It does not
Can you
work.
show me this model?
Yes, I will post a picture in the text chat.
No, a picture doesn't tell me anything.
Atmospheres are begging the question, contradiction in terms, by the way.
By the way, I don't have access to share pictures.
What?
So
How is
Atmo
atmosphere
means
begging the
gas,
question?
sphere is a shape.
No,
Gases have no inherent shape.
That's it live now when I let my finger.
I mean, we can measure the density.
Once I push, it's
of
live, and then we can
the
discuss. Sorry,
atmosphere at different
sorry if I'm
heights without
overlapping, man. I use,
needing
bro.
to know the
Bro, I'm saying I'm really sorry if and when, or I'm like talking over you or coming in when I'm not, like when it's no time, or like any of that kind of stuff, man. I do apologise, even for losing the rag a little bit before and shouting you're an asshole or a prick or whatever the fuck I said, man. I'm just opening my eyes. I've smoked a big fucking fat joint, and I literally never went to sleep till the early hours this morning. So I do apologise for my
That's my
my mouth.
boy.
Really, man.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, man. So please, you said about the lunar eclipse, but I never like managed to get an answer, sort of thing. Or if I did, I wasn't able to like fucking get to the nitty gritty of it. So like, what
I'll
would
put
you
the
say
picture in the text chat
out
for
of
the
the
model.
Selenian eclipse? Wait, one second. What would you say in the Selenian eclipse? Like hammers down the story we've been fed. Right, if you can, please. Sorry, man. Again. You still there, brother?
He claimed refraction spec.
in regards to the what the fuck was the
Selenelian eclipse.
Selenelian eclipse? Yeah. I didn't even realize that was that whole paragraph you said was directed at me.
So listen. You asked me to put the model, so I've given you a picture. It's in the text chat, and it shows the dimensions of the Earth and a flight path simulator. Now, someone did this, and they put the exact dimensions of Earth in there instead of basing it on a flat plane like all simulators do. They actually put the curve, the dimensions of Earth in there as if we were on a globe. And what you can see is the horizon drops below the eye line. Now that never happens in reality. The horizon never drops below the eye line because we're on a flat plane. In that rendering, that's what would happen
I mean, the
on a
rendering
globe.
could
We're not
literally
on a
just
globe.
be.
We're not on a globe.
Okay, I'm sorry, but the rendering of that could literally just be like 20% smaller or something. I'm
No,
asking
the,
for
the
like the
guy put the exact
actual.
dimensions
Do you
in.
think a rendering takes into account everything about the scientific existence of that object? No, a rendering is simply a graphical model. It lacks so many of the parameters that you would need to build a simulation model of sorts.
It enables us to achieve perspective. It enables us to study perspective, the perspective we should see compared to what we do see. And what that shows is that the Earth is not a globe. It shows that it's flat because when it's flat,
Did you know
on
when
this,
you render? Did you know when you render a globe in a 3D modeling program, if you go inside, if you clip inside of the globe layer, it'll be hollow on the inside. Therefore, hollow Earth. That's what you're doing.
So, at any rate, using a model to say that it represents reality is a reification fallacy.
What?
Models are reification fallacies unless they've been developed through rigorous scientific testing of the actual phenomenon that you're observing. And in this case, there is no observable phenomenon. It is just a thing.
What are you talking about? There are
Science
observable
deals with
phenomena.
the
Are you
cause
like
of
a
natural
space
observed
denier?
effects in. No, science deals with the cause and effect relationships in nature. Right? Through
Yeah. So
systematic
what's the cause of
experimentation.
us seeing the Earth from space via a
It's
camera?
that's not a scientific inquiry. It's not an observed phenomenon. It's not something happening in nature that we've observed and wondered what's causing it.
You don't think
It's a
taking video of something is scientific
no,
evidence of it?
no, that is not scientific. Otherwise, you could say that I could film myself cooking spaghetti bolognese and I've done science, and that is fucking ridiculous.
Well, it would be scientific evidence that you, in fact, cooked bolognese.
No, it wouldn't be scientific evidence. It's just a video of me cooking food.
Yes. Do you
have a scale
do you think
model
that
Okay,
like
so we have
video is
we
not?
have scientific evidence. Okay, by that standard, we have scientific evidence for Bigfoot and the Loch Ness monster and ghosts
Well, no,
and black-eyed aliens. Yes, and fairies. Yes,
because
yes,
those are
it is.
verifiably false.
Well, I
Right. So
took
a
a
video.
meter and I read the amount of electricity change inside my bedroom. Therefore, ghosts can't exist.
Facts. I like this guy. I like this guy.
I mean, that's just a massive logical leap. If we videotape the Earth having curvature,
It's something
from
you cannot
space,
verify.
what do you
It's
mean?
not something you can verify.
You can look
And
up the
it's not
videos right
scientific and
now.
it's unverifiable.
What do you mean? They went up and they verified it just because you weren't the
They told you they
specific
went up,
person
showed you something
who
on a
it went up
screen,
and
and
verified it
you
doesn't mean that it
believe
isn't
it.
true.
You didn't verify it. You have not verified the authenticity of what they're showing you, and you have no reference point from which to judge whether it is accurate or not.
I mean, we do.
Have you
We can
verified the China
inspect it
juice?
with what?
I'm asking the other guy. Have you verified the pictures with China are real?
It is not an outrageous claim or an extraordinary claim to say that there is other lands across water, all right? That is
According to what logic?
verifiable. It is not
According to what
outside our
logic?
normal human experience to get in a boat and cross some water and find other land.
Same
It is
thing
not
with
an
So
outrageous,
did you
extraordinary
experience
claim.
China? Did you confirm? Did you experience China?
It is not analogous because going to other places and that exist
Yeah, like to
similar to
space.
where I already am, right? With land and water and trees, and I can look up and see clouds and things just like you can on somewhere else.
But you have to
Right?
make an argument
Is
for
not
this, right?
outside of the normal
They're logically
human
equivalent.
experience.
You have to make an argument for why, like this claim requires
Going
less
into a
evidence, right, than
sky
the other,
vacuum
right?
and filming
No.
a spherical Earth is
Hold
outside
on.
of the normal human
Well,
experience.
actually, no.
That's why it is not analogous.
According to make an argument for this, right? What's the argument?
Anyway, someone else can take over because I got to go.
Okay, you don't have an argument. Okay.
His whole point that he was talking through is that you can verify whether or not China is there.
But did you?
You can go to it. You cannot
did
go
you?
into space.
But did you? Right, so
Unless
you
you're
didn't.
a billionaire
So
and you
photographic
can
and video
take your
evidence
own
is
rocket
sufficient
and do
then.
whatever the hell you want. You're not going to go into space and experience 10
You can.
to the negative 17 tour vacuum, right? We can't even make a vacuum that low on Earth.
So I mean, it just I mean basic logic, right? So standard of evidence here, right? So is video evidence, photographic evidence, testimony sufficient, right? Well, it seems to be sufficient for us every day, right? Like we trust that China exists, we trust many other things, right? Based on like even without photographic evidence, we trust many historical events happening, right? Like have you been to World War II? Right? No, you didn't experience that, but you trust the video evidence, right? You trust the witness testimony, the photographs, right? The physical evidence of the machines that they used, right? Well, we have all of that for people going to space. Like we have the rockets, we have the testimonies, we have the video footage.
Yeah, we all have our own standard. What else is
No,
there?
and I'm saying the flat Earth standard here is just being inconsistent. Really, I mean, if you deny this evidence, then you have to deny
Yeah, I could say the
also
same thing about
of like
anybody
World War
else.
II happening, right? You don't know that World War II happened.
Yeah, but
Can I create another war?
I believe it
I would
happened.
like to address it.
So what?
But you can never test that. You
Can
can
I
never
create another
experience that.
war?
So what? It's just
So
like
you
you.
trust photographic
You
evidence, you
can't test
trust video
the
evidence.
space photos.
And by the way, I've heard flat earthers actually deny that World War II happened. Some of them, at least.
You can't deny genocide. Sorry.
What?
That's ridiculous.
No, it's
Wait.
against the
genocide.
server
No,
rules.
ethnic cleansing is not part of World War II. Like
genocide, mass genocide, the Holocaust is genocide.
That was not part of World War II. What are you talking about?
Yes.
It's a separate thing.
What?
Yeah.
Why did America get involved?
No, you think America got involved? They didn't know that they were genociding Jews. Even it was discovered after they. No,
Get
that was
off the
discovered.
topic.
That was discovered
It's not the
after
topic
they
of this
found the
channel.
concentration
You
camps
can take your
in Poland.
conversation somewhere else if you want to discuss it, but it's not going to be in this room.
Facts.
This room is
Flat
about
Earth.
flat Earth. Thank you.
And I'm saying, look, okay, flat earthers have seemingly inconsistent standard of evidence, right? Because again, you accept many things based on photographic evidence, very extraordinary things, by the way. Arguably, you could say like.
So
a
your
world
argument is
war.
we should accept your standard of evidence, right?
No, just be consistent with yours. I'm consistent with mine.
It's the same as yours, okay? You choose to believe the space photos. We don't. You
I don't
choose to
choose
not
to.
believe other things, and blah blah blah. I mean, so
Look,
what?
I have never been to World War II, right? I never flew a plane,
Oh
but
my
I
God.
believe that people did fly planes, like fighter planes, and shoot at each other. Why? Because I have video footage, I have photographs, I have the machines themselves there, right? Their remnants, right? Well, that's the same evidence we have for people going to
Well,
space.
good. Well, that
Cool.
passes
So why do
your
you believe
test.
one, not the other?
So the
it's
point is,
verifiable, right?
Yes.
It's verifiable.
Well, yeah, you can verify too. You can find the machines that people claim they used to go to space, right?
No, the
Rockets.
points
They're
the
there.
points that they're making are verifiable points. We have written history, we have video history, we have some photos. We have old family members. Some people may still have a family member that's still alive to talk about it. A lot of them are mostly dead, especially if we're talking World War II. Then we have the video recordings of them describing their events while they was in World War II. I've got reasons for why my family functioned the way they did after World War II because of the choosings of my grandfather who left World War II, right? So, yes, it's verifiable.
That's
Okay.
all
But
of
what's
those
not
things can
verifiable,
be said
And
for
the
but
same
the
what
thing we
is
have
not,
for people going to space.
I'm not, come on, man. But what is not verifiable is the vacuum of space that surrounds this ball that has liquids and gases on it that don't leave this pressurized section and go off into the negative pressure.
They might. Like
Well,
you're adding some a lot of things
because,
there.
but like, okay, go on. Whatever.
I was gonna
Outer
say, but the
space
same
is
evidence
not
that you listed for
verifiable.
World War II, right? Photographs, living witnesses, right? Video footage, right? All of that we have for people going to space. Still living people who went to space. They're still alive, living people who currently go to space, right? And their families, and the people who build the rockets, people who maintain the rockets, who build the suits, right? Who engineer the suits, right? Etc. Etc. But you guys shrug all of that, right? But you accept it for World War II for some reason. Like, why? Maybe all of those people
So
are lying
what?
too.
I think it's time to move on. Who gives a fuck, dude?
Oh,
Who
okay.
cares if people don't have your same
You
standard
don't
of
want to have
evidence?
an argument.
No,
Cool, that's fine.
the
No,
problem
who gives a
is
fuck,
it
dude?
is the same standard.
Yeah, that's the point.
Right.
They're
So some things we believe,
Yeah,
some
dude.
things we don't.
I don't
no,
know. I don't
no.
know,
The
man. Like,
same
whatever, bro.
standard is
Whatever, bro.
being used
Yeah.
between us,
Standard.
but you're disagreeing on the actual conclusion, which must
When's the
mean
last time you
that
saw water stick to a
that
ball?
your standard must be
When's the last
different.
time you saw water stick to a ball?
Yeah.
We're
I
talking
If it's a
people
big
going to
enough
space.
bowl, water
I
can
mean,
stick to it. Yeah, sure.
water can stick
So
to a
you've
ball
never
just
seen it,
due
though?
to surface
Yo,
tension
it's kind of
pretty
retarded. Have you
easily.
ever
It's
seen
like
water
Just
stick
get
to
a
a ball?
basketball and spray it with water, and you see that water remains on the basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, we're
So if
talking
you
about people
pour
going to
water on it,
space.
what's going to
That's the
happen to it?
analogy here, right? People going to
Yeah,
space.
some water will stay on it. Yeah, there you go.
Forever?
Well,
You
until
guys
it
are
evaporates, I
retarded, all of
suppose.
you.
Is that
Right.
because of gravity,
Evaporates.
Zoidberg? Is that because of gravity?
It
You
is
guys are
because of
again
gravity, yes.
Doesn't basketball have an atmosphere? Are you saying
You
that?
guys
It
are
does have
again
an
in here,
atmosphere.
Zoidberger. You are like actually retarded, bro.
Why am I retarded? Like, what the fuck?
Every single one of you guys is.
Okay.
Yo, Ardian,
Well,
you
you
are
are
retarded.
Ardian, you are
Ardian.
here too, so therefore you are retarded.
You're-
Like, I
you're
don't
in
know what
good
to tell
company
you.
then, Ardian.
This is my alt account.
Oh,
Ardian,
okay, so the
Ardian,
alt is retarded, but the
Still
real one
retarded.
isn't.
Ardian, you are
It's
fucking retarded. You
Ardian's evil
probably
brother.
also believe that there's a Bible on the moon, right, Ardian? Yeah.
I believe the
Probably
earth is flat because I believe we cannot state truths, and the only truth is coming from God. That's why God sent Jesus, peace be upon him, and he said the earth is like a sheep.
Peace be upon Jesus. What the?
Mashallah.
That's the last thing Jesus wanted. Peace.
Yeah, I agree.
So you guys are out of arguments for the globe then?
No,
Yeah.
we're
I
just
was just
having
making one.
fun.
It was
Come
ignored.
on. Don't be a sourpuss.
I'm not being a
Look, you
sourpuss. I'm
got
just
you got me when you said
listening
like,
to it.
when have you last time seen like a water stick to a ball? You got me.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
but to be fair though, right? Like,
Well, yeah, body of water doesn't stick to the side of a spinning ball. I mean, that's just
well,
apparent. Right?
Yeah.
well, again, it is important to notice that we have certain arguments with both sides, I guess, that we don't accept for each other, right?
Yeah.
Or the rationale we hold, we don't accept it, and it's an axiomatic thing, and I don't think we'll ever agree on that one. We can agree
Axiomatic.
on
So
the
you're
common.
saying that your axiom is the ground is a ball, right?
No, you misunderstand. Like, for example, let's say a globe supporter says gravity, right? Gravity keeps water on a bowl of a planet scale, right?
Yeah.
The flat Earth people will not accept that as an argument, and they will not accept it
Well, that's because I
axiomatically
can
because they
prove.
don't think gravity is a thing, right?
No, that's because I can prove water always falls off of balls.
Yeah.
Next
Yeah,
fact.
in order for us to be able to make any conclusions based on experimentation, we have to design a second planet as big as this and pour
No, you
water
have to do
over
that.
it.
Right, but that's a deficiency in your argument. If you're saying our
Well,
argument requires us to do something we can't do to
yeah,
prove
but
it,
like
then that's a deficiency on your side, not ours.
I agree, Cyclone, but
theory
the
is
problem the
untestable doesn't
problem
mean it
is
can't be
the problem is that we agree that conceptually this is the case, so we don't need to do that experiment, and you guys like demand that experiment be done. Like
Well,
that's
just
the
because you
problem.
guys agree that it's okay that you can't demonstrate your claim, that doesn't mean that we should
We
accept
can
it.
demonstrate it with other means that you guys don't accept. That's the point. Like Jesus, like am I wasting my words?
No. But you say, because it's a loaded term, right? You saying we can demonstrate gravity. You saying that is you actually saying we can demonstrate dropping an object or predicting the speed that an object might fall to the ground. That is not demonstrating the adherence of a body of water to the side of a curving surface. It's not demonstrating curvature. It's not demonstrating motion.
No, it's not demonstrating curvature. That's not the premise of what I said
so
is that water
doesn't get us
doesn't
closer
stick.
to the ball.
Yeah, Zoidberg, do you even listen to yourself? You're absolutely crazy.
Nuts.
Well, I mean, it seems to be that it's your contention is like, why don't you guys accept this? Why don't you believe this? And we're saying it's because you're not providing the evidence for it. And you're kind of saying, yeah, well, we'd have to do something that we can't do, like get a planet-sized object to demonstrate it. And I'm saying, well, okay, but that's not our fault. I mean, if you can't demonstrate it, then why aren't you believing it?
But Cyclone, the problem is we can come to that conclusion without using the planet-sized model. You guys just don't agree on that experiment or that conclusion based on other peripheral means, right?
Well, what you describe as other means does not demonstrate what you
Yeah, that's the
are
point.
claiming.
This is the axiomatic thing that we have. Like, we axiomatically accept that it's possible to derive the truth via other means without direct experiment, while you guys axiomatically believe that the only way to derive truth is with a direct experiment. That's the problem. We'll never
Well, it
agree on
depends
that
what you're
one.
talking about, but I mean, that's a generalized statement. Like saying we can
Obviously,
prove it
it's
through other
general.
means
Not...
doesn't really
honest,
get us anywhere.
I have a question. If water always finds the level and we are on a plane on a flat Earth, why is it that water levels are different around big cities?
What are you saying?
Why is the water level not equal everywhere the same? Around large cities, right, where there's a lot
Are
of
you saying that
gravity.
sea level is different?
Yes. If
Yeah,
you go
that's
next to
because
New York, what do you mean
yeah,
that? How can you explain that if you don't use gravity?
because the tides are different
That's
all
not what
over
I
the
said.
place.
No. That's
And
not what
that's
I'm
how
talking
sea
about.
level. That's how sea
I'm not
level is
referring to
determined.
tides, sir. I'm
Yeah,
not
but
referring to tides.
dude, hold on. That's how sea level is. Sea level is determined by getting the average height between the tides for a given
I
area.
understand. And why are the averages not the same everywhere?
Because the tides are different everywhere.
Why?
Who
Because you
knows?
I don't know.
Why is if the surface, right, if water always finds the plane, if always water levels out, why is it that averages between tides is different from location to location, such as, for example, next to New York, if you are like very close to it, the tide is much larger, not the tide, sorry. The level of the water is much higher than if you go a couple kilometers outside of New York.
I don't know. You should probably look into that.
It's gravity.
No,
But okay, so what?
Gravity.
Yeah,
So what?
we see this with every single larger city. They always have higher water surfaces on average next to them.
Crazy.
And the larger
So
the
what?
city, the higher
What
the
is that
water
even?
surface.
So what?
And the more mass there is on the next to the water, the higher the level of the surface. So
You're saying that the size of the city is
clearly
making the
something
tides
is
go higher?
dragging the water, right? Clearly something has to be like
That's
changing
the
and
funniest thing I
altering.
ever heard in my life.
Why is it funny?
Can we see the data on
Dude,
that, please?
You're not laughing. Why do you
you're
say it's
saying
funny, man? You're kind of like triggering me.
Can you post the data on that?
Of
You
course
get
I know.
angry
You're saying
because you're wrong, Ardian? Do you get angry because you're wrong?
No, this
yeah, you're
guy's
saying
saying
that the
it's funny,
size
but he's
of
not
a
laughing.
city.
Like, clearly you're lying. It's not funny. Or at least laugh, so you don't lie.
What?
Dude,
You're angry because
you're
you're
saying
wrong.
that the size of a city determines the height of the tides for that area.
I wasn't
That's
referring to the tides, sir. I was referring to
that's
the average
mental.
in between the tides, sir.
Yeah, you're saying that that's because of the size of the city.
Exactly. When we have
Yeah,
measured this,
yeah,
the level, the water
that's the
level
most
surface.
mental thing I
But
ever
we
heard in my
have
life.
measured this. You can measure this too. The surface of the water around New York is higher than way further away from New York due to the
Yeah.
fact of gravity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gravity of what?
Yeah, that's
Gravity of New
fascinating.
York City.
You're crazy, dude.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
you're crazy.
The
You're
amount
crazy.
of
the hell did he
buildings
just
that
say?
are there, the amount of people that are there. And if I'm the crazy one, I mean, you guys are stating that water always finds a level.
Did you just
Why
come
is
up
it
with
that?
this
Why
theory
is it
by
water?
yourself,
Why is it?
or have
Why
you
is it
read
that?
this in some
Why is it
data or
that?
some paper somewhere?
Why is it that water, if it always finds an equal, right? Why is it not equal? Why is it closer to New York, a higher surface level, than further away? Even at low tides, even at high
Where
tides,
did you
doesn't
get this
matter.
argument from? Did you read this in a paper, or have
No,
you
I
just made it
measured it
up?
myself.
Oh, so you just made it
Stop the
up.
cap.
Okay.
No, I didn't make it up.
He went
He
to
walked
every
I read it
continent,
and
the
every
measured it.
shoreline,
coastland.
and
Yeah.
he measured
hmm
the water level himself. Do you hear this?
Well, yo,
Yeah,
All
he's,
over the
he's
world.
gone
Actually, I
from
was in
city to
Manhattan last
city,
year.
measuring the mass of each
I mean, I
city,
can
and then
find you
comparing it
empirics.
to the average water level.
Do you
Cool
want me to
story,
find
bro.
you measurements for it? I can give
Yeah,
you.
please
People
go
have
and
done
find
this.
your data. Go find your data
Okay,
that
okay.
supports
I want to
your
see
claim.
your handwriting.
and also the corresponding levels where there is no cities.
Yep, and the mass of the cities for your
Yeah.
gravitational claims.
Wait, the mass of the cities? Oh, damn, that would be hard.
Yeah,
No,
that's what
there's
it's
a way
claiming,
to
isn't it?
Cities
calculate them.
along the Mediterranean
Well, that's
Sea.
what his claim is, right? The mass of the city is going to
Wait, so
affect the
Aubrey,
level
how
of
would
the
you
water
measure the
line.
mass of a city? I don't.
Well,
You
I
tell me,
mean,
it's
it's
his
obviously
claim.
not going to be super accurate, but
Well, it's
like
his
it is
claim, isn't
possible
it?
to
So
measure
that's on him
mass of a
to evidence, which we look forward to very much.
I wonder if anyone's.
Tell us the weight
Maybe,
of the
maybe
city.
Chicago is a pretty big city, but I don't think that
Is
lake over there
Chicago
has
at
tides,
sea?
right?
Well, we'll see what he presents. What other
Chicago
arguments for the
landlocked?
globe have we got?
But Arden's pretty smart. He's chill, and I like him. But
Isn't Chicago landlocked? No.
No,
it's
it's on
got
a
a
big
lake.
lake. It's on a Great Lake.
Oh, okay.
And how
Yeah.
about along the Mediterranean Sea? Are there any big cities along there? Because the Mediterranean Sea has like 2-inch tides.
Oh, the Mediterranean Sea doesn't exist. Are you crazy?
Talking about the Black Sea.
Yeah, have you ever seen it?
No, Mediterranean.
The Black Sea.
And also, you would need to show a
Sir, it's
change
called
in water
African
line.
American Sea.
You'd have to
called the
you have to
African-
show a change in water line historically, with as the cities being built up larger, that
Yeah.
water line correspondingly should change with that build up. So you'd have to show that as well.
Yeah,
Interesting.
you should show that.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
No problem. These
No
have
problem.
been already done 7,000 times by my uncle, by my grand uncle. He used to
Yeah.
measure it
I
too
bet.
back in the day, and I
See,
have
now
the
he gets
data.
angry again because
Give
he's
me a
wrong. He
second.
gets
I'll give you the
angry.
data.
Sounds good. All right. So what else have we got for the globe? That's crazy.
I went to the moon, and you know it
I
because
went to
Russia
the
would have
moon. I put a
Russia would have
Bible
told
on the
me,
moon. You can go up there and read it.
and you know it's true because Russia would have told on me if I didn't.
Yeah. I agree.
Good point. There's no way they could all be lying.
Yeah.
Should they
No
be
way.
Why would
all lying?
Interesting.
Why would they all be lying though?
I
The,
think
the
insane.
globe
I don't know.
believers all of a sudden
Yeah.
trust the Russians when it comes to space travel. When
Yeah.
it comes to any other area of news, no way. Get Putin out of here. He's a liar.
Do you
On the
like
brink of
Vladimir
war
Putin?
with Russia
Like, what are
and
you
China
talking about?
over friends in space.
This
So you
one
guys
time,
Not a
trust the
lie if
Russians
you
again?
believe it.
this one time at space camp,
Yeah, buddy.
Wonder
Tell me more
if you
about
search,
space.
search this
Go ahead.
server, right? we typed in some of the names that come in here fighting for the globe and saying the government doesn't lie in it. We searched this server specifically for posts by them where they're dissing on the government.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the government lie about everything except the globe.
Except Earth.
Except
Interesting.
Earth. That's it. Right?
No, look.
As
Come on,
soon
Steve.
as you disbelieve your
We all
government,
live
we're
here. The government's better than that. They never lie to us. I trust the government with everything, but they never lie to us. They love us. They want the best for us.
Why else would you go into politics if not for love of your fellow man?
Okay, so to everybody, here's a paper that was written by my grand uncle. His name is James John. It's inside chat. Here it is. Here it is. This is from NewYorkCity.gov. You can see, right, and I will quote for you. The global rate of sea level rise has been about 5.5 inches per decade. But in New York City, sea levels have risen over the same period about 1.2 inches. Damn, that's crazy. Why is sea levels rising differently over time around the Earth?
Well, what's their claim? What are they claiming?
Yeah,
And
but
what's their
like, what
data
is your
for it?
explanation? I don't know.
Well, no, you've just said you've posted the
I don't
paper
have
that's
a, I don't
supposed to
have a model
prove the
for the Earth.
cause.
Sorry. What is your explanation?
Okay, so no, you've just posted the claim again.
Yeah, no, I posted the evidence. It's not a claim. You
Well,
missed
so
it.
quote the bit where they say this is due to the mass of New York
No,
City.
that was not what I had to do. I just needed to present
Yeah,
the
that is because that was your claim. That was your
But I
claim.
can, that's my extrapolation out of the data.
Yeah, so you just made that bit up. That's what I'm saying.
No, that's my extrapolation. It's not making up. You're coming up with
Yeah,
conclusions.
so
It's not
you
making
just
up.
made that. So you just made that bit up. Yeah.
I didn't make up that water levels are different next to
Yeah,
large
no, but you
cities
made up a
than
cause
to
as to
other
why.
places. And you, sir, said that I'm lying, and I proved it to you. So I would now appreciate if you sit
I
here,
didn't say. You
open
didn't
your
prove
teeth,
anything.
and say, Ardian, you were right.
No, you have not substantiated.
Ardian, you
your
were
I
claim.
right.
have. I showed you that water levels have been
Your
increasing.
paper- your
you asked
paper-
me. You specifically asked me to give you proof that over the last 100 years, that waters have increased next to New York at higher rates than in other places. I did
No,
so,
no,
sir.
no. That's
I
not what you
win,
were asked.
You
were
lose.
asked to show that that is due to the mass of
Ardian
New York
W.
City and gravity. You said that was due to gravity and the mass of New York City. That's not even stated in your paper. So you just made that up.
Well, sir, what do you think caused it? If
Well,
you
it's
disagree
your argument. So if you've got no evidence for it, we can
well, do
just
you
dismiss
agree
it.
with the data? Let's start there.
Well, no, I've not checked the data, so I've not checked that out. So it
Okay,
doesn't matter
so
what
why
I
even
think of the
bother
data.
then going to the conclusion if you don't agree with the data, sir?
You know, you're the one that's went to a conclusion, no one
I have
else, and
to.
you went to a
I
conclusion.
have
No, you
to.
don't
I
have
have a
to.
brain. I need to explain phenomena
See,
that I see.
this is where the fallacy comes in. The Globers think they have to
You
make
are
up a
doing a
story
categorical plus
as to why
popularity
something is
fallacy.
happening for no reason. They think they have to assert a cause that they can't understand or prove
This is
just because they have to.
This
That's
is a straw
fact.
man. This is a straw man.
They have to have so much copium and seething.
So you
'cause if
asked
they don't,
me, I
they'll
want to
just
first
mold to death.
establish if you asked me, let's see if you're a liar or not, because I genuinely feel like you are a liar. Did you ask me to post
The
your evidence over
projection,
the
the
past
projection.
decades next to New York's water
No,
level?
no. What
Did
we
you
asked
tell
you
me to do
for
that or
was
not?
the evidence that gravity and the mass of New York City is causing a change in sea level. That's what you claimed. That's what the evidence had to be provided for. You've just
Sir.
said data that shows the water levels
You are
changed,
lying.
not anything
I
to
have
do
a
with the
recording of
mass of New York City and gravity.
So
Yeah,
you are
well,
lying. I will
feel
send
free,
you the
because
recording
obviously
right now.
everyone in the room, 30-odd people, knows that that was what you were asked for, and now knows that you don't have anything to back it up. Pretty simple.
Sir, the whole room knows that you asked me to present you data amongst the sea level next to New York for the last decades.
No,
That's
no,
what
no.
you
It was
did me to
proof
do.
that change in sea level was caused by the mass of New York City and the gravity of the city. That was your claim, wasn't it? Or are you going to lie
That
now?
was my initial claim, and to
Oh,
substantiate
okay.
my
So where
claim,
was the evidence for that claim?
Yeah, the data that I presented.
You've just said the sea levels have changed, not
Oh
why
my
that's
God,
happened.
man.
So why did the sea levels change?
Due to the fact that over the last decades, as you, sir, already analyzed correctly as well, with the build-up of New York, there was an increase
That's not
of
what your
fucking
paper
sea
said.
levels.
That's not what your
So
paper
once
said, though.
again, I have to admit that you are lying. You didn't ask me to give you just a citation of somebody claiming what I
Okay, to
claim.
everyone
That would be
else, in the room, is that what his paper said? Did it say that due to the mass and gravity of New York City, that's why that's happened?
What do you mean by that?
Obviously not.
Yeah, no, it doesn't say that. So your claim is
You
unfounded.
didn't ask
and
me
you're
to
just talking
prove
shit.
my claim by making somebody else
Yes, we
cite my
did.
claim again.
We didn't ask you to prove your
Really,
claim. That's
nigga?
exactly what we did. And you said you were going to post the data, and you just
And I
posted
did. I
a
gave you
claim that the sea level is changing, not that it's due to the mass of New York City and the gravity. You just made that up. And now you're trying to run
Exactly.
away from it.
I'm not
Exactly.
denying that.
So there you
I am
go.
not
So there you go.
denying that, sir. You're talking
Okay.
past me.
There
My
you go.
claim
We're
is
agreed.
not that I am right. I could be wrong, Cyclone. I asked initially, why is it that water levels are not fucking everywhere the same on average?
I need a minute to think about
since
this.
we live on a flat Earth, right? Right? Since
Okay, well,
gravity
that
doesn't
wasn't the
exist,
claim that
right?
that wasn't the claim
Water
that I
always
was
finds
asking
the
you to.
level, right? So how
Right.
come there's different sea levels? How come?
Well, your claim was that it was due to the mass of New York City,
That
and you
is my
haven't been able
claim.
to
That's my
evidence that.
explanation. It's my hypothesis.
Right.
I'm not saying it's
Right.
true.
Okay. Well, I'm not saying it's true either. I don't believe that.
Well, do you at least now agree that these surfaces are not the same on average as what was my initial statement, which you called me out on to be stupid upon, and your friends
No,
too,
that
are being
wasn't.
silent.
I didn't say you were stupid for that.
Silence.
I
Full
said
on
you were stupid
silence
for
amongst
claiming.
everybody.
No, I said you were stupid for
You are the
claiming that
last
it's
person
the
that is
mass of
engaging
New
with me
York
because
City.
the other people cannot engage with me.
I can see why. I can see why. Right, give me a minute.
Due to the fact of increased estrogen amongst the flat earthers.
Damn.
I
Yeah,
presented you
thank
the
you
data that
so
you asked for.
much.
I gave you a chart which was
Oh God, I'm
chronologically
getting my
throughout time.
vegetables today.
I gave you for the last 100 years. I presented you 2 proofs, in fact, of the things that I was talking about. You asked me specifically for that, and I gave them to you.
And you're attributing cause to it.
Now here
Thank
comes
you
the
for
other
calling
guy
in
again. You went
Microsoft. How may I
silent
help
for
you?
around about 10 minutes. Why are you now
Yeah,
speaking,
dude.
sir?
Dude, everybody knows that sea level is different all over the place. Who gives a fuck?
Why is that?
Because tides are different all over the place.
Why
Who cares?
is that next to New York, only next to New York, there's a higher increase over the past 100 years to the water levels, but out in the ocean, 10 kilometers away from New York, that is not the case. The water levels decrease by round about half. How is that? How is that possible, sir?
Because the ocean is constantly flowing and
But that's not
tides
the
and
case
currents.
anywhere else. We only have
Yes,
this
it
phenomenon
is.
next.
Sea level
Okay, then
is
show me. Show me proof. Right now, sir. Show me proof. for
Sea
your claim.
level is different
You
all
made
over
a
the place.
positive claim that this happens everywhere around the earth. I would like to
Yep.
see evidence for that.
Yep, sea level is
Just like
different
how I
all
presented you
over the world.
governmental evidence. I want to see governmental evidence. Thank you. Primary sources only. Or your great grandfathers, which is also fine. You cannot.
Yo,
Once
should
again,
I buy this like
second W for Ardian. I'm farming you guys. Come on, man.
Yep.
Stop farming them, Jesus.
Yeah, sea level is different all over the place.
Then
I mean,
prove
Get that
that's not
ass in there.
controversial.
that is the case, sir.
Nice job, team.
It's common knowledge, dude.
Prove that that is the case, that averages of the water surface are different around the earth.
Tides are
I'm not
different all over the
referring to
place.
tides, sir. We're referring to averages.
How do you think sea level is determined for a given area?
Someone mute the
We are
sound, bro.
referring to
Jesus Christ.
averages, sir. We're not referring to tides. We all know that tides exist.
That's how sea level is determined. Did you know that?
By just measuring at one point and leaving it at that? No, you make an average, kid. How stupid are you?
Yeah, for a given area, you take the average.
Exactly. So
between
now
high
show
and
me
low
that the
tide.
averages are different around the Earth when it comes to the sea level. Thank you.
You can look that up, dude.
No,
Who
no,
gives
no,
a
no.
fuck?
You made the claim, sir. I had to present you guys the evidence too. That's a fucking astronomical, retarded claim. I would like to see evidence.
I'm not going to do a fetch quest
Well,
for
you
common
cannot.
knowledge.
That's the answer. You may
Good.
not, and you cannot, and you should not, due to the fact that you cannot probably write the sentences
so
that you need to put into the Google search engine to give me the data.
If you don't think sea level is different all over the place,
So
then
that
you
was
do
not
you.
my claim. I said the averages. Sea levels are different all over the place currently, all the time. But
Sea
we're
level
referring
is
to
based on
averages.
the sea level is based on the average between
Exactly.
tides.
Now, please show me that the average of the water surface is different over the fucking world.
It is, dude. Everybody knows that. Who cares?
Show me the evidence, and then after you do so, please explain me why it says that.
No.
You cannot neither. Neither. You cannot give me the evidence, even though I gave you 2 evidences so far. And
I don't give
plus,
a fuck
you
about
cannot
your
even
evidence, dude.
engage with an even if it would
I
be
don't
true.
give a fuck, dude.
I am right. You are wrong, sir. I'm a man. You're the definition of a woman. It's over for you, sir.
Damn. That
Strong words coming from Arden.
Yeah, we agree. Sea level is different all over the place. Now what?
Not on average, though. That's the point. Your woman brain is not fucking comprehending the next step.
I don't know what you're trying to get at here.
What?
That you should
Are you
transition. It's
supporting flat Earth?
2023. Come out. I will support you.
Hold on, I think someone else is trying to get in.
No,
Pontus.
do not sidetrack this to somebody else. Don't you dare.
I do not understand. There's a saying in Albanian. One man, one word. Right? I gave you one word, and I'm one man. You guys have been speaking plenty of words and not proven anything so far. You are the definition of a woman. This in
Common
Albania.
knowledge, dude. It's common knowledge.
That you are a woman.
That
Common
sea
knowledge
level
that
is
you are a
different all
woman.
over the place.
I mean, I
That sea
agree.
level is different all over the place.
So we're referring to averages. Go to the next step, sir.
Sea level is determined by the average between high and low
Exactly,
tide.
and now prove that averages are different.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Who is doing that?
I have no idea.
Now prove, sir, your initial claim, just like how you guys made me prove.
I don't give a. I'm not going to sit here and get a citation for common knowledge. You're a woman.
What do women have to do anything with this conversation? Just
I don't
talk
know. He
about
brought it up.
Nothing. They're just
He brought
triggered
it up.
because they're not
Everything. It
able
has
to
everything to do with
demonstrate their
everything.
argument. So Pontus, are you wanting to ask a question?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question. So, are you talking? Because I just joined recently, like a couple minutes ago. Who is for flat Earth and who is against flat Earth? I'm assuming
Well, there's
it's
a mix
flat
in
Earth.
here. There's a bunch of people in here, so there's a mix.
The person who is like, who talks the most and who is saying like, you're like a woman. Like, what is that person? Is he
He's a
flat
globe.
earther?
He's a globe believer.
He's a globetard.
Globetard. I'm starting to like kind of believe in flat Earth. Like I've
Yeah, it's
started to
because you're
see.
listening too much to the globe heads.
I'm not gonna like.
Sorry, carry on, Pontus. I'm only joking.
I'm not gonna lie. Like it does make sense a little bit. Like especially from a Christian perspective, because the Bible does talk about a firmament.
Saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
I'm not saying I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying that it's kind of starting to make sense to me in a little bit, because I saw actually this was really interesting. Like the founder of NASA left on his gravestone the Bible verse where it talks about the firmament. The firmament shows the glory of God or something like that.
Yeah, Psalms 19:1.
I'm not. That's obviously not proof for flat Earth, but it's still interesting. Like, why would he pick that verse out of all these verses? Just saying, but I'm not for either of those.
You're gonna have
Like,
to go and ask him yourself.
You'll have to ask him yourself in heaven.
Or hell. Who
What he
knows?
did was he was citing the Copernicus model. In the Copernicus, he put a firmament around all of creation. And there's only 6 planets, and they all move in perfect circular orbits, and they're all perfect spheres. which is why Copernicus said it's, a Catholic, lifelong Catholic, that this is proof of God of the Bible, because only that God could have done something so miraculous.
Doesn't sound too good to be true.
So when you're talking about like in flat Earth, so people say, "Oh, it's a conspiracy theory. He tried to, he's telling the truth that this rocket guy thought the Earth was flat."
Retard alert, class!
Well, no, so if I'm sure it's a way to stop these samples, right?
How do you feel about the fact that NASA actually, I think it's in Hebrew, NASA means, this is a kind of a stretch, but it does mean
Oh, here we go.
deceive. And I saw
You
this.
have Nasa, which is not
That's
actually
Zoidberg, wait, hang on,
NASA.
let's ask Zoidberg. Zoidberg, is NASA a Jewish conspiracy, bro?
No.
Oh my Lanta, hush.
NASA does not mean
Nasa
Hebrew.
and
NASA does
Nasha.
not mean deceit in Hebrew.
Hello. Nasa and Nasha are the two words that people cite saying that NASA sounds closely related because of the way they're spelled. Right? You have the use of them being to deceive and to lift up.
Talmud,
first
for
use-
example, is one word that means deceit. I'd never heard nasha being used.
When Eve said, "The serpent beguiled me," the serpent nasa me. When Cain killed his brother and was given his punishment, he said, "This is too much for me to bear. This is too much for me to lift up. This is too
I
much for
just
me
left
to
the
lift up."
economics job because of the fucking Bible talk. Like, how is this entire server just all Bible
Bible
related?
lesson, like please.
Oh my God. She made a point. I'm answering and responding
Bunch
to
of
her
bored
point.
kids LARPing.
Anyhow, enough Bible lesson.
Sorry, I was just vomiting. I'm back now.
You okay? Why are you vomiting?
Just anybody who mentions Jesus' name, it just makes me vomit for some weird reason.
How about Baphomet? Do you like
I've
Baphomet?
heard of that before.
Oh yes. Oh, you're making me so horny talking about the devil. Sorry.
Alright, right click 1%. There we go. Perfect.
I mean, do you have a hard time listening to NASA? The current director of NASA said he has personally spoken to God, that God handpicked him to lead America at this critical juncture to return America to the moon. After every broadcast he does, he says, "God bless you and God bless America." I mean, so are you just constantly vomiting anytime someone in government talks?
Actually, yes.
Literally,
Okay,
every
well,
time the
good.
government speaks, they
I mean, at
discuss.
least that's consistent.
I like this guy. Well, good.
Does anyone trust the government? Be real.
Dude, the government doesn't even trust the government, dude.
Who
No,
is
the
the
government
government?
says don't trust them. Only trust God. In
Oh,
God we
really?
trust. Yeah. If
And
you
which
go
God
to
are we
the
trusting?
well, it's supposed to be your creator, but they've kind of greased the skids over the years due to anti-communism to make it all about God of the Bible.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Well, how about that, huh?
Hey, that's something.
So, who believes the Earth is flat?
Who
Everyone
doesn't?
in here. Everyone,
Nobody
even
in here
you,
actually.
even you, actually. Yeah,
The
everyone.
Earth is the shape of my
How
foot.
about that
It might
dude?
be flat with some curves.
How about that dude who was like, "I'm gonna prove the Earth is flat by shooting my rocket like off the ground, and like I'm gonna see if like I can see the curvature of the Earth," and then he died.
High altitude balloons show enough. Like what
No, he
different
was using a
rocket show?
steam rocket. Actually, I know what you're talking about.
What?
Yeah, and then the parachute ripped off on launch.
Ooh, NASA's responsible for a lot of deaths, I'll tell you.
No,
Can I
this was
ask a
this wasn't NASA.
serious,
This
a
was
more
like a guy
serious
himself.
question? pertaining to flat Earth and flat Earth experiments. What is the explanation you have about the guys in the marsh that carved the hole in the cardboard and put the cardboard up, and then they put a flashlight through the hole and it didn't go exactly line against the holes? Is there an explanation for that or not? Should I just stop talking?
We're
I'll
talking
stop
about the
talking.
double slit experiment.
Yes, where they
No,
went
he's
they went
talking
like half a
about
mile out and it was 6 feet up, but the light didn't line up with both holes, and then they put it above their head and then it lined up, which kind of
Oh wait, no, you're talking about different experiment,
yeah,
not
he's
double
talking
slit.
about that Netflix special
yes, it
because
was.
Oh, the Netflix thing.
Well, was it Netflix?
Didn't
I
they
don't know.
also measure like the rotation of the Earth with just a very expensive device that like, and it
Yeah.
showed
Oh, yeah.
and it showed that the Earth was in fact rotating, but they're like,
Oh,
nah,
They
yeah.
experienced the 15-degree drift, and what was the device?
I'm not trying to attack you. I'm just wondering if anyone has defense or apologetic arguments against those of why they messed up. If not, no worries. I'm not going to hammer you home. I don't
light
care.
attenuation is different from a flashlight, right? Over a distance, it's going to lose its intensity.
I agree with
Why would he, when in using a flashlight, he made a error in making it so far apart. He made an error. He attempted to use a laser, but left it on too long and burned the internals. So he used the flashlight instead. Whenever he went there afterward during the daytime, he didn't have a line of sight. So even if he had line of sight, the flashlight wouldn't perturbate far enough for it to be seen through the holes, and the hole itself would have diverted the light off into uh, an even steeper decrease in intensity.
I got you. So it has to do with
The
the width,
hang
the
on,
spread. Okay.
yeah.
It's. I
Also,
mean, I
whenever
wasn't. It's
they
nice. I
used
didn't
the
know.
gyroscope, they only took one measurement, which was the initial measurement, and they got their rotation. They was also at a single location. They took that same gyroscope to different points along the same line of latitude. And whenever they changed elevation and they changed temperatures, they got varying rotation speed. So the gyro wasn't reading consistent measurements. And what was consistent was whenever they increased in elevation, they got a slower rotation. Whenever they decreased in elevation, they got a faster rotation. It was not a consistent number throughout the test. It was not concluded that it was Earth rotation. However, the Netflix producer only clipped the 15-degree rotation and didn't include the rest of it.
I'd also add that and argue that it's not a legitimate scientific experiment trying to establish the cause of an effect. It just simply records the effect in a man-made device and then declares a thing to be true based on that, and based on an ideology that has not yet been proven. It would be in affirming the consequent phenomenological fallacy to say that anything is the cause of what was observed in that man-made device. Thank you.
Oh, that's an interesting take. I can see where you're coming from. The affirming the consequence, because it's a device made to measure X, and if it doesn't measure X, then the device would just be it. I agree with that.
Flat
Is
earthers win
saying
again.
is saying A is true, therefore the opposite must also be true.
Amen, brother.
Also, if we're going to talk about rotation or testing the movement of the Earth, it's not able to be done. Even Einstein himself said that every test that's been done to try to find the Earth in motion has been negative.
No, he was
And
talking about a
prior to
specific
relativity, it
thing.
was very hard to accept that.
As far as I recall, he was talking about testing ether. Right? He was talking about specific types of experiments, not
He
talking about all
used both
experiments.
ether and without ether, it was relative. That's why you got relative,
I
special
don't think
relative.
that's what he said, though. He was not referring to all experiments. Because we have the Foucault's pendulum.
That's after. This is people in
Right?
denial, trying to give people a reason to say, yes, you can see Earth rotation.
No, wait, Foucault's pendulum was before Einstein. What are you talking about?
What are you talking
Foucault's pendulum? I'm pretty sure it was before Einstein. Maybe wrong on this, but
about? Okay. Still, your great special relativity God told you that you can't detect the motion of the Earth optically.
he's not our god. Scientists are wrong all the time. It's interesting that it's flat earthers who like consider them as gods, but they like push it on us. They say, "Oh, you have to treat them as gods." We're like, "No, they're not gods. They're fallible human beings." Scientists
Well, this
oftentimes
is
exaggerate
disqualify.
like their own
Saying what
theories,
flat earthers
especially.
are doing. That's off topic.
So what?
Yeah, tell them what flat earthers are doing. This is an off topic.
Okay. So Foucault's pendulum. What about that?
What's keeping it in perpetual motion?
It doesn't have to be in perpetual motion.
Not in perpetual motion, is it? Isn't it set up so that it's got a mechanism which you need to start, and then it also will stop if you don't keep it going?
Yeah,
So,
because of course it's not going to swing infinitely.
okay,
I mean,
so what's
there are
your
some
argument?
powered ones, but it shows precession, right? It shows like rotation underneath.
Well, that's your claim. So what? You're
It's the
saying
evidence of the experiment. I can show you footage. Once I'm finished with this match here, I can show you
so?
like
What's the
somebody
cause?
did this.
What's the cause of the pendulum's movement?
We're not talking about a like standard like experiment. This is an observational experiment, right? If we have
Yeah,
like
but
a
what's the
pendulum,
cause of that observation?
oh, that the Earth is rotating, probably.
Okay, see, that's where you're begging the question.
No. Okay, we're not saying
Yeah.
it's
I thought it was the full
necessarily the
release
case.
of the object
We're not
and
making a
letting it
deductive
swing until
argument
its
here.
momentum's gone.
So what? You're
Like, why do you
arguing
guys
that
keep
the Earth
pushing
is
us to deductive
rotating on.
argument?
So what?
Evidence
Your
for that
argument?
is, I'm talking about evidence for the Earth rotating, and Foucault pendulum experiment shows this. It is
Well, so
evident.
far you're just saying you swing a pendulum and you claim that the motion is due to the Earth's rotation.
Yeah, that's the only plausible explanation.
See, now we get to it, right? So this is where we expose the fallacy. Your
What's the fallacy?
assumption is that there could be no other possible explanation
No.
for the movement of this pendulum other than the motion of Earth that you are just assuming with no other evidence.
No.
Yeah,
Again,
that's
you're
what you just
trying
said.
to
You
make
said,
this.
what else could it be?
Yes, because
Well,
this
yes.
is an
So there you
argument.
go. That's a
This is an
fallacy.
evidential argument. Okay, this is
No,
the
no, no,
problem, guys.
no.
Look, yeah, you're
No, no,
telling
no.
me
The
what my
problem
argument is?
yeah, you just said what else could it be, and that
Yeah.
demonstrates what your argument is. There's a
I said
claim
it's
that it's due to Earth's motion, and you've just accepted that because your thought is, well, what else could it be? That's not demonstration that the movement is due to Earth's motion.
Okay.
You don't have any measurement of Earth's motion.
Okay, I'll show you a picture of a car.
I think the way
I show
that you
if I
put
may.
that was
If I
the
may
way that
respond.
you put that. Yeah, 1 second though. The way that you phrased that did make it a argument from personal.
No, because none of this is a deductive argument. Science is not making deductive arguments from experimentation. It's an
said it wasn't
argument.
an experiment,
It's
so
an
it's not
argument to the best
science.
explanation, right?
own claim.
It's abductive rather than deductive.
You just said it wasn't an experiment, so why are you talking about
I
science?
said it was an experiment. I literally said it was.
It's
An observational
it was an experiment. Okay, what's the naturally observed phenomenon?
What?
You said it's
No,
a scientific
we are
experiment.
hypothesizing that it is rotating.
Yeah, realistically, bro, what you're doing is swinging a pendulum and then saying, that's moving this way because I believe the Earth is spinning. What else could it be? That's not evidence. That's a fallacious
That is
argument.
evident. Okay,
No,
wait.
it's a
So if I
fallacious
show
argument.
you, so how do you think? Hold on a second.
Don't ask me the question. You've got to demonstrate somehow that you know that's Earth's motion. What evidence do you have for Earth's motion?
You can ask this about anything. You know this, right? Like this is the
That's again
like
fallacious.
like ironically, flat earthers do global skepticism whenever they're presented with evidence.
Don't talk about
this,
flat Earth.
Yeah, this is the second disqualified. One more and you're out.
Oh,
Don't just be like, oh, you people are like this. What is your evidence for Earth's motion?
Cool. Oh, the Foucault's pendulum experiments.
No, but that's what you're assuming is being the cause of the pendulum swinging. What's your evidence for the Earth's motion to then assume that it's the cause of the pendulum?
Do you understand what? So no.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah, yeah,
would
yeah.
it
See, this is
would
where we
we
get.
would
I
we see
understand. No, no,
would
no, no,
we
no, no, no.
would we see this happening if the Earth was rotating?
Another fallacy.
What the
Another
fuck you?
fallacy.
What do you mean
Another
another
fallacy. That's so
fallacy?
fallacious. Would we see this if what I'm imagining is true? How would you know? You don't know if what you're imagining is true. You don't
What the
know
fuck?
what the cause
Okay,
is if you're
what
claiming it's due to Earth's motion. You would need to
if
demonstrate, right, this is how it would logically go in sequence. You measure motion of the Earth, and then you say, because of this motion of the Earth that we've measured, we can say that the motion of the pendulum that we're swinging is affected by this motion that we've measured. You haven't measured any motion. You've just swung a pendulum and said, that has to be Earth's motion because what else could it be? This is fallacy through and through. Further, if Foucault's pendulum was actually proof of Earth's motion, why was the scientific community still 100 years later trying to come up with experiments to prove Earth's motion, like Michelson-Morley and everything else? They wouldn't have been doing it if
they're
they accepted
testing
proved
ether?
it. The scientific community did not think that Foucault
Okay, are you
proved
done?
motion of the Earth's pendulum. So
Okay,
that's a
you're telling me
fallacy
that
as
the
well.
scientific community doesn't consider the Foucault's pendulum as experimental evidence of motion
But
of the
why were
Earth?
they doing experiments after it to try and prove
Ether. They were testing ether.
motion
When you
through
talk
the
about
ether?
ether, as far
So no,
as
wait.
far
I
as I'm
also do
aware,
wanna. I also do
ether.
wanna like. Wait. I do wanna like finish. Wait, one second, because there's some confusion here again. You keep pushing us to making a deductive argument. No, evidence is probabilistic. Right. You can always say, "Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, do you know that this weapon that we have done ballistics on, right, has the blood of the victim on it, is in fact the weapon that killed this person, right?" Like you can always ask the question, right? But it still is considered reasonably evidenced, right?
Analogy. It's an analogy.
So what? Say what?
Analogy. It's not applicable here. What you're doing is trying to get away from the fact that your argument was, well, what else could it be? Which is not determining a cause of the motion of the pendulum. It's you making a claim and then saying, what else could it be? Like, there's
Okay.
no other
What
possibility.
else? Okay, cool. Yeah, cool. So this is the problem. I see. I should
Not a
get back to
flat
the
earth.
previous point.
You're making a really good
This
point.
epistem- no, no, no. If you don't accept this as valid evidence,
Flat Earth,
if you
the
don't,
hot shit out here, bro.
your worldview is inconsistent. Right? Like you can deny this. That's fine, right? But
No, I'm not
I
denying
just don't see.
anything.
You are.
Well,
I'm
I
at
mean,
the
What do
I'm
you
fucking
think this
ice
is
denying
like?
your
wall. I'm at the
claims.
ice wall right now.
Oh, bro, chill. Yeah, no, there's nothing to deny. You've swung a pendulum, you've made a baseless claim about it, and then said it has to be what I say because what else could it be? That's not
No,
even worth dealing with. How did you
no,
eliminate every other possibility for
no.
what's causing the motion and
Yeah, how did
determine
you
that it is
eliminate
due to motion
fairies?
of the Earth?
Yeah, imagine a prosecutor asks, or the defense asks, "Well, have you eliminated the possibility like fairies killing this person, right? And not my client. Have you ever done that?" Right? You can
No,
always
Yeah,
ask
what's
that.
well, that's just
who the
absurd.
fuck's your
That
client?
is
Who
what
the
you're
fuck's
doing
your client,
here.
nigga? Fuck your
Evidence is
client, nigga.
probabilistic, right? It's appealing to
So,
the most plausible cause
okay,
that
so for
we
that to be
know
a
of at the
plausible
time.
cause, for that to be a plausible cause, you
If
would
you
need to
know
know that that cause exists, yes?
what that the
The
Earth
cause
could
of Earth's
rotate,
motion. You need to know
you
that that cause
you're
exists,
saying
yeah?
it's impossible for the
No,
Earth
no,
to
no, no,
rotate?
no. No, no, no. You're saying it has to be that. So you would have to prove that that cause is existing, yeah?
Didn't say. I was this whole
You
time
said what
saying
else could it
I'm
be?
not. Yeah, as a probabilistic. Okay, you keep
Right.
harping on the
So
on
you
what
don't
I
actually
said.
have
Wait, can I
any
just?
proof. Go on then.
Yeah, sorry. Listen. So, forget what I said there. Let's poor phrasing was the plan again, right? No, I'm not making a deductive claim here. This is a probabilistic argument, right? Like we speculate about a phenomena happening. If the phenomena does happen, if the Earth is rotate, you agree it would be the case that a pendulum, right, in such a fashion like the Foucault's pendulum, would show precession, would show rotation, right?
No, because
No.
the pendulum itself is attached to the Earth, and the string itself is attached to the Earth, and the string and the stick are moving with the Earth. So how would that tell me that the Earth
Yeah.
is rotating?
Okay, this is easier. Like you do understand that the whole point of the Foucault's pendulum, right, is to make a very low friction bearing that exactly would filter out the motion of like whatever it's attached to. That's the whole point. You can do this with a very, very long string, by the way, and I can find you video on YouTube of somebody doing this in their home, right? You just attach a very long string right, then it doesn't convey enough torque, right, through any rotation of like its connection at the top, right. So it basically allows you to freely rotate if there was rotation of the Earth, right? If there was rotation of anything around it, right? It's no point. It's the low friction rotational bearing. That was what Foucault, by the way, was actually quite famous for. He developed this bearing on like a smaller scale. Forgot what he used exactly, but yeah.
Probabilistic.
Yep.
Such a funny word.
Yeah, never 100% sure. It's always going to be a long-winded I don't know. So it's not worth. It's a disqualify. You don't know, and you never will know.
When did I say I don't know?
So I guess debate is over.
No, there isn't a debate until someone knows something and can make a claim. If they're just playing within the margins, be like, well, there's a chance of this and a chance of that. It's like the weatherman. You know, the weatherman comes on the TV each day and tells you there's an 80% chance it's going to rain today. You don't start a debate about that. Like, yeah,
Then I guess.
good prediction, homie. Like, do you know
Then I
it's going
guess
to
I
rain?
should have said. Then I guess I should have said. I guess the debate slash discussion slash whatever is over now.
My question.
Why? I have a question. Why does
Wait,
the
I have a
equator
question.
determine? Why does the equator determine what direction a tropical storm spins?
Okay, wait. So like, is the Earth moving through space? Like, is it moving like through space,
Yeah.
or is it in? Is it staying in the same spot?
Are you asking Goldberg for, I presume?
I'm just asking
Who are you asking?
everyone,
For me, the answer is yes.
anyone.
Well, no, I don't see any evidence for Earth being in motion unless you're in an earthquake or something.
No, I mean like people say the Earth is like moving through space, like a spaceship.
Yeah, people say a lot of things. What's the proof?
Not just around the sun, but like in a lateral direction.
Well, what proof have you been shown for that claim?
Well, none really.
Well, there you go.
And it doesn't really make sense to me because then wouldn't the stars move?
Well, the stars do move, but you only observe the stars moving, not the Earth. Sorry, I'm in some wind, so you might be hearing mad wind.
Anyway. Well, now I think it is moving.
What's moving?
What's moving?
The Earth.
What's the proof for that?
Like looking for 100%, you would have to know this, right? Not a belief system. It's not about like you believe that this confidence interval from 1 to 100, like a 78% chance that the Earth is moving.
I mean, we can.
How did you prove it beyond all doubt? Cause and effect relationship. You manipulated this variable and got this predicted result. You can use a mathematical model, a scientific model, a computer model, something. What did you do to prove that Earth was rotating? You
Proof
manipulated
only
this.
works in math and liquor.
You can use.
Stop asking for proof.
You can use Newtonian physics. So Newtonian laws of physics.
Okay, what's the cause of that? What's the cause of Newtonian physics? Newton said a very bold and powerful hypothesis in his Newtonian physics. He wrote a book about it, Principia.
Yeah.
Okay, in the Principia, he said what was his cause.
I don't know. They call it Newtonian physics.
Okay, he said God did it.
Okay.
Okay, so can you manipulate? So inside Newtonian physics, can you change, vary, manipulate this divine heavenly Father, as it quoted Newton saying? You could change, vary, manipulate. Could you make your own world, right? So make your own world inside a computer, like a God level view, and then manipulate the physics of that world using Newtonian physics and get predicted results. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go do it and present when ready.
You want me to?
I don't want you to do anything at all.
okay, you
This would
expect.
be for you to do, for you, not for me.
First off, I don't need to do it. It's already been done. Right. There are plenty of simulations on the solar system with Newtonian laws applying to them. In fact,
hoping for an
some
answer.
of the more computationally difficult ones have been used to figure out things like where the moon came from. And we run it through trial and error, a bunch of different simulations to come up.
Do you think simulations of where the moon has come from is proof of where the moon came
I got that story about when the moon broke away from the Earth.
We were hit with the theory goes we were hit with a large celestial body, and it ended up into a ring system briefly, and then the ring collected.
Yeah. So we'd be asking, does that theory, is that proven, or is that just a theory?
I'd probably say it's a theory. We have proof
Yeah.
of moving. We have proof of moving through the universe, though, for sure. Because
Well, what's that proof?
we can look at things such as the Earth from satellites that are far away from Earth. You can see them moving because you can look at our position in one spot in relation to an object like the sun, and then with time passing, we're in a different position in relation to the sun, as well as other objects. So, yeah. I'm not. I promise.
Can you verify that? According to people giving us those images.
I promise I'm not interrupting you, but you're just cutting out there. Could you just repeat yourself, Cyclone?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, so that's okay. I was just saying that would be according to those people giving us the story and the images, right? That we can't actually verify ourselves.
What standard of proof do you can you trust your own senses? What standard of proof do you want?
Well, something that we could verify, right, without just relying on images from the government, right?
Okay. First off, it's not the government. It's it's not the government. It would be multiple governments, some of which don't like each other. Some of which don't like each other, coming to the same conclusion, which is usually a good indication that if a lot of people and a lot of institutions independently come to the same conclusion using similar methodologies, that thing is true.
Right, but that would be mixing.
It's a bit like me going to 1,000 people with a ghost. You ever eaten a ghost chili pepper? I have. It's very spicy. Going to 1,000 people and feeding them all ghost chili and asking them one by one, "Did you think it was spicy?" And they all said yes. And they're all in separate rooms when they said this. They didn't communicate with each other. Then, okay, I have evidence that chili is spicy.
Right, but what you're doing here is mixing together an appeal to consensus fallacy and an appeal to authority fallacy.
That's not actually the case. So, appeal to
Well, yeah, because
consensus.
you're saying multiple governments say the same thing, therefore it must be true.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You need to listen to what I'm saying more carefully. I'm saying independently, institutions have used similar methodologies independently of each other. Right? That's the keyword there. You missed that out when you tried to quote me. Independently. Okay, so there's no consensus. They're not being influenced by each other.
No, but what's convincing you is the
hold on a second.
consensus between those two independent quote-unquote agencies. What you perceive to be an independent bunch of agencies.
Hold on a second. That's not actually what the consensus fallacy says, though. That's not fallacious. Looking at independent analysis and they come to the same conclusion is not a consensus fallacy.
Yeah, but you're saying because these people are in agreement, these multiple different agencies or whatever you want to call them, because they're in agreement, you say that means that it is true.
Not because they're in agreement, because it's not like there's a question there. They're just looking at the data. But this is how I'd word it, right? I look at the information, the raw information that they publish, without looking at their own conclusions. I'll come to my own conclusions, giving on the information they've given me from the instruments that they've used across these multiple institutions, and then
claim to have used.
From each of these institutions, I then come to the conclusion that I think that's a conclusion I'm drawing from this data. Let's look at this piece of data from this person. Well, that's the same conclusion. And I'm not looking at what any of these people have said, just looking at the data they've posted. And then, as it turns out, the conclusion that I've made is also the one that they've made. They've all made.
Well, that would be irrelevant.
I agree that the second part would be irrelevant. However, looking at the independent data, coming to my own conclusion,
Right, but then you'd have to
perfectly valid form of evidence.
right, but then you'd have to conclude that the information that you've been given by these agencies is correct 100%.
Yeah, I tend to. Yeah. Like,
Yeah. So that would be an appeal to authority fallacy because
not an
you're
appeal to authority.
assuming that the authorities that have provided this information are giving you information which is true, and therefore the claim itself would be
No,
true.
but appeal to authority fallacy would be to appeal to somebody's authority who is not a specialist in the current area that is being discussed. That is appeal to authority fallacy. It's not that appealing to the correct authority. Like you ask a doctor about cancer is not fallacious.
Right,
You
but
ask a technician about
making...
cancer, that would be fallacious.
Also, there's a second part to this. That's also, technically speaking, not an appeal to an authority. An appeal
Government.
to an
You said government.
Hold on. I need to
That's
explain it before you
authority.
jump down my. I know the government's an authority, but I'm about to explain to you by what I said isn't an appeal to an authority. But let me explain instead of interrupting me. You'll understand why you're jumping down my throat was silly. An appeal to an authority is essentially you agreeing with the opinion of the authority based on their interpretation of the data. That isn't what I was doing. I was looking at their data and coming to my own conclusion, which isn't an appeal to an authority. Please go. 2 times you've called me out for these fallacies. I don't think you actually know what these fallacies mean. Go look them up right now. You'll see that I'm not appealing to an authority, and I'm not appealing to a consensus either.
Government.
I think you're letting yourself.
Who's just
you're
saying?
letting your.
One second, Seeking. I'll listen to you 1 second. Who just says government? Or is it Crit? Crit, give me the definition of an appeal to an authority.
Yeah, so you appeal to government, and you appeal to all the governments, and then you said that you know that they're not all of them could be lying, because you would have done, and your logic was that you could take a ghost pepper and test 100 people in government.
It was
and if
1,000 and not government.
Okay,
You're just not listening to me.
all people in government said exactly the same thing, then they must not be lying to you about the nature of creation.
That isn't what I said. I suggest you spend more time listening than talking.
I did, and I regurgitated back to you.
No, you didn't. I didn't actually mention government when I was talking about the ghost.
Yeah, because you originally said that your conclusion is if the more people say something, and then the qualifier was people in government are saying these things.
No, that wasn't the qualifier.
You're allowing yourself to get drawn into a red herring. You need to get back on topic.
Sure. Anyway, I just wanted to point out that Crit doesn't know what he's talking about, which is why he didn't give me a coherent definition of appeal to an authority. He just said appeal twice and government a couple of times.
Well, I mean, either way, however you want to define it, what your argument is boiling down to is you're being provided information by whichever agency you're talking about. You're assuming that this information is correct, and then you're assuming that it's leading to this conclusion that you're assuming.
If I'm
based on appeal to authority
I
and
don't have to sound that great.
logical fallacy.
But
that's okay. I mean, you can call it what you want, but
the issue I take with this is that to draw any conclusions, to have any sort of coherent worldview, you have to have some sort of base level of assumption. Otherwise, you can't come to a conclusion. You're like this ultimate skeptic. And if you're a hardcore solipsist, and fair enough. There's no argument against hardcore solipsism.
Appeal to
we'll just end the
fallacy.
discussion now. If you are a hardcore solipsist, because there's no way to.
Well, I mean, if they'd at least apply the same skepticism to their own beliefs, which they're not, which is
I know,
dumb shit.
Obviously, they're not applying the same level of skepticism. They think that some rambling from some fucking homeless schizophrenic is like the same.
Whoa! Why are you taking it like to an emotional, personal attack place? If you've got a strong argument, use the argument.
I'm taking it to that place because
because you're getting emotional.
You asked me a
strong
question.
arguments go to die here.
You asked me a question. I'm gonna answer it. It's because fucking schizos who hold your worldview piss me off, and I got
see, we can tell because you're emotional. You've exposed yourself, right? You've exposed yourself. You're not discussing this from rational logic. You're discussing this from emotion. We're talking about evidence and logic and verification. You're talking about we're schizos, and you're just insult us.
What percentage of my
Looks like
discussion
my
here
new.
has been about? Cycle. What percentage of my discussion here has been ad hominem and talking about schizos?
Well, you just spiraled off at the end there. To begin with, you were quite good.
What percentage do you think was about that?
Yeah, your white
Well, I don't
knight
know.
triggered you.
It was about 1 or 2%.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to assign a percentage value to it. That's kind of irrelevant. But either way, my point
It
is,
isn't irrelevant.
we're sticking
You're trying
to
categorize my
evidence,
whole
and you assign to us some standard of evidence, like we're not applying the same thing, the same skepticism. Yeah, we are. We're not just accepting what we're told about
Okay. So
what we're told from the agencies.
My new IMAX projector just arrived. Hey, Cyclone.
The
Not skepticism, that's cynicism.
Cyclone. The problem I have with your standard of evidence, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, is experimentation you can do yourself, correct?
Well, observation, demonstration in the natural world, things that we can observe and verify. Yes, that would be a good standard of evidence in my book.
Do you think there is anything about the universe that requires, let's say, advanced technical equipment that you couldn't possibly get your hands on? Is that a possibility to you?
What do you mean? Give me an example.
I don't need to give you an example. You understand what the words I'm using. Is there anything about the universe that perhaps would need advanced machinery to understand or detect?
The germ theory of disease to
That's
you
kind of a
without
broad question.
It's not well, yes, but it's
Like,
not. It's
what
not
do you
applicable,
mean?
actually.
Like,
Okay,
in terms of understanding what aspect of the Earth are you talking about?
Okay, let me word it differently. Is there a single noun in the universe that has an effect on said universe that would require a special piece of machinery to detect that you would never have the possibility of interacting with due to limited resources? Is that a possibility?
Well, I mean, in general, if you're asking if there's technology that we don't have access to that could be used to further understand, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty broad. If we're talking about interactions or things happening on Earth, then
Come on,
yeah,
man.
I mean, that could be the case.
Stuff like they are,
okay.
researching at CERN, right? Particle collisions,
Yeah.
high energy, that
Or-
sort of event is not something that you
or
can really
these-
observe with your own,
or these-
eyes and stuff.
Or these several mile-long tunnels with lasers in to detect gravitational waves, which Einstein theorized. Things like that, right? What I'm trying to get at is that if your worldview means that you need to use sort of this sort of at-home science, you're gonna naturally close yourself off from understanding parts.
No,
of the
because I'm not
universe.
closing myself off, though. I'm just saying I wouldn't make a claim to things that I can't actually observe or demonstrate myself. But further, this discussion doesn't hinge on advanced technology that we don't have access to. It hinges on the geometry of the surface of the Earth that we can observe and measure through various means, right? So we don't need hadron colliders to see how far we can see across the surface. Yeah.
It was a well, you might do, because
No, you wouldn't. You would need a lens, an optic.
How many
Well, if we're
loaded
talking about
fallacies are in that?
skepticism of
Appeal to
information,
anecdote.
your worldview and how you process information is quite important. Which is why I asked the question, right? Is there anything about the
Special
universe you
pleading.
couldn't understand? You eventually said yes, basically.
Yeah. I'm not claiming to understand everything about the system that we're in.
That's I never said you were. What I was trying to get at is that your worldview will necessarily close you off from areas of the universe, because the technology required to detect the information you will
Slippery
never
slope
trust, because it's
fallacy.
going to be in the hands
Right,
of
but
an
but the idea of us being closed off to it is it's an incorrect way of framing it, because you think somehow that you have this knowledge based on the stories. I don't have that assumption. I understand that maybe some claims are being made. I'm not closed off to anything. I'm open to anything that can be verified. When it can't be verified, I withhold belief. What you're trying to insinuate is that because I'm not believing these stories, I can't understand things beyond what we experience, whereas you seem to be under the impression that you have an understanding of things that we don't, because you believe these stories that you're hearing, that you yourself don't have access to the technology that you're talking about.
No, that isn't what I was saying.
Yeah,
well, you said, yeah, I'm closed off. What am I closed? I'm not closed off. There's nothing that I'm rejecting other than something that you yourself can't verify.
Bro, how do satellites work, my brother? How the fuck do satellites work? Are they balloons put up by NASA that are faking being satellites? Are you closed off from that or not?
Oh, hang on
Like
a sec.
what?
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned satellites. There's
Jesus.
actually an experiment me and my uncle did a couple of years ago. He's big into his ham radio system because he's old and he talks to like other people who own this shit. And interestingly enough, there's a satellite you can actually ping, and I'm not sure if you're aware of the technology used in radar guns to detect the speed of cars, but it's known as the Doppler shift. Now, when a radio wave is sent out, it has a particular wavelength. When it's bounced back off a moving object, the either compression or extension of this ray is called the Doppler effect, and you can calculate the speed of the object based on the Doppler shift. And you can use this same technology to calculate the speed of satellites. And if you look and if you know the speed of the satellite, you can also use something known as an arc meter, which is the area of the night sky or day sky, you could say, that an object takes up to determine the size of the object, which is often
No, but
argued.
that hinges on like globe assumptions of distance. Like that's actually not like, that wouldn't convince them.
Oh, I'm saying that's actually not based on assumptions of distance.
No one's
You
gonna
can repeat
believe
the
your
Doppler
story.
effect test
You
in
have to
your
bring the
home.
Of course,
proof.
yeah, the angular size, of an object doesn't tell you anything unless you, like
if
know
you
what distance is away, how far it is away, then you can, then you know the size. But
no,
without that, you don't.
if you can calculate the speed and the arc meet. You can actually just look at
Yeah, if you believe that, things like radar works, right, which can give you, distance as well as some kind of velocity vector for that object, right? Awesome. But I don't know if these people believe in radar, man.
I mean, it's something that they can test in their own home relatively cheaply, and I have also tested myself.
Well, you can
I
also
don't
test
specifically
relatively
apply the radar.
cheaply. You can also test relatively cheaply line of sight over the surface, can you not?
Well, depending on how good your eyesight is, I suppose.
Or an optic.
Depending on how good your eyesight is, and
You
the
can
optic.
you can also
So you can
mathematically
test that.
show.
So who's tested that and proven that the Earth is curving at the rate that they claim? That would be assumed in this story about satellites in space, the orbits, the radius. Who's demonstrating that with a measurement of line of sight over the surface?
Well, honestly, how would you explain a Doppler effect ping from a satellite?
Well, I mean, I'd have to see what paper you're talking about, the data of your experiment.
I did myself. I didn't.
Okay, well,
I didn't
what
write a
maths you're
study on it.
using, what assumptions are used in the maths, we'd have to see all of that.
I'll pull up the very basic physics involved with the Doppler shift. And
Okay,
it's basically a form of it's basically a powerful form of a radar gun. It uses radio waves and bounces them off.
right, but you're going to be doing some maths to say what size that object is, how far away it is. So we would need to see what assumptions you're baking into that.
Double shifted gang. I mean, it's pretty with a powerful telescope. You can see the International Space Station's.
There's also like moon bounce, right? You can bounce radio waves off the moon.
I mean, the students at MIT do that every year. It's like a fun thing they got going on. They bounce lasers off the moon, and you can actually calculate how far away it is depending on the speed of the laser.
Not just anywhere off the moon, specifically the triangular reflectors left by the astronauts who were there,
Yeah, because it's not that reflective.
Well, the reflector story is a bit of a red herring because they claim to be bouncing lasers and things off the moon before they went to the moon to leave the reflectors there. So, how does that work?
Depends on what type of frequency you use, what wavelength. If you use radio or something, then maybe it's already possible. It was already possible before there was a reflector there. But like visible lasers, aren't usually well reflected there.
Yeah, like World War II radio operators figured out that you can bounce a radio signal off the moon, right, and send it somewhere else.
Okay, well, these are interesting stories, but I believe that it's more accessible to everyone to test the nature of the surface, like we said, line of sight across it, and see if it matches up with that story.
But those experiments, you literally just lie about those experiments. That's all that happens when we go there. You literally just lie about what you see.
So
like
line of sight, line of sight is lying, but the stories about the moon and the radars that couldn't possibly be anything other than 100% true.
Cyclone, what do you think globists say the drop over distance is?
Well, you change your mind depending. 8 inches per mile squared for the first
8
200,
inches per mile
300,
squared,
400
right?
miles.
Per mile squared is a fucking parabola. It's not a sphere.
Yeah,
Like
how
globers
many
do
how
not
many miles?
calculate the
Yeah,
drop off that way.
how many miles does it match the globe model?
What? It doesn't match it anywhere precisely.
That's a
Yes,
good
it does.
Parabola. It's a parabolic
It works
formula.
out.
It's not the
Yeah,
shape
and
of
it
a
follows
ball. It's not
the
a
arc.
round shape.
We're not a perfectly
the arc.
round shape.
Yeah, it follows the
We're
arc
not a
for
fucking
a good
parabola
few
either.
hundred miles. You can work it out in CAD. It follows the claimed curvature of the Earth for a few hundred miles,
You know
which
where
is
that's
well within
from?
testing distance. Well within
Those 8
testing
inches
distance.
per mile
But
squared
listen,
came
if
from the
that's
Flat Earther Manifesto in the early 19th
no,
century and was,
no.
just taken over, just verbatim from you
Okay,
guys.
okay,
And
that's
nobody ever
fine.
checked it, and
So
it's
you
not
tell
the
us.
Globus prediction.
So you tell us what the rate of curvature is supposed to be in the globe model religion.
You actually need to
You tell
involve
us.
cosine and trigonometry to calculate it, right?
No, you don't.
Okay, so for okay,
Well, you do.
you can say what you like. So for a 6-foot observer, where should the horizon be?
No, I was asking for drop over distance.
Yeah. So the
Exactly.
horizon's supposed to be that point where you can no longer see due to the drop over distance. So how far is that for a 6-foot observer?
Also, Cyclone, do you know the answer to that question?
According to the globe model, yeah, you can just go on Google, type in
hold
distance
on
to
a second.
horizon calculator.
He's giving you the
You can
answer.
tell
Shut
you
the
go
fuck
on
up.
to you can
You know
go
what
on
that
to
calculator
Google.
is not using? 8 inches per mile squared. That's what the calculator isn't using.
Right. So if you go onto Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, it's very simple. You just bang in your observer height, and what does it tell you? You can go and do this yourself. Pretty simple.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Yeah. So what does it say for a 6-foot observer height?
I want to see one where they actually say what type of calculation they do so that we are not confused about what's actually happening there.
That's fine. You find whatever calculation you want for a 6-foot observer where the horizon's going to be.
Yeah, have at it, Haas.
Hey, why was Ant-Man muted? What did he do?
Arden started calling them girls and sissies, and they muted him.
He started getting very emotional, which is a shame.
Yeah, Globers get emotional.
Why was he muted?
They get emotional.
For being emotional.
Globers get emotional. Yeah.
So let's stay focused. This guy is going to find where the horizon should be for a 6-foot observer.
It's roughly 3 miles. Am I muted?
No, you're not.
Okay. Yeah, my mic wasn't lighting up for some reason. It's roughly 3 miles.
Let's see if he agrees. I'll
The
hop on mute for a
calculation,
minute.
the
Let me know when you've got
calculation.
that.
The calculation. All he says is the word calculation, but never shows you a calculation, an actual fucking calculation, you know? These fucking Globers. Always the same shit.
I
The
also have
calculation.
never seen any single flat earther doing any math
which is
whatsoever. Like,
8
never seen it.
inches
No,
for,
it
8
doesn't
inches
exist.
per mile squared, buddy. Where do we get that shit
What does
from?
that trace out? What shape does that trace out? Does that
Doesn't
trace out a
fucking
sphere?
matter. Oh,
It
okay,
traces out a
okay.
parabola, man.
Listen,
That's high school math. High school math.
There's a thing called percent error, right? And after fucking 2,000 miles, that error increases. But before 2,000 miles, it's accurate enough to the fucking ball, you dick fuck.
I didn't know you guys did like weird approximations.
Why are
and
you getting
simplifying
so emotional?
assumptions like that?
Buddy, everything in engineering is a fucking approximation. That's why on a resistor there's fucking color codes of tolerances.
great.
The silver, the gold and shit, you dumb fuck. Who the
That's
fuck do you think
great.
you're
I
talking
love
to, you
that.
dumb fuck?
I love that. I love
You
that.
stupid motherfucker. Oh, this guy's a stupid motherfucker. That's what you are.
Can you guys
Dumb
mute him? He
fuck.
sounds pretty emotional. Can you guys mute him?
Oh, emotional.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
are.
that's very
Fucking
emotional.
stupid. Emotional.
Okay, that's enough of that.
That was too much.
Yeah, this is the thing. Either you could be a fire starter or a fire putter out. All right. So when you start seeing it go off topic and get to these weird things about X group of people pisses me off, and yeah, put the fire out. Don't throw gas on it.
Why?
I like that.
Be the
Good
firefighter.
reference.
Yeah, be the
Can
fire.
you,
Put the fire out.
Can
Be
you
the
unmute
firefighter.
Exonaut? Can you like unmute Exonaut?
Right. Well, we were just waiting for the
He was
guy.
a fire. It was like putting gas on the fire, dude. Why would? What's the point in unmuting someone like? Give me a logical argument. Why would someone like that should be unmuted when his only purpose here It's to spread fires, get shit talking going.
Yeah.
Why would you want someone like that around?
Yeah, okay, we're not gonna focus on who's getting muted. The moderators are moderating the room so we can have some discussion that's moving forward. So the guy was
just
going
DM
to
me
find
1, 2, 3.
the guy was going to find the distance to the horizon for a 6-foot observer. Have you found that yet?
3 miles. And
3 miles.
He left, by the way. I think.
The guy who was supposed to go and find it has left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like it because he got muted.
Well, I wonder why.
Well, you guys muted him, so he couldn't speak anymore,
Okay, so 3 miles, that's the distance to the horizon. So why, when we go and observe from a 1-foot observer, do we see it over 10 miles?
Well, that would be because of the path of light, could be because of the path of light between the target and the observer.
So why are the calculators saying that it should be at 1.2 miles?
Because they're using a straight line, which is not happening when you're observing it, evidently.
Okay. So
can I post something in the chat?
So we don't have a geometric horizon then.
Well, depends what you mean with the geometric horizon.
As in
Hold
the
on a
bit
second.
where
Real
the
quick,
globe
let
is
me
curving
just get
down.
this out. Let me
Well,
get this out.
that
It's
is
real
not
quick.
an accurate description. Can you please
hello?
be more precise?
So,
There
someone else is
are-
trying to jump in here.
Yeah, seeker of
thank you.
philosophy or seeking philosophy. Jump in, dude.
There are calculators online that you can pull up, in which you can put in the distances, the height of the observer, and the atmospheric conditions, which will actually show you the refraction with the drop of.
Do you guys hear this guy?
Yeah, his mic's pretty bad, but he said, yeah, there's calculators that they've made that specifically calculate the curve of the Earth. Yeah, I think
and the refraction. So
with refraction.
Well, most of them will apply a standard refraction, right, which is derived from the standard atmosphere, which is a set of variables that does not change. And especially near the ground, especially over water, the ambient conditions change a whole lot.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wow.
Who would have thought it, huh?
Yeah, that's the rumpus. That's what a lot of people think is like, hey, they'll say Black Swan is a bad argument. Black Swan proves that flat earthers are X. When the person who used Black Swan first was called the rumpus, he called it the Black Swan argument to prove his argument that with a powerful enough telescope and enough refraction on a globetard, you would see the back of your head. That was his claim. His claim is a globetard has unlimited viewing distance.
That's some point being led to ridiculousness.
They aren't measured variables, by the way. They're assumed variables.
Discussion that has led somewhere. That is not a statement that is standalone valid.
Yeah, I'm just saying that when people talk about, wow, look at the Black Swan, it's like a dumb argument. Who would ever
get one
use
thing
that?
out of the way. Refraction, the fact that atmospheric refraction exists, the fact that on a globe, the horizon is expected to change distance. The distance to the horizon we observe is expected even on a globe even if the curvature doesn't change. Was all known for about 200 years. Those things were known for about 200 years, and the notion that flat earthers bringing up this argument and turning their attention to that and needing a couple of years to absorb some of what is being said in response to that, or some of what the literature has already said all the time before that, does not prove that they have somehow come up with some new thing that does overlooked for all this time.
Masto, you already agreed yesterday you don't have a geometric horizon, so please stop coping.
I'm not coping at all. That has nothing to do with that. I was just
that's exactly what we're talking about. So that's the discussion.
Okay, so
and we had
having
some
a
new guy that we
geometric
were
horizon,
talking to
what does having a geometric horizon mean?
Speaking to a new guy. So, see, this is a guy who's been in it for years, spiraling about the fact that the Earth isn't a globe. But we did have some new people in here. So, who was that we were speaking to?
The seeking philosophy.
Okay. Well, I need to jump off for a meeting, but
keep it going on this and try and get the new people involved rather than just the same old upset people.
Yeah.
Roger that, boss. So 1, 2, 3. I'll entertain this idea that you had at first. So if someone can't talk, right?
Yeah.
They should leave. Is that what you think?
Yeah.
No. I think one person was screaming and the other person was pretty like well mannered. And you muted both for no reason. You should have just muted this Berg instead of the other.
No, it's called gaslighting, asshole. Go fuck yourself. That's what you're doing right now. Don't
Hey,
talk
this
about
guy
people
sounds.
behind their
This
fucking
guy's
back.
okay. This guy
Yeah, see,
sounds pretty
Sounds,
vocal.
this
so
guy
right
sounds.
now,
This guy sounds. Go fuck yourself.
yeah,
This
see
guy
what you're
sounds. You sound
doing.
like
See,
a fucking liberal.
this is proving my
Exactly.
point. You're starting fires again.
No, you asked me a
Exactly what you're.
question. I answered the
Oh
question.
Yeah,
no,
and you could have
that's
answered
not. No,
like without
exactly.
talking about people. Just go talk about the facts,
Okay.
the logic
Yeah, well,
and
I did.
reason. Okay.
How
Show
am I
me the
supposed
globe,
to?
bud. Show me the globe.
Dude, I think.
Let's get on the point. Show me the fucking globe.
Am I allowed to speak without this guy interrupting me every 2 seconds?
Show me the fucking globe, buddy.
How would you like it to be shown?
Any which fucking way possible. I've been looking for 8 goddamn years. All I see is CGI pictures. Any of you guys have something real?
How do you know
CGI
when
is
it's
computer
how do you
graphics
know when it's real?
interface.
Exactly.
How do
So
you know
why
when it's real?
so why is it all CGI? Why is it nothing fucking real? Why isn't it a real fucking photograph? Well,
How
why
do you
they tell us?
confirm something is
Listen,
real?
why do they tell us that they go up there, right? And never have they shown us a real photo of Earth from space? Show me
How
one.
do
Go
you
Google it.
confirm the
Any of you
photo is
guys, this
Here,
is
hold
your
on real quick. Hey, Vlad.
It's the homework for you guys. Go ahead.
Vlad,
Sorry.
yeah, don't have your stream on. There's one thing we like, sort of like a colloquial house rule, just to make sure
What do you mean?
people are paying attention and not playing video games and stuff.
Oh, I'm paying attention.
Yeah, I know. Can you turn your stream off?
Oh.
We want because one overall don't want to make this into a gaming channel.
Oh, it's not a gaming channel.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to the
Tens of thousands of
No
images
CGI.
that
Listen.
come down from the ISS.
Yeah. That's malarkey. Yeah. Go ahead. Everything's fake. It's been proven fake. Go ahead. They admit it's fake.
So then why are you asking
They
for a
admit it's all
photo
fake. Well, that's
if you're never going to trust the photo?
Well, I don't trust any of the fucking government agencies.
Then
Period.
what fucking evidence do you want?
So do you guys trust the government? Is that what you guys telling me?
You wouldn't trust me if I went in space and took a photo for you.
I would trust you over the government. Trust me.
No, you
I
wouldn't.
trust you. Yes,
Yeah,
I
trust
would.
me, bro.
Why would you
What
trust
about
me?
what about private?
Because you
What about
probably do
private
something more real.
corporations?
You probably do something more real than the feds. Because the feds, all I see is fucking lying.
How do you
to me
know
the
I'm not
whole
a
fucking-
Fed?
All my life. Well, maybe you're a Fed now. You admit you're a Fed.
I
and
could
you're
be a Fed.
Okay, well then I don't
you
trust
just
you
admitting it if
either.
you want.
That easy. Holy shit. That's
Is
simple, man.
Elon Musk a Fed?
I don't know. I think this guy is
No,
pretty
definitely
retarded.
not.
Can you guys mute this guy? He's pretty
So
retarded.
I want to ask
I don't think we should be
something. I'm
doing
gonna
what
post.
if. What
I'm
ifs are
gonna
the wrong
post.
way to go.
Oh god.
These guys love
Guys,
the
I've been
feds,
trying
man.
respectfully to enter the conversation.
Okay, let Zoidberg get in.
Right, I'm gonna post 2 things in the side chat. Please look at them. For the first and the second picture, why we can look down at things that should be above us, right? And why it doesn't match with their perspective, with the perspective argument.
Who's
You
Bev?
don't understand perspective. I already don't even have to.
This
You're
post was
retarded.
the CGI fisheye, right?
Who's
How is it
Bev?
CGI? It's a picture.
No, okay,
Is
It's a picture. It's a picture of
Zoidberg?
Paris.
Yeah, that's not Paris, man. This
Sorry,
is the
not Paris, but
Blackpool
like
Tower.
whatever, whatever. The
You
tower.
think this is Paris?
No,
It's
no,
not
no. I
Paris,
was wrong.
bro.
It's not Paris. Like it just, I thought it was Paris, right?
Holy
But I'm like,
shit, dude! Like you think that's the
Delusional,
Eiffel
this guy.
Tower?
it's not the Eiffel Tower, but it's a tower, a tower, right? And when you look at this and you look at the drawing,
I hope
right?
someone can clip that. That's gonna be hilarious. So who's Bev? How about that? He says on the top, thanks, Bev. Is that supposed to be Bev Cry Thinking?
No, that's just
I don't think
that's
what
just
people
an
understand
illustration, right?
adjusting
That's the
field of view
person.
on your
Yeah,
optics
the
does
guy who
to
did it,
imaging.
Bev's Elevation.
Bev's
right?
elevation.
Thanks, Bev.
There's a person there on
Yeah.
that tower, and that's their elevation, right?
Is that called Bev?
And they're using us. Yeah, they're
Bev
using
Cry
us.
Thinking?
What?
Is that Bev Try Thinking? Is that who you're talking about? What The user who did this. I'm gonna make sure we're talking about the right guy because he's not a flat earther.
No, it's not a.
Oh, okay.
It's. Oh, whatever. The point is, there's a person at the elevation marked.
Yeah,
right?
who's that person? What's his name? Was it
It
Bev?
doesn't matter.
Well,
Bev,
let's parse
yeah.
it out. Let's parse it out.
Bev.
What's your understanding? Who do you think that person would have been?
My point is, you have an eye level, you have person's elevation, right? And you have a survey instrument, and there's a difference in the perspective, right?
Yeah, and who's that person?
when you look if the earth was flat, when you look through the tool, right, you would see you would see, right, that Bev should be above you. Yet through the instrument, when you look at this, you see that Bev is below you.
Okay, cool story. That's all
Why?
fucking rigged.
Well, see, this is
You're
where you
fucking
messed
retarded.
up.
That's all rigged. Listen,
Hey,
hold on,
Vlad.
Fred. That's all
Vlad,
rigged.
no,
That's
hold on.
free fucking. His zero's off. First of all, his zero's off, and it's all fucking rigged, and it's all optics. It can be easily rigged. That's a fucking rigged photo. Fuck off, bro.
Wait, who is Bev?
Why are you so aggro, bro? I'm here to talk. I never insulted you, bro.
Okay, this is what's going on here, Zoidberg. Bev is not a flat earther. Okay? It's called Bev Try Thinking.
Yes, it's a user.
Okay.
It's a user. It's not a user, but like whatever, a person.
It doesn't seem like no flat
Okay,
Earth.
what he does with these photos is he demonstrates the optical limits of different surveying equipment. He's like a survey guy.
Yeah.
He says this is watch the errors. He demonstrates certain errors you can get with different optical equipment and show. Okay, so what the problem here is called the Dunning-Kruger effect. You looked at some guy who's showing you, look at these amazing optical errors you can get if you misuse the tool. He's all about using the correct tool.
He's not misusing it, right?
That's his whole
the point.
syllogism. His whole syllogism was, I can get a tower to sink if you misuse the tools. Watch. He's not a flat earther. You can go to his website. He's got a huge social media footprint. That's why good thing I understood because Bev. I'm thinking it's Bev. Try thinking. This guy's all about like
it is
geometry.
that person. It's
okay.
Bev. It's Bev Try Thinking. Right?
Yeah, he's not a flat earther, dude.
Yeah, I know he's not a flat earther. That's not the point. I'm just illustrating from his example. If Bev is on the tower, it's not an Eiffel Tower, obviously. I was wrong. It looks like
I
an
was
Eiffel
just
Tower.
teasing you. I know you said it wrong.
Well,
it inspired you to invoke the idea of the Eiffel Tower.
Did you say flat
if Bev is on that tower, on a flat Earth, the tower would be
no. He's
above,
on a curved. He's on a curved Earth.
No, but that's yes, and that's what.
Okay.
Whatever.
He's a surveyor.
But
okay, you're not paying attention. Okay. Bev is a surveyor who is not on a flat Earth. He uses these demonstrations to show you the optical limits and errors that can happen if you use these survey tools for incorrect purposes. He's basically what he does is he's an expert surveyor who takes a piss of a globalist who misuse survey tools. He's got a kind of emotional attachment there. Like if he sees someone saying, "Hey, explain this, flat tards," he'll be like, "Dude, like the Earth isn't flat, so let's get that first," and then he'll say, "This is how you're supposed to use this tool, this optic. You don't just use like how like earlier when he used to debate that guy called the Rumpus quite often because the Rumpus said with the right optics you could see the back of your head, and Bev is like, no, that's not how that would work." That's how flat earthers got involved with that whole black swan argument. Was you had people using this as their proof of X, proof of concave, proof of globe, and they're like, "Wow, that to me that looks like flat Earth." And then flat Earth came up with the argument that if P then Q, if the Earth is a globe, because the person who took the photo was assuming the globe with a radius 3959. See, if you plug these numbers in, you take this Blackpool Tower, and you've got this much drop over that short of a distance, that would be a very small world that you live on. I mean, look, you're talking about how much drop is that? The horizontal level to like where Bev's level is on top of that tower. That reciprocal angle.
Okay.
You see what I'm talking about there, right? So you've got one person at the top of this tower and someone else at the other side, and they're sending each other a reciprocal angle, and you've got, I mean, without some sort of measurement, like 15 degrees or something there, a 15-degree drop.
Sure.
Okay, how far, how small would that Earth have to be?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't know. My point is, looking at what he did, right? He posted this. Looking at what he did,
Why did he post it? The purpose of the video is.
It's from, I don't know if it's from a video, but it's a demonstration of a principle, right?
Yeah, the demonstration is that you cannot use these tools outside of there. He does a whole thing too about why to calibrate. In one video I saw of his, he took an auto level that wasn't calibrated and an auto level that was calibrated and showed that they produced different results. And why it's important to always to recalibrate your tools, because they bounce around in your truck and all these other things. So he shows you that you can knock an auto level out of calibration and get a flat Earth result. You can knock an auto level out of calibration and get a curved Earth result. See, the problem is that people aren't really using these tools the way they're supposed to be used, and they get these weird results, which is why he shows this. He says, I can show you that this tower will sink in the background, even though it should be at eye level with this reciprocal angle.
Well, I mean, that wouldn't that be the point though? If he's placed somebody, or his determined elevation in accordance to the tower, and if it was a level plane, he would see the tower above the crosshairs, right? But he's seeing it below the cross. That's the
way too much below,
yeah,
way below.
Like
so this would be a false.
He is from the object itself.
Yeah, this would be a falsification. I don't know all the details. I just remember talking to him. He's got his own server too.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you can.
That's from his server.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not going to go in there and tell you like, hey, this is a measurement of the curvature of the Earth. He'll tell you this is a measurement to show you just how bad results you can get if you do it wrong. I think he's one of his videos that people. I'm trying to remember the exact verbiage. It was like doing it the fucking wrong way, like doing it the right way and then doing it the wrong way, and like setting up these tools, even setting up the tools is a serious step-by-step method that you have to follow every step and make sure you do it correctly, so you're constantly getting the same measurement. Because if you skip one step, it could completely throw off your measurements.
Sure. So he's trying to take away variables, like variables that can't be questioned. Like he's going through every little thing and just making sure that it's set up the way so like people can't go, well, what about this? What about that?
In accordance to Bev himself, the demo he did still does not account for the range error, meaning that even if we normalize everything we just discussed, there will still be a situation where the tower will be beneath the cross, and if the plane was leveled, it will be at the level he indicated with the red red dash.
Yeah, that's the point, right? He's shown you that at this level and at this elevation, this is where you should have seen the tower if globetard, and you didn't see the tower. It sunk way below where it should have been. And then people are like, oh, thanks, Bev, you proved the Earth is a globe. When his whole thing was, you can fuck the tools up and play around with them to get some result that doesn't even match the globe model. That's way too low. There shouldn't be that much sinking in the tower.
I mean, if you guys think this is like some sort of misuse of tools, that's fine. I'm not claiming otherwise. I'm just saying, like, it just seems. Well, eye level in the sense of.
It says eye level in the diagram, and it's not eye level.
That's his eye level with the tool. He's using the tool. When he views things from the tool.
Yeah, that's the crosshairs, right? The center. That's
Yes,
not
that
eye
will be
level.
his eye level. Like in relations to what he observes, this is his eye level.
Well, how do I know that? How do I know that? That's just
But that's the
declaring that that's eye
premise.
level. That's just the center of the crosshairs. That's just the line intersecting the crosshairs in the center. That's not eye level.
So, what Bev should do, typically, like I know another expert surveyor who does this stuff. He shows his instruments are level, and that they're same height, like where the eyepiece is.
Well,
They're
that
the
wouldn't be
same
eye
height
level
as
either.
his
That's
eye.
just level. That's not eye level.
No,
That's just
I
level.
wasn't finished. I wasn't
Eye level
finished.
doesn't really
I was
have
just
a
saying.
eye level doesn't really have a place in this thing.
But to say like if the instrument or the eyepiece is at his eye level, is matching the same height as where his eyes are, so all he has to do is just look through without bending over or leaning down or anything like that. He provides that evidence, or he should provide that evidence at least.
Yeah, that's
Because if that's a question that we have, right? But I mean that's still a question. If it's like, well, is it eye level? Okay, well they should provide like some kind of evidence. If you guys are going to ask that question, allow them to prove that it is eye level, anyways. So that variant or that question is no longer asked. You know, you cover all the variables and be thorough with your presentation of your experiment, or at least what your evidence or what you're showing, then you eliminate those questions.
Yeah, if you watch a video, they document the whole thing. I mean, they have a whole team of surveyors that go out and do these different sites. I mean, he's a class act. If you look at, I mean, I don't get along with the guy. You know, all the cards on the table. You know, we haven't got along for it used to be kind of a funny thing when we talk, but it's been years. So yeah, it's not someone I'm going to defend, but it's interesting what he puts out there. He's got this really interesting spot, kind of like in this debate, because he kind of got pulled into it.
Mm.
If you hear a story, it's quite interesting. Why he got pulled in was basically some anti-flat earther thought he was a flat earther when he wasn't, and then they tried to call like Child Protective Services on him, or something really cringe like that.
Crazy.
Oh yeah, so he's like, holy shit, why are people this freaked out? I wasn't even talking about the flat Earth, and you're like, so then it kind of developed a life of its own. After
there's another surveyor crit. His name is Baron, or Mapping the Globe. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's on TikTok. He does a lot of that stuff too. He shows a lot of videos on his setups. He went to the salt flats and did a few surveys there. He did a lot of. He goes very thorough in terms of his evidence and showing people how his setup is, how he's positioned it, and everything like that. Like it's. Sorry, I'm not really articulating it well, but I mean, like, he's another one if you look him, check him out.
So have any of these like not flutter for geoservers measure the curve?
Pretty sure land surveyor calculations do it.
What was the question?
I was asking if any of these land surveyors who are not flat earthers and have been confused for once, they've been critiquing like globe earther claims.
Tool abuse.
Have they measured the curve?
Well, I suppose that's how they got their survey certificate.
You won't find a land surveyor who is a.
Are there any that are like flat earthers, or?
Well, I'm sure there's some out there.
I mean,
well, because look, I'm interested because these land surveyors who are not flat earthers, who've entered the discourse there, right, about this topic, they're like critiquing one side.
Yeah, after being accused of being a flat earther.
You're right. So
they get accused.
If they're in
they
this
say,
topic, right? So did they at least try to measure the curvature of the Earth?
I could go ask them, see what they got.
Okay, I was curious if anybody knew.
I've never seen a flat earther land surveyor. He'd have to. I mean, I should say they would have to argue against the fact that, according to how they're taught, it's saying their numbers are based off of a curved Earth, or like a globe Earth, basically. I don't know that. All I know is I've seen people post videos of the actual like literature that has to do with if you go to school to become a surveyor. That's part of it. It's like you have to understand the Earth is curved. It's round, so you have to take that into consideration when you're doing your calculations.
Really?
That's what I've seen. I've never held a surveyor like textbook or anything like that, but that's what I've seen. I've seen people show the actual line in text. That's all I've seen. I've seen video of it. So I will admit that I've never held a surveyor lesson book or anything like that. But
Yeah, Seeking Philosophy.
I mean,
I
you're
think
cutting
you're
out.
trying to speak, but yeah, you're cutting out.
Oh, League of Legends. What a game.
This is crazy. A friend of mine just sent me this video. Here's a guy whose dog got hit by his neighbor, hit his dog in the car. He was speeding to the vet to try to save his dog's life. Was driving 55 in a 45, and police basically arrested him.
Good.
They didn't help him. Didn't help the dog. Didn't help anyone. You know, I mean, it's like this is the type of stuff you guys get when you just surrender all logic and reason to the federal government, the executive branch.
What? They deserve prison time.
I don't get this.
There's another one too where the lady was pregnant, and the
Wait,
husband
so
was
just so I can
speeding.
understand, guy hit dog by car, guy who hit dog got arrested?
No,
Cop left dog, what happened?
no. So guy's dog got hit by a car.
Mm-hmm.
He was rushing the dog to the vet. The vet knows they're coming. All of it's in place, but he doesn't make it to the vet. Why?
Why? Don't tell me he actually pulled over for the cops.
Yeah,
I blame the guy, not the cops. You shouldn't pull over. Keep going.
They arrested the kid too.
You know, in that situation, you explain yourself to the police after you get to the vet, and you
Let me see if I can find the
assume...
video here.
Anyways, they all deserve prison time. Every single one of those retards. Zoid.
Here it is. Yeah, he asked, "Why did you pull the gun on my child?" He said, "It's police policy." There you go.
But I thought they're supposed to serve and
That's
protect.
a weird.
Child?
That's an interesting policy.
Yeah.
Minor?
Yeah. So this is what you get
to be a ninja.
When people ask, why don't flat earthers trust the government? Why are they so skeptical of the government, but they're not skeptical of their own idea? This is why. Because if I were, say if it was my job to enforce some sort of speeding infraction, and someone was going 55 in a 45, and they tell me their dog is injured and about to die, I would help them get to their destination. You can sort out the 10 miles over later, okay? You'll need to draw guns and pull people over and handcuff people. Yeah, you can think about that. That 10 miles over isn't really that big, especially when the government agents are always driving 10 miles over.
So do you think it's a police issue or an America issue? Because I have
This is an
doubts that
executive branch issue.
it's a
Hold on.
police
Is
issue
it
in
is it an
America.
executive branch issue or is it a human issue? Because he could have easily been pulled over by another cop who would have been just like you, Crit, who would have helped him out. Be like, all right,
Yeah,
fuck, let's
I
go.
suppose.
I'll put on my lights and I'll lead you to the. Which I mean, you do hear
Yeah, but why
stories
did the guy
about that.
pull over in the
It's kind
first
of
place, right?
55 and the 45.
You have to blame everyone. The cops for not knowing the situation because obviously he didn't plan to.
Yeah,
pull
watch
over
the
a car.
video. Right away, he tells them, "My dog got hit by a car. I'm rushing him to the vet."
Where's the video?
I posted in the side chat.
Family trying to save injured dog held at gunpoint by cop.
There you
the
go.
Hell? Yeah, what the hell?
I would say it doesn't. I don't think it comes down to. I think in this situation, Crit, I don't think it comes down to a government agent issue. I think it comes down to a human issue. That's what I
you're
think
right.
it comes down to.
Yeah, you're totally right in that because you could get different results. You just a different police officer with different training and different value systems would have a
Different
mindset.
mindset.
Yeah,
entirely different emotions. All that stuff.
The government doesn't trust you. Why would you trust the government? It's like a two-way street. The government doesn't respect you. Why do you respect the government?
Yeah, I just watched the video. The guy pulled him over, right? The first thing he did was gun out, get out of the car. I'm like, hello? The hell? What is this? This is just an American issue, bro. Nuke the whole country.
Well, there you go.
He just immediately told him to get out of the car.
Yeah.
Brother, I've never seen a gun in Australia in my life.
Well, because I guess he didn't stop right away. He drove for a little while.
Bro, the first thing you do is call the police and don't stop. I'm on the way to the vet. Get out of my way, boy. What's he gonna do? Try to blame you? Be real.
Hey, can you guys hear me now? Okay, now it's fine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It's a little choppy. That's okay.
Yeah,
you sound okay.
You sound alright, man. Sound
yeah,
better
my
than
shit
before.
was fucking up. No, before I was trying to say I know you guys are kind of dumb, but I was saying that I know Dave McKeegan had recently done a video about the land surveyors, and he'd gone over all the calculations that they have to use to include the Earth's curve and shit like that. Dave McKeegan videos are pretty good. I've been enjoying them.
Yeah, my favorite part of Dave McKeegan is that like a year ago he said this is my last flat Earth, video.
Did he really?
I have fully debunked the flat Earth. There's nothing more to see here. Moving on to new topics. And a year later, he still hasn't been able to convince himself that he's debunked the flat Earth. I call this like a spiraling,
Yeah, he's done like 9 ISS videos in the past few months.
Yeah, it's like Pinky and the Brain. Are you guys familiar with that cartoon? It's like, hey, Pinky, yes, the Brain. What are we going to do today? We're going to try to take over the world. And every day just ends, like Gilligan's Island. Like every episode, they get a chance to escape, and then Gilligan fucks it up for him. It's like Dave McKeegan's like his own Gilligan or his own, Pinky. Like every day he tries to debunk the flat Earth, and he just can't get there, even for himself. Even when he says, "Hey, this is such a solid debunk, I'll never need to address the topic again. This is so damning. This is so powerful that after you watch this video, there's no doubt in your mind the Earth is not flat." On next day's episode, I've debunked the flat Earth.
Wait, so how did he show that the flat Earth was debunked?
Well, he's done a bunch of different. Like every time somebody gives him an instruction, he does another video.
Oh, you're kind of muffled now. Your mic is going in and out.
I just said he's done a bunch of videos. He's a photographer, and so he's gone over like moon landing videos and the equipment that they used in the moon landing, ISS videos. He did like the time lapses from the ISS. He's calculated the the elevation, like how high the ISS is, using trigonometry over a specific land location. He's done try to show that the time lapse videos in the ISS are showing the correct weather patterns that you're seeing on the ground. He's done. What else has he done? He's done a bunch of shit like that. I don't know.
He's just grifting for the YouTube money at this point.
Yeah, I think so too. But I can't hate on him for it, man. If he's making his money, let him make.
Yeah, more power to him. If he found a niche, where he can, get paid. I mean, these people are, like they said, it's a fool and their money are easy to part ways. If he's just got to say some random nonsense in a camera and pet his dog and hold up a camera and people just send him money, like, more power to him. I mean, More power, man.
Nobody even
Dude.
has to send him money. Just give him the views. He'll get paid off of YouTube. I watch his videos.
Oh yeah, he's that guy. Okay,
Yeah,
I know
yeah.
what you're talking about now. He has the dog in his seat when he's talking and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, to be fair, I mean, our Eric Dubés and those types also have found a way to also monetize like what they talk about too.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
for
that's only fair
sure.
to say.
Which is what's interesting
Yeah.
part is that the globalists, the anti-flat Earth globalists, will be like, they're grifters, they're doing this, and they're evil. And then you show them a globalist doing exactly the same thing, and they're like, he's doing God's work. What a brave man talking, driving into the community and putting his name out there. You're like, wow.
Have you guys heard of the
Wow.
company Virgin Galactic?
I don't know
Yeah.
anybody who actually would say that
How do you feel
about
about
flat
it?
earthers. Like I think most globalists, as you would call them, just think flat earthers are wrong.
I mean,
that wrong part. That
I don't
wrong
think
part's
they're
interesting
evil or
because
drifting or yeah.
everyone's
I
wrong.
only heard this being said about like Jainism or like the
Why is everyone cutting out? Anyways, who said they heard about Virgin Galactic?
Yeah, it was all over the news, man.
Yeah, the
They
space
have
company. What about it?
Yeah, so they have scheduled flights where you buy a ticket and you go to space or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So who wants to go with me?
Not me.
I'm down. I don't think I'll
It's about-
fit in the seat though. I'm fat, but I'll go.
It's about. I think
Try.
the ticket's like $500,000.
Yeah, definitely
The
would
first
if given
guy
the
who just
opportunity.
went. The first guy went. I
Oi,
think he
mate.
paid for his ticket in 2006. Was like $200,000, which would be about 330 now with inflation.
So I've signed up for so I've registered my interest to be on there. I think it was $450,000.
Oh my god.
If you guys want to contribute,
No.
let me know. I'm happy to put like 50K down. The rest you guys are gonna have to chop up. I'll make sure
Do
to
a
take a very nice
GoFundMe.
camera.
Yeah,
It's like
Let's
that,
start a
bro.
GoFundMe.
Yeah.
I'll be honest though, if
Honestly-
they actually do offer me a position, I might freaking fork out the money and go for it. It is a very interesting experience.
I would love it. Listen, I'm gonna tell you this as a
It would be the
globalist.
dumbest
I'm
half a
in
meal
here.
I've spent in my
Okay.
life.
I want I want Jeff Bezos to take one of you guys and be like, let's go on Blue Origin, let's go on my penis
Oh, yeah.
rocket, shoot you guys up so you can see it, okay? Just let's go. Get on my
You're
penis
acting,
rocket.
you're
It
acting
would
as
be
if you're
nice if
doing
one
it
of those
yourself, bro.
billionaires actually do this for flat earthers. So like we can resolve the question. Like, is it
You
true?
guys
Is it
are
not true? What is it?
I just got down a
But
rabbit hole
would
here.
you guys?
Okay.
Oh, what's that?
Yeah, so doctor pulled over for speeding while rushing to the hospital to do immediate cardiac surgery on child. It's like, wow, man. Like, this is like, it just gets, like, this guy just rushed his dog to the hospital. Here, dude, I'm a heart surgeon. I'm rushing to the hospital. There's a child in danger who needs immediate medical attention. Put your hands behind your back. You were driving at 60, 90 miles per hour in a 40. This is felony speed. You're under arrest.
Nick might feel any balls, bro. That's what I'd tell him.
So
But he's got a
what
gun.
was the
What do you
outcome
do?
of that officer?
You take care of your gun.
What
That's
is the
bigger.
outcome of that
I've
officer's
seen
job?
those. I don't know.
Crit, did you ever see the video where that detective arrested that nurse when she was trying to stop him
Yeah.
from doing an illegal
Yeah,
blood draw?
blood draw. Yeah, the
He
illegal
was.
blood draw.
He still thinks in his head that he was in the right to do that. He got
I've seen
fired
that
and
video,
everything. That he
actually.
got sued.
Yeah, yeah. He said like he
in
was
his
a
head
fall
thinks he was
guy.
in the right.
But
I
why
saw a
was
funny
it
video
illegal?
where he talked about I'm the fall guy. They wanted to get rid of me and told me to do something
Wait,
I know
Is
was
this
wrong.
a video? Is this a video where the kid was drunk driving or some shit? And they wanted to do a blood test to see the alcohol in his blood?
No. In this video, there was a high speed.
It was, yeah.
No,
It
this
was that
video.
one?
No, it wasn't.
Yeah,
This video,
the nurse one, yeah, they were trying to blood draw from a dude who was drunk driving. And
no,
hit a
you got the
cop.
wrong one.
You guys are talking about the one I saw. The one I saw was police are trying to do a blood test on a guy that was drunk driving, got in an accident. I think 2 people end up dead, and the nurse refused to let him draw their blood because he was their patient and he was in critical condition.
No, the one
And
I think
unconscious.
Matt's talking about is like
Unconscious too. Yeah.
there's a high speed chase and during the high-speed chase, the police officer lost control of the vehicle and hit another car. The bystander was then rushed to the hospital, and they wanted to get evidence. The police wanted evidence that the bystander was drunk, because that way it wouldn't be the government's fault for doing a high-speed chase and colliding with just someone else randomly on the road. The nurse said, "Well, number one, okay, this is my patient. I'm not going to do an illegal, unconstitutional blood draw. And even if I did, your cop car hit him, right? This guy's an innocent bystander. He's not even part of your investigation."
Have you heard the cope that they say police are trained in high-speed pursuit? What type of cope is this, bro?
Yeah, they can barely drive, dude. It's like, I mean, hopefully this doesn't.
I wouldn't say they can barely drive. I'd say they can drive just as good as anyone else that holds an open permit.
Oh yeah, which is bad.
But even
Which is
worse,
very,
like she was
very
on the
average, depending on your
the
age, your
nurse was on the
eyesight,
phone with
your
her.
cognitive ability. It depends on a whole lot of factors. But most cops, especially if they're overweight, their cognitive ability will be a little less overwhelming, and as well as the fact that if they have glasses, if they have stress, they're tired, long shifts. A lot of these factors actually come into play. A lot of cops work long hours, unfortunately, which is not that great for their profession. But once they do work long hours, they get deprived, make silly decisions, and they're always stressed out and angry. Lack of sleep, lack of rest, angry, old cops. We don't like that, boys.
Yeah, here,
We
look,
work
I got the
with
article here. It says Jeff Payne still says, "I did nothing wrong. I was a sacrificial lamb." Shocking video: Salt Lake police officer assaulting nurse has now been rewarded $50,000 in settlement.
Nothing. Deserves more.
Yeah, after being placed on administrative leave, Payne was ultimately fired after body cam footage was released. According to Payne's supervisor, Lieutenant Tracy had told him to make the arrest if she continues to interfere with the investigation. After 2 hours of going back and forth, Payne made the ultimate decision to arrest on his own. I had to do
you guys
something.
like videos like that?
wanted me to tell you
Here's a quote, right?
Do we like videos like that? Of course not. No one wants to see
No, it's
humanity
horrible.
damage.
It really goes when people ask, "Why don't you trust the government?" I don't trust the government because they're forcing nurses to do unconstitutional, illegal blood draws of innocent bystanders.
Would you say it's a policy issue or like a human issue? Because you have to realize nurses, cops,
I think that.
all these public servants are overworked, underpaid, long hours, long shifts. That's a human emotion taken to part. Like for example, firefighters, right? They're working like 15-hour shifts sometimes. Do you think they get angry? They get mad, make silly decisions? Police officers. Imagine this, right? You just left a homicide case. You've been working for 15 hours. You're tired. You haven't been home all day. You haven't seen your family. Surely you got to be emotional, tired, stressed, angry, right? What do you do after that if someone says something that's not very friendly or confrontational?
Guy's getting a divorce because his job is ruining his marriage, and like his wife's cheating on him and shit.
100%.
It happens. It happens. I know. Speaking from my father being a police officer for 30 years. He's kind of a bitter man now.
Statistically speaking, public servants, for example, nurses, cops, are more likely to succeed in a marriage when they're married to other public servants. For example, a cop married to a cop, a nurse married to a nurse, because they understand the struggles and they usually work together as well. So, for example, a cop married to a regular 9 to 4, 9 to 5 office job has a more likely chance to get divorced due to domestic issues than a cop married to a cop or things like that.
There's a
YouTube
YouTube
find out
channel
that your wife
that I
wanted to be
really like to watch. If you ever heard of Audit the Audit, dude goes over like all the laws and he like rates the interactions. He'll rate the cops based on whether or not they followed the laws that they're supposed to, and the civilians if they've done what they're supposed to. Like fucking,
he grades them.
He grades them. Audit the Audit's really fucking good.
Yeah, I've seen those. Videos. I think the most recent one I watched is where I think it was sheriff department pulled over a lieutenant from the military, and like the whole argument there was he pulled into a public space, and he was cooperating with them, but they told him to get out of the car, and then he got pepper sprayed, and the officer after that got fired.
That's not good.
Release
So-
the weekly video. I watch it every week, every Sunday or Monday. I watch it on Monday every week.
I feel like confrontation is a very big part of a police officer's job. For example, if a police officer confronts someone, depending on the person, a lot of people aren't very compliant. For say, I don't think that's a bad thing. If a police officer says hands up and he's doing nothing wrong, I don't think he needs to put his hands up. Realistically speaking, we're not dogs, right? You're not going to tell us what to do to a certain extent. Like, the power trip is very real.
Well, maybe you are not a dog, but Bow Wow, motherfucker.
Haha, you're funny, bro. Zoidberg, if a cop said stand up, would you stand up?
Yes.
And if he said bend over, you bending over as well?
Not sure.
Depending on the cop.
Depending if he has a gun and is yelling aggressively at me and he looks unhinged, yeah, sure.
I think I was watching last week's video. I think was the one where there was two cops telling him different contradictory things. It was a trucker, and one cop with the police dogs telling him to get up or to get down, and the other cops are telling him to come to him, and he released the fucking dog on him. Cop is like, "Don't release the dog. He's got his hands up." He released the fucking dog. Yeah.
What about that
rough
one? The dude at the this was after the Vegas shooting and stuff like that. And they had a guy who was had a female friend with him and stuff. I guess he was showing off his weapons that he uses to shoot birds at the airport. And sorry, I'm just driving here. He got shot by that one officer who was telling him the most ridiculous fucking instructions. Like, cross your legs, crawl towards me, hands up, don't lower them, sit up on your knees, and put your hands up.
If the cop started telling me to do gymnastics, look at my balls, I'm sitting down here, what else do you want to do?
Simon Says game, man. It's like,
Bro, literally, it's not gymnastics.
At that
you know
point,
those sobriety tests, bro? I feel that shit so hard. Imagine you told me to walk straight, do this. Brother, I can barely stand up without passing out. I got iron issues. What's wrong with this guy?
I would at that point just lay flat on your stomach, hands straight out, and say, "I'm not moving. You come to me."
You've seen those videos where the guy's like, I'm not moving, and they've like pumped him to the forehead with a gun or some shit, bro.
I mean, American police are cray, bro. Like, I don't know if I can trust the American police. Like, if they yell at me, I'm probably gonna comply. If it's European police, I will like demand my rights. Like, fuck that
Like
shit.
I'm a brown Aussie, right? I'm pretty big. I'm 6'2". I work out. In Australia, I've never been scared for my life, but I've always told myself if I went to America, bro, if the cop says do a handstand, I'm doing a handstand. I'm trying to live to my next birthday.
Yeah, right now there's a big uproar because
Kinda
down
true.
in Atlanta, they're trying to open up what's called Police City, where it's basically supposed to be an entire town where they try and militarize police, teach them to do fucking raids and
Bro,
like
I'm losing all my rights.
protests and all kinds of shit.
I feel like when I watch these videos, like you can't even have an attitude with these guys anymore. You can't even make jokes. If you make the wrong joke, the guy's gonna shoot you. Shit's scary out here. America, brother. Land of the free. They're so free they can shoot you at will.
Yeah, the cops are free, to shoot you.
Free to shoot, free to elbow. I've seen some nasty shit, bro. The way they body slam some guys. Wow. Like that has to herniate a disc or break a rib or something. And it's like not even a big deal. Cop slams guy, breaks 4 ribs. He had a gram of weed on him. Ooh, big deal.
Oh, dude, when I was 16 years old, bro, I got caught with a bunch of other kids fucking smoking a cigarette on campus out by the football
criminal.
stadium. And dude, the cop fucking catches us, right? And he puts us all up against a wall. And I'm like watching him
You guys
pat
are a
down the
bunch of
guy next to me. I was watching him pat down the guy next to me, and I look over at him, and he says, "Don't look at me. The wall's your best friend. Kiss your best friend." He
Wait, how
fucking
many of you were there?
slams my head up against the fucking wall. There was like 4 of us.
And one of him? I feel like you guys are the issue, not him.
Yeah.
Bro. You
Yeah.
told me 4 of
And-
you.
and-
skill issue.
4 of you 16-year-old boys. I'm assuming you guys are, like, you're getting there past puberty. You're getting good. 4 of you took the freaking nail and sat there, shut your mouth, and let him abuse you guys. That's crazy, bro.
Oh no, we ran. He caught all
Yeah,
of us. I was the last
after
one he
you beat
caught.
your ass, bro. after
You're
it
lucky he
beat your
didn't
ass.
shoot you. Yes.
You
Criminals
let
on the
this guy
run.
beat you, and then we ran away. Like after
Oh,
you
but
get beat, bro, that's the worst that can happen.
th-
You should just accept your fate at that point.
this was a big motherfucker. He was a SWAT guy who was apparently
Big guy,
they put
you're
him at the
16.
school. They put him at the school as a punishment for some
Are you
shit that he
fat?
did, but he was a SWAT officer.
Be honest, are you fat?
I wasn't at the time. I mean,
Okay, okay.
COVID kind of changed some shit,
Yeah,
but
I'm sure COVID changed nothing so lazier. So you're telling me you weren't fat? A fat cop caught you. See, this is the issue with
no,
16-year-old
no,
boys,
no, no,
bro.
no,
They
no,
need to be
no,
running
no,
more.
no. When I said he was big, when I said he was
Yo.
big, I didn't mean he was fat. He was a SWAT officer. He was
Okay,
built like a brick
muscular
shit
or
house.
not, right? Big is big. The more muscle you have, the harder it is for you to run. Muscles drain a lot more energy than fat. Being fat is actually a lot easier to run sometimes, depending if you're not too fat. Muscular builds, very easy to outrun, bro.
Can be, unless you train to be like, good cardio and stuff and still be muscular.
So, and
Military
look,
guys run all day.
So I sit around 105 kilos, which is like 225 to 30 pounds, right? I used to do 10Ks. When I'm about 200 pounds compared to 225 pounds of sheer weight, the cardiovascular difference I have is enormous, right? Depending on how much muscle I'm carrying, how much weight I'm carrying, the less muscle you have, the better it is for you to run. Muscle is so bad for cardiovascular activity.
It can be, but there are cases where there are some people that have a really good cardiovascular system and are heavier than that.
It doesn't matter.
Cain
Biologically
Velasquez.
speaking,
Cain Velasquez has an amazing
doesn't matter, bro.
cardiovascular system.
It can be
It
great,
kind of
right?
does matter because
No, it
there's
doesn't. Biologically,
outliers.
there is, but biologically speaking, the more muscle you have, biologically speaking, the less efficient your cardiovascular system will be. Simply just the fact that muscle drains oxygen. Your muscle, for example, you've never seen a really built runner, right? They're all skinny little sticks.
Yeah, Usain Bolt was he's a pretty big dude.
Big as in he's just bare bones, like right. You can see all
His
these
legs are
abdominal
insane, but like his upper body is like very thin, very lean, bro. Otherwise, he could not run. Like it would be
No
crazy.
runners are like sure they're in amazing shape because they're athletes, but cardiovascular speaking, the smaller you are, the better it is. Especially long distance runners, they're even worse, bro. They have no muscle mass to them at all. They train to literally do nothing.
Yeah, they're basically. I would agree with that. They are very thin, but at the same time, it's like how far did this guy had to run to catch the guy? Like, let's go back to the officer that was like a SWAT dude. Like, did he have to
Bro, I
run a
don't believe
marathon,
it.
or did he have
You
to
tell
run a
me
short distance?
you tell me a SWAT guy downgraded to police officer. If he was that good, they wouldn't have released him from SWAT.
there was a couple of them who just gave up right away, and there was like two of us that ran. I'm not sure how he caught the other dude, but I ran into a room, and apparently he said I would have gotten away, but he seen the door closing behind me. And I
Did
went
he
into
close
a
the door?
classroom.
Would have
Huh?
gotten away with it if
Did
it
you lock
wasn't for
the
you
door?
meddling kids.
You should have locked the door. You should have threw hands, bro, straight up. You're too young
Well,
to
I
get
mean,
arrested.
I was going into a classroom. I couldn't really lock the classroom door.
You know what they tell you when there's a guy with a gun in the school, bro? You put a table behind the door and you hide. You should have threw hands with the SWAT guy. Well, someone would have learned a lesson that day. You or him.
Yeah, I just ran into my fucking classroom, and he turned the corner and said he seen it closing behind me.
So I'm curious, how do you go from a classroom to a
Motherfucker.
brick wall? This story is not making sense to me anymore.
What do you mean?
So when did you
what
go
do you
from
think
the classroom to the brick wall?
what do you think classrooms are made out of? Like,
Not brick walls where I'm from,
walls.
brother. The inside of a school, unless you're on the external wall, they don't break, bro. Unless it's like a really old school.
No, so this was down in Florida, where like it's all outdoor hallways, and he pulled me out of a classroom and.
So you're telling me the inside of your school is not plasterboard? They're just freaking raw brick or painted brick?
And Kevlar now.
Brick in America, right? Can't stay in your filthy
Don't forget
countries.
there's Kevlar now. Anyways, crazy. I gotta get to work, guys. I'm glad we agree
Yeah,
on.
that's crazy.
Have common ground.
That's insane.
That is crazy, isn't it?
Kevlar in my fucking
we
school.
don't even have air conditioning in most of our schools. You guys are putting Kevlar on your walls. Like, what's going on here, bro?
Bro, they're like outside shooting with the M60s. It's a fucking tank machine gun.
Dude, I don't know about like Europe, so like but our public schools here, bro, we have like no air conditioning in most of our classrooms, like bare minimums, and these niggas putting Kevlar in their shit. That's crazy.
Isolation.
Kevlar's more
It's
cheap as well,
isolation.
bro. It's not cheap either. Like, we're
They don't
trying
use
to
those.
get a-
They don't use those like plaster to create isolation. They just use Kevlar because they have it.
We're fighting for freaking a split air
These like
conditioning unit.
these like Chubham armor, you know, Chubham armor.
Kids wearing like medieval knights armor to school. Yeah.
They're like this, you know, bomb defusal specialists. You know, like...
Yeah.
So has everyone figured out why the executive branch would lie
like,
to them?
well, I mean,
Or do we figure
you know
out
what? Like,
the
I think my executive branch doesn't lie to me because we elected Giorgia Meloni and she used to sim for Mussolini, and I think that's the most honest thing to be, like an open fascist, you know.
Honest to be an
No,
open
that is, you got a point there. Like if someone's got some really bad takes on policies and political views, but they're open about it, they're like, hell yeah, dude. Like,
yeah,
you know what they
This is
say,
double
your
you know.
enemy, you can trust keep your enemies closer because you know that they're open and honest with you. Your enemy hates you, your friends, I mean, sure, they could be lying to you. What do you guys think? You think the whole government is a really messed up system? Like they're put in a position where they have to lie and fraud and manipulate. You think it's corrupt from the bare bones? Like, is it a system that is destined to fail?
yeah, they said originally that it's the worst set of. I'm destroying this quote. It's the worst government since the last or something.
Yeah,
I know
literally.
what you're talking about, the Winston Churchill's quote. I know what you mean.
Every single government has a scandal, bro. I think they're better
Democracy is
impeach
the
Biden
worst
or something.
system, except like the next worst one.
But America's not a democracy, though.
I know it's a republic. That's been the
You're
lie.
a freaking
By the way,
republic,
crit. Like people can believe the earth is round and still don't trust the government. But I just want to say, like, I don't trust capitalist states at all. Like I know they
So
have
why
a
do you
motivation.
trust a federal government agency named NASA?
Oh, they showed evidence. Like it's
Where's the
like
evidence?
the amount of conspiracy, the amount of people in on it that have to be, there is just
Not
too much.
really that many. It's just the head of states, and
Oh
that's it, bro.
no.
You
So many
think
people would have to know. Like
you do realize even the
if the earth is
CEOs of an
flat, so many
organization is
people would
just
have to know, especially
like who,
NASA.
bro? How many people have actually been outside the stratosphere?
Oh
Do
no,
you really
it's
think
not
it's
the
that many?
people there. Like wait, so it's gonna be like all of the what is it called? Flight center. What was it? The flight control room center, right? Like
They have
they would
cameras that
have
can see
to.
everything.
They would have to say what?
How many of those are there? There's usually one guy working there for decades, bro.
What? There's like hundreds of them, right?
Hundreds
And then they
of,
have like,
and do you
and
think
then
they
they
have
have
cameras?
people underneath them, right? They have like fucking like where do the rockets go, right? Like if they're
They go
not
up
going
and they
into
come
space,
down, like every time, brother.
no, not at the time that they're supposed to. Like where are they?
They're just
Like this
floating in
radar,
midair.
there's like radar tracking, right? That's how the Soviet Union could confirm that Apollo mission did went to the moon because they were radar tracking them all the way to the moon.
You're telling me you can't fake a radar track, bro? Are you serious
No,
right
okay,
now?
so that's more. That's what I'm saying is that there has to be so many people.
It takes one guy to make
no, what the
to
fuck are you
alter a
talking? It's
radio.
not one guy.
It takes one guy to alter GPS.
What the fuck?
It takes one guy to alter
What are
any
you
GPS
talking?
on any
Alter the?
device.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, tell me.
I agree.
Can you prove? Can you show me how it's just one guy needed to like falsify like data like for all of the people there, like
You think
also all
it's
the ship captains, right? Because if the Earth is not anything else but a sphere,
dude? You
right?
think there's actual people flying
The
rockets, bro?
distances for travel would be vastly different, like
You think
twice or
there's
thrice
people
the
actually
distances.
controlling these things? It's all automated.
What is it? Okay, how is a ship captain gonna, or okay, let's say corporation, right? You're into finance, right? Like you're like the capitalist, like this guy.
Ooh, the
So
capitalist. How bad
so
of you.
how the fuck are all of these corporations explaining to their shareholders and a board of directors that are spending far more costs, right, on like fuel, right, when they're traveling on this flat Earth, right, in like
I don't think it's
southern
hard to
parts.
fabricate numbers.
So,
For example,
all of
I'm
corporations are lying to
gonna
you
give you
about their actual costs.
I'm gonna give you an anecdotal experience example. For
You don't
example,
need
my
to. You don't need to. Show me
accountant
evidence
can
that this
fabricate.
massive conspiracy is feasible and could be kept under wraps for centuries.
If I had the evidence to show that the entire system is a conspiracy theory, we'd be in a whole different situation, dude.
But that's what would be required, right? If the Earth is truly flat secretly,
The
right?
thing that you got.
Well, I don't believe that
Yeah, but
any
the thing you've got to
organization
consider.
requires. Sorry, go for it.
I'm just saying the thing you've got to consider is a lie that that people actually go into this area called space because it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
How does it?
There's your lie right there.
How does it violate the second law of thermodynamics?
That's one deck, right?
Yeah, it's an
Hey
area
man,
called
how's
space.
it? I love when I pick on a voice.
So how does space
Yeah,
violate?
it's an area called space. Yeah, and there's an open pressurized system right next to it.
Yeah.
If there was an
It's
area
called
called
gravity.
space,
Gravity, yeah, pulls things together.
Wait a second. If that violates the second law of thermodynamics, then the air, as far as we can measure it up without finding the container we're in, already violates that second law of thermodynamics, because we know that there is like pretty much a vacuum, a low-grade vacuum at the height of Mount Everest that is sustained. And as we go up to the maximum height of weather balloons, there's pretty much a very good vacuum there. So that pressure doesn't get equalized around us measurably. So
yeah,
I
we
don't
have got
understand the
pressure, mate.
problem.
We have got pressure, and it requires containment.
So
okay, no gravity. Again,
containment is
Gravity.
containment does not need to be provided by any sort of a container. It does not need to be provided by a solid solid barrier.
Is gravity a container?
It's a force. It pulls the. It's like centrifugal.
So it's not a
centrifugal
container
force.
then.
Yeah, you don't need it. You don't need a container. You don't need a. I dispute this claim, right? That you have to need a container to create pressure. Like you have to show that, prove it.
You
that
can't
the only
have
way you can have
without
pressure is with a container, with a closed container, rather. That's what you're claiming. Can you provide evidence of that? That the only way you can have a pressure is if a closed container.
Yeah, you can't have pressure without containment. If you can demonstrate that, please do.
Well, no, you're claiming that. That's how you start this objection, right?
No, I'm
With people
disputing
going to
your
space.
claim that the Earth. No, I'm disputing your claim that we live in an open system with pressure adjacent to a vacuum of space at 10 to the minus 17 torr. That can't happen. You need containment. The gas would disperse into that area, and we wouldn't be able to breathe. I'm disputing your globe claim.
Okay, do you not think? Okay, what does a centrifugal force do? Like when you put like liquid,
I'm not
in a
talking
bucket.
about. I'm talking about gas pressure with containment. Stop jumping the gun, son.
No, it creates that, right? So why does the water stay in a bucket when you like spin it around?
Stop asking me questions and demonstrate gravity as a container.
I am already showing you an analogous force to gravity, right? Like centrifugal force.
What is gravity? Define gravity.
Oh, it's the phenomenon of objects of mass attracting odd objects of mass relative to their masses. There we go.
No.
We've proven this experimentally.
No, that's 108 years out of date, pal.
No, that still applies. Name me a physicist, right? Name me a physicist. Okay, so you're gonna tell me my model? Okay, what I'm defending is that phenomenon, right? Yeah, there is a more in-depth analysis we can do of this, like going deeper into like the fabric of the fucking universe and these forces, right? But that's not necessary for this discussion because you're disputing even that simple, basic sort of understanding of that, right? So. The simple basic understanding
of gravity,
which is Newtonian gravity,
is it
right?
a natural?
Yes.
Is it a natural phenomenon to be observed?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Talk me through the scientific method of it.
Oh, cool. We have Cavendish experiments.
That's not natural phenomena.
Excuse me. What? When you put lead spheres. So when you put lead spheres.
it's not a phenomena occurring
Lead
naturally
spheres
in
are
nature.
not natural.
It's a
Lead
man-made
is not
gazebo.
natural.
It's
Okay, wait.
man-made machine.
All
It was a
experiments
separate.
are man-made, unless you're talking about
You
natural
understand?
experiments.
You understand what a naturally observed phenomena is in nature?
Yeah, we are testing a hypothesis.
Well, the
Of
Cambridge
course,
experiment is inconsistent. It works
of course,
sometimes,
we're
it
gonna
doesn't work
design an
sometimes.
experiment,
What's
right,
the
which we will
natural
construct.
observed
Okay,
phenomena
one deck.
in nature? In nature. Yep.
Okay, so you deny like all laboratory experiments because all of them are constructed by humans.
What's the naturally observed phenomena in nature?
Oh, that things fall like at a certain rate, right? There's a force there that we counteract with our muscles, right? For example, right? Right. The hypothesis
like a
there is
helium
that
balloon going
that's
up?
in virtue of gravity. That's in virtue of
Like a helium
objects with
balloon
mass
going up?
exerting this force.
Like a helium balloon going up, not going down.
Why is the helium balloon going up?
Why isn't it going down?
Right. Yeah, why?
That was interesting.
Back, my phone died. Sorry.
What the fuck happened?
My phone died.
NASA hacked him.
I'm questioning that I was getting, so I fucking left.
Oh, you poor baby.
Yeah. He was questioning me about my school. How dare you, good
How
sir?
old are you,
This is a
philosophy?
civilized society.
How old are you?
Sir, can you hear me? Because my microphone cut out there.
No, we can't hear you.
Cool. Thank you.
Not at all.
It's so helpful.
You're welcome.
But so the question was raised about like space, right? So one deck, if you're still there, like talking about gravity. Like we have experimental evidence of gravity. We've done experiments on this, like literally. We measured even like a constant there, right? Like how much force is projected.
I think you was asked for the naturally observed phenomena that takes place in nature, and you mentioned
Yeah,
the
like I said, things. Yeah, like
man-made machine.
we
That's
exert.
incorrect.
Why do we need to exert like muscle strength to keep something like, like to keep like I don't know 10 kilo weight, right? Why is that
define
happening?
gravity.
Why isn't it?
You
Why
what the
isn't it just
natural.
floating in the
You
air? Why isn't it just going up or down?
stop
Right,
asking me questions. Stop asking me questions about muscles.
I am answering.
You said
You
there's
asked for the
gravity.
natural.
You said you could observe it in natural phenomena. What is it?
Yes, that's what I just
Then
explained.
then you said everything goes down. Then you said everything goes down, and I gave you a helium balloon, and it went up.
Yeah, okay. Things are being pushed down the denser they are, right? Here we go.
So tell me, why isn't the Cavendish experiment consistent?
Density itself doesn't explain it. Like, why do denser objects go down and less dense
Does everything
objects
fall
go
down?
up?
Does everything fall down?
Do denser things go down and lighter and less dense things
Does
go
gravity
up?
force everything down, as you're claiming?
Yeah, it pushes down.
No.
Yeah. Yes.
No.
But why?
So why does the helium balloon go up?
Oh, because it's less dense than the other
Okay, so
thing in the
actually
same medium.
you're straw man
density
because less dense things don't actually go
So
up.
it's
They
density then. Thank
they
you.
stratify at a
Density.
certain.
Why?
Not
No,
gravity then.
you're not listening.
Not
You're not
gravity
listening.
You're saying
You're not
less
listening.
dense things go up, but less dense things don't go
Why do
down.
even
They stratify, they stop at a
why do
certain
even
point.
the lightest things, the least dense things, still stay right on this plane, on this earth, right? Not saying it's a ball yet, but
You've
why
got a
is
plane
even
at a
the
downward
why
bias.
why when you go at the top, right, of like Mount Everest, right, and
They
like
stratify.
and water balloon and like balloons, right? Like, why is there still the lightest gases there? Why are they still there? What's
Stop
keeping them
asking
there?
questions. Why are they
Because they
going down?
stratify.
That is
Why
the
aren't they going
observation
Straw
down?
manning,
for
they
the hypothesis
stratify.
that you asked.
I've
You
already
asked for
answered the question
natural
5 times.
observation, right? I gave you one, right?
I've
And
already
we've,
answered the
and we've
question 5 times.
experimentally tested this
Stratify, but don't
regardless of
actually go
these questions, right? We have shown that objects with mass, right, exert an attraction force to other objects with mass. It's a fact. We've done these experiments. Like high school kids do this some places. I can show you a video of this if you want, right? So it's a fact of the
Even
matter.
flat earthers actually
Gravity
acknowledge that.
exists.
Like that's proven.
Now we don't know what the cause of that is.
CGI.
Yeah, it's all CGI.
You can't
China
deny
is
that, right?
CGI. World War II was CGI.
Yep.
You can be a flat earther, you can't deny the attraction of mass. It's proven.
Yeah, like this is like a losing battle for flat earthers. I think like you cannot deny gravity, the phenomenon of gravity, that objects with mass attract other objects with mass relative to the masses. Right? It's been demonstrated time and time and over again.
To be fair, it's not easy
That's
to
the
demonstrate
Newtonian
beyond
out of date gravity for the 5th time.
Yeah, it is actually very easy to demonstrate. That created
Well,
very easy.
no, it's difficult to measure it precisely, right? That's what the Cavendish experiments try to do through electron motion, blah blah blah. But the simple phenomena of objects with mass exerting a force of attraction to odd objects with mass, that is easily demonstrable. Relatively, we can make experiments with it.
Cavendish still failed. He's a dropkick.
You can say what you want about the person that's an ad hominem. The experiment is still considered to be valid.
True, and it's been replicated fucking hundreds of times in
And it's
different forms.
inconsistent every single
Not an
time.
experiment.
What are you
It's
doing,
not an
Disconnect?
experiment.
You're not a fucking flat earther. What are you doing?
Well, we've had like 1,000 different results from the Cavendish experiment. Each time it varies, and each time they say it's
And
due to the environment.
if you ask 100 fucking people to measure, like, I don't know, your car's length, right? Like depending on the means
It'll
that
be
they
the
use it,
same.
right? No, it won't. You kidding me? There's no measuring. There's no measuring error.
If it was
You
measured
work,
by
dude.
experts
You
every
deal
single
with
time,
you
bro.
deal with construction. Are you telling me that
It's
all
accurate to the
instrumentation is
millimeter, bro.
perfect? Do you know that user
Sure.
error? Do you know?
Wait,
do you
wait,
know that
wait,
user
hold on,
user error, right?
Sparkus?
User error with measuring tools is also a factor.
You can, sure.
Well,
It
I'm a
can be.
carpenter.
It can be
I
off.
wanted to hear
It
that.
can
I
be
wanted to
off.
hear what you were saying.
It can be off to a few millimeters, or even centimeters at most. But it's not going to be completely off.
You do realize that a car that's a couple meters long being off by a few millimeters is being off by like 0.1%. And if you want to measure, if you want to if you want to measure gravitation,
between measuring and demonstrating.
your error is much your margin for error is much smaller than that.
We're not talking about the actual car measurements. We're talking about a guy that came and measured an already built car. We're not talking about the manufacturing of it.
I'm not talking about the manufacturing either. I'm talking about the measuring.
You can demonstrate something without measuring it to extreme accuracy. And
So how would you
there's a
demonstrate
0.1% margin of error, it's still demonstrated. It
Anyway,
doesn't
so
make
human
it
error when it comes to things that are stationary is very minuscule.
Really? No, it is significant. I mean, you've done no fucking work in a shop, dude.
It's a very
Like
broad
as a car, look as a car mechanic. Look, I can tell no. There is significant. Okay,
What requires you to measure as a car mechanic? You
wait,
freaking
I'm correct. You fucking insane. What do you think we do as car mechanics? Like make shit.
You literally install already built parts and replace already built parts.
No, that's like
you don't
no. We
create or
also.
build
I want to hear the explanation.
You have no
Can you
fucking
tell me
idea.
what you make or build? You do nothing, bro.
Yeah, we make some small connections. But
that are already built, bro. You just freaking install.
You don't have no
You
clue
got to
what you're
labor
talking
it.
about, dude. First of all, that might be like. Yeah, wait. Somebody.
What happened?
You've
You
got
watch
sphere-shaped
YouTube and let
hair,
YouTube
remember,
tell
mate?
you how to do
You've
it.
got sphere-shaped hair. What's
that?
pulling that down?
I'm definitely
What's
a
pulling
YouTube
this
mechanic.
atmosphere-shaped air down?
It's not shaped.
Yeah, where's the helium balloon gone?
Gases don't form surfaces. They don't have a shape.
Yeah, you don't have sphere-shaped air. Air does not take the shape of a sphere unless
No
the
one claimed
container is a
it's
sphere
shaped
shape.
like that.
It's not a perfect sphere. Yeah. So.
Nobody claimed it's shaped. Nobody
not
claimed
a
it has a
sphere.
clear surface.
Anyways,
You claim an atmosphere. Sphere-shaped air.
Atmosphere just means that the vapor around us in the in that case. Sphere of influence is not sphere shaped.
Look, this guy is
A
ionized.
sphere of influence is not sphere shaped.
This guy above you is ionized.
Morty, come on, man.
Sphere-shaped air,
Gases.
no containment.
Nobody claimed it's shaped.
Yeah, it's this. It's
How
this.
come water rises?
It's the critical stratification of vapors. It's got nothing to do with sphericity.
Atmosphere. Atmos is air. Sphere is a sphere shape. Atmosphere. How thick are you?
Just break it down. That's all.
You're funny for that, to be honest.
So what is the contention here?
It's not, you're saying the sphericalness is causal. It's not. It's correlative. So you're
would you call
making.
it an
I'm saying you don't have sphere shaped air. You don't have sphere shaped air, mate.
You don't
If
have
you had
what,
a
sir?
oblong
Without
Earth, you have an oblong atmosphere. It wouldn't be an atmosphere anymore. It doesn't matter. It's just a word that we use. You're
It's literally
engaging
just
in.
the word. That's literally all it is. It's just to explain what that part is of what
No,
we're
it's not.
trying to do.
You're arguing semantics.
Words mean things.
You're
Absolutely.
arguing semantics.
So
Like
what does
semantic-
giraffe mean? We call a giraffe a
semantic
giraffe, but that's
meaning-
really not his name, bro. Think about
Giraffes
it.
and yeah,
It's
you
just a
put
label to
it
it.
down, bro.
You don't
semantic
have
meaning of
sphere shaped
the
air.
mental meaning of these different words are unimportant. Like it doesn't prove
Yeah,
or
like-
disprove anything.
Like we're not trying to smuggle in like the Earth is rounded by calling it atmosphere. We're referring to atmosphere as like the gases, the thing we breathe right on this like Earth.
Exactly.
You breathe the
Right.
atmosphere,
Exactly.
bro?
Yeah, you
got your
don't?
carbon monoxide out there. You got your
What the fuck do you
everything
breathe?
else out there.
I'm different, bro.
You breathe- Shut the fuck up.
I don't be breathing what you be breathing.
You're breathing the gas exhaust.
Nah, bro, I'll be breathing the fresh good stuff.
Bro, you're breathing in everything that they're dropping in from the chemtrails and everything else that's in the sky.
Yeah, man, the
No, I'm good,
chemtrails.
bro.
Yeah.
You know they actually built a red.
I've got artificial oxygen in my house. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah,
They
your
actually
house is
made
still
a
getting
restaurant
filtered by.
on the moon.
Why is it 5 of you
By
speaking?
artificial oxygen, do you mean crazy drugs?
No, I mean
There's a
recycled
gas leak in
oxygen
his
that's
house. Yeah,
filtered.
there's a gas leak. Okay.
You sure? You
Yeah.
sure about that?
Do you guys prefer gas or electric when it comes to the environment? Which one is safer for the atmosphere? This ozone layer of yours.
I don't know, but I got a question.
No, I think it's more. I call it the ionosphere. Let's say that's where I want to call the whole atmosphere is the ionosphere to me.
Wasn't there this theory that the ozone layer is gonna rip and we're all gonna die? What happened to that? Is the ozone layer ripped yet?
It was fucking healed because we changed the way we manufacture some stuff.
We healed the ozone layer.
Yeah, we stopped releasing as much like gas here, like in aerosol.
You think we released less gas?
The
No,
CFC
less
gas
harmful
for
gas than the
polymerizing
ozone
and
layer.
materializing
They use something in like the aerosol cans, right? Now manufacturers stop using it. And,
So what was happening, right, is the gases from those cans were escaping and then stratifying at the top where the ozone is, and then turning the ozone into matter, which fell down to Earth. And so that was making it like erode.
How did we
right?
measure the matter that was falling down to Earth?
You look at it by looking at the overall what's left of the ozone. And
So
we
couldn't
could
measure it, we just
experimentally prove that the CFCs were affecting the ozone, because if you reduced it to ozone, it would form matter.
So how do we measure the damage and the recovery, right?
You can you quantify the amount of CFCs you're releasing and look at your experimental destruction of ozone, and then you scale it up. You say like that.
So
That's how
pretty
much
much
ozone
what
we
you're saying is we assume and then we assume and then we assume again.
No, zero assumptions. They measure.
Your measurements based off assumptions, which would end up being an assumption in general.
I agree. That sounds more as a
measurements were based on measurements.
We have to go off of what we can actually know. We can actually like.
So we assume that the number is right, then we measure based off that figure, and then we measure again.
Right. Exactly. Exactly.
They didn't assume that the
correct is correct.
You're
They
funny.
didn't make
Shut
any
up.
assumptions. They measured. Big difference.
Sorry. Continue.
There's a difference between assuming and measuring.
Okay, so what did they measure and how they measure it?
Okay, so they measure how much CFCs it takes to destroy X amount of ozone.
And how much is that?
The ratio. Do you want me to look it up for you?
Assumingly, yes. Assumingly, tell us.
Are you claiming not to have Google?
I have
so I'll overlook that rudeness, and let's just talk about like how.
So you're telling me there's a formula to calculate what damages the ozone, how much of it we need, and how long it takes?
There's a ratio between the quantity of CFCs and how.
But how are you basing this off of when the ozone layer has already been polluted and corrupted, or as already? How are you basing this this off of?
Okay, you're trolling.
What do you mean?
Wait. I
You
know this. I know this.
introduce CFC, you generate ozone, you introduce CFCs to it, and you look at the rate of destruction, and then it creates a ratio. There's nothing more to it.
Is that the container that's holding in this gas pressure?
Hey, wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
You know, there's way
So
more
they,
gases than what you
wait,
think inside our
hold
ozone.
on.
You don't have to have
Way more
ozone
gases.
under pressure. You have it
What
under
is this?
regular
Hold on a second.
What do you want to say,
Hold
philosopher?
on.
Go on.
Thank you. So the astronauts, right? They made a restaurant on the moon,
Oh
but
my
it wasn't
God.
very successful. There was no atmosphere.
Alright,
Yeah, it was
someone
called
needs to start with that
Spacies.
stick.
Dude,
All right,
did
that
you
was
just
my
say,
dad
bro?
joke. I'm
No.
sorry. Dad joke. I had to. I
We
couldn't
just solved the
resist. We're
whole
talking
room for
about
you.
atmosphere.
Anyways, Lenmore, can you continue what you were saying?
Like the way that you could measure how much ozone gets destroyed by how much CFC is you generate ozone, introduce CFCs to it, and you look at the rate of destruction. That creates a ratio, then it becomes calculable. You can scale it up.
Was this not study done by like a scientist or a group of scientists? Was it a funded study? How that
Yeah,
work?
it was.
This is a Google.
The concept was initially rejected until many peers reviewed it, retasted it, and found it to be true. And so initially the idea was rejected, and over a course of about a decade, the scientific consensus changed through experimentation.
Is this study publicized? Can we have a look at it?
It is.
There's
Yes.
many studies that publicize the effect
Which
of
one was
CFCs.
actually reviewed and
You're welcome to
acknowledged
pick
by the government?
You're welcome to pick any one of them because they're all valid.
Publicized and peer reviewed. Yes.
These are
Okay,
on
so
ozone.
the government
You said it
contributed
3
to this?
times,
Did
so
they
it must
fund
be
Moderator
a
it?
here.
lot.
Did the government fund these
There's a few.
experiments?
The chemical reaction is not really a disputed fact, so it's not really in the domain of being disputed.
So
If
did
you
the
want to
government fund these
dispute that
experiments?
ozone and CFCs have a chemical reaction, you're going to have a hard time.
You think so?
Yeah.
How do you pronounce that word?
I think this whole
Chlorofluorocarbon.
ozone thing, though, is a tangent on a tangent. I think we're talking about something else.
The
I
ozone is
just
that
want to know if the
magical layer that
ozone
holds
is
us down.
solid or not.
It can't be solid because we break through it every time, but we can't damage it when we break through it, can we?
So is that what's gravity's holding on to and, keeping this gas pressure on Earth? Or
Ozone is oxygen.
Ozone is a gas.
Ozone is oxygen.
oh,
that's in
so
the
gas
temporary
is now
state.
holding other gas? Gas can have like a hold?
No, gravity is holding gas.
Ozone's
Gravity
oxygen
is
that
holding gas.
Gravity is
Wow.
holding gas. Is that what you're saying, bro?
Yes, because gravity.
So if my air
gas
tire
has mass
pops,
too.
it
Yeah.
just like stays in there or what?
Scale, dude. Scale, my guy.
Oh, scale.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
Yeah, scale.
Dude,
So you need something of the Earth. So you need circular reasoning, right? You're like, well, look around you. The Earth has gas pressure, therefore, it must be contained
Nobody
by
made that
gravity.
claim. That's your straw man.
So
No,
where is gravity being held by gas?
Thank you.
That's not
Like, where's the claim?
calculated.
Where's this claim, bro?
Because gravity exists, and we have experimental evidence to show that.
No, we don't, bro. We have a
And-
Cavendish
When you say
experiment,
gravity,
which
are
is
you
the
just
strongest
talking about
experiment.
magnetism and fields like a magnet? That's what
Cavendish
you're really speaking
Your
about. when you
most
say
reliable
gravity.
evidence
And
for
that
gravity.
gases we know have mass too,
Your
so they
most
would
reliable
be
Spartacus.
therefore attracted as well.
Your best argument for gravity is the Cavendish experiment, which is inconsistent in every way.
No, that's not our best
Do you know
fucking
what-
evidence.
do you know what
no,
entropy is?
We have
Every
so
time
much
you
more evidence.
mention
We're
it.
just talking about this one because flat earthers reject inconsistently, like video evidence, photographic evidence, right, and all the
Have
other
you
stuff.
seen the
You
Cavendish
didn't show any
experiment being
any
performed?
evidence, and it's already
Yes,
been shown that
yes,
it's
It's
wrong.
never
yes, I
consistent.
did.
There's times
I
where it doesn't
did.
even freaking work, bro. A lot of times they say, "Sorry guys,
You
didn't
have
work."
no.
You know,
Sorry
gravity is
guys.
just a theory, brother.
Okay,
I've
You know
seen
I'm
that?
correct. I'm correctly
Gravity is a
trolling
theory.
anyway. He's not a flat earther. Actually, he's a globe. He's
Oh,
trolling.
here we go.
Hey,
You know
Sparta
what's
boy.
trolling?
It's a
Sparta
theory.
boy.
So call
That's
me
rude.
Sparta boy.
He did.
Yes,
That's a bit rude,
it's a
bro.
theory,
You
my
think?
guy. It's a
You
theory.
think?
That's gravity's
You
a
think?
theory.
First of all, I'm
Think
not.
about it.
What did you call me, Sparta? I'm
The guy's a
Spartacus.
grown man,
Sparta
bro.
boy.
Sparta
Sparta boy.
has nothing to do with Spartacus. You know that, right?
He's
I'm
just
just calling
making
you
fun of
Sparta
you.
boy. I'm simply saying Sparta
Cool.
boy because
Okay.
you're a boy and your name's Sparta. If you're taking
I'm
it
a
any other way,
boy,
then you're just thinking too deep.
dude. You're a
This guy's a grown
fetus.
man. I don't know
I
why you're
could be your dad,
insulting
dude.
him. Yeah, look, that's what I'm saying. I don't know why you're insulting a grown man.
And stop insulting. Let's have a conversation. Be respectful, please.
Let's attack the argument, not the person, guys.
I can get behind that. Anyways, Cavendish, the most flawed gravity experiment in the world. For something so
Too bad it's not
consistent
an
and
experiment. You don't even have a hypothesis.
What's your evidence for that?
go watch any video done on Cavendish. They're all inconsistent, always with error.
Wait,
Never
so how did you get the supposed gravity of the Earth?
Cavendish experiment?
What was that?
You're talking about the original Cavendish experiment?
I'm talking about anyone that tries to replicate it. The original one, we don't even have photographic. We don't even have evidence of the original. We just have a freaking notebook, bro.
Okay, wait. So what is your problem with the Cavendish experiments we've been doing?
It's too inconsistent. Rarely works. Doesn't really seem to.
Can you provide evidence of that?
Can I provide evidence that the Cavendish experiment
I have evidence.
really
Yes,
works?
there's actually evidence already. There's plenty of it. You just look online. I mean,
any video
we
posted
obviously
online
we don't
is
know it from verbatim from every word. But...
Any
We
video?
have
Okay,
plenty of
it's not
evidence of
evidence. You're just saying like stuff.
I don't know,
I
but
have a
there's
personal
evidence.
anecdote. I tried to replicate the Cavendish torsion.
My evidence for the Cavendish should be: I watched one video, maybe it works. I watch another video, it doesn't work. I watch another
So
video.
what?
Sorry, guys, the air conditioning was on, which fluented and ruined the experiment. There's too many inconsistent
That's a
factors.
flawedly constructed experiment. If the air
They're
conditioning
all flawed,
can
bro.
interfere with it, no,
We had
can
someone
you prove
walking
that?
by that freaking flawed.
Oh
their
wow, dude!
results.
It's like, hey guys, like, what are you doing, dude? Like, this is so ridiculous. Like,
No,
yeah, some things are some things require.
If an experiment can go wrong, bro, what does that mean?
Oh, anything can go wrong.
Okay,
No, I agree with you.
So
Anything
that doesn't
can go
make it
wrong with
right.
any-
A car,
How does that make
dude?
How does that make it right?
Do you know how hard it is to build like a combustion engine? Do you know how long
Absolutely.
it
Do you know
took
how
us?
hard it is to build a hadron collider?
Do you know how often do they break and don't work? Right, that's inconsistency, I guess. Right, so I guess internal combustion engines are just a fucking myth, right, or something.
Spartacus, combustion engines have like a 99% success rate, don't they?
They fail all the time. As a car
But they
mechanic, I
work,
promise
though.
you that.
Hold on.
That's why car mechanics have a job, dude. It's because it fails all the
Have you ever
time.
heard of people catching on fire?
Have
you ever
heard of
Experiment peer review has a more than
Shut
99%.
your mouth. Tell me, combustion engines,
Way
when
more
they're
than
brand
99%.
new, what's the failure rate?
You mean when they're done with extreme precision, right? Yeah.
When they're
Cavendish experiments that you're talking about right there, like videos, are like amateurs without precise
literally
equipment,
professors,
precise
bro.
manufacturing. Like
funded replications of them from Oxford University.
If we had
You're basically saying spontaneous combustion is not
There's a
false.
freaking doctor from Cambridge that tried to replicate the experiment, and he's like, "Sorry guys, we're trying to do it. It didn't work."
I want to see
No,
that.
he was not talking about the simple. No. You're conflating.
He
this.
tried to replicate
The
it.
point of the
exactly.
no.
And
You're
he's like,
talking about the
Cavendish
secondary.
replicated in nature.
You're talking about the secondary. You're talking about the secondary goal of the Cavendish experiment, at least for the purposes of this conversation, which is to measure the gravitational constant. That is very hard to do because you need like because the amount of attraction force, like the newtons there, would be like 0.00000 something.
It's just incredible numbers. Yes,
it's very sensitive and it's very it's like very complicated to build this thing to measure those kind of forces, right? It's like trying to basically build like an electron microscope in your garage, right?
we do have a quantum computer, guys.
But for the very simple for the demonstration of the very simple phenomena that objects with mass exert some attraction force to other objects with mass, almost all Cavendish experiments or like Cavendish experiments show that.
No, they don't, bro.
Yes, they do. Please show me.
You're actually trolling.
Okay, you don't know what the fuck you're
How is that
talking
trolling, bro?
You are.
Why are you speaking? You freaking rascal.
I'm correct. You're not even a flat earther. You're a global earther. What are you trolling with?
That means that it's over 99%.
I don't think, from my opinion and from what I've seen of the Cavendish experiment, I don't think it's reliable enough. If you go to the original experiment, it was done by some fool like freaking forever ago.
What the fuck? We're not even talking about the original. Again, I can give you an example of jet engines. Do you know how hard it is to make jet engines, right? Like gas turbines,
maybe
right?
the first time very hard, but now they're perfect.
Extremely precise engineering, like down to the millimeter, right? And they fail all the time, as do other combustion engines, right? The thing with Cavendish experiments is that there's no industry, right, dedicated to making them on like a what is it called, assembly line, right?
Exactly.
To be used on every day, right? We have not refined the process of making them. It's usually fucking high school kids, right? Or like the professor, right, who doesn't have a good budget, right, is like making this up as
All
a business,
projects.
go along, yeah, like buying some stuff from Home Depot, right, or some shit, right?
You're
Like
telling
putting,
me a
yeah, like
professor from a very
trying to do
respectable
this.
university doesn't have the
He
budget?
doesn't have access to, right? Like
So you're
again,
telling you're
if
comparing
we
the whole.
if we had a whole industry which was dedicated to making precisely manufactured, right, instruments, right, that would
Spartacus.
measure this thing, we would have them everywhere, just like we have combustion engines, right? Even though they fail on a regular
You're telling
basis,
me no one
which is
has.
why car mechanics exist, because they
I don't
fail
know why
all
you
the
keep
time.
comparing. Okay, they fail, but they once
Because I
a
can
person.
find you videos.
Shut up,
Because you're
please. 1 second, please. Car engines, jet engines. Once they're new and right off the assembly line, the failure rate is like below 1%. When's the last time we saw a jet engine fail? What's the percentage of jet engines that fail, bro? Or car engines, brand new from the manufacturer. What's the percentage of them failing? Don't tell me it's more than 1%,
as I'm
bro.
trying to explain to you, that has to do with
jet
the
engines fail all the
precise
time.
manufacturing that has
Rockets
been
fail all the
streamlined
time.
for decades and decades, right? Like being
Okay,
mass
so why has
produced,
no one
right?
replicated the
Precisely.
Cavendish experiment
Because
precisely?
nobody's interested in doing this, because there's no profit in this. In a capitalist
Because
system,
you
what
think
would be
it's
the profit in
expensive to
making a
replicate
Cavendish
2
experiment
freaking
where
balls?
everybody, I'm correct, wait, let me finish.
Okay,
What
go.
would be the profit motive for like a corporation or company making like cookie cutter, right? Like precisely engineered, very costly, right? Cavendish experiments, right? Like there's no motive for that. There's
You
no
think
profit
2
in that.
balls and a freaking wire is costly, bro? Are you serious?
You make a
To
false
make
argument
it,
anyway. Jet engines fail all the time.
that's not the costly thing. The costly thing is to make it, again, to be like a out of package working, plug and play, basically, right? Working in all
I don't
circumstances,
want a
right?
mass produced
You
one.
just
I
pull it
want
out.
one, bro.
And the most important thing there is the torsion bar, right? And that is quite a sensitive instrument, because it's measuring. It's supposed to measure forces of like 0.0000000 like something newtons, right? That's a
I don't want them to be mass
extremely
produced.
sensitive device.
I don't want them to be mass produced. I just want one consistent working Cavendish replication. I don't
Wait,
want
they
them to be
have
in
been
every
done.
single house.
Wait, they have been
Where?
done.
Show me
I showed you
a
on
consistent one.
Wikipedia. On Wikipedia, I can show you. There's
Oh
a
my
citation
god,
on
Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. There is a citation to an electrical engineer, professor of electrical engineering, doing this experiment in his garage. He made a video, right?
And he did it once and it worked once, right? If he tried it again next week,
recorded
will
a
it work
video.
again? I
Again,
want to
right?
see it
I
in
can
an
make you.
elaborate time lapse.
So you're just gonna ignore the success then, right? Like, and hundreds of successes that we have.
My
So
point
wait,
is, if it
you don't
works
have any,
one
dude. You
time
don't have
and
no. Wait.
fails the second time, what
See,
happens
the
then?
reason why. Wait, I'm correct. The reason why I was making an analogy there to like engines, right? Because you said that your evidence for this being inconsistent is like videos you can find on YouTube. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, I can find you videos on YouTube of broken engines, fucking all day long.
Okay, but we have publications, studies, and reports from all these manufacturers showing success rates and failure rates. There's recalls and things like that all the time. How many times an engine has been freaking recalled? Never.
Actually, I've just shared jet engine failures happening
Engines
this
been never
month.
recalled.
That is evidence that like jet engines, like this is one of the world's most expensive and most precise experiments in testing jet engines, and it's inconsistent.
How
So like
inconsistent
you're
are we
wrong about
talking?
you're completely wrong about jet engines. You just outright
Even-
lying. You didn't look
I'm
at the
not lying
evidence
at all. Even if we ignore jet engines, let's go back to car engines. Let's go back
Yeah.
to fighting engines.
Move the goalpost, will you? Because you're
I didn't
lying.
mention jet. I never mentioned.
Well, you were
jet
lying
engines.
about jet engines.
Completely 2 different engine makes, bro.
I wasn't talking
You were
about jet
lying about
engines.
jet
I
engines.
mentioned. Oh, it's lying is a very thorough push.
No, you were lying. You were lying.
Because
That fell all the
no, the chances of
You
a
were.
jet engine, like aeroplane engines or rocket engines. What are we talking about?
Jet
Because if
engine
you're telling me
failure.
at the full like rocket thrusters or
jet
aeroplane,
engines, they build them, they make the experiment, right? It behaves in a way they didn't expect it to behave. It produces inconsistent results. You lied about them being consistent.
Okay, relax for a second. Yeah, brother. What do you mean by jet
it's
engines? Like rocket thrusters or airplanes? Like
And by the way,
plane?
this is one of the biggest, highest budget commercial projects in producing a reliable
What
jet
are
engine.
you talking about when it
And-
comes to jet engines?
And it made such inconsistent results that they're decommissioning it.
What do you mean by jet engines? Like
And
a
also-
rocket
and
engine
also-
or a
I'm talking
Boeing
about
airplane
I'm talking about
engine?
a jet engine, an aeroplane
engine
jet
is not a
engine.
Like a
rocket engine.
Boeing engine or a
engine is this,
Volvo
bro.
engine.
The engine is
That is
you're
so
talking about the freaking.
inconsistent
What did you
Like
bring
for
up
example,
rocket
that they
engine?
can't commercially use it.
Are you telling me they tried to make a new engine and it was inconsistent, so it failed? Is that your argument?
Yes, that
They're busy
happens all the
decommissioning it right
time.
now. This is
They
this is
tried
this
to
is
make a
news.
new
This is
engine
news.
and they failed, and that's your argument. You
News.
freaking
This
twat.
is Wall Street Journal within
Yes.
the past month, dude.
Your
There's
argument.
constantly
I'm correct.
Hold on. Your
I'm correct.
argument
This
is that
happened
just put
all
the
the
context.
time. They design engines.
They
Right?
designed a new experimental engines and they failed.
work consistently,
And-
right? Like
and they're
first,
inconsistent.
how do you think they arrived at the first jet engine? Right? They did some experimental
hold on.
builds, right?
Sure.
It didn't work
Wait, hold on,
properly,
hold on.
right? It didn't produce
Well, Spartacus,
reliable
one sec.
fucking output. It like stalled many times, right? Then they refined
Okay,
it,
1
right? They
second,
figure out
Spartacus.
how
I
to
wanna-
make it
I wanna
mass produced, right?
Lebron, you posted a new experimental engine which was inconsistent, and that's your
No,
argument.
it wasn't.
How about all the
No.
consistent ones
Go
we have?
look. Once again, you're just lying. Go look at the
What am I
information.
lying
before
about,
you
you troll?
lie. Like, rather inform yourself first.
You tell me car engines have a high fail rate, plane engines high fail rate. Is that what you're saying? You're
That's
citing
absolutely
one.
not. In fact,
You're
they're very
citing.
They
It's-
have
You're
a
citing
low
one.
fail rate because they're maintained.
one thing.
You're
and they get
citing
something completely
one. You're citing one experimental rocket engine that
No,
has a
it's not
high failure rate that was
No, it's not experimental.
Of course
It's commercial.
Was it used
It's not
commercially?
experimental.
Was it used commercially?
Why are you just lying? Why aren't you informing
Was
yourself
it used
before you talk
commercially?
about- You're just talking
Was it-
shit. You're not
was
reading.
it used
Hey,
was
listen.
it
Read
used
before you
commercially?
read before you
Answer
open
my
your mouth.
question. Was it?
Stop just
was
lying.
it-
You're just lying into your
was
microphone,
it
dude.
used
Go inform yourself
commercially?
first, and then discuss the subject.
So are
Don't
you
just
gonna answer
lie.
my question or not?
Don't just spontaneously
going to
lie.
answer
You
my
look at the
question or
information
not?
first, inform yourself, and then speak about it.
Are you gonna answer my question or not?
No, I'm not going to speak to you when you're just spontaneously lying
Can
about
you
something.
tell me if that jet engine was used commercially or not?
You will first inform yourself about what we're discussing.
Are you going
and then
to
you'll
tell me?
discuss it.
Like, I'm assuming the answer is no. It has never been used commercially, which means it was experimental.
This is
No
fucking
shit,
commercial.
experimental.
It's a fucking commercial jet engine, you dumbass.
Okay,
Go
where was
inform
it used?
yourself before you just lie.
What plane was it used on?
Language.
What planes was this jet engine used on?
Hey, dumbass is not bad language, dude.
You're literally talking out of your asshole. You're mentioning an experimental engine that was never used on commercial planes that flew passengers.
Excuse me. Also is bad language.
If you're,
Do you mind?
what's wrong with you?
I'm correct.
Well,
I don't understand
let's
why
not
you're doing
insult.
this.
Let's not insult, guys. Let's not
No,
insult.
I'm curious. I'm curious.
Mind your tongue.
You're quoting an experimental engine that was never used commercially as an example of a high fail rate in engine.
Why are you lying? Go look at the thing that I say.
I'm correct.
Stop
Wait,
lying.
I'm correct. Can you show me a commercial
Come on,
cabbage
man. Everybody
experiment?
knows Earth's shaped like a
Can you show me a
cucumber.
mass-produced
Stop being a
cabbage experiment?
denialist.
There is no mass cabbage experiment. It
Yeah.
never
Do you
works.
wonder why they don't have? Yeah,
Because it
maybe
doesn't
that's why they're
freaking
not so
work, bro.
fucking
That's
reliable.
why. Because it doesn't work.
What?
That's why.
They do work.
This isn't, guys.
We have
it really
examples. We have literally examples when the experiment is done like high
We have
quality, like manufacturing, right?
Spartacus.
When you enclose, right, the
Spartacus, we have
the independent variable there, which is like the movement of the rod, right? When you enclose it, right, in like a thing that cannot be affected by like wind,
we have
like
a lot of
draft even,
experimental
right?
projects that
Or
work,
AC,
Spartacus.
right? We measure the gravitational
the Earth has
constant
been
there,
photographed
right?
from outer space.
And first of all, right, and
Spartacus,
second,
we have a lot of